Chapter 1. The Divine Level Cultivation System. Ding. Congratulations on binding the Divine Level Cultivation System. Ding. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Ding. You have obtained the Kusanagi sword, basic swordsmanship, 3-stage slash and draw slash LV1. Observation Haki LV1. Armament Haki LV1. Conqueror's Haki LV1. In a storage room of merely 20 square meters, the figure known as Yueguang abruptly sat up. Hearing the incessant sounds echoing in his mind, a tempest of shock surged within him. Haki? This is something unique to the world of pirates. Could it be that I have traversed into the pirate world? And I've also bound to a divine level cultivation system? Plus, a beginner's gift pack with the legendary Kusanagi sword? Gazing at the ancient sword in his hand, Yueguang murmured to himself. His name is Yueguang, an underachiever. After graduating from university, he struggled to find a job and ended up working at a construction site. Unexpectedly, a supporting beam collapsed, and countless steel bars and concrete fell upon him, burying him beneath. He thought he was dead, but to his astonishment, he was alive and had crossed over to the pirate world he adored the most. As an underachiever, he was naturally familiar with the popular tropes of traversing worlds and systems, yet he never imagined such an event would one day occur in his own life. To confirm this was not a dream, Yueguang stood up, sword in hand, and gently prodded a wooden barrel taller than himself. Crack! The barrel was instantly pierced, its crimson wine spilling forth and cascading across the ground. Such was the sharpness of the sword. Simultaneously, a voice resounded in his mind. Ding! You swung your sword, gaining 100,100 experience points. Ding! Due to basic swordsmanship and 3-stage slash being at max level, they automatically convert into the experience required for draw slash. Ding! Draw slash has been upgraded to LV2. Ding! New skill unlocked. Fierce Dragon Slash. Listening to the sounds, a panel of attributes suddenly appeared in his mind. Yueguang. Basic swordsmanship system, gift, no quality level. 3-stage slash system, gift, no quality level. Draw slash LV 21100000 to upgrade. Fierce Dragon slash LV 11100000 to upgrade. Unlockable. Observation Haki LV 11100000 to upgrade. Armament Haki LV 11100000 to upgrade. Conqueror's Haki LV 11100000 to upgrade. Draw slash 3-stage slash the legendary Kusanagi sword. This isn't a dream, it's real. Feeling the surge of power within his body, along with the newfound, seemingly innate knowledge of swordsmanship in his mind, Yueguang murmured. At the very least, one thing was certain. He had truly traversed worlds and acquired a formidable system. Simply swinging the sword had upgraded several sword techniques and even granted him a new skill. The higher the level of sword techniques, the more terrifying their power. A LV1 sword technique could unleash sword energy and sense the heartbeats and life forces of those around. A LV2 sword technique could sever hard iron, immensely powerful. One could only imagine how formidable a LV3 or LV4 sword technique would be. And that was not even considering Haki. If the sword were to be enveloped in Haki, its power would be unimaginable. Boom! At that moment, a series of earth-shattering sounds erupted from outside, and with his observation Haki, Yueguang could distinctly perceive the whistling of cannonballs slicing through the air. Not good, it's pirates. Isn't the East Sea usually calm? How could there be pirates? Damn it! Why is this happening? I just wanted to go on a trip. How could I encounter such a situation? Simultaneously, numerous panic cries echoed around him. A pirate attack had ensued, eliciting the terrified shouts of tourists on the ship. Bang! 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 At that moment, dozens of footsteps sounded, and the pirates boarded the ship. Raucous and menacing shouts followed. Lads, let's go. So many fat sheep here, enough for us to indulge for a while. Everyone stand still. We only seek wealth, not anything else. Of course, if anyone is foolish enough to resist, we won't be polite. Robbery. Hand over all valuables, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Indeed, they are pirates. This is the pirate world. Upon hearing this, Yueguang opened the door and stepped outside. He had hesitated for a moment, but seeing the boundless sea before him and the conspicuous red heart pirate flag anchored nearby, it could only be the Arleta pirate ship. Of course, if he were to see the captain himself, it would confirm everything. With that thought, he made his way towards the ship's cabin. Inside, chaos reigned as dozens of burly men wielding machetes and adorned with tattoos shouted menacingly. All the tourists were in a state of panic, huddled together, too frightened to move. Seeing the approaching pirates, they dared not resist and obediently surrendered their gold and treasures. Though they would suffer significant losses, it was better than losing their lives. In the world of pirates, strength reigned supreme, and the weak were trampled upon. Life was as fragile as grass. Fortunately, these pirates seemed to understand the value of moderation. If they killed everyone, fewer tourists would come to the East Sea in the future, so they only sought wealth. Yueguang patted his empty pockets, clearly a pauper, not possessing a single belly. If the pirates intended to rob him, they had picked the wrong target. However, at that moment, several pirates approached him, brandishing their machetes and demanding fiercely, "Money! I just arrived and have nothing to my name." Yueguang helplessly displayed his empty pockets. "Damn it, he's just a beggar. What bad luck to encounter someone like him. Get lost." Seeing this, the pirates disdainfully shouted, preparing to leave. They were indeed only after wealth. "Wait, that sword looks good. Since you have no money, hand over the sword instead." At that moment, one of the pirates noticed the Kusanagi sword in Yueguang's hand, his eyes lighting up as he reached out to grab it. "You want my sword? That's not happening. For a swordsman, the sword is his life." Yueguang smiled faintly, his body flickering, causing the pirate to grasp at nothing. "How dare you resist? Hand it over, or be prepared to pay with your life." Daring to evade Carla's grasp, you possess some skill. Since you brandish a sword, you must be a swordsman. Ha! A penniless swordsman is still an insignificant swordsman. To dare resist us is to seek death. Just right, my brothers haven't tasted blood, yet since you dare to resist, let's make an example out of you. Seeing Yueguang evade, the pirates sneered. They all rushed forward, ready to strike. "Little brother, by the looks of you, although you are a swordsman, you're not much to speak of. Just hand over the sword to save your life." Indeed, little brother, a wise man avoids danger. They are pirates, ruthless killers who spare no one. Little brother, don't resist, or you might lose your life. Nearby, several bystanders urged him to relent. A kind-hearted older man stood up, presenting all his belongings. "Gentlemen, this is all I have. He is still young, please spare his life." "Haha, old man, you are truly kind, but it's unnecessary. These small-time thieves are no match for me." Chapter 2. You Unremarkable Swordsman. Seeing this, Yueguang chuckled. He never expected that after evading a few times, he would be regarded as a soft target. Although his LV1 sword technique might not dominate the East Sea, dealing with a few small-time thieves was certainly within his capabilities. Moreover, his draw slash had already reached LV2, capable of severing hard iron. Such power could be considered expert level throughout the East Sea. Not to mention the terrifying might amplified by armament Haki. Were it not for his Conqueror's Haki being too low in level, fearing it might affect innocent bystanders, he would have already experimented with this ability reserved for the chosen few. Thus, Yueguang declined the old man's kind offer. However, this scene appeared to others as an ungrateful act, a path to self-destruction. Truly a case of a young bull not fearing the tiger. The youth is oblivious to the dangers of the world, not realizing the consequences until faced with adversity. Hey, he's seeking death on his own, why even help him? Arrogant and ignorant. The crowd shook their heads in disdain. Meanwhile, the pirates sneered even more. "What a big mouth. You claim we small-time thieves cannot harm you? Very well, let us witness the prowess of this penniless swordsman. Arrogant brat, you will pay for your words. Fool, you are courting death. Kill him. Let everyone know the consequences of opposing us." They sneered as they advanced towards Yueguang, their faces twisted with malice, machetes raised, exuding murderous intent. Alas! The old man who had intended to help Yueguang sighed and shook his head, leaving after placing down his belongings. "Is that so? The consequences of opposing you?" Hearing this, Yueguang smiled disdainfully, raising the Kusanagi sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword energy that sliced through the air. Three-stage slash. Boom! The sword energy swept across, swift as lightning, forming three segments that struck at the advancing pirates. The sword energy, capable of severing hard iron, collided with the flesh of the pirates. In an instant, his body was severed by a single sword strike, blood spilling onto the ground, lifeless beyond any hope of revival. Furthermore, the sword's aura remained undiminished, slicing through the cabin with relentless force, shattering tables and chairs in its wake. It extended beyond the confines of the ship's cabin before finally ceasing. This is unbelievable. Is he an unparalleled master? What a terrifying strike. Witnessing this scene, the crowd around could only stare in disbelief at the figure of Yueguang, their expressions a mix of astonishment and incredulity. Those who had previously mocked Yueguang were now reduced to kneeling in shock on the ground. The kind-hearted uncle who had intended to assist Yueguang stood frozen in awe, his face a portrait of disbelief as he gazed at Yueguang. "Uncle, I appreciate your goodwill. Please keep your belly safe." Upon seeing this, Yueguang smiled faintly and exited the cabin. Kirby, who is the most beautiful woman in this world. At that moment, outside the cabin, a hefty woman weighing 500 pounds, wielding a spiked club, glared menacingly at a small boy. "Of course, it is you, my captain, Lady Aria." Kirby trembled, his legs shaking as he spoke. "Ha ha ha." Lady Aria erupted into uproarious laughter, her ample cheeks jiggling exaggeratedly. The surrounding pirates joined in the merriment, still oblivious to the events unfolding within the cabin. "Aria, Kirby, this truly is the world of pirates, and I have found myself aboard this ship, the very place where Kirby first met Luffy." As Yueguang observed this, he became utterly convinced he had indeed arrived in the world of pirates. Excitement welled up within him. In this age of grand exploration, the quest for the legendary treasure One Piece is the dream of every pirate, and he was no exception. Now that he had entered this realm, endowed with such a formidable system, he naturally intended to pursue that dream. Moreover, he wished to rectify the countless regrets of his previous life, such as the deaths of Ace and Whitebeard, events no true pirate enthusiast would wish to witness. He also sought to uncover the enigma of the blank century in history. Having been reborn, he was determined to unravel it all. However, embarking on the seas was no trivial matter. First and foremost, one needed a sturdy ship capable of weathering storms, and equally essential were a navigator and an archaeologist. Since that is the case, why not join Luffy's crew? Although I do not aspire to be the pirate king, I'm deeply curious about the nature of this history and what One Piece truly entails. Yueguang murmured to himself, solidifying his resolve. Captain, it's terrible. A swordsman has slain several of our brothers. Captain, that swordsman is incredibly powerful. He killed us with a single strike. Captain, only you can handle him." At that moment, a few pirates, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly ran towards Aria. "Useless fools. What are you panicking about? It's merely a swordsman. As long as he isn't the pirate hunter Zoro, there's nothing to fear." Aria roared, swinging her spiked club down in fury. Crack! The deck was smashed open, creating a gaping hole, and several rushing pirates were sent flying. "Is it you who has slain my men?" She then caught sight of Yueguang and shouted. Indeed, Yueguang had emerged, wielding the Kusanagi sword, and the area around him was devoid of anyone else, making his presence unmistakable. "It is I." Yueguang nodded, speaking calmly. "You have impressive skills. Join us and become my subordinate. I shall take you to the Grand Line, where we can search for One Piece together." Aria grinned widely, attempting to entice him. "Hey, not bad, kid. You managed to take down several of my brothers with just a sword. Since the captain has taken a liking to you, I suppose we can spare your life. Why not come over? Is there really a swordsman aboard this ship? As long as he isn't the pirate hunter Zoro, there's nothing to fear. Our captain is a formidable figure renowned throughout the East Blue. Kid, come over. Our captain's favor is a blessing for you." The pirates surrounding Aria urged him on. A mere handful of petty thieves aboard a rickety ship think they can entice me? You lack the qualifications. Upon hearing this, Yueguang scoffed dismissively. "So, you are refusing my offer?" At this, Aria's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent radiating from her. "Enough with the nonsense. My words are crystal clear. Are you deaf?" Yueguang replied with a cold smile. "Seeking death, daring to speak disrespectfully to our captain? You must be tired of living. A lowly swordsman dares to act arrogantly before our captain. You clearly do not understand her might. Let's not waste any more breath. Captain, allow us to deal with him. This insignificant character doesn't even warrant your attention." The pirates were instantly enraged. They were ruthless and fierce, never having known fear. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to unleash their wrath, and at Aria's command, they would strike without mercy. "Ha ha ha." Aria laughed heartily. Chapter 3. Luffy invites me aboard. With a swing of her spiked iron club, she commanded, "Charge." Immediately, several pirates rushed forward, brimming with murderous intent and ferocity. Kirby, who is the most beautiful woman at sea. Aria then turned to Kirby, inquiring, It's you, Lady Aria." Faced with Aria's imposing presence, Kirby's voice trembled as he responded. However, midway through his statement, his mouth fell agape, his expression morphing into one of sheer disbelief as he stared at Yueguang, as if he had seen a ghost, rendering him incapable of finishing his sentence. Hearing Kirby's incomplete words, Aria's gaze sharpened, ready to unleash her fury. Yet, upon seeing Kirby's astonished expression, she followed his line of sight and her demeanor shifted, her body tensing in seriousness. "My heavens, what is that?" Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Is this the true power of that swordsman? He is astonishingly formidable. Meanwhile, the astonishing scene unfolding on the deck had attracted the attention of the guests within the cabin, who emerged to witness the shocking spectacle. Before them, as a dozen pirates charged recklessly, Yueguang raised his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energia sword aura stretching an impressive 10 meters wide, slicing through the air like moonlight. The aura cut through the air with blinding speed, and the charging pirates barely had time to react before they were cleaved down, lifeless without a trace of vitality. Moreover, the sword's energy continued to sweep across the area, its terrifying force wreaking havoc upon the surrounding vessels, as if they were caught in a tumultuous wave. The might of Yueguang's sword was truly fearsome. How is this possible? Carla and the others, a dozen strong, were vanquished by a single strike. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It's astonishing. This power is beyond even that of the pirate hunter Zoro. The remaining pirates were left dumbfounded in the face of such overwhelming might. They dared not act recklessly. Some were even frightened enough to retreat to a safe distance. Damn it, he is surprisingly strong. It seems I must confront you personally. Alrida's expression grew grave. This sword technique was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Even she may not be a formidable opponent. However, as a captain, if one were to immediately falter in the face of a powerful adversary, what purpose would there be in setting sail, let alone embarking on the grand line to seek the ultimate treasure? Pirates are, by nature, reckless adventurers, living on the edge of danger. In an instant, Yerlita charged forward, her 500-pound frame resembling a human tank. As she sprinted, the deck seemed to tremble under her immense weight, shaking violently. Coupled with the formidable wolf-tooth iron rod, which weighed over 100 pounds, her power was further amplified. With a single strike, a force of 400 to 500 pounds is unleashed. The iron rod swings, causing the air around to resonate with a subtle howl, a testament to the formidable strength. Truly, the captain is worthy of the title. With such a blow, even a tiger would be crushed. Go, captain, vanquish this penniless swordsman. Hail to the captain, hail to the captain. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding pirates erupted in cheers. However, trouble looms, though the female pirate may be slightly stout. Her strength is formidable, and this swordsman may not stand a chance. So young, indeed far too young, how could he possibly contend with the pirate leader? Disaster awaits. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Eurita's dominion over these waters is sustained by her immense prowess. This strike alone is sufficient to prove everything. Be cautious. It was Kobe who couldn't help but exclaim. As a captive, he was acutely aware of Alvida's ferocity. It's all right. That individual is quite formidable. At that moment, a refreshing voice suddenly resounded. A 17-year-old youth approached Kobe, donning a straw hat and wearing an expression of indifference as he observed the unfolding scene. Who are you? Kobe asked, momentarily taken aback by the appearance of the youth beside him. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and my ambition is to become the Pirate King. The Pirate King? Kobe was stunned, gazing blankly at the youth who had suddenly appeared beside him, seemingly unable to comprehend the presence of this newcomer. Then, as if jolted awake, he leaped up in shock. Are you referring to the legendary treasure left behind by the former Pirate King, Roger? The greatest man who ruled the world, the One Piece? Indeed, Luffy affirmed, a radiant smile gracing his face. At present, I am in search of companions. And this person is exceptionally strong. I wish to have him as my ally. He then pointed towards Alvida. Just then, a resounding bang echoed through the air. It was as if a balloon had suddenly burst, and Kobe was taken aback, quickly turning to see the astonishing scene before him. What he beheld was utterly shocking. Alvida, charging towards the nameless swordsman, swung her iron rod, seemingly poised to strike him. Yet, the swordsman did not flinch or evade, with a single hand. He braced himself and firmly caught Alvida's hefty iron rod. He then retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on Alvida's body. With a cry of agony, Alvida's 500-pound bulk was sent soaring into the air, hurtling far out to sea, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ah, Alvida has been sent flying? Kobe was astonished, utterly unable to believe what he had just witnessed. This is bad. The captain has been defeated by that swordsman. Quick, flee, captain, captain. The pirates, witnessing this scene, were overwhelmed with shock and no longer dared to stay. They scattered in every direction, hastily retreating. Remarkable. You actually sent Alvida flying. You are our savior. Had it not been for you, we would surely have faced dire consequences. Thank you. You have saved us all. The tourists erupted in cheers, directing grateful smiles at Luffy. Hiki. Luffy smiled lightly, unconcerned. To him, Alvida was merely a trifling matter. By the way, I am feeling a bit hungry. At that moment, his stomach growled unexpectedly. Having just traversed into this world, he had arrived with an empty stomach. Now, after all this activity, his hunger had intensified. Luffy felt a bit embarrassed. Ha ha ha, quickly, quickly. Bring out the finest food and drink to honor our benefactor. Of course, of course. The tourists laughed heartily, promptly preparing a lavish feast. Luffy had saved an entire ship of them. They would gladly provide him with anything, even money, in gratitude. Ah, what a benefactor. Food. I want some too. Upon hearing of the delectable dishes and fine wines, Luffy's eyes widened with excitement as he let out an exuberant cry, disregarding the presence of Kobe beside him, and dashed inside. The preparations were already complete, and without hesitation, he indulged himself in the feast with utter abandon. Observing this, Kobe gritted his teeth and followed suit. The food aboard the pirate ship was quite delightful, and with the warm hospitality of the crew, he soon found himself satiated, undeniably relishing the exquisite flavors. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, he exited the cabin to admire the stunning seascape. Your strength is remarkable. What about joining my crew? At that moment, Luffy emerged with a satisfied burp, his face aglow with contentment, and extended an invitation to Moonlight. Chapter 4. Bellyameber join your crew? Gazing at the fervent expression on Luffy's face, Moonlight couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He had been contemplating how to secure a place on Luffy's ship, only to be met with an unsolicited invitation. After all, in the vastness of the ocean, embarking on a quest for the One Piece alone is nothing short of folly. Without a navigator, one is lost at sea. Without a cook, starvation is inevitable. Without an archaeologist who could unravel the century-long mystery of the world government. And without a ship's doctor, what would one do when illness strikes? Navigating the seas is no trivial endeavor. Indeed, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Join me as my companion. Luffy nodded enthusiastically. It must be said that Luffy's smile possesses an irresistible charm. Moonlight hesitated. He had initially planned to stow away on Luffy's ship, but found himself being invited instead. However, was this not somewhat impulsive? Haha, splendid. My luck seems to be quite favorable. I had intended to invite 10 individuals, and lo and behold, I have secured one immediately. At this moment, Luffy burst into hearty laughter, playfully slapping Moonlight on the shoulder, exuding an air of familiarity as if Moonlight were already his companion. Moonlight was rendered speechless, bemused by Luffy's audacity. KB, too, was taken aback, having never encountered such an inviting personality before. So, Luffy, is it? I shall accept your invitation. But I must make it clear that my ambition lies in the pursuit of One Piece and the quest for the lost history. Therefore, should you wish to have me aboard, an archaeological expert is a necessity, Moonlight stated. Ah, that aligns perfectly with my thoughts. I shall extend an invitation as soon as I encounter one. Moreover, in addition to a historian, we will also require a chef, a musician, a navigator, a shipwright, and a ship's doctor. Luffy nodded enthusiastically, readily agreeing. Very well, Captain. Moonlight acknowledged with a nod. Splendid. Before we set sail, let us first escort this fellow to a nearby island, Luffy suggested, pointing at KB behind him. This guy? You truly are a benevolent soul, Moonlight thought to himself. Nodding in agreement, KB's dream was to join the Navy, and had it been anyone else, he would have been overlooked. Thank you, Mr. Luffy. Thank you, Lord Moonlight. KB expressed his gratitude, tears welling up in his eyes, finally having encountered kind-hearted individuals. Hey, provide us with a small boat. Luffy called out to the captain. Upon seeing Moonlight, the captain nodded. For a benefactor, he would spare no effort, not even for a mere boat. Thus, the trio boarded a small vessel and set sail towards the nearby island. Just as they departed, with everyone's focus on the trio, a nimble figure darted by aboard the pirate ship of Arlita. Though swift, Moonlight caught a glimpse of her. Nami, is it? Moonlight smiled. The three adventurers navigated the winds and soon located the island. Upon disembarking, they discovered it to be a small island named Shellstown, which was home to the Navy's 153rd branch, commanded by Colonel Monka, tasked with preventing pirate incursions. First things first, let's find a place to eat. I'm starving, Luffy exclaimed upon arrival, dashing towards a tavern without a moment's pause. What's with your insatiable appetite? Didn't you just eat not long ago? And you just left us behind like that? KB exclaimed, dumbfounded as he watched Luffy sprint away until he vanished from sight. Come on. Moonlight waved his hand, fully aware of Luffy's notorious reputation as a glutton in the pirate world. He then made his way towards the town. Eventually, they found Luffy at a tavern, where he had already amassed a staggering array of 40 to 50 plates before him, devouring them ravenously, as if he were a voracious beast. The spectacle of such voracious eating left everyone utterly astounded. KB, already taken aback, was now even more astonished. Ah, you're here. Come, eat, Luffy called out, stuffing his mouth as he beckoned the two. Moonlight, speechless, changed his seat and opted for a solitary meal. It was no jest. Dining at the same table as Luffy meant your food would vanish in the blink of an eye, all swallowed by Luffy. Do you know them? A delightful array of delicacies soon arrived, carried by a little girl who gazed curiously at Luffy. Yes, he is our captain. We are pirates, Moonlight replied with a smile, surveying the girl. It's Zeligia, the girl who brings food to Zoro. Luffy certainly had a knack for choosing his dining companions. Pirates. Upon hearing this term, Zeligia's eyes widened, not in fear but in curiosity. Clearly, in this era, pirates were not an unusual sight. Many aspired to set sail in pursuit of One Piece. Indeed, we are pirates, but I am not, KB interjected. Yet before he could finish, a loud bang resounded as a young man entered, flanked by a dozen Navy soldiers. Oh no, it's Buggy. We must leave. Panic spread among the patrons as they recognized the youth who wielded his father's influence with impunity. Is he here to cause trouble for this establishment again? The sight of the group, especially their leader, sent diners fleeing in terror. Young Master Baru, please have a seat. The food will be served shortly. The innkeeper called out hurriedly, knowing he could not afford to offend the son of a Navy colonel. The one who held dominion over the island. Mother, why do we have to serve such a person? He has been freeloading for days. Zeligia protested loudly. Silence, Zeligia. Hush. Do you want to invite trouble? You cannot provoke him. The innkeeper admonished, as several staff members pulled the girl aside. Oh, it's you. I recognize you. You're the one who sneakily brought rice balls to Zoro, aren't you? I let you off the hook earlier, but it seems you haven't learned your lesson. Barumabur's eyes gleamed with malice as he spotted Zeligia, his voice dripping with disdain. Half a month prior, his dog had been dining here when Zeligia struck it, prompting Barumabur to retaliate, only to be thwarted by Zoro. To protect the establishment, Zoro had wagered with him, agreeing to a month of imprisonment without food or water in exchange for sparing the inn. Now, nearly 20 days had passed. Zeligia, wishing to repay the kindness, had stealthily delivered her homemade rice balls but was unfortunate enough to be caught by Barumabur. You villain, relying on your father's power to bully others. But Zoro has made a bet with you. During this time, you are forbidden from setting foot in this establishment. This is a breach of contract. Mentioning Zoro intensified Zeligia's fury. Who is Zoro? Luffy, who had been enjoying his meal, inquired. He is a renowned pirate hunter in these waters. Someone explained, recounting the events. Ah, Luffy's eyes flickered with anger upon hearing this. Is he going to intervene again? Moonlight chuckled. Roronoa Zoro, I would like to witness this as well. Chapter 5, Roronoa Zoro breaching a contract? Ha ha ha, little brat, do you think this is a game? Contracts are for fools, not only you but Zoro is doomed as well. I have already planned his execution for tomorrow. Ha ha ha, how foolish of you to believe in agreements, you imbecile. Barumabur guffawed, as if he had heard the most amusing joke, pointing at Zeligia mockingly. What? You? Despicable! Zeligia's fury surged, but what could a little girl do? How vile. As the son of a colonel, you stoop to such depths. It's a pity, truly a pity, that the pirate hunter Zoro will perish at the hands of such a person. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. The crowd murmured their discontent, their hearts filled with indignation. Yet faced with such a formidable adversary, they found no courage to resist. Ha ha ha, bring out the finest food and drink for me. Perhaps I'll be in a good mood and spare your little establishment. Otherwise, don't wait until tomorrow. I'll demolish it right now. Barumabur bellowed, laughing heartily at the innkeeper. Suddenly, a pair of fists flew through the air, striking Barumabur squarely in the face, sending him crashing against the wall. What a piece of trash! Luffy exclaimed, incensed at the injustice. Sir. Oh no, he has been struck. The Navy soldiers gasped, rushing to assist Barumabur. This is bad. You've struck the son of Colonel Monka. You're going to incur the wrath of the Navy. Boy, you've made a grave mistake. You should flee at once. Someone warned. Indeed, Colonel Monka, known as the Axe Hand, is immensely powerful. You stand no chance against him. The crowd echoed their concerns, recognizing the danger despite feeling relief at Luffy's boldness. How dare you strike me? Do you know who my father is? He's the master of this place. A Navy colonel. Barumabur shouted angrily at Luffy. And what of it? Luffy retorted coldly, his gaze sharp. If you have the guts, don't run. Just wait. I'll send him flying with a single punch. Barumabur was taken aback, having never encountered someone so unafraid of his father. His bravado faltered as he blustered. Is that so? No need for him. I'll go and take him down myself. Luffy replied with a chilling tone, then stormed out, heading towards the Navy base. Barumabur stood frozen, astonished that Luffy not only feared no one, but also intended to confront his father directly. You'll regret this. He seethed as he followed Luffy to report to Monka. Mr. Luffy. Mr. Luffy. KB called, racing after him. Ah, he certainly has a penchant for defending the weak. Such occurrences are not uncommon in a world where the strong prey on the weak. Moonlight mused with a smile, settling his bill before following suit. Hey. Are you really going to seek out Colonel Monka? He's part of the Navy. The onlookers expressed disbelief. Indeed, the Navy is inherently powerful, and Colonel Monka is renowned for his strength. Are you truly going to do this? They questioned as Moonlight departed. Colonel Monka? Though I do not know the extent of his strength, a mere colonel does not intimidate me. As for the Navy, they are of no consequence. We are pirates. After all, and naturally, we are their foes. Moonlight shrugged nonchalantly, stepping out of the restaurant. Pirates. They are pirates. No wonder they fear the Navy. They are indeed natural enemies. It is indeed audacious for pirates to dare to venture into an island guarded by the Navy. However, these individuals are unlike the typical rogues. They have risen to the occasion for a seemingly trivial matter. They are not ordinary pirates. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in stunned silence, realizing that the three were indeed pirates. Traditionally, pirates and the Navy are sworn enemies, yet here they were, unexpectedly stepping in to aid others. How ironic it is that while the Navy oppresses us, it is the pirates who seek to rescue us. Many within the crowd sighed in disbelief. The Navy, representing justice, and the pirates, embodying evil, had their roles reversed. Even though they are pirates, they are extraordinary. Unlike those who commit acts of arson and murder, they are, in fact, good-hearted individuals. Zeligia called out loudly and dashed forward. Zeli. The tavern owner hastily pursued her, but by the time she reached the entrance, Zili Jia had vanished from sight. At the Navy base, under the scorching sun, a 17-year-old boy with green hair, bound to a cross, stood resolutely despite the heat that enveloped the ground. He appeared unfazed, staring into the sunlight as if waiting for something. "You must be Zoro." At that moment, a boy wearing a straw hat leapt over the high courtyard wall and approached him. "Get lost," Zoro retorted curtly. "You are quite the character." "It is Zili who sent me to rescue you. The colonel's son has broken the agreement and intends to execute you tomorrow," Luffy said with a radiant smile, completely unruffled. "What?" Zoro suddenly lifted his head. Though he had gone hungry for more than half a month, his gaze remained sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding lethal precision. "It is true. We heard it directly from Barumabur, Mr. Zoro." KB chimed in as he approached Zoro. "Mr. Zoro, the Navy colonel has been tyrannizing the villagers here, and his son, Barumabur, has violated the pact to kill you. He must have gone to report it by now. The Navy will act swiftly, so please help them." "How despicable. They are indeed a bunch of petty individuals." Zoro finally confirmed his suspicions upon hearing this. He had anticipated they would not uphold their end of the bargain, yet he had spoken out for the sake of his own principles. Who dares to intrude upon the Navy base? How audacious. You wish to free a prisoner? Notify the colonel immediately. Surround them. Do not let them escape. At that moment, the Navy became aware of the situation, opening the gates as dozens of sailors surrounded them. "Do they dare defy my authority?" Meanwhile, a thunderous voice boomed as Monka arrived after receiving the news. "Oh no, it's Colonel Monka. This is bad," KB exclaimed, instinctively hiding behind Luffy. "Unbind me at once," Zoro shouted. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Hearing this, Luffy hurriedly attempted to help, but the ropes binding Zoro were of a special kind, and the more Luffy tried to loosen them, the tighter they became. "Zoro, the pirate hunter, huh? Humph. No matter who you are, anyone who opposes my authority deserves to die. Attack, kill them." Monka sneered as he commanded. Instantly, a dozen Navy personnel aimed their guns and fired decisively. The bullets sliced through the air, hurtling towards them. "Damn it, hurry. I cannot die in a place like this." Zoro grew frantic. "Ah," KB shrieked, burying himself behind Zoro and Luffy. The ropes only tightened further. But it was of no concern. "My comrades will handle them," Luffy thought, though he was more troubled by the binding ropes than the incoming bullets. "Your comrades?" Zoro paused momentarily. Just then, a crescent-shaped sword aura struck from beyond the courtyard walls. The towering wall collapsed in an instant. The ground split apart as the sword energy swept through, effortlessly severing the dozen bullets flying towards them. In the aftermath, several armed sailors were sent sprawling by the shockwave of the sword strike. "What?" Zoro gasped in astonishment, as a swordsman and a sword enthusiast. He understood the significance of such a strike, feeling a profound sense of awe as his gaze fixed upon the figure emerging from beyond the wall. "Moonlight," KB exclaimed joyfully. "Ah, you're here. I'll leave them to you. I need to free these ropes," Luffy remarked nonchalantly, focusing on unbinding Zoro. "Indeed." A soft voice resonated as Moonlight appeared before everyone's eyes. "Is this the fellow who can sever bullets with a single stroke? He can unleash sword energy. Moreover, it travels faster than the bullets. How formidable. What a terrifying strike." The Navy personnel gazed at Moonlight, equally astonished. Such a strike could only be described as utterly terrifying. "Who are you to dare oppose the Navy?" "I am Colonel Monka of the 153rd Division," Monka exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Moonlight. Although he possessed great confidence in his own strength, the ferocity of Moonlight's strike instilled a sense of self-awareness within him. He knew that a ruthless individual like Moonlight was not an adversary he could contend with. In that moment, he relied on the authority of his naval rank. The Navy epitomizes the mightiest force in the world, and no one dares to challenge it. Die. Yet, Moonlight remained unfazed, wielding the Kazuki sword, unleashing a crescent blade of energy extending 10 meters from his body, spreading outward in all directions. Crack. Instantly, within that 10-meter radius, all Navy personnel were sent flying by the blade's force, sustaining severe injuries yet spared from death. Before Monka could even react, the axe wielder on his left arm was shattered to pieces, and his massive body was propelled backward, soaring 50 meters before crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Gravely wounded and unconscious, with a single blow, the entire Navy was vanquished. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Moonlight's mind. "Ding. You have executed a draw slash, earning 10,000 experience points. Draw slash LV 240,000 can be promoted. Progress towards draw slash has increased again, soon to reach LV3, capable of severing steel." This fellow. He managed to achieve such a feat with a single sword. Zoro's pupils contracted, his gaze fixed intently on Moonlight. This sword technique profoundly astonished him. Whoosh. At that moment, the moonlight gleamed like a sword, severing the ropes binding Zoro. "Ah, it's broken." Upon witnessing this, Luffy was engulfed in profound disappointment. "Lord Moonlight, you are truly magnificent," Kobe exclaimed with admiration. "Forget it. The matter has been resolved. Let us depart." Luffy waved his hand dismissively, ready to leave. "Well, Kobe, you should stay here and become a marine," Moonlight nodded, preparing to take his leave. "Who on earth are these individuals?" Zoro murmured, suddenly shouting towards Moonlight. "Hey, who are you?" "We are pirates. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man aspiring to become the Pirate King." And our goal is to find the great treasure known as One Piece, Luffy replied. Pirates? Allow me to join you. Zoro furrowed his brow and spoke. Luffy was taken aback, halting in his tracks. Although I disdain the vile ways of pirates, I have already offended the Marines and have long since forsaken justice. Thus, I shall join you. My ambition is to become the world's greatest swordsman. I am thrilled to find such a character in your crew, Zoro said, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he glanced at Moonlight. The world's greatest swordsman? Huh? Wonderful. Join us and become our companion. Hearing these words, Luffy was instantly elated, decisively welcoming Zoro aboard. You are so casual about this? Moonlight remarked, somewhat helplessly. However, Luffy's judgment of character proved astute. Zoro radiated a sharp will. Even the bounty hunters. Kobe said, his voice tinged with melancholy. After witnessing Monka's brutality, he felt a deep disappointment towards the Marines. Haha, Kobe, not all Marines are like him. We shall take our leave. You stay here, Luffy said, patting Kobe's shoulder, understanding his sentiments. Mr. Luffy, Kobe exclaimed, touched. He was aware that his temporary disillusionment was merely a reaction to the present circumstances. Becoming a Marine had been his dream for many years. How could he easily abandon it? You are truly remarkable, having defeated Monka. I knew it. At that moment, Zaligia rushed over, seeing Monka sprawled on the ground, and joyfully exclaimed, Celebration? Does that mean there will be plenty of food? Upon hearing these words, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed towards the town without a second thought. Haha. Everyone, let us go. Zaligia beamed, particularly glancing at Zoro. Zoro nodded, not refusing. Sir Captain, are we just going to let them run off like that? At the Marine base high above, numerous Marines gathered, observing the scene below, questioning their leader. He was the lieutenant of the 153rd Division, second only to Monka in the branch. With Monka's defeat, they looked to him for direction. They are pirates, the embodiment of evil. We are Marines, the heralds of justice. How can we allow pirates to run rampant beneath our very noses? 1 hour from now, apprehend them. The lieutenant's eyes glinted with determination as he issued the order. 1 hour? Yes. All the Marines immediately responded, their faces reflecting the same resolve. Indeed. The Marines and pirates were archenemies, yet they held their own sense of justice. Monka was ruthless, even to his own men, terrorizing the village and oppressing the villagers, inciting their long-held fury. The Marines' justice could not be defined by such actions. Chapter 7. Do not reason with Luffy why join the Marines? Is it not because they represent justice and punish evil? Each individual possesses their own measure of good and evil, and thus, at this moment, no one opposed the lieutenant's decision. Instead, they gazed at Monka and his terrified son, Balumabur, lying on the ground, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Wonderful. Monka and his son have been defeated. Thank you for saving us. You are heroes. Come, let us celebrate the heroes and raise a toast. Just then, news of Monka's defeat spread throughout the town, and everyone rejoiced with excitement. Monka and his son had relied on brute strength and authority to terrorize the town, leaving the people with no peace and filled with grievances. Now that they had been vanquished, joy erupted among the townsfolk. Upon learning that it was Luffy and his crew who had done so, gratitude poured forth, and plans for a celebratory feast began. A feast. Food. Wow. Upon hearing those words, Luffy's eyes sparkled, and he drooled uncontrollably, dashing forward without hesitation. A feast? That surely means there will be drinks. Zoro also laughed. Having been starved for over half a month, he was famished. Observing the two rushing off, Moonlight could only shake his head in silence. Whenever Luffy saw food, he would go wild, and Zoro would become ecstatic at the mention of alcohol. Lord Moonlight, is what Mr. Luffy said true? Not everyone in the Marines is like Monka and his son? Kobe asked, his face clouded with gloom. Clearly, after this experience, the Marine he had once idolized had turned into something disheartening, shaking his worldview. Haha, your perspective is too narrow. The Marines represent the face of the world government. The world is vast. How could Monka and his son, along with this mere branch, represent it? There are many like Monka within the Marines, but they do not embody the Marine spirit or justice. Of course, if your understanding of justice aligns with theirs. Moonlight replied with a gentle smile. Having said this, he paid no heed to Kobe's astonished expression and walked towards the town. At this moment, the town was adorned with colorful decorations, and all the villagers were in high spirits, extending the warmest welcome to Luffy and his companions. Zaligia invited Luffy to her restaurant for drinks. Seeing the food, Luffy had forgotten his own name, and upon spotting the drinks, Zoro was equally thrilled. The two indulged in a feast, displaying no restraint whatsoever, while Moonlight appeared more composed, enjoying his fried rice. The celebration lasted for over an hour, with everyone thoroughly satisfied. All right, thank you all for your hospitality. Moonlight, Zoro, let us depart, Luffy said, contentedly patting his round belly. Okay, the two nodded in agreement, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Marines entered from outside, led by the lieutenant. Spotting the group, he immediately shouted. According to reports, pirates have arrived in the town, and it must be you. Out of mercy, we warn you to leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for arresting you. Marines? Humph. Damn Marines. The crowd around them scoffed in unison. The ones who had rescued them from peril were the pirates, not the Marines. Their grievances were clearly defined. All right, let us go. However, Luffy clapped his hands, seemingly unfazed, and walked away with determination. Moonlight smiled faintly and followed suit. With the three departing in succession, leaving only Kobe behind. Kobe hid in the shadows, gritting his teeth and refusing to reveal himself. To become a Marine, he must draw a clear line between himself and pirates. Otherwise, he would never pass the identity verification. I am truly useless. I cannot express my gratitude to you, Mr. Luffy and Lord Moonlight, for saving me. He lamented inwardly. Yet, Lord Moonlight was right. My perspective has been too narrow. Becoming a Marine has always been my dream. How can mere Monka represent the world? I must persist in my aspirations. I will etch this kindness in my heart forever. Kobe clenched his teeth and resolutely vowed to himself. Then, he suddenly stood up, facing the lieutenant head-on. I want to join the Marines and become a sailor. Please allow me. Kobe declared loudly, his expression unwavering. Wasn't he with those pirates? The Marines around him murmured. Pirates and Marines are sworn enemies. How could someone who has been a pirate possibly join the Marines? You cannot be allowed to join, they exclaimed upon seeing Kobe. During the training grounds, they had looked down on him, and now they saw everything. Kobe trembled at their words, feeling as though his future was shrouded in darkness. Was he really being turned away? With pirates? I didn't see that. Did anyone else? Just then, the lieutenant turned to face the crowd. I did not see it. Neither did I. None of us saw it. As these words echoed, not only did the crowd respond, but the Marines also chimed in. Everyone. Upon hearing this, Kobe, who had been in despair, suddenly glimpsed a ray of hope. He was remarkably astute and immediately understood the lieutenant's intention, looking gratefully at him, tears shimmering in his eyes. Becoming a Marine is not an easy feat. I may approve your enlistment, but whether you can pass the assessments remains uncertain. The lieutenant declared with authority. Yes, I will strive with all my might. No matter the trials, I will steadfastly uphold my resolve to become a Marine. Kobe replied emphatically, each word pronounced with unwavering determination. Hey, Captain, is this our ship? Meanwhile, Luffy and the others arrived at the shore, discovering a tiny wooden boat barely large enough for three. Zoro was taken aback. What kind of place is the Grand Line? Can we truly embark with this vessel? Not to mention the Grand Line, even in the East Blue. A single wave could capsize them. Indeed, that is why we need to procure a proper ship to set sail. Luffy beamed. What about the crew? Are we the only three? Zoro couldn't help but panic, glancing between Moonlight and Luffy. We are still recruiting crew members, but we will have some soon, Luffy stated earnestly. Hey, what's going on? Have you been fooled by this guy too? Zoro turned to Moonlight, who waved his hand in resignation. All right, let us set off. Luffy shouted, pulling both onto the ship. Instantly, the trio embarked on a rickety vessel that seemed on the verge of splintering, wobbling precariously as they headed into the sea. Are you sure the ship can withstand the journey to the next island? Zoro inquired while rowing. Forward, Luffy exclaimed from the bow, feigning ignorance. Moonlight sighed, realizing that reasoning with Luffy was still beyond his years. Chapter 8, Orange Island in the World of Pirates. The most perilous endeavor is to reason with Luffy or share a meal with him. The moment you hesitate, Luffy will devour all your food, leaving you empty-handed. Once Luffy sets his mind on something, he pursues it relentlessly, and no one can deter him. Zoro, feeling exasperated, continued rowing as they searched for the next island. 2 hours passed in this manner. Grr, Luffy's stomach growled. Oh, I'm so hungry, he exclaimed, echoing his stomach's complaint. Didn't we just eat? What is your stomach made of? Zoro retorted. As a rubber man, Luffy's digestive system was distinctly different from an ordinary person's. The more he ate, the quicker he rebounded. Moonlight was aware of this, though he had yet to witness Luffy unleash his powers. Suddenly, a resounding cry of an eagle echoed above them, and they looked up to see a majestic eagle soaring in the sky. Ah, food. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out his arm, extending it towards the eagle. Watch me hunt for everyone. Rubber pistol, Luffy shouted as he grabbed the eagle, propelling himself skyward. His arm had elongated. That was the power of the devil fruit. Zoro was astonished. Although he was a sword enthusiast, he had heard tales of the devil fruits. Indeed, he must be a rubber man. He has consumed the rubber fruit. Moonlight nodded, though he had known this already. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. So that's it. No wonder a man of such caliber follows you, Zoro remarked, gazing at Moonlight with fervor. Oh no, this fool. Moonlight thought as he watched Luffy successfully land on the eagle's back, only to lose control and tumble off, being carried away by the bird. Damn it, we must chase, Zoro exclaimed, startled, as he desperately paddled in the direction the eagle had flown. However, their rowing speed was no match for the eagle's flight, and soon, Luffy vanished from sight. Help, is anyone there? I don't want to die. Oh, I'm going to drown. As they paddled, a cry for help reached their ears. Zoro turned towards the sound, faintly spotting 3 figures struggling in the water. Could it be that Luffy fell? Zoro's heart stirred as he swam over, only to find 3 fierce strangers. Please save us. We're going to drown, they pleaded. If you save us, all the berries we have are yours. Help us. We'll give you anything. Upon seeing the boat, the 3 shouted frantically. However, once they boarded, their true colors emerged. Robbery. Hand over everything valuable or you die, they threatened, brandishing their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief lesson in humility from Zoro, the three immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Ah, oh no, I was wrong. Spare me. You are the renowned pirate hunter Zoro, and unexpectedly, trouble has found its way to you. How blind we have been. I beseech you, spare our lives. You claim to belong to the Buggy Pirates. Is there an island nearby? The moonlight spoke softly. Indeed, there lies an island known as Orange Island, where our Buggy Pirate crew is stationed. We are all members of the Buggy Pirates, and we were cast into the sea by Captain Buggy for crossing him. The trio, trembling with trepidation, hurriedly explained. An island, you say? The devil fruit is the cursed power of the sea, thus. It is certain that Luffy must be devising a way to land on a nearby island. The moonlight turned to Zoro. A splendid idea. Row. And take us to the island. Zoro nodded, brandishing his sword. Yes, yes. The three dare not resist, fervently rowing towards Orange Island. Despite the small size of the boat, it was cramped with 5 people. Fortunately, the sea was calm, and with the trio's vigorous paddling, they swiftly reached Orange Island. Following that, 2 of them prepared to disembark. However, as soon as they set foot on the island, the thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted in the air, exploding with fervor. An eagle. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching cry of an eagle echoed, for the majestic bird had been struck by the cannonball. Luffy, Moonlight and Zoro exchanged a glance and dashed towards the direction where the eagle had fallen. Meanwhile, in the direction of the eagle's descent, a figure plummeted from the sky, headfirst, crashing violently into the center of the town streets. At that moment, a dozen or so crew members of the Buggy Pirates were in pursuit of a nimble silhouette. Stop right there. How dare you steal from the Buggy Pirates? Do you wish for death? Curse thief, halt. Everyone, hurry, or we'll be doomed if Captain Buggy finds out. A cacophony of furious shouts erupted as they closed in on the fleeing figure. Hee, with this, the treasure and the map of the Grand Line will be mine. If I sell them, I shall undoubtedly make a fortune, Nami thought, her eyes gleaming as she surveyed the treasure map in her hands. She was none other than Nami, the infamous thief of the East Sea, specializing in pilfering from pirates. As she ran, she scanned the surroundings for an escape route. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, blocking her path. Is that a person? Nami shrieked, startled. She stumbled in her tracks. At that moment, the Buggy Pirates had caught up, encircling her. Thief, there's no escape now. Hand over our captain's treasure, and you may yet suffer less. What a charming girl. Upon seeing Nami, they sneered. Just then, a figure fell from the sky, interposing itself before them. They were taken aback. Huh? A person falling from the sky? Who are you? Is he dead? Surely he must be. How could a normal person survive such a fall from that height? They murmured. They all assumed Luffy was dead. Ouch. Yet Luffy suddenly pulled his head from the ground, appearing before the crowd and exclaiming. He is made of rubber, impervious to death or pain. Though that height was quite perilous, he had sustained some injuries. A living person, indeed. Goodness, he fell from such a height and yet lives. Even if he is alive, he is certainly no ordinary individual. Who are you? Are you here to steal our captain's treasure as well? Chapter 9, The Buggy Pirates. This is bad. He might be in league with that girl. Kid, regardless of who you are, if you dare covet our captain's treasure, you're as good as dead. Surrender at once. The crew glared at Luffy, shouting in unison. Huh? Luffy was bewildered, utterly perplexed by the situation. He had just fallen from the sky, slightly dazed. And before he could gather his thoughts, he was being threatened with blades, their words incomprehensible, leaving him utterly confounded. Oh dear, Captain, you've finally arrived. Have you hidden the goods well? Yet at that moment, Nami's eyes sparkled with recognition as she spoke to Luffy. Captain? Who are you? Luffy inquired, even more confused. Hearing this, the surrounding pirates erupted in anger. Indeed, these two are partners. Seize them. How dare you attempt to rob from the Buggy Pirates? You are courting death. Capture them and deliver them to Captain Buggy for judgment. They shouted furiously, lunging towards the pair. Meanwhile, Nami had stealthily slipped away, turning to flee while everyone was distracted. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Stop at once, or I shall not hold back. Luffy shouted. Yet it is not entirely our fault. Captain Buggy is a kind man, and it is these townsfolk who fail to appreciate our good nature, insisting on opposing us, which has led to this unfortunate outcome. Indeed. The 3 crew members of the Buggy Pirates hastily explained, following closely behind. Oh, if I recall correctly, it was you who provoked them first. Zoro scoffed, harboring a deep disdain for such pirates. The trio immediately fell silent, trembling in fear, too intimidated to speak further. Take me to your captain. If Luffy were to learn of these matters, he would surely not spare you. The moonlight cast a pale glow. In this era of rampant piracy, such occurrences are hardly surprising. Lives are as expendable as grass, and the strong prey upon the weak. What can these ordinary villagers do against a pirate crew? Refusal only leads to death. Yes. The 3, not daring to delay, hurriedly led the way ahead. Cursed be those pirates of the Buggy crew. And to think, there are 2 more who have joined them. This despicable band of marauders has only grown stronger. Regardless of the circumstances, we must resist. Even if it leads to our demise, we cannot allow them to ravage our village. As the group of 5 departed, several villagers, confined by a simple fence on a hillside, witnessed the unfolding events through their binoculars, expressing their outrage. They were the townspeople, driven to this location. Watching their village being incessantly destroyed and the pirates committing unspeakable atrocities, they resolved to fight back. The village chief was already scouting ahead for information. Everyone awaited his signal to strike. Captain, something terrible has happened. The treasure has been stolen by that thief, and as we pursued, we encountered a formidable opponent who defeated us all. Captain, at this moment, aboard the massive ship of the Buggy Pirates. Many pirates were indulging in revelry when several crew members, scrambling back, shouted towards the captain's quarters from a distance. What did you say? My treasure has been stolen by a thief? And you failed to catch them? A chilling voice echoed from an opulent chamber. Captain, listen to us. That person is not ordinary. He. Upon hearing this, the men were instantly filled with dread, trembling uncontrollably and desperately attempting to explain. No need for explanations. I do not tolerate incompetence aboard my ship. Since you have lost the chase, prepare to face your demise. The voice dismissed their words with disdain. And in a swift motion, 3 limbs were severed and flew forth, lifting the 3 men high, ready to execute them. Captain Buggy, you say? Just then, a voice pierced through the tension as Nami, having tied up Luffy, entered. Captain, it is her. She stole our treasure. Curse thief. How dare you walk into your own trap? Kill her, kill her. Upon Nami's arrival, the pursuing pirates shouted in unison. Oh, so you are the one who stole my treasure? Seeing the situation, the clown Buggy released his grip and emerged from the room, gazing at Nami. Is this the infamous pirate, Buggy the clown? Nami felt a twinge of surprise upon witnessing Buggy's true form, yet she maintained a smile. Captain Buggy, you have misunderstood. I am here to ally with you. This person is my boss, and he sent me to steal your belongings, but I have now turned over a new leaf. As she spoke, Nami smiled and presented the stolen treasure and navigational charts. Chapter 10. An invitation to Nami Buggy's crew was not composed of lowly pirates. She sought to make a grand score, to feast abundantly. Oh, gazing at the recovered charts and treasure, Buggy's expression fluctuated, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Even Nami could not help but feel a twinge of unease. You have stolen my treasure and charts, and upon returning them, you think I would forgive you? Brothers, what do you think I should do? Buggy chuckled ominously, his colorful visage growing increasingly sinister. At this point, he paused dramatically. Hop, of course, we should kill her. Yes. Kill her, that wretched thief. How dare she steal from Captain Buggy? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in maniacal laughter. Nami's face turned pale, cold sweat beading upon her brow. Just as she sensed impending doom, her hand instinctively rested on the stick at her waist when Buggy suddenly erupted into laughter. Of course. I shall accept you. Rare it is for one to abandon darkness for light. Ha. My crew, is this not splendid? Buggy laughed heartily. Ha. Truly, Captain Buggy is magnificent. Unmatched in grandeur. Indeed, there is nothing more splendid than this. Long live Captain Buggy, may his might reign supreme. The crew cheered in unison. Let us welcome my new comrade, Nami. Let the festivities commence. Buggy declared with exuberance. Seeing this, Nami silently breathed a sigh of relief. Her hand at her waist loosening its grip. Regardless of the circumstances, she had managed to evade danger. Hey, where's the food? Luffy, oblivious to his predicament, asked Nami. Still searching for something to eat. Nami was left speechless, while the Buggy Pirates crew locked Luffy in a cage and began their revelry. Meanwhile, Moonlight and Zoro, following the 3 guides, were traversing the town when suddenly a cacophony of cheers erupted from afar. Zoro, ever observant, pointed into the distance and inquired. Indeed. That is the location of the Buggy Pirates. Surely, Captain Buggy is celebrating again. Our crew revels daily, truth be told, Captain Buggy treats us quite well. Yes. The 3 nodded in agreement. In that case, lead the way, Zoro commanded. The trio, not daring to linger, followed closely behind the famed bounty hunter. On the other side of the town, several villagers, led by a few brave souls, descended from the hillside, each wielding weapons, resolute in their determination to confront the Buggy Pirates. At that moment, upon hearing the cheers, their expressions darkened. Cursed pirates, once again squandering our food. These brigands. Perfect. Let them drink to excess, and we shall strike them down, they declared in unison. At this time, aboard the Buggy Pirate ship, everyone was reveling together, and ultimately, Buggy demonstrated the might of the Buggy Ball before Nami. Witnessing the obliteration of a small town, Nami's expression soured. An unsettling feeling crept over her. Perhaps she had underestimated these individuals. What do you think, Nami? Is the power of my specially crafted Buggy Ball not impressive? Buggy turned to Nami, grinning. Indeed. It is quite formidable. The town has been decimated. Nami forced a smile. Is that so? I am glad to hear it. Let us conclude this banquet with a grand finale. Buggy laughed heartily, ordering that Luffy be brought forth, and aimed the Buggy Ball, pointing his finger. Me? Nami's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Nami, this wretch is your captain, yet he cannot provide you with what you desire. Shouldn't he be eliminated? If you slay him, you will become one of us, officially joining our ranks, wouldn't you, little thief cat Nami? Buggy chuckled sinisterly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Though he feigned nonchalance, he was remarkably astute, not one to be easily deceived. Nami's complexion paled. She had not anticipated the enemy's sharp intellect. Realizing they had thoroughly investigated her origins. When did this happen? A sense of dread enveloped her as she recognized she had underestimated this band of pirates. Nami, Nami, little thief cat, kill him, kill him. At that moment, with Buggy's words, the crowd erupted in cheers. Several individuals advanced, pushing Nami before the cannon, which Buggy had already loaded. With a mere spark, it could be unleashed. Come now, little thief cat. If you eliminate him, you will be one of us. A pirate sneered, extending a torch towards her. The crowd cheered once more, clamoring for Nami to kill Luffy. Infuriating, Nami hesitated. She was merely a thief, having never taken a life, and had only stolen from pirates. After all, it was ill-gotten wealth, and she felt justified in her actions. Yet to kill Luffy caused her heart to waver, instinctively rejecting the idea. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a crescent-shaped sword aura slicing through the air. The sword energy swept through with unparalleled sharpness, shattering everything in its wake. Even the pirate ship was torn asunder. The sword aura swept fiercely, striking Luffy's cage. Crack. The cage was instantly obliterated, and Luffy sprang forth, liberated. Who dares? An enemy attack? An enemy attack. How dare you destroy our pirate ship? Who is it? Noticing the tremendous commotion, the surrounding pirates shouted in fury. HM? Buggy's countenance darkened as he beheld the two unexpected arrivals. Moonlight, Zoro, you have finally arrived. Luffy exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. This is your domain now. I'm famished. So I shall go feast. After a brief word, he dashed towards the unkempt food, voraciously devouring it without a care. This is hardly the time to eat, Zoro observed. Speechless. Who are you? Dare to cause a ruckus here? Buggy glared at the two, his face darkening. As captain of the Buggy Pirates, Clown Buggy. You dare to kidnap our captain. That is a death sentence. However, my purpose here is, of course, the nautical chart of the Grand Line. Moonlight stated calmly, fixing his gaze on Buggy. You desire my nautical chart? Buggy's expression turned icy. How do you know about the chart? Nami gasped in surprise. The nautical chart of the Grand Line was something she had discovered aboard Alvida's ship, stolen by Buggy. It was a highly confidential matter. How could another person know? How I know is of no concern to you. You are the navigator, are you not? I sensed your presence aboard Alvida's vessel. I never expected to see you here again. So, what say you? Join us as our navigator. Moonlight smiled at Nami, extending an invitation. Join you as your navigator? Nami was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a direct proposal. Chapter 11, The Emergence of Conqueror's Haki indeed. We are bound for the Grand Line and are in dire need of a navigator. Moonlight nodded, engaging Nami in conversation as if they were the only two present. Hey, kid, while your strength is considerable, this is rather presumptuous, don't you think? We, the Buggy Pirates, are not to be trifled with. Bastard, are you disregarding us? Infuriating, kid, you are far too arrogant. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding pirates seethed with rage. This is utterly dismissive of them. You wish to obtain my nautical chart? Huh. Let's see if you possess the ability to do so. Buggy sneered, brandishing a map under the moonlight. Captain, why bother with such riffraff? Allow us to handle them. Indeed. The swordsman possesses some strength, even having the legendary bounty hunter Zoro among them. However, to contend with us is a far-fetched notion, considering we number 500. With all 500 of us attacking, it would only take a single strike from each to bring you down. The crew of pirates shouted in unison, brandishing their swords menacingly as they encircled the trio under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Luffy, engrossed in his meal, seemed to have been forgotten, thinking to win through sheer numbers. Upon witnessing this, Zoro let out a scoff, drawing 3 swords from his waist, adopting his 3-sword-style stance. Do not engage, Zoro. Moonlight waved his hand, halting Zoro. Perfect timing, for there exists a power he has long desired to test. Regrettably, he had yet to master it. But now is the ideal opportunity. You best keep your distance, lest you become collateral damage. Moonlight turned to Nami with a smile. All right. Nami nodded, though astonished by Moonlight's invitation. Her surprise quickly translated into action as she swiftly retreated, disappearing from sight moments later. Moonlight smiled faintly as he approached Buggy's crew. What is he planning? Is he truly intending to face 500 alone? Zoro observed Moonlight's actions, feeling perplexed yet refraining from intervening at that moment. Kid, are you suggesting you will take on all 500 of us by yourself? You're courting death. No matter how formidable you may be or how exceptional your swordsmanship. If we all strike together, you will meet your end without a trace. This is utterly arrogant. I have never seen one so foolhardy. Brothers, charge forth and let this brat witness our might. Kill him. As Moonlight approached with such nonchalance, the surrounding pirates erupted in furious shouts, rushing toward him. Buggy's eyes widened, a sense of foreboding suddenly washing over him. For reasons unknown, he sensed a formidable power emanating from Moonlight that filled him with trepidation. After all, he had sailed with the Pirate King and seen much of the world. The Conqueror's Haki. As the 500 pirates charged forward, Moonlight simply smiled. With the manifestation of his Conqueror's Haki, a wave of intangible force erupted from him, affecting a radius of 1 kilometer centered around him. The approaching pirates, before they could draw near, suddenly froze in place as if ensnared by a spell, unable to move, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious, paralyzed, dazed, and convulsing. In the blink of an eye, all 500 pirates lay defeated, stripped of their combat capabilities. What is happening? This overwhelming aura was also sensed by Zoro. Yet his resolve remained unshaken as he stood firm. However, witnessing the sudden collapse of those around him left him in astonishment. Luffy, too, was taken aback. He paused his meal, his astonished gaze sweeping across the scene. Conqueror's Haki. Buggy articulated slowly, his eyes fixed intently on the moonlight as he spoke. With his extensive experience, he recognized what this power entailed, though he had not anticipated encountering such strength in the East Blue. This is a power possessed only by those chosen by destiny. What is the Conqueror's Haki? Luffy inquired, his confusion mirrored by Zoro, who shared the same perplexity. The sheer force capable of annihilating 500 individuals in an instant is truly terrifying. Yet, Buggy paid no heed to them. Instead, he gazed at the moonlight, murmuring to himself. It was utterly unexpected that amidst the Eastern Sea, the weakest of the four seas, someone possessed such formidable power and could wield it so effortlessly. It was simply inconceivable. Hand over the sea chart and vacate this village, Buggy. The moonlight spoke softly. As the Kusanagi sword was raised and the Haki of armament was activated, instantly the blade transformed into a deep black, emanating an enigmatic force. Haki of armament, you say? If that is the case, things have become quite troublesome. Upon witnessing this, Buggy's expression darkened considerably. The strength of a devil fruit user lies in their immense demonic power, vastly exceeding human comprehension, particularly for one with the ability of the chop-chop fruit. Ordinary strength posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, when imbued with Haki, even a Logia-type user could suffer injury. Nonetheless, who was Buggy? Once a crew member of Roger, the user of the chop-chop fruit, and the captain of a pirate crew. He was a man who swore to claim the legendary treasure, One Piece. If he were to cower before a strong opponent, what kind of pirate would he be? Seeing the situation unfold, Buggy bellowed in fury, "You want my sea chart? Dream on. Though your strength is formidable, do not underestimate me, Buggy the Clown. Kabaji, Machi. Come here." As soon as Buggy's command was uttered, two figures descended from the sky, one, a man with a mane of white hair riding a lion, and the other, a man on a motorcycle wielding a large sword. These two were the elite officers of Buggy's pirate crew, unlike the other crew members. They were the Sea Army de la Sea Army, masters capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. It appeared they had encountered a tough opponent, but with their presence, nothing was insurmountable. So, you declare war on the Buggy Pirates? In that case, prepare yourselves. The two surveyed their surroundings, then turned toward the moonlight with a cold smirk. Kid, this is the true might of the Buggy Pirates. Now you shall experience it firsthand. Buggy commanded, directing his men. All together now. Understood. Without hesitation. One man spurred the lion forward while the other, on his motorcycle, brandished his sword, charging toward the moonlight. Buggy, not idle, split his body into numerous segments, each brandishing a dagger, converging upon the moonlight. The trio launched their assault, surrounding the moonlight. How audacious to strike 3 against 1. Are they mocking us for being outnumbered? At that moment, Zoro unsheathed his sword, standing resolutely against the approaching swordsman. Your opponent is me. Luffy appeared before Buggy, eagerly cracking his knuckles. He was well-fed and brimming with energy, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Hey, I was about to take them out together. You're stealing my thunder. Moonlight remarked, visibly displeased. He regarded figures like Machi and Kabeji with disdain. Chapter 12. Against the Buggy Pirates, the real challenge lay solely in Buggy's fragmented abilities. With his current Haki, he was not yet capable of dispatching them all at once. To take them out together? You truly underestimate us. We are officers of the Buggy Pirates, not mere insects. Machi exclaimed in anger, noticing that Moonlight had not even spared him a glance. He lashed out with his whip, striking Ricky fiercely. Ricky winced in pain, baring his teeth, and lunged towards Moonlight. Enough. Moonlight sighed in resignation, drawing his sword with a swift motion, returning it to its sheath. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a blade of moonlit energy erupted, slicing through the air in 3 swift arcs. After sheathing his sword, Moonlight had already sent Ricky and Machi flying with a single strike. Blood sprayed forth as they collapsed, losing consciousness. One slash was all it took, before Moonlight. They were utterly powerless. Machi, Ricky, how infuriating. Kabeji and Buggy shouted in outrage at this sight. However, faced with Zoro and Luffy, they could not afford to be careless or distracted. Did you take them out with just 1 strike? As expected of you. Leave this one to me. It's the perfect opportunity to refine my swordsmanship. Observing the situation, Zoro was secretly astonished by Moonlight's prowess, then turned his attention to the advancing Kabeji, his expression growing serious. This is indeed a stark contrast to the trivial adversaries he has previously vanquished. This individual possesses abilities. Allow me to take charge. Luffy engages in battle with Buggy. Although Buggy's fragmented powers are troublesome, Luffy has his own methods. Only those with abilities can contend with other ability users. While others find him insurmountable, he possesses a strategy. Very well, I shall leave this to you. I will handle the rest. Upon hearing this, Moonlight shrugged, leapt from the ship, and beheld the throng of villagers charging towards them. They had convened with the village chief who had been gathering intelligence and, sensing the commotion, rushed forth. The renowned Buggy Pirates were being dealt with in such a manner? At that moment, Nami emerged, joyfully carrying a large bag filled with the entirety of the Buggy Pirates' treasures, only to be taken aback by the astonishing scene before her. The Buggy Pirates were no ordinary foes. They held significant notoriety in the East Blue. Who would have imagined they could be so easily dispatched? Her attention was soon captured by the advancing villagers, prompting her to inquire, "Halt." Just as the group reached the ship, the village chief abruptly halted, intercepting them, his expression one of shock as he gazed at the unfolding scene aboard the vessel. What transpired here? A conflict within their ranks? No, this is not an internal squabble. These three individuals cannot be members of the Buggy Pirates. My goodness, look. That beast tamer, Moji, has been defeated, and his beast lies slain. The officer, Kabeji, has been subdued, and who is that boy battling the captain? Is he also an ability user? Remarkably, he can extend his arm. How impressive. What has transpired? Not only the village chief but all the villagers were likewise astonished. They had approached with the resolve to fight to the death, yet they were met with such a spectacle. All stood frozen in place, unwilling to take a step that might disturb the unfolding events. Faced with the oncoming villagers, Moonlight brandished his sword. In an instant, a chasm several feet deep was cleaved into the earth, separating Moonlight from the villagers. Moonlight spoke succinctly, expressing his indifference to explaining the situation, as he intended to depart once the matter was resolved. He had aspirations of traversing the Grand Line. He could not afford to squander time in such a locale. Is this a trick? Has one sword truly cleaved the earth asunder? How formidable! Witnessing the immense fissure before them, the villagers were rendered speechless. When had they ever encountered such power? Compared to the man before them, the Buggy Pirates appeared feeble. Who are you? What is your purpose? What are they doing? The village chief inhaled sharply, a mix of fear and curiosity compelling him to gaze at Moonlight and gravely inquire. Our objective pertains solely to the Buggy Pirates, and is of no concern to you. Therefore, to avoid any complications, I advise you to remain here quietly, Moonlight replied with a calm demeanor. It seems he speaks truthfully. Chief, observe, the members of the Buggy Pirates have already been dealt with. Indeed, the other two appear to be his companions, engaged in combat with the pirates. His strength is undeniable. There is no need for deception. At least for now, we need not provoke him. Hearing this, the chief hesitated, pondering the veracity of Moonlight's words, while the surrounding villagers voiced their agreement. So, shall we remain still? However, should you wish to destroy this town, we will fight to our last breath to ensure your plans do not come to fruition. The chief nodded, staring at Moonlight, his teeth clenched. Moonlight acknowledged with a nod, surveying the battlefield. The fight was nearing its conclusion. Initially, Zoro had been caught off guard by Kabeji's dazzling tricks and sustained numerous injuries. Nevertheless, he ultimately unleashed his sword technique, slicing Kabeji in two. Luffy, on the other hand, had also concluded his bout, despite suffering continuous injuries. He found himself at a disadvantage in one-on-one combat against Buggy, who relentlessly attacked with blades. Finally, Nami discovered Buggy's weakness. His feet could not leave the ground, and promptly aided Luffy, who then sent Buggy flying with a powerful blow. In the end, they achieved a resounding victory. The Buggy Pirates were utterly annihilated. Triumph. Luffy exhaled with relief, gazing mournfully at his hat, now marred by cuts. This hat holds extraordinary significance for him, and he had made a promise with someone. Yet he found himself in such a predicament. Thank you for saving me. I can help you repair your hat, Nami remarked upon witnessing the situation. Really? I am truly grateful. However, Moonlight has already extended an invitation to you. Allow me to invite you once more. Join us and become our navigator. Luffy gazed at Nami, reiterating the invitation. Joining you is impossible. My aspirations do not lie with the Grand Line. I have a greater affinity for treasures. However, we can collaborate. You undoubtedly wish to explore many places, and I can guide you while I search for riches. Nami replied with a smile. Having endured life-threatening experiences, they had indeed become comrades in adversity. Collaboration, you say? Sounds splendid. Luffy nodded at her words and then pointed to Zoro, who had fallen asleep on the ground. Moonlight, let us depart toward the Grand Line. Captain, to reach the Grand Line, we must at least possess our own ship. And this fellow, how incredibly carefree he is. Just sleeping like that. Moonlight remarked, looking helplessly at the slumbering Zoro. In such a place, one can still find tranquility and sleep. Surviving until today is indeed a miracle. Rest assured, a ship will surely come. Luffy nodded, his face radiating an air of mysterious confidence. Chapter 13. Observation. Haki. Moonlight could only shake his head in disbelief. Not only him, but Nami also wore a face of incredulity. He then pointed to Buggy's pirate ship, stating, until we acquire our own vessel, let us make use of this one. Ah, that is indeed a splendid idea, Luffy exclaimed, clapping his hands in agreement. I just noticed that the supplies on board are dwindling. We must replenish them swiftly. Otherwise, with your appetite, we won't last a single day, Moonlight sighed, inspecting the ship and declaring, clearly, this island is not an option, so let us set sail. Nami nodded, casting a glance at the hostile villagers across the fissure, as well as the dilapidated town ravaged by Buggy's cannon. She sighed, indeed. Luffy agreed without objection. Moonlight hoisted Zoro, weighed anchor, and set the sails to embark. Hey, wait for me. Luffy extended his arm, grasping the edge of the ship and leaping aboard. Nami chuckled, her smile radiant, as the group departed from Orange Island. Have they truly left? It seems they are not bad people. They seized Buggy's ship. Could they also be pirates? In these waters, if one is not part of the Navy, then one must be a pirate. The villagers of Orange Island stood in stunned silence, whispering amongst themselves, regardless of their affiliations. To this village, they are heroes. Without them, we would still be under attack by those pirates, and reclaiming our village would be exceedingly difficult, no matter the circumstances. We must express our gratitude, the village chief murmured. Indeed, that is true. They are our benefactors. Are they just going to leave like this? We haven't even thanked them yet. Hurry, call them back. Whatever it takes, we must show our appreciation. Upon hearing the chief's words, the villagers snapped to attention. They called out to the retreating figures, "Hey, thank you. We truly appreciate it. Benefactors, let us express our gratitude to you." Suddenly, a chorus of voices echoed from the island. What are they saying? Luffy queried, gazing quizzically at Orange Island. Who knows? They are probably thanking us, Nami shrugged. Observing the currents and clouds above, releasing a sigh of relief. All right, the currents and clouds indicate that our course is quite safe. We can relax now. Oh, Moonlight. What are you up to? Luffy turned his attention to Moonlight. After Nami had finished her remarks, Moonlight approached Luffy, who looked puzzled. Attack me. Help me train. Moonlight stated calmly. He sought to hone his observation haki. As they had set sail, the foes they would encounter next would undoubtedly grow stronger. His swordsmanship was sufficient to conquer the East Blue, yet facing those with devil fruit powers required more than just strength. Inflicting damage could prove challenging. Thus, he needed to enhance his training. Observation haki is a skill that improves through constant evasion. With the system in place, he could train independently. But nothing compared to combat practice. Help you train? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, just attack me. The more frequent, the better. I will merely evade. Moonlight nodded and promptly closed his eyes. Aren't you going to keep your eyes open while fighting him? Nami questioned, perplexed. No need, if my eyes are open. It wouldn't be training, Moonlight replied with a smile, beckoning Luffy with a finger. Come on, the more intense the attack, the better. All right, this is interesting. In that case, Moonlight, prepare yourself. Luffy declared with enthusiasm, rubbing his palms together before launching an attack. Rubber pistol. Bang. A powerful fist shot forward with tremendous speed. Whoosh. However, Moonlight effortlessly dodged with a swift motion of his body. Even with his eyes closed, his level 1 observation haki allowed him to sense the surrounding atmosphere. At the moment he evaded, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. You have utilized observation haki once, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. Observation haki 110,000. Indeed. This method proved effective, enabling him to adapt to combat rapidly. Moonlight felt a surge of realization. Remarkable. In that case, Moonlight, I shall not hold back. Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a beaming expression. Good. Do not restrain yourself. Come at me with all you've got. Moonlight nodded, assuming a defensive posture. Rubber machine gun. Luffy bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches that unleashed a tempestuous storm of attacks. In an instant, dozens of fists surged towards Moonlight. Bring it on. Feeling the onslaught. Moonlight nodded, activating his observation haki and beginning to evade. Ding. You have utilized observation haki, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. You have utilized observation haki, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. Observation haki level up. Observation haki level 2. 1, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0. Using it once grants 100 experience points. Luffy's relentless barrage of punches was akin to a tempest. After 100 strikes, Moonlight's observation haki upgraded to level 2. At level 1, Luffy could land a few punches. However, at level 2, he could effortlessly perceive the surrounding atmosphere, sounds, and the wind of Luffy's punches, making evasion a breeze. Luffy could not land a single blow. Remarkable. What manner of creature is this? Luffy's attacks resemble a torrential storm, overwhelmingly dense, yet Moonlight evades them with ease, even with his eyes closed. Now, Luffy cannot touch him at all. Witnessing this scene, Nami was left astounded. What is happening? At that moment, Zoro awakened. Sitting up from the ground, not by the gentle embrace of slumber, but rather jolted awake by Luffy's rubber machine gun, which inadvertently struck him. What is this? He then beheld the scene of Luffy engaged in combat with Moonlight. Initially taken aback, he presumed they were battling. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the situation was far from his imagination. Luffy was the aggressor, while Moonlight evaded his attacks, all the while with his eyes closed. What astonished him further was that despite this, Luffy could not land a single blow. Moonlight dodged effortlessly, as if it were a dance, while Luffy was already panting, his stamina waning. Eventually, he came to a halt, utterly exhausted and ravenous. Luffy extended his tongue, an expression of hunger adorning his face. Chapter 14. The Usopp Pirates Don't Stop. Upon hearing this, Moonlight reluctantly opened his eyes. Under Luffy's relentless assault, his observation haki was rapidly growing in experience. Soon, it was on the verge of another upgrade, yet Luffy chose this moment to pause, exclaiming, "Incredible, let me have a turn." Observing this, Zoro felt a surge of combat spirit. He was a swordsman, and so was Moonlight, who was his superior. His ambition was to become the world's greatest swordsman. Witnessing someone stronger than himself ignited a fierce desire to battle within him. Very well, Moonlight nodded, closing his eyes once more. You'd better be prepared. I won't hold back. Should I strike you down, don't blame me. Zoro retorted with a cold smile. Bring it on, if you can hit me. Moonlight replied nonchalantly. All right, Zoro shouted, drawing his sword and attacking with ferocity. With a flurry of strokes, Zoro unleashed a torrent of strikes that rivaled Luffy's own prowess. Amidst the storm of blades, Moonlight dodged with grace and ease. Faster, Zoro. Moonlight urged calmly. Damn it, two-sword style. Zoro bellowed. Under the dual blades. The sound of clashing steel echoed. Ding. Observation Haki level increased. Ding. Observation Haki LV311, 000. It had ascended to LV3. Instantly, Moonlight felt a shift in perception. Though his eyes remained shut, he could clearly sense Zoro's aura, his attacks, and even his movements. He could foresee Zoro's next strike. Is this the power of LV3 Haki? Zoro, utilize your three-sword style. Moonlight suggested, sensing the change within himself. Understood. Zoro nodded, feeling the pressure without needing further encouragement. He unleashed a fierce three-blade assault. Reminiscent of a tempest of swords, sweeping across the deck with relentless speed. In the midst of this swordstorm, Moonlight evaded effortlessly, completely unfazed. Ultimately, Zoro collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily. If even his beastly physique could be so exhausted, it spoke volumes of Moonlight's formidable prowess. How is it possible that I couldn't land a single strike on you? The gap between us is insurmountably vast? Zoro exclaimed, astonished. He recognized Moonlight's superiority. Yet he had not anticipated the disparity to be so great. Incredible, Moonlight. How did you manage to evade Zoro's attacks? Luffy gazed at Moonlight with admiration. Indeed. How did you accomplish that? Nami added, equally astonished. To think that Zoro's onslaught had not landed even once was utterly unbelievable. Let it be known that Moonlight had been evading entirely with his eyes closed. This is Haki, specifically observation Haki, which allows one to sense an opponent's aura and strength. Unfortunately, I cannot teach you this power, as it is something I possess innately, granted by the system, Moonlight said with a gentle smile. Haki is inherent to everyone, however. Few can cultivate it. As for imparting it to others, I genuinely lack the ability. What is Haki? Never mind. I'm hungry. Nami, is there an island nearby? Luffy pondered. Momentarily perplexed, before patting his empty stomach and directing his query at Nami. I won't learn from you. I will surpass you and grow stronger. Zoro firmly rejected. He held on to his pride and confidence. Even if Moonlight offered to teach him, he would refuse. An island? Let me check. Yes. There is one nearby called Syrup. We can gather supplies there, Nami said, tracing her finger over a nearby island on the nautical chart. Shortly after, a small island gradually emerged in the southeastern horizon. Ah, an island. Splendid. Luffy exclaimed joyfully upon seeing it. Indeed, as a navigator, it is certainly my forte. Nami declared with confidence. Syrup Island, you say? Moonlight murmured, gazing towards the distant land. Meanwhile, on Syrup Island, a man with a long nose, wearing goggles and a backpack, was observing Moonlight and his companions from afar. The prominent pirate flag was glaringly conspicuous. Captain, have you spotted something? The man's companions inquired. No matter what it is. Our Usopp pirates will handle it, he declared. Indeed, whatever may occur, we are brave warriors of the sea. The three children beside him chimed in. Green pepper head. Radish head, onion head, is this a pirate game? Are they real pirates? Usopp became unusually serious. Haha, Captain, don't be ridiculous. Who would believe such a tale? Although we respect you as members of the Usopp pirates, let us not speak of such things. The adults in the village call you a liar. Captain, let it go. Yet, upon hearing this, the trio couldn't help but laugh, utterly unconvinced. Usopp had a reputation for deceiving the villagers, and over time, no one believed anything he said. It is only natural for a person to feel this way. After being deceived once, twice, thrice, who would still believe? Even among their own, doubt begins to creep in. This time, it is true, without a shadow of a doubt, I am not deceiving you. See for yourselves. Usopp's face was grave, the cold sweat pouring from his forehead. All right. Captain, your acting is becoming increasingly refined, but we truly cannot take you seriously. The three of them shook their heads in disbelief. They instinctively took the telescope Usopp handed them and looked through it. Suddenly, they were jolted, stuttering in shock. Pirates. Real pirates, genuine pirates. Oh no, Captain. What should we do? The three trembled uncontrollably. Although they often played pirate games, they knew those were mere fantasies. When faced with true pirates, they found themselves lacking the courage to confront them. What can we do? Quickly, the three of you, go warn all the villagers to flee. The pirates have truly arrived. Usopp urged anxiously. And you? Just as the three were about to run, they noticed Usopp standing still and asked. I must stay here to stop them. I will never allow the pirates to harm the villagers. I will not permit it. Usopp trembled yet stood firm, his resolve unwavering. Since that is the case, Captain, then you shall remain here. We will go and inform the villagers. Farewell, Captain. Good luck. Upon hearing Usopp's words, the three did not hesitate to sprint away. What a jest. Playing pirate games is one thing, but encountering actual pirates is another entirely. Hurry, warn the villagers to flee. Usopp urged. His voice quavering as his legs shook, yet he remained steadfast, a man determined to prevent the pirates from landing. I shall not allow you to set foot on this village. You shall not lay a finger on it. Usopp declared resolutely. his determination strengthening as he ventured into the thicket. At that moment, Moonlight and his 3 companions had already reached the shore, dropping anchor and securing the ship before leaping ashore. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami had disembarked. The 3 briefly oriented themselves before heading towards the village. Suddenly, figures appeared atop a small hill, the forest swaying as if a multitude were approaching. "Stop. This island has been claimed by me, Captain Usopp of the Usopp pirate crew. You little rascals had better scram, or my 8,000 subordinates will show no mercy." A voice boomed, followed by a flurry of figures, the clamor escalating as if indeed 8,000 were about to emerge. "Wow. Incredible!" Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Fool. This is clearly a ruse." Though the spectacle was impressive, Zoro and Nami saw through it instantly, with Zoro shouting towards the hill, "Do not be so arrogant. If that is the case, I will summon our 8,000 subordinates." However, from the hilltop, the voice echoed again, the atmosphere growing increasingly ominous. Suddenly, Moonlight, growing impatient, unsheathed his sword. In an instant, a crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forth, cleaving towards the hill. Boom. The massive hill split in two, with Usopp and various items tumbling down. "Ah!" Usopp shrieked as he plummeted, landing headfirst before the others with a resounding thud. "Wow, someone is falling down," Luffy shouted in surprise. "Is it just one person?" Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword, prepared for a confrontation. Yet upon seeing only a single figure rolling down, he was taken aback. "Indeed, it is just one." Nami chuckled, having suspected as much, and now relieved to confirm her intuition. Captain. Usopp, Captain. We are the Usopp pirate crew. Release our captain, or we shall fight." Just then, Onion Head, Pepper Head, and Radish Head rushed over to Usopp, 2 of them attempting to pull him up while the third stood guard, glaring coldly at Moonlight and his companions. That hurts. Fortunately, the earth was soft. Otherwise, I would have been killed. As they finally pulled Usopp free, he clutched his long nose, wincing in pain while feeling incredibly fortunate he had not met a worse fate. Pepperhead, Onion Head, Radish Head, what are you doing here? Did you warn the villagers to flee? Usopp's expression shifted dramatically as he saw the 3 and immediately shielded them behind him. Captain, it is futile. We have deceived them too many times before, and now they do not believe a word we say. Indeed, we have tricked the villagers too severely. No one believes us anymore. There is no choice, Captain. We must protect the village. The 3 lamented, having lied repeatedly to the villagers over time. They had lost their trust entirely. How infuriating. Is it truly so? Then I, Usopp, shall protect this island. Mark my words, I am. Despite his disappointment upon hearing this, Usopp's gaze turned cold as he faced Moonlight and his group. You are lying. You do not possess 8,000 subordinates. Yet before he could finish, Nami cut him off. You are deceiving yourself. Usopp hesitated, ready to argue. Your so-called Usopp pirate crew consists solely of you and these 3. Zoro pointed at the trio, stating nonchalantly. Usopp paused, searching for words. But Luffy burst into laughter, pointing at Usopp's long nose. I know you. Your name is Usopp, right? Huh? You know me? Usopp was momentarily taken aback. How could he be recognized by someone he had never met before? Haha, indeed. I encountered your father, Usopp, aboard Shank's ship. He often spoke of you, to the point that my ears nearly became calloused from hearing your name. Luffy chuckled, uttering a name that resonated deeply. Usopp. You know my father? How is he? Upon hearing that name, Usopp trembled all over, his initial wariness dissipating as he turned to Luffy and inquired. This name is not commonly known to everyone. Since Luffy can utter it, he is certainly no ordinary person. The pirate flag, it is the call of the pirate flag that compelled me to set sail. This is a phrase he often repeats, and he also mentioned that he has a newborn son, who, however, could not withstand the allure of the pirate flag. Hence he ventured out to sea. Luffy remarked. He is doing well, frequently shooting ants between their eyes. He is one of the top marksmen aboard Shank's ship. How wonderful. My father is safe, and he still remembers me. At this moment, Usopp felt an immense sense of relief as thoughts of his father, Usopp, filled his mind, stirring a deep yearning within him. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that fueled his profound longing for the sea. Is he one of Luffy's friends? He wondered. Somewhat unsure but leaning towards affirmation. Observing this scene, Nami and Zoro exchanged remarks. Moonlight, with a gentle smile, already recognized the truth, having experienced it himself. Suddenly, Luffy's stomach let out a loud growl, and his enthusiasm waned as he turned to Usopp, inquiring, I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat. Hungry, are we? No problem. Follow me. I shall treat you to a grand feast. Usopp, in high spirits, waved his hand dramatically. Onion Head, Bell Pepper Head, Radish Head, let's go. Luffy's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of meat, and he dashed towards the village, quickly followed by Zoro, who was equally thrilled at the thought of alcohol. Left behind were Nami and Moonlight, who shared a weary smile, following at a leisurely pace towards the village. Chapter 16, Clabattle. As one of the foremost food enthusiasts and drinkers, Luffy's insatiable appetite for meat was unparalleled. With Usopp's connection to his father, he generously led them to the finest restaurant in the village. At the table, Luffy devoured meat with fervor, Zoro indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, while Nami and Moonlight savored their fried rice, observing the two with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Midway through his meal, Usopp glanced at the time and abruptly excused himself, leaving Onion Head, Bell Pepper Head, and Radish Head to tend to their guests. Where's Usopp? After an hour had passed. Luffy, having finished his meal, suddenly noticed Usopp's absence and inquired, "Did you just realize that? Luffy, what on earth is your stomach made of? You can eat an astonishing amount." Nami and Moonlight exchanged incredulous looks, with Nami wide-eyed and pointing at Luffy. Even Zoro chimed in, "Incredible. Is this what it means to be a true pirate? You just consumed enough food for at least 50 people. That's astonishing. Not just 50. I reckon it could feed 100. Usopp? He had to leave for something." The trio gazed at Luffy with admiration, their eyes sparkling with awe. "He left? I still had questions for him." Luffy expressed his disappointment. "What questions do you have? You can ask us just the same." "Indeed. If there's anything we can assist you with, feel free to ask. We shall do our utmost." The three of them pounded their chests, resolutely declaring, "Thank you so much. We wish to acquire our own pirate ship. Do you know who the wealthiest person on this island is? We need to ask him for a ship." Luffy boldly stated. "The wealthiest? Everyone in the village is about the same. There is no clear richest among us, though we could each contribute a little. That might not be ideal, considering everyone's modest means. But perhaps that person could help." The trio suddenly exclaimed. The island's villagers were self-sufficient and not affluent, making it impractical to ask everyone to contribute to a pirate's cause. Suddenly, Onion Head seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up as he spoke. "That person?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Indeed, she is the wealthiest in our village. If you were to seek her assistance, it might indeed be of help. Are you referring to Miss Kaya, who resides in the villa on the mountain?" Bell Pepperhead and Radish Head chimed in, recalling her name. Miss Kaya? Not only did Luffy's eyes sparkle, but so did Zoro's and Nami's. Since they were embarking on a journey across the seas, it was imperative to possess their own vessel. This was the most fundamental requirement. However, acquiring a ship proved to be a formidable challenge. Clearly, Nami could not afford one with her own funds. And both Zoro and Luffy were impoverished souls. The arrival of the Moonlight had only just graced them, leaving them devoid of any resources. And the prospect of obtaining a ship seemed as distant as the stars. Buggy's ship was not even his own and was in a dilapidated state, utterly unfit for navigating the Grand Line. Luffy understood that waiting indefinitely was not an option. Securing a benefactor to procure a ship was the most expedient and convenient solution. Indeed, she was the wealthiest individual in their village, residing atop the mountain. The three of them nodded in agreement, pointing towards the mountain where a grand villa was faintly visible through the window. "Splendid. In that case, let us take action," Luffy exclaimed with excitement, and without further ado, he set off. "Let us go." Zoro and the others followed suit. Meanwhile, at the mountain villa, Usopp stealthily slipped through a gap in the backyard and climbed a tree, whispering towards a room. "Kaya." Instantly, a window swung open, revealing a frail girl in her 20s who, upon seeing Usopp, exclaimed joyfully, "Usopp, you've come." "Yes, Kaya. I'm here to recount my heroic tales from the sea," Usopp replied, his eyes brightening at the sight of her. She was the owner of the villa, the esteemed Miss Kaya. He nodded earnestly, for he often spun tales, leading the villagers to regard him with skepticism. Though he was not quite at the level of a pariah, he was certainly not well received. Yet, this girl was the sole person who believed in him. From her, Usopp felt a long-lost warmth. Particularly enchanted by her beauty, he found himself wishing to see her every day, often sneaking in to share his fabricated maritime adventures. Perhaps due to his penchant for storytelling, Usopp began to weave his tales effortlessly. Kaya listened with rapt attention, her eyes wide with wonder. Confined to her bed due to chronic illness and rarely interacting with anyone aside from a butler, she found Usopp's stories to be a refreshing escape, especially those of the sea, igniting her sense of wanderlust. Thus, the two, one a storyteller and the other an eager listener, shared a delightful companionship. "Oh dear. The captain is at it again with his tall tales." At this moment, the trio of green peppers arrived with Luffy and his 4 companions. They deviated from the usual path, entering through the backyard. Upon witnessing the scene, they could not help but express their helplessness. "Usopp, who are they?" Kaya inquired, her eyes widening upon seeing Luffy and the others. "Kaya, these are my friends and fellow pirates. This is Captain Luffy, and these are his 3 subordinates." Usopp slid down from the tree to introduce them. They had come here for a purpose, which Usopp would soon reveal. "Miss, do not listen to this man's nonsense. He is nothing but a fraud," a cold voice interrupted. A man dressed in a butler's attire, around 30 years of age, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and black gloves approached, looking at Usopp with blatant disregard. "Bartle," Kaya exclaimed upon seeing him. "Butler Bartle." Usopp's expression changed dramatically at the sight of the man. "Miss Kaya, did he mention something about being a great pirate and often embarking on sea adventures? Those are mere fabrications. The villagers are well aware of his background. Furthermore, his father is a notorious pirate, and as the son of a pirate, he is hardly virtuous. Miss Kaya, you must not trust a word he says." Bartle sneered. "But Usopp, Kaya began, but was interrupted. "What do you mean by people like me?" Usopp's eyes filled with blood as he glared furiously at Bartle, particularly incensed when Bartle spoke disdainfully of his revered father. While he could tolerate insults directed at himself, insults against his beloved father were intolerable. Chapter 17. Leave. "I will not acquiesce to your demands." "How is what I said incorrect?" Are you not the son of a pirate? Does the blood of filthy pirates not course through your veins? Everyone knows this, and you are well aware of your own deeds. Should I enumerate them one by one? Every word from your lips is tainted, and look at your father. What kind of man produces a son like you? Bartle continued, indifferent to the fury evident in Usopp's eyes. Enough, Bartle. Stop this, Kaya commanded. Though Betterton, she had heard her subordinates speak of Usopp and harbored no dislike for him. However, Bartel's words were indeed excessive. This man dares to call us filthy. The words were truly offensive to the ears. Luffy and his companions also felt a surge of indignation at Bartel's remarks. Yet they remained passive, for they could not resort to violence against a common person. Moreover, Bartel's assertions were not without merit. In this era of rampant piracy, where murder and mayhem were rampant, he spoke the truth. After all, if one feared the words of others, why embark on a pirate's life? Thus, the four chose to ignore him. Captain Usopp. Usopp seethed with indignation, deeply offended by Bartel's contempt. Captain, though they remained silent. The trio of green peppers were enraged and prepared to confront Bartle. However, Usopp was quicker to act. You bastard, do not belittle my father. Usopp's face turned ashen as he shouted, launching a fist at Bartle. Bang! Bartle did not flinch, taking the blow head-on, staggering back 5 steps as his glasses flew off. Bartle! Kaya gasped in alarm, filled with concern. Miss, do not worry. I am fine, Bartle replied dismissively, picking up his glasses and adjusting them with a hand. Wiping the blood from his face while looking at Usopp with disdain. Indeed, the filthy offspring of a pirate knows only how to resort to violence. It seems my words were not misplaced. Usopp was furious and prepared to strike again. Stop it, Usopp, Kaya shouted, but her exertion provoked a fit of harsh coughing. Kaya. Usopp's heart tightened as he turned to her. Miss, it is time for your medicine. I will bring it to you. You all should leave at once. Do not enter through the backyard again, and I will not entertain your requests, Bartle coldly remarked, casting a scornful glance at Usopp before retreating to the room to deliver the medicine. This is infuriating. Usopp lamented, yet upon seeing Kaya in such poor health, he felt helpless and left disheartened. Captain. The trio of green peppers hurried after him. Hey, what did that last comment mean? Did he refuse us? That seems to be the case. What else could it imply? Ah, the ship matter is ruined. Hearing Bartle's final remarks, Luffy and the others could not help but feel despondent, realizing their hopes of acquiring a ship had been dashed. Pirate Kuro, was it? Moonlight observed the direction in which Bartle had departed, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, especially recalling the unique manner in which Bartle adjusted his glasses. An action uncharacteristic of ordinary individuals. Since our plans have failed, we must seek alternatives elsewhere, Luffy declared, leaving the villa. He could not resort to theft. Having been turned down and having offended the butler, he had no choice but to devise another strategy. Usopp. Suddenly, he remembered Usopp and rushed out after him. Hey, where are you going, Captain? Zoro and Nami called out as they saw Luffy sprint away. However, Luffy was already a blur, vanishing from sight. How irresponsible can this captain be? Nami and Zoro remarked in disbelief. Do not fret. He may stumble upon a different opportunity. Besides, I have uncovered some intriguing details. Moonlight smiled at their exasperated expressions. Intriguing details? What have you discovered? They inquired. Do you not find the butler a bit peculiar? Moonlight posed. Peculiar? Indeed. His manner of adjusting his glasses is odd. What normal person would do that? Indeed, upon reflection, it is quite abnormal. The two individuals reflected upon the matter and could not help but speak. The answer was glaringly obvious. He was no ordinary person. While one might consider the possibility of various ailments or peculiar habits, this particular mannerism was exceedingly abnormal. Disregarding the notion of illness, one must acknowledge that habits cannot be innate. They are invariably cultivated over time. Consider the situation, amidst the vastness of the sea, with irregular movements and habits. And in a villa where the master has met his demise, leaving only a young lady and a steward. What thoughts would arise in your minds? Moonlight spoke with a gentle smile. This is the simplest of logics, yet it has gone unnoticed. Upon careful reflection, a chilling realization emerges, and the answer is almost palpable. Indeed, as you point out, it is rather peculiar. Could you possibly suspect that the butler is not an ordinary individual? Might he be a pirate or a bandit? Moonlight and the others were momentarily taken aback, pondering over Moonlight's words. The more they contemplated, the more terror enveloped them. Nami swiftly deduced, indeed, in these waters. Aside from ordinary folk, who else could they be but pirates? Although lacking concrete evidence, my instincts suggest something is amiss. Forget about him. That butler truly irks me. As a servant, he audaciously usurps authority, making decisions on behalf of the master here, which I find most displeasing. Moreover, without a ship, we cannot venture onto the Grand Line. I have no desire to squander time here. Moonlight replied calmly. What shall you do? Nami nodded in agreement with Moonlight's assertion. Her curiosity piqued. Zoro also nodded, his interest ignited. It's simple. We shall split up. Let us search the mountains at the back of the village or other directions to see if any pirate ships are docked. If they are indeed pirates, there must be a ship. Moonlight stated. All right, we approached from the west, which showed no anomalies. I shall take the eastern route. Zoro will head south, and you, Moonlight, will go north. Nami promptly organized their actions. Hey, could you refrain from dictating my movements? Did I mention I would head south? Zoro expressed his dissatisfaction with Nami's unilateral decision. Chapter 18. The Kuro Pirates, however, Nami had already moved on, leaving no room for debate. Moonlight chuckled softly and proceeded northward. Zoro was left speechless, surveying the vastness around him. Hey, where is south? Is it this way? Zoro hesitated briefly before choosing a direction at random to depart. At that moment, within the eastern woods, Onion Head, Radish Head, and Bell Pepper Head were stealthily tracking a figure. Suddenly, they noticed a man walking backwards, adorned with a silver ring and a gentleman's hat, which piqued their interest. Look, there is someone. He is walking backwards, they exclaimed. How strange. What could be the matter with him? Is something wrong with his feet? Should we offer him assistance? The trio pondered as they approached the man. Hey, do you have a problem with your feet? Why are you walking backwards? Are you deranged? They queried. No, I'm called Zango, famously known as the strongest hypnotist in history. Don't you think walking backwards is rather stylish? The man replied with a grin upon seeing them. Stylish? A hypnotist? What is that? The trio responded, bewildered and staring at Zango in confusion. What? You don't believe me? Then look here. When I say 1, 2, Zango, you will all fall asleep. Zango declared with a laugh, shaking the silver ring in his hand. The trio's gaze instinctively followed. 1, 2, Zango. Zango began to count. Indeed, as soon as he uttered the word Zango, the three collapsed, soundly asleep. Hypnotized. Just a group of little rascals. I shall let it slide for now. I must regroup with Captain Kuro, who is notoriously intolerant of tardiness. Zango glanced at the trio before continuing to walk backwards, swiftly exiting the woods. Hey, Usopp. Is that you? At that moment, on an eastern cliff, Luffy spotted Usopp and called out to him. Usopp. Is it true what they say about my father being a notorious pirate? Does the blood of filthy pirates run through my veins? Usopp asked, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing Luffy. Normally, he would dismiss such thoughts, but instinctively trusted Luffy, who had brought news about his father. Why are you troubled by such things? So what if he's infamous? If you've chosen the path of a pirate, you must be accustomed to hearing gossip, otherwise. What kind of pirate are you? Luffy replied, momentarily taken aback before patting Usopp on the shoulder with nonchalance. You're right, Luffy. Choosing the pirate's life is fraught with challenges. But since I've made that choice, I must be prepared. This is what it means to be a true pirate, a real man. Usopp's eyes brightened, Luffy's words illuminating his path and clearing his doubts. Thank you, Luffy. Usopp expressed his gratitude, but before he could finish, voices drifted up from below the cliff. The cliff, only about 30 meters high, revealed Butler Barthel conversing with a man wearing a top hat and holding a pair of silver rings. It was Zango. Is everything ready? Barthel inquired. Rest assured, all is prepared, Zango nodded. Excellent. For this moment, I, Captain Kuro, have endured 5 long years of a little girl. But it will all be worth it. Once this is complete, the world will forget my true identity. Barthel sneered. As Moonlight is discerned. Barthel is no ordinary man but a pirate. Captain, I have no issues on my end, but what of yours? I heard you encountered some minor troubles. Is everything truly fine? Zango responded. Indeed, there are minor inconveniences, but they are easily resolved. Now, have everyone charge in and create chaos. I will appear at the critical moment to fend you off and eliminate Kaya. We will regroup on the hillside north of the village in half an hour. Barthel stated calmly. Understood, Captain, Zango nodded, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a loud shout interrupted them. Both men turned in surprise to see Luffy glaring angrily at them from the cliff. Hey, are you planning to kill the villagers and Lady Kaya? Aren't you the butler of the villa? Usopp, filled with a mix of fury and terror, glanced anxiously at Luffy, who had suddenly risen. What are you doing standing up? Shouldn't we wait for them to leave and quickly warn the villagers? Usopp exclaimed. No way. This guy wants to kill all the villagers. I have to take him down. Luffy shouted, ignoring Usopp's protests. The two men overheard their conversation and realized Barthel's true identity as the captain of a pirate crew, lying in wait. Is it you? Worthless fool? Just seeing your face makes my beaten nose ache. Zango, deal with them, Barthel scoffed. Yes, Captain, Zango replied, shaking the silver rings in his hand while eyeing Luffy. Look here, I will count to 3, and you will fall asleep. 1, 2, Zango. Huh? Luffy exclaimed, turning to look. 1, 2, Zango. With that, as Zango uttered the name, Luffy's eyes snapped shut, and he fell headlong off the cliff, burying his head in the ground. Lifeless. Usopp gasped, terrified at the sight. All right, let us go, Barthel said coldly, turning to leave. Zango nodded in agreement and headed in the opposite direction to inform the crew to come ashore and kill. Wait, I am Captain Usopp. I have 8,000 subordinates. I will reveal your true nature to the villagers. Your scheme will not succeed. You shall not harm Kaya. Usopp trembled as he spoke, fear overwhelming him. Yet he persisted in his declaration. Haha, go ahead and tell them. Do you think the villagers will believe you, or me, you filthy scoundrel? Barthel sneered, completely disregarding Usopp. Usopp felt a chill run down his spine as he remembered how he had often deceived the villagers. Now, no one believed him. Damn it. No matter what. I must save everyone and not let them be deceived. I will tell the truth about Kaya. Usopp gritted his teeth and ran off. Meanwhile, on a northern cliff, Moonlight gazed at the pirate ship anchored near the island and smiled. Found it. Indeed, the Kuro pirate crew. Chapter 19. Just as Moonlight had anticipated, Moonlight smiled faintly. Having discovered what he sought, the evidence is irrefutable, leaving Clabatel speechless. Just as the Moonlight was about to descend upon the pirates and deal with them, the hypnotist Zhangao appeared from the slope, striding purposefully towards the distant pirate ship. It's Mr. Zhangao. His arrival is fortuitous. It seems business is about to commence. From afar, the pirates aboard the ship caught sight of Zhangao and erupted into excitement. All right, everyone. The captain has given the order. We shall storm the village and unleash a wave of slaughter. Upon reaching the front of the ship, Zhangao proclaimed decisively, at last, we can set foot on land. I have long awaited this day. It is time for these wretched villagers to witness the might of the Kuro pirates. Excellent, brothers. Grab your cutlasses and let us disembark. Instantly, all the pirates erupted into cheers, brandishing their swords as they leaped off the ship, driven by a murderous intent towards the village. Halt, you vile pirates. With me. Usopp the Great. Here, you shall not lay a hand on these villagers. I advise you to flee while you can, or my 8,000 subordinates shall not spare you. Just then, Usopp emerged from the jungle, arriving just in time. Though fear gripped his heart, he shouted fiercely at the approaching marauders. Who is this fellow? Is he a pirate? 8,000 subordinates? This brat talks big. He should at least draft a script before attempting to deceive us. Does he think we will fall for such nonsense? Fool. I have 100,000 subordinates. What do you think you are? The pirate scoffed at Usopp, dismissing his claims as they advanced with malevolent expressions and drawn weapons. Damn it, have I been seen through so quickly? Usopp trembled at the sight of the bloodthirsty pirates. Facing them was an insurmountable challenge. He was merely a habitual liar and possessed no such strength. Hey, this is the South, right? Amidst his trembling, a voice suddenly rang out. Zoro, looking bewildered, approached, surveying his surroundings and directing his question towards Usopp. Clearly, he was lost. You are Zoro? Excellent. Please stop them. They are pirates intending to murder the villagers. Usopp, seeing Zoro, felt as though he had found a savior and urgently pleaded for assistance. Pirates? It seems I have indeed found the right direction. Just as Moonlight speculated, there are indeed pirates docked in this inconspicuous part of the island. Zoro, still disoriented, heard Usopp's words and, spotting the menacing pirates below the slope, smirked. There is nothing to the east, nor to the south. And this Zoro seems to be utterly directionally challenged. Sent to the south, he ends up heading north completely opposite directions. Is that not Zoro? Has he found the pirates? At that moment, Nami also emerged from the jungle. Having already searched the east and south, she now arrived in the north. For a navigator, quickly searching an area is a trivial task. However, upon seeing Zoro and the pirates behind him, she was taken aback. Indeed, just as Moonlight had predicted, they were pirates. Nami murmured, recalling Moonlight's conjecture. Damn it, how did they find this place? From what they are saying, have we been discovered? The appearance of Zoro and Nami caused Zhangao's expression to darken. If it were just Usopp, he would not have cared, but with Zoro and Nami's presence, he could no longer afford to be dismissive, especially since Captain Kuro detested tardiness. He recalled the terror of Captain Kuro, and a chill crept into his heart. There was no time to waste, otherwise, he too would be eliminated. With this thought, he shouted to the crew behind him, everyone, exert yourselves and charge forward. Do not delay our meeting with the captain. The consequences, as you know, will be dire. Yes, Mr. Zhangao. Let's charge. We must not delay our rendezvous with Captain Kuro. The pirates, spurred on by his words, surged forward, reckless in their determination. They all understood the formidable nature of Captain Kuro, and thus, they dared not hesitate. Leave it to me. Zoro's eyes lit up at the sight, a cold smirk crossing his lips as he unsheathed 3 swords, entering into his 3-sword style. 3-sword style, frenzied slashing. In an instant, Zoro charged forth, resembling a relentless cutting machine, advancing towards the pirate horde. Zoro became a harvester of destruction wherever he went. He reaped his foes without a moment's resistance. In the blink of an eye, he plunged into the ranks of the pirates, and when he emerged once more, they lay defeated and grievously injured. Damn it, he is that powerful? In that case, Cap brothers, I entrust you with this task. We cannot afford to be late. Zhangao's expression turned cold as he called out to the ship, summoning a pair of brothers, one stout and one slender, both adorned with cat-like claws. Hesitant, they stepped forth, gazing nervously at Zoro. Mr. Zhangao, are we to confront him? This seems rather daunting. This man appears terrifyingly strong. Will we not be eliminated? The brothers stammered, quaking in fear. Enough chatter. Eliminate him, or we shall be late for our appointment with Captain Kuro. Zhangao snapped impatiently. Captain Kuro? What shall we do, Buchi? Should we engage him? No, surely we cannot hope to defeat him. The 2 brothers grew even more timid, shaking their heads in refusal as they approached Zoro. What? Is this your trump card, Cap brothers? It appears to be quite lacking, Zoro remarked, disappointment evident in his voice as he pointed at them. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the 2 exchanged a glance, a glimmer of determination igniting in their eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, they lunged at Zoro like agile cats. Their claws aimed directly at him. Chapter 20, either depart or face my wrath. Caught off guard, Zoro barely had time to react. With a swift motion, blood splattered as Zoro gasped in pain. A deep claw mark appeared on his chest, blood streaming forth as he suffered a severe blow. Zoro. Not good. Upon witnessing the scene, Nami and Usopp could not help but exclaim. Hee, individuals like you are always so mistaken. You think we appear utterly cumbersome, yet unknowingly. You have fallen into the trap set by the two of us brothers. This is the consequence of judging by appearances. A swordsman, is it? Merely that. The two of them chuckled sinisterly, their gazes cold and mocking as they fixed their eyes on Zoro. Ha ha ha, truly deserving of the title, Cat brothers, indeed formidable. In our pirate crew. Aside from the captain and Mr. Zango, the Cat brothers are the most powerful. Now, unleash your claws and ruthlessly eliminate this man. To dare obstruct the Kuro pirate crew. You are 100 years too early. The pirates around them erupted in laughter, clamoring to kill Zoro. Do not waste time, Cat brothers. The captain has given only half an hour. If you're late, you know the consequences. Hurry, eliminate them. Zango glanced at the time and urged the Cat brothers. Yes. We shall act immediately. Upon hearing this, the two shuddered, as if the prospect of being late would lead to a terrifying outcome. They grinned menacingly, claws extended. Lunging fiercely at Zoro. Die a cruel death. They bellowed. Damn it. Zoro, realizing the gravity of the situation, unsheathed his sword and engaged in a frenzied clash with the Cat brothers. Their claws were merciless, and their speed was astonishing, leaving Zoro on the defensive. Unable to find an opening, the three battled fiercely, their confrontation a complete race of speed. This is dire. Zoro is entirely overwhelmed. If this continues, he will surely perish. Usopp exclaimed anxiously. Zoro, wielding three swords in his formidable three-sword style, was at his peak, yet the Cat brothers' speed left him no room to maneuver. I must create an opening for him. Nami observed the struggle, deep in thought. She had discerned the underlying issues, yet manufacturing an opening seemed immensely challenging. I cannot afford to fail. Even if I cannot create one, I must force it. Gritting her teeth, Nami suddenly drew a dagger from her person and hurled it toward the trio engaged in combat. You fool! Zoro shouted instinctively. Humph! Seeking death. How dare you disrupt our battle? Kill her. The Cat brothers' eyes turned icy, their attention swiftly shifting to Nami. One claw lifted, striking the dagger with force. The dagger flew like a shooting star, impossibly swift. Damn it! Zoro roared, preparing to leap forward to shield Nami. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly perish. Do not worry. Focus on your battle. Yet, just as he was about to act, the voice of Moonlight rang out sharply. Then, with a resounding buzz, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy sliced through the air, consuming the dagger in an instant. The dagger vanished completely, as if it had never existed. While the sword energy struck a nearby hill. Crack! The hill crumbled under the force. Usopp gaped in shock. No way. This must be a joke. What kind of power is this? It cannot be real. All the pirates stood frozen, dumbfounded by the sight of the shattered hill, utterly astounded. Zango inhaled sharply. His expression one of profound shock as he beheld Moonlight, descending from the hill with Nami in his arms. Who is that? The Cat brothers, too, were stunned. Staring blankly at the might of the sword, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Moonlight. Zoro regarded Moonlight, his pupils constricting. This sword strike had deeply impressed upon him the disparity between them. Moonlight, thank you for saving me. Nami expressed her gratitude, realizing as she threw the dagger that she had acted foolishly. Fortunately, Moonlight had appeared just in time. Otherwise, her fate would have been sealed. Just a trivial matter. Zoro. Carry on with your battle. Moonlight waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Zoro, indicating no intent to interfere. Understood. Hey, he won't intervene. Zoro quickly refocused his mind, redirecting his gaze to the Cat brothers as he activated his three-sword style. Damn it, how dare you underestimate us? Kill. Though taken aback by Moonlight's terrifying power, the brothers were far from intimidated by Zoro. They bellowed fiercely, launching their assault once more. In light of the looming threat from Moonlight, they summoned their full strength for a swift resolution. Three-sword style, demon slash. Zoro sneered. In his three-sword form, he was an entirely different entity. With a swift stroke, he transformed into a blur, reappearing behind the two. The marks of the three swords were evident upon their chests, though they moved with incredible speed. It paled in comparison to Zoro in his three-sword state. Ah! They screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? The Cat brothers have been defeated. This cannot be. How could anyone defeat the Cat brothers? The pirates gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. Damn it, time is running short. Zango observed the unfolding scene with a grave expression. The defeat of the Cat brothers was unexpected, especially with Moonlight standing on the hill, resembling an imposing mountain, having severed a hill with a single strike. As he glanced at the ticking clock, Zango's countenance darkened further. Now, it is your turn. After vanquishing the Cat brothers, Zoro collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He had sustained serious injuries from their claws. Indeed. Moonlight nodded, turning to face Zango and all the pirates on the hillside. You can either leave, or I shall intervene. The choice is yours. What did you say? You intend to defeat us all alone? Zango scoffed. I acknowledge your strength. But surely you do not underestimate us so. Upon hearing this, the pirates rallied, their voices rising in defiance. They were all ruthless individuals, unafraid of anyone. Is that so? Moonlight sneered, preparing to strike. You are all here. At that moment, a voice, ethereal and ghostly, resonated silently, and Captain Kuro emerged. To be precise, it should be Captain Kuro. The captain has arrived. How splendid it is that the captain is here. Upon the sight of Captain Kuro, all the pirates erupted with exuberance, celebrating with unrestrained joy. However, Zhang felt a weight in his heart as he noticed the time that had already elapsed. It was evident that Captain Kuro, unable to wait any longer, had come in search of them. This signifies that Kuro has become enraged. There he stands, the villain. Upon witnessing Kuro's arrival, Usopp exclaimed with fury. However, his body trembled with fear. As the captain of the ship and the mightiest man aboard, how could he not be afraid? Especially after uncovering Kuro's sinister plot, his heart quaked even more. Such a man, enduring humiliation and bearing burdens, meticulously plotted for 5 years and lurked beside Koya for another 3. What a terrifying role this is. Indeed, it is he. No further evidence is required. For his previous utterance has already unveiled his true identity. Nami's heart grew heavy with this revelation, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, a tightness gripped her heart. If the Cat brothers were so formidable, one could only imagine the immense strength of the captain. Zango, what are you doing? Yet, Kuro paid them no heed. To him, they were insignificant, his gaze fixed on Zango, a profound smile adorning his face. Upon witnessing that smile, Zango felt a surge of urgency. If he did not act soon, they would be doomed. The Cat brothers, observing the scene, turned their eyes here as well. When I say 1, 2, Zango, you shall all become frenzied. Zango proclaimed to all the pirates, shaking the silver ring in his hand. Hypnosis. Frenzy. Zango shouted. Instantly, those gazing at the silver ring found their stares turning vacant, soon igniting with a hint of bloodlust. Each individual transformed into a fearsome visage, brandishing their swords and charging fiercely towards the moonlight. Meow. The most drastic transformation belonged to the Cat brothers, who suddenly doubled in size, their movements and speed becoming even more agile as they lunged toward the moonlight with deadly intent. This is bad. These individuals have turned even more vicious. This is disastrous. Usopp and Nami exclaimed in shock. Indeed, my hypnosis not only induces slumber but also allows one to forget pain and fear, rendering them like ferocious beasts devoid of sensation. With their combat prowess multiplied tenfold. You are finished now. Prepare to perish. Zango sneered coldly. Humph. In response, the moonlight let out a chilling laugh, preparing to draw his blade. Rubber machine gun. However, at that moment, an exuberant voice suddenly rang out. Luffy leaped forth from the forest, bellowing at the oncoming throng. Arms flew in a flurry, countless limbs surging forth to strike at everyone. Luffy had arrived just in time. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of continuous explosions echoed as Luffy surged forward with unstoppable might, sending both the Cat brothers and ordinary pirates flying. No one could withstand his path. Luffy, you finally made it. Where have you been? Usopp and Nami exclaimed in joy. Usopp sighed in relief, while Nami shouted in anger, damn it, that rascal is still alive. Zango was taken aback by Luffy's sudden appearance. Even Kuro's eyes gleamed with surprise. They had witnessed Luffy fall under the spell of hypnosis, plummeting from the cliff and burying himself headfirst into the ground. A normal person would have perished long ago. Boom. At this moment, Luffy had finished his battle, and everyone, including the Cat brothers, lay defeated on the ground, having been directly sent flying by Luffy's might. Subsequently, Luffy turned to Zhang, his voice laced with fury. It's you. What strange substance did you use to put me to sleep? I will send you flying. With that, his arm elongated dramatically, launching a powerful punch towards Zhang. It was as if his arm had stretched out like a monstrous appendage. He is no ordinary person. The pirates who had been knocked down instantly scrambled to their feet. Still under the influence of hypnosis, they felt no pain. Just as they were about to charge again, they were struck with fear upon witnessing the scene before them. He is a devil fruit user. That explains it. He fell from such a height and survived. Zhang, observing the spectacle, came to a realization. Legends of devils have always existed upon the seas, akin to tales of dragons. Everyone has heard of them, yet no one has ever seen a true dragon. The feeling Zhang experienced at that moment was akin to witnessing a dragon for the first time. However, he quickly regained his composure, being a seasoned warrior. After dodging Luffy's rubber bullet, he began to shake the silver ring in his hand. Look at me. Hypnosis. Forced sleep. 1, 2, Zhang, he commanded. As he uttered the final word, Luffy's eyes fluttered shut, succumbing to slumber once more. Yet, before succumbing, he called out to Moonlight, damn it, this trick again? Moonlight. Help. But he fell asleep mid-sentence. Luffy, Luffy, close your eyes. Usopp and Nami shouted in alarm. However, it was too late. Is he asleep? TCH. Zhang let out a sigh of relief, followed by a mocking laugh. Hey, how could you fall for the same trick a second time? Moonlight, witnessing this, was left speechless. He had hoped Luffy's arrival would ensure a swift victory, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation. Ultimately, it would fall upon him to resolve the matter. Your capable companions have all fallen. Now it's just you left. What will you do? Zhang inquired, turning his gaze toward Moonlight. You are not a devil fruit user, which makes you easier to handle. I will hypnotize you once more, and we shall charge together. For hands can easily overpower too, even if it may affect you. But compared to Captain Kuro's wrath, it is a small price to pay. Zhang Ao contemplated, shaking the silver ring again and calling to everyone, "Everyone, look this way." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him once more. "1, 2, Zhang Ao," he chanted. As the last syllable escaped his lips, every pair of eyes turned blood red, their strength amplified tenfold compared to before. They charged ferociously towards Moonlight. Chapter 22. So it is. Moonlight, be careful. Nami and Usopp shouted in alarm. First Zoro, then Luffy. The enemy's power had surpassed all expectations. If even a devil fruit user like Luffy had fallen, could Moonlight truly stand against them? Kid, you're tough, but can you truly take on all of us alone? Zhang Ao sneered. Especially when they are under my hypnosis. Their battle prowess is tenfold stronger. Moonlight was indeed formidable, but he was still just one person. I'll give you 10 seconds. Kuro began to count down, his impatience palpable. If they wished to avoid inciting the captain's wrath, they needed to dispose of Moonlight swiftly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ao felt a tightening in his chest and urgently shouted to the others. The hypnotized individuals trembled, as if Kuro's words had stirred their very souls. They became even more frenzied. Kill. Complete the captain's task quickly. Otherwise, he will be displeased. They could not afford to anger the captain, or they would face dire consequences. Indeed, we must complete the captain's mission. We have only 10 minutes. Everyone grew anxious. Moonlight, run. Nami and Usopp urged him. Do not worry, they are nothing to me. Rather, you should keep your distance. It would be unfortunate if you were caught in the crossfire, Moonlight replied with a smile, unperturbed as he approached the throng. Keep your distance? Be caught in the crossfire? Nami and Usopp exchanged bewildered glances. He was truly charging forward alone. Zhang Ao scoffed. Moonlight was gravely underestimating them. Damn it. I am a member of the Kuro Pirates. When have I ever been looked down upon like this? Seeking death. The pirates erupted in fury. They were seasoned fighters, accustomed to the bloodshed of battle. Moonlight's arrogance was intolerable. Underestimate you? That's merely your perception. Moonlight chuckled. Conqueror Haki. His pupils shimmered, and a wave of blue energy erupted violently from him, radiating outward. Within 100 meters, all were affected. Thud, thud. One by one, the charging pirates froze in place. Then collapsed, unconscious, frothing at the mouth. Ultimately, all pirates within 100 meters fell to the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Some were even drenched in sweat. Even Zhang Ao's eyes widened in disbelief as he knelt, drenched in cold sweat, stripped of his strength. Farther away, the approaching pirates seemed to be caught in a spell. Frozen in their tracks. What just happened? What is going on? They exclaimed in shock. Yet, no one understood the cause. They stood frozen, hesitant to move. What has transpired? Usopp's expression reflected sheer astonishment. Did Moonlight do this? Nami gazed at him in disbelief. Kuro's pupils narrowed, adjusting his glasses. He flickered at his feet. The silent killing step. Suddenly, he appeared behind Moonlight, claws extended. Moonlight smiled faintly, brandishing his Kazakiri sword. Threefold slash. Boom. A crescent-shaped sword aura erupted from the blade. The sword energy unleashed a rapid succession of 3 strikes. Crack. Kuro's left claw was severed in an instant, sending him and part of his body flying. Captain Kuro. The pirates gasped in shock, witnessing Kuro's failed attack and grievous injury. Is this truly happening? They marveled in disbelief. Kuro, the man known for his cunning, had been thwarted. The moonlight is truly remarkable. Usopp gaped in astonishment at the luminous glow. It was not merely impressive, it was utterly overwhelming. Nami, too, was taken aback, despite her extensive experience. She had never encountered a force as formidable as this moonlight. How feeble. With such paltry strength, he dares to claim the title of captain? With a single stroke. The moonlight disdainfully dispatched Kuro. However, Kuro remained unfazed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. With one hand dangling, his body swayed as if intoxicated. The sight sent tremors of fear through the hearts of all the pirates. Their expressions mirrored that of someone who had just witnessed a horror beyond comprehension. No, Captain Kuro. Please don't unleash the spoon. They cried in terror. Ah, the spoon, Captain Kuro, I beg you, refrain from using that technique. We shall obey your every command. Just spare us from that. The pirates collectively wore expressions of utter despair, as though facing the end of days. Clearly, this technique was not to be trifled with. What is the spoon? Usopp and Nami exchanged bewildered glances. This is Captain Kuro's ultimate technique, a lethal art rooted in silent assassination. Executed with such speed that even Kuro himself struggles to control it. Thus, it becomes an indiscriminate killing art. Zango trembled as he explained, his own body shaking at the thought of Kuro's stance. What? An indiscriminate killing art? So, doesn't he even know whom he is killing? Usopp and Nami shuddered at the revelation. Indeed. Zango nodded, his face etched with despair. No one can halt Kuro now. Silent assassination? Merely a cruel trick of body torment and rapid movement. Ha. The moonlight scoffed. While I concede your strength, you underestimate Captain Kuro, he retorted. This silent assassination technique is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Zango chuckled dismissively at the moonlight's confidence. Is that so? The moonlight smiled faintly. In that instant, Kuro's form vanished. The silent assassination had begun. Ah, Captain Kuro, please. I don't want to die. The pirates pleaded, their composure shattered. Humph. The moonlight let out a cold laugh, drawing his sword. With a hum, a crescent-shaped sword aura manifested, slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion erupted. The once invisible Kuro was suddenly sent flying, his iron claws severed in an instant. He was hurled backwards, crashing violently into the rocky terrain. Blood gushed forth as he lay severely injured, unconscious from the blow. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All present stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Chapter 23. Usopp boards the ship. Captain Kuro has been defeated, and in the midst of executing the spoon technique. Is this a dream? This swordsman is astonishingly powerful. After what felt like an eternity, the pirates regained their senses, overwhelmed by shock. Zango could hardly muster a word, trembling uncontrollably before succumbing to unconsciousness. The sheer might of the swordsman, known as the Moonlight, was undeniable. With a single stroke, he had bested Kuro. Usopp trembled, gazing at the Moonlight as though witnessing a being of immense strength. So strong, truly formidable. This person might even surpass Arlong. Nami thought, her heart racing. This man, without a doubt, is a formidable opponent. However, I shall surpass him. Zoro, sword in hand, steadied himself, gazing at the Moonlight with fierce determination. He then nudged Luffy. Hey, Captain, it's all over now. You should wake up. Huh? Luffy blinked in confusion, roused from his slumber. His gaze swept across the scene, eventually landing on the Moonlight. Moonlight, do you have any meat? I'm hungry. The group fell silent. The first thing you ask upon waking is for meat. Aren't you even the slightest bit concerned that we might be killed? Nami erupted in frustration, delivering a punch to Luffy's head. What are you doing? Why worry? With Moonlight here, his strength makes dealing with him a trivial matter. Luffy rubbed his head, dissatisfied. All right. I genuinely thank you all this time. Let me treat you to a feast. Luffy, there will be plenty of meat. Usopp added quickly, relieved to see the imminent threat resolved. Is everyone here? At that moment, a graceful figure dashed over, panting heavily. It was Kaya. She looked at the group, about to speak when her gaze fell upon the scene before her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Captain Usopp, it's terrible. That butler, Clabotter, is actually a ruthless pirate captain. He intends to slaughter everyone in the village, and he aims to kill Miss Kaya. Captain Usopp. Simultaneously, the trio Radish Head, Onion Head, and Green Pepper Head arrived, breathless, addressing Usopp. However, upon witnessing the disheveled pirates below, lacking any fighting spirit, alongside the fallen Kuro, Zango, and the Cat brothers, they were left in disbelief. Haha, you're too late. They have already been dealt with by my companions, Captain Usopp. Usopp boasted with a laugh, ready to brag, but the moment he caught sight of Nami and Zoro's indifferent expressions, he quickly backtracked. Wow, Captain Usopp. You're truly remarkable. You truly are our Captain Usopp. Captain Usopp. The trio believed him, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Usopp expressed. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kaya, seemingly enlightened, smiled warmly at Usopp, then turned to thank Luffy and the others. She had uncovered the truth. What? There really are pirates? That lying Usopp actually drove them away to protect us? This can't be real. Meanwhile, the villagers were equally astonished, having received the news. After all, the entire Kuro pirate crew was formidable, boasting hundreds of members. Such a commotion could not go unnoticed, especially after the butler, residing in the villa atop the hill, confirmed it. Everyone believed. How infuriating. I can't believe this is true. That boy actually didn't deceive us this time. Remarkable, he protected us. It seems he is not entirely useless after all. I never imagined I would one day be safeguarded by him, but I truly owe him my gratitude. All the villagers burst into laughter, a mlang of emotions. At that moment, with Koya as the host, Usopp led Luffy and the others back to the village. Upon their arrival, the villagers erupted in cheers. Usopp, thank you for saving everyone. Although we may have wronged you before, we are grateful this time. Well done, young man. I have high hopes for you. Seeing this, Usopp trembled, tears streaming down his face. It was precisely for the sake of protecting these people that he had dared to stand strong. TCH, we did all the work, and he alone takes the glory. Nami complained. It doesn't matter, we are pirates, not heroes, Luffy replied, shaking his head, gazing at Usopp's radiant smile. Hiki. Zoro chuckled softly. Moonlight shrugged. You guys are right, indeed, we are pirates. Upon hearing this, Nami was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Moonlight and the others, beaming with joy. Meat. I want meat. Let's eat. Hey, Moonlight, don't steal my curry. Before long, in the face of the villagers' warm hospitality, Luffy and the others cheered joyously. Luffy searched for meat, Zoro drank, while Nami and Moonlight bickered over curry rice. The atmosphere was filled with merriment. The next day, after breakfast, Luffy and the others bid farewell to the villagers and set sail for their next adventure. Due to the incident with Kuro, they did not mention borrowing a ship from Koya. However, upon reaching the shore, they discovered a magnificent sailing ship docked, with Koya and others waiting nearby. Spotting Luffy in the group, Koya smiled and said, Usopp told me about your deeds. I sincerely thank you all. As a token of my gratitude, I shall gift you this golden Mary. I hope you do not despise it. Ahahaha, we have a ship now. It's so grand, fantastic. Luffy exclaimed, immediately jumping aboard. Exploring every corner, Zoro remained silent, but his eyes conveyed gratitude. Thank you. Nami and Moonlight expressed their appreciation. Koya politely responded, no need to mention it. Just then, a massive ball suddenly rolled down the hillside, bursting open to reveal a heap of clothes, pants, and other daily necessities. Usopp awkwardly emerged from within, looking sheepishly at everyone. It was just too heavy. I slipped. Ha ha ha. But Usopp, have decided that from now on, I will sail the seas and become a great warrior of the ocean. Hearing this, Koya's face reflected a hint of longing. Her greatest dream was to be on the sea, yet her frail body held her back. Wow, that's so cool. Then let me be your companion. Chapter 24. The formation of the Straw Hat Pirates. At that moment, Luffy directly invited Usopp aboard. Are you inviting me on your ship? Usopp gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at Luffy. He had witnessed the strength of Luffy and his crew firsthand. Especially the moment Moonlight had effortlessly sent Kuro flying with a single sword strike, a memory etched deeply in his mind. What an extraordinary pirate crew to invite someone like him aboard. You're quite interesting. My ship is in need of someone like you, Luffy said earnestly. But won't they have objections? Usopp quickly glanced at Zoro, Nami, and Moonlight. Hey, Luffy, while you're the captain, you should at least ask for our opinion. Nami interjected. Right, we're not invisible, Zoro added with a hint of sarcasm. I don't mind. Moonlight shrugged, seemingly unfazed. Hey, do you want to join my pirate crew? Yet Luffy didn't hear them, calling out to Usopp loudly. This guy, Nami sighed, face-palming. If it weren't for you being the captain, I would have taken you down. Zoro growled menacingly. Moonlight had no words. Faced with Luffy's sincere invitation, Usopp was overwhelmed. Tears brimming in his eyes as he nodded vigorously, then leaped forward to embrace Luffy. Luffy laughed heartily, the two appearing as if they were destined to be a pair, turning into a delightful spectacle. Hee. Koya smiled warmly at the sight. Heh. Nami chuckled as well. TCH. Zoro scoffed, though a smile betrayed his lips. With Usopp aboard, the ship should not feel too lonely. Moonlight mused quietly. He, Nami, and Zoro had always gone about their own business, not interfering with one another. When the ship was small, it wasn't noticeable, but once the ship grew larger, it would inevitably feel quite tranquil. Usopp seemed to be the very bond connecting them all. Koya, I'm setting sail. I'm going to become a great warrior of the ocean. Usopp declared as he bid farewell to Koya. Yes, you will. Koya nodded earnestly, believing in Usopp's words wholeheartedly. Well, as the ship sailed further away, Usopp couldn't help but shed tears once more. All right, since we've decided to set sail, let us leave everything behind and strive for success. Luffy encouraged. Thank you. Luffy, you're truly a good person. Usopp was once again moved, rolling around with Luffy in a joyful embrace. The two resumed their playful antics on the deck, filling the air with exuberance. While it was true that having more people made things lively, too much liveliness could easily turn into chaos. Watching the two, Nami felt her mouth twist in annoyance. Same here, Zoro nodded. Hey, Zoro, come help me train. Moonlight called out as he moved to an open space. Sure. Zoro's face lit up with excitement as he drew his sword and struck. My goodness, is there not a single normal person on the ship? Nami lamented. Observing the sparring between Moonlight and Zoro, then glancing at the rolling duo of Usopp and Luffy, her head throbbing in exasperation. Yet for some reason, she found herself unexpectedly enjoying this feeling. After discerning their course, they sailed onward. The weather at sea is ever unpredictable, much like the face of a child. One moment it is clear and sunny, the next it transforms into a tempestuous storm. Moonlight, lower the sails. Zoro, take the helm. Usopp, use your sniper scope to survey the surroundings. Luffy, the front is up to you. Nami swiftly organized the crew, displaying the poise of a seasoned navigator. Despite the raging storm, thunder and lightning, and swirling undercurrents, under Nami's command, the Golden Mary sailed steadily. After a while, the clouds dispersed, and the sky cleared. The sea calming once more. Phew, that was close. Luffy exclaimed, sitting at the bow, awestruck. It seems you have some use after all. Zoro nodded rarely. In this vast ocean, the navigator is paramount. The moonlight shimmered, and indeed, Nami was of utmost importance. This is the sea I have long yearned for. Usopp emerged from the cabin, a look of contentment on his face. He then turned to Luffy and proclaimed, Luffy, since we have formed a pirate crew and set sail, we must have a flag. Naturally, a flag is essential, but what shall it be? Moreover, I cannot draw. Luffy furrowed his brow, deep in thought. I can. Usopp volunteered eagerly. Really? That's wonderful. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Usopp grinned mischievously, and a drawing of a long-nosed figure appeared, filling him with pride. Behold. Captain Usopp is ready to set sail. Hey, I am the captain, Luffy retorted, visibly displeased. When did we become your subordinates, Usopp? Zoro and the others glared at him with solemn expressions. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Usopp settled down and ultimately drew the pirate flag based on Luffy's hat. The Straw Hat Pirates were established. Excellent, just as I envisioned. Luffy beamed with joy at the sight of the straw hat on the flag. Not bad. Zoro and Nami nodded in agreement. Luffy embodies the spirit of the crew, and his straw hat is perfectly aligned with the dream of becoming the Pirate King. Has the Straw Hat Pirates finally been established? The moonlight murmured, stirring emotions within. Suddenly, A colossal wave erupted from the sea, accompanied by a sea beast measuring 10 meters in size. Wow, that's enormous! Luffy exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. What is that? Zoro's hands gripped the hilt of his sword. Ah, a sea monster! Usopp screamed, collapsing to the ground in fright. So big. Nami was taken aback. It was her first encounter with such a gigantic creature in the East Blue. At this moment, the sea beast roared towards the moonlight. Watch out, moonlight! Nami shouted urgently. Huh? Upon seeing this, Zoro surprisingly relaxed his grip on his sword. Moonlight, don't kill it! Luffy exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Usopp was rendered speechless. Get lost! Moonlight glared fiercely. Roar! The frenzied sea beast suddenly froze, its enormous eyes filled with terror, beads of sweat trickling down its forehead. With a mournful cry, it turned and fled. Usopp, what the? Zoro, no way. Nami, what's going on? Luffy, don't go. Each of the four reacted differently. Sorry, that was a miscalculation. Moonlight shook his head, astonished by the overwhelming power of the Conqueror's Haki that had scared the sea beast away. A misstep. What do you mean by miscalculation? That was incredible. You actually scared it off. Usopp couldn't help but scoff. What kind of magic did you use? That's truly astonishing, Nami exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. Zoro remained silent, but the intensity of his fighting spirit grew stronger. The more Moonlight showcased his abilities, the more Zoro felt the vast chasm between them. Yet he was determined to surpass him. Chapter 25. Fierce Dragons / Ding. You drew your sword, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding. You unleashed a Haki, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding. Blade Draw has been upgraded to level 3. Ding. Armed Haki has been upgraded to level 3. After the earlier shock, Luffy and the others grew solemn, no longer daring to be careless. Usopp took the helm. Luffy sat at the bow scanning the surroundings. Nami observed the clouds, recording the nautical log, while Zoro took a nap. Moonlight practiced swordsmanship in the crow's nest. The grass crow sword swung repeatedly, finally reaching level 3. Excellent. Level 3 swordsmanship is sufficient to cut through high-grade steel, and with the enhancement of armed Haki, it can achieve level 4 power. Hearing the notifications, Moonlight murmured to himself. Moonlight Basic Swordsmanship System Gift. No grade 3 stage / system gift. No grade blade draw LV 311 000 to upgrade Fierce Dragons / LV 11 100 000 to upgrade. Unlockable Observation Haki LV 32 000 to upgrade Armed Haki LV 3700 000 to upgrade Conqueror's Haki LV 1700 000 to upgrade Conqueror's Haki is difficult to cultivate, especially with others around, as it can easily affect the innocent. Thus, I shall focus on honing my sword techniques, observing the training progress. Reaching level 3 in just a few days was remarkable, enough to sweep aside top swordsmen. With the enhancement of armed Haki, I could even exchange blows with my hawk, showcasing the system's incredible capabilities. However, this is still insufficient. Moonlight shook his head, gazing at the tranquil sea. With the grass crow sword in hand, he unleashed his technique. Fierce Dragon Slash. Moonlight commanded in his heart, his body vanishing from the crow's nest. The next moment, he appeared on the surface of the sea, merging with his sword, executing swift slashes as if teleporting. Wherever he passed, waves surged violently, tumultuous and powerful. Fierce Dragon Slash is a rapid slashing technique that envelopes the user and sword energy. Because of this unity, the speed is astonishing, creating multiple afterimages, especially on the sea, resembling a fierce dragon crossing a river. Furthermore, the sword energy was ferocious, slicing through the air and producing a series of piercing howls, reminiscent of anguish cries echoing across the waters. What is that? Nami, engrossed in her charts, suddenly heard the sound and gasped in horror. Is a tsunami coming? Run. Usopp's eyes widened, filled with terror. Wow. Incredible. Moonlight. Luffy observed the traces of Moonlight's movement and the thunderous roars, recognizing it was Moonlight, his excitement bubbling over. It's Moonlight. What kind of sword technique is this that allows movement on the sea? Zoro abruptly awakened, standing up, his keen eyes also discerning the spectacle, leaving him in awe. What? That's Moonlight? Upon hearing Luffy's shout, Nami looked incredulously at the sea. Indeed, Moonlight is no longer in the crow's nest. Usopp quickly glanced at the crow's nest, only to find Moonlight was indeed absent. My goodness, Moonlight can actually run on the sea. That's amazing. Usopp exclaimed, astounded. Oh no. At that moment, Moonlight suddenly realized something was amiss. Because it was his first time executing this sword technique, the fusion of man and sword was so swift that he struggled to adapt. Unable to halt his movement on the sea, he found himself drifting further away, quickly disappearing from their sight. Huh? Where's Moonlight going? Luffy wondered aloud. I don't know. Could he have discovered something? Nami speculated. It's possible he encountered an enemy. We should flee. Usopp urged. An enemy? Why should we run? Zoro's fighting spirit flared. All right, let's chase after him. Luffy exclaimed, full of energy. Usopp, hard left, pursue. Nami nodded affirmatively. Hey, you guys. Usopp, drenched in sweat, wanted to escape. Yet his body uncontrollably obeyed the command to steer the ship onward. Have we arrived at an unnamed island? At this moment, Moonlight finally came to a halt from his rapid movement, only to find himself facing a dense, nameless island. How amusing to have ended up like this. Moonlight couldn't help but smile wryly, deciding to wait before disembarking until Luffy and the others arrived. Indeed, it wasn't long before the shadow of the Going Merry appeared on the water, with Luffy and the others in hot pursuit. Moonlight, you're amazing. What was that technique? It was so cool. Luffy shouted from afar upon seeing Moonlight. This guy. Zoro's pupils narrowed. You're unbelievable. Except for legendary fishman. This is the first time I've seen a human swordsman able to move on the sea. Nami was utterly astonished. Hey, Moonlight. Did you discover this island beforehand and lead us here? Usopp asked, not forgetting the main topic. Yes. I saw it from the crow's nest and came to take a look. Moonlight was about to explain but paused at Usopp's words, quickly recovering and adding, I just wanted to check it out. He certainly couldn't admit to losing control of his power. That would be too embarrassing. You're truly impressive. But speaking of which, I'm hungry. Is there food on this island? Luffy, without suspicion, rubbed his belly, glancing towards the island's interior. There should be, after all, it's an island. There must be plenty of fruits, Usopp remarked, surveying his surroundings. This island is quite small. It's my first time seeing one like this. Nami, taking a moment to measure the area, responded, well then, since we're here, let us explore the island. Zoro nodded in agreement, and the group harbored no doubts about what Moonlight had said. Subsequently, Luffy took the lead, stepping onto the island. Observing this, Moonlight breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit. This island is indeed quite diminutive, as Nami aptly remarked, after a brief stroll. The entire expanse of the island becomes visible. Subsequently, the group ventured into the forest in search of sustenance. Alas! Oh, foolish and ignorant souls. This is the domain of the divine. Should you take another step forward, you shall provoke the wrath of the gods. Halt here. However, no sooner had the group set foot in the forest than the surroundings began to tremble violently, as if ferocious beasts were about to emerge, leaving them in a state of terror. Oh dear, divine beings, let us hasten away. Usopp exclaimed in fright. How splendid. Are there truly deities? I can't wait to behold their visage. Luffy declared, his face alight with exhilaration, eager to witness the divine. Is there truly a god in this world? Nami, too, was taken aback, her complexion paling. Chapter 26, Treasure Island. What gods? Merely illusions. Come forth, or I shall strike you down. Yueguang retorted coldly, drawing the Kusanagi sword. You ignorant mortals dare. Yet the voice resounded once more, ethereal and grand, but Yueguang, growing impatient, swung his sword, commanding, show yourself. With a resounding hum, a crescent-shaped blade of energy shot forth, slicing through the air with unparalleled sharpness, sweeping across the landscape. In an instant, a 10-square-meter area of the forest was cleaved apart. Trees, underbrush, and even the earth soared into the air, revealing behind the foliage a menagerie of ferocious beasts, lions, bears, deer, leopards, among others. Alongside an extraordinarily peculiar figure intermingled with these creatures. The individual was entirely encased within a treasure chest, grotesquely unattractive and remarkably short and stout. At that moment, he gazed in horror at the unsheathing sword of Moonlight. Upon seeing this peculiar figure, Luffy and his companions were taken aback. What kind of rare beast is this? Luffy pondered as he approached for a closer inspection. Surely, this must be a chest, Usopp mused, brow furrowed. How strange, has a person grown on this chest? Or is this person a product of the chest itself? Nami speculated. A person is born of a human, a monster is born of a monster. And a chest is born of a chest. There is nothing extraordinary about it, Zoro remarked, his demeanor unfazed. Well said. Moonlight exclaimed, unable to suppress a thumbs up. Is that truly the case? Strangely, Luffy and his friends seemed to accept this notion. Even Nami gazed at the person within the chest with a look of bewilderment. What nonsense. I am common, a genuine human being. I merely had an unfortunate accident and fell from a mountain, landing inside a chest. My body became immobile. And over time, the chest fused with me, thus I ended up like this. Ah, is such a thing possible? Can anyone be so foolish? Luffy and his companions stood in stunned silence, gazing blankly at Common. Even Moonlight, though aware of this oddity, was struck by astonishment at the sight. After all, it was indeed comical to see someone trapped within a chest. Believe it or not, this is my home. You may leave now. Observing the four in their confusion, Common expressed his resignation. Very well, we shall take our leave, Luffy sighed, his empathy overwhelming as he prepared to depart. You are lying. However, Nami was not so naive. She scrutinized Common, having seen through his deception. I have surveyed this island. It is quite small, devoid of anything save for that hillside. Beneath the slope, I discovered numerous footprints and signs of battle. You are a pirate, aren't you? Accidentally stranded on this island and separated from your crew. You ended up in this predicament. Nami's eyes sparkled with insight. With each word she spoke, Common's complexion grew pallid, ultimately resembling that of a ghost. Why you know? He stammered, staring at Nami as though his secret had been laid bare. Hey. After all this, you're indeed lying. Usopp exclaimed in discontent, feeling humiliated as a master of deception himself. How outrageous, to deceive us. Zoro's hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword. From your appearance, you seem not to be a villain. Why resort to deceit? Luffy questioned, his expression one of confusion. Humph. Moonlight scoffed, remaining silent yet emanating an overwhelming aura of menace that was deeply unsettling. Let me clarify this matter. As the lady has indicated, I am indeed a pirate. One day, my crew and I stumbled upon this island in search of treasure, realizing that he must divulge the truth or face dire consequences. Kamen recounted the entire tale, how he had discovered the treasure and, in a moment of excitement, called out to his comrades only to misstep and tumble from the mountain, inadvertently becoming trapped within the chest. He had lived on this island for decades, accompanied by rare beasts and yearning for the treasure that eluded him, ultimately breaking down in tears. Indeed, there is treasure. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who could have imagined such a bizarre fate? How touching. Usopp wiped away tears. TCH. Zoro scoffed, taken aback by the absurdity of it all. You poor man, do not fret. I am determined to help you find your treasure. Luffy, moved by compassion, resolved to assist Kamen. The others shared no objections, their curiosity piqued about what this strange guardian had protected for decades. Gold? Jewels? Perhaps even berries? Nami and the others brimmed with anticipation, while Moonlight remained solemn, gazing toward the distant hillside. This island is indeed peculiar. It is so small that surely countless others must have visited. The slope is not particularly steep, yet despite your numbers, you failed to find it. And no one else noticed either. It is truly remarkable that you were not only aware but also discovered the chest. Moonlight mused inwardly. He did not voice these thoughts, but instinctively he sensed that this island was unusual. If Carmen's words held truth, then the mystery lay within this very island, under the pale moonlight. His gaze grew solemn as he scrutinized the surroundings, hoping to discern something extraordinary. Yet, disappointment washed over him. The island appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities. Old man, these treasures are mine now. At that moment, Luffy and the others had already led Carmen to the foot of the hill. With a leap, Luffy reached the top and discovered the chest. Upon opening it, however, he found it empty. Meeting Carmen's eager eyes, Luffy smirked coldly. What? Carmen, Usopp, Nami, and Zoro tensed instantly. While Usopp initially seethed with anger, he quickly grasped the implication. Nami and Zoro, familiar with Luffy's nature, reacted immediately. Carmen shuddered as if the faith he had clung to for decades had crumbled. Yet, he suddenly chuckled. Kid, you're really something. That chest was empty all along, wasn't it? He had long suspected this outcome but had refused to confront it, needing to see it with his own eyes before accepting it. Chapter 27. Joseph, is it true? Luffy? Though she had already guessed, Nami still clung to hope, yearning for Luffy's confirmation. Luffy grinned and tossed down the 6 chests, all undeniably empty. Absolutely nothing. Usopp sighed. All those years, wasted, Zoro remarked with a shrug. And you ended up like this, Nami added, shaking her head. Carmen exhaled softly before smiling. Well, it doesn't seem matter anymore. At first, it was painful, agonizing, even. But then, I found them. His gaze softened as he looked at the exotic creatures gathering around him, warmth flickering in his eyes. Without losing everything, I wouldn't have gained this. In the end, I feel lighter. Thank you, Straw Hat. I'm not sad, because I've discovered the real treasure. Over the years, it was their companionship that enabled him to persevere step by step. Moonlight, what are you doing? At that moment, Luffy glanced over and saw Moonlight suddenly raise his sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy. Huh? Moonlight, what's going on? Enemies? Are you going to slash that mountain? Hearing this, Nami and Usopp were astonished, while Zoro immediately noticed Moonlight's focused gaze, directed squarely at that hillside. Whoosh. Before anyone could react, a colossal crescent-shaped sword energy slashed forth. Boom. The hillside was instantly cleaved in two, rocks tumbling down with a thunderous roar. Then, a hollow cavern within the mountain was revealed. Just as I thought, the legend wasn't baseless. Moonlight's heart stirred as he approached the cavern. On one of its walls, he spotted an inscription in peculiar, ancient script, unfortunately. He couldn't decipher it. What is this? Is this the treasure? Just some writing? Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp crowded around, bewildered. I've never noticed this before. Kamon was dumbfounded. He never imagined that splitting the mountain open would reveal such a thing. Nami, do you have rubbing paper? I want to make an imprint, Moonlight said, ignoring the others. I do, Nami nodded, retrieving it. As a skilled thief, she carried all sorts of tools. If my guess is correct, this is the real treasure. These are ancient characters, I can't read them. Luffy, when recruiting new crew members, make sure to invite a historian. Only they can decipher this. Moonlight remarked as he made the imprint. Got it, Luffy nodded, equally intrigued as he glanced around. Yet, alas, none present could understand the ancient script. All right. It's time to set sail. Hey, old man, join us and become our nakama. Luffy offered Kaimon as they prepared to depart. No, I've spent years waiting and hoping, missing out on too much. Treasure isn't my sole pursuit anymore. They are my treasure now. Kaimon refused firmly, his resolve unwavering. All right then, old man, live well. Luffy waved. Moonlight raised the anchor, Usopp took the helm, Nami charted the course, and Zoro kept watch as they set sail, leaving Treasure Island behind. Honestly, Moonlight, how did you know there was something inside that mountain? Nami asked curiously aboard the ship. Yeah, None of us would have thought of that, Usopp admitted. Despite his self-proclaimed title as the world's greatest genius. Not just you, even I didn't consider it, Zoro added. Just intuition. That man called this the legendary treasure island. Yet claimed no one had ever checked the hillside. Were they all fools? Or blind? So many people, yet none ventured there. That defies logic. He was lying. They must have gone, but only he could see the chests. Coincidences exist, but illogical ones aren't coincidences, they're secrets. Moonlight shook his head. He'd acted on a hunch. Never expecting to uncover the truth. Truly impressive, Moonlight. Your insight is remarkable, Nami praised. Indeed. I rarely admire anyone, but you're an exception, Usopp gave a thumbs up. Humph. Zoro merely snorted, though the fire of battle burned brighter in his eyes. This man, whether in swordsmanship or intellect, is extraordinarily sharp. He can only be looked up to, yet must be surpassed. I'm starving. I need meat. Luffy, having long lost interest, slouched on the ship's figurehead, rubbing his belly with a listless expression. The entire crew fell silent, at a loss for words at his antics. Moonlight, do something. I'm about to die of hunger. Luffy turned his head, pleading pitifully. Food? On this sea, the one thing we're never short of is sustenance. Moonlight chuckled, then unleashed his Haki perception. With a single slash, whoosh, a crescent-shaped sword wave split the ocean. Instantly, the sea parted, revealing a colossal shark lurking 10 meters away, poised to ambush the Going Merry. Yet before it could strike, Moonlight had already acted. Incredible, Moonlight. Nami and the others gasped in awe. But as the sword wave swept through, the shark was cleaved in two. One half was swiftly snatched by Luffy, while the other was sent flying by the sheer force of the slash. Cut a little too hard there, Moonlight muttered, realizing he had overestimated the shark's resilience. Waha. Shark meat. Usopp, grill it. We're having shark tonight. Luffy, already in action, hauled his half toward Usopp. Got it. Leave the grilling to me. I'm a master at this, Usopp boasted, immediately starting a fire. Watching Luffy and Moonlight, one acting on impulse, the other drawing his sword without hesitation, Nami and Zoro could only sigh in exasperation. The two of them, however, upon seeing the grilled shark meat, found their stomachs growling in unison. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the sound, Luffy burst into laughter. Exchanging glances, the group couldn't help but join in the mirth. Boom. Yet at that very moment, a deafening roar of waves erupted, accompanied by a furious bellow. Who threw that shark? Our boat's been capsized. Joseph. You can't die on me now. Cough, cough. What in the world is happening? Amidst their laughter, the sudden commotion startled them, and they swiftly turned their gaze toward the source. Their eyes settled on a small boat in the distance, overturned by the impact of a shark, and two figures bobbing helplessly in the sea. They exchanged bewildered looks, utterly speechless. Could this really be a collision with a person? Chapter 28, Hoppity Unbelievable. What are the odds? Moonlight, oh no, it's a person. Quick, we must save them. Upon hearing this, Usopp and the others stared at Moonlight with expressions of utter disbelief. Brother, your aim is just too precise, they seemed to say, in the vast expanse of the ocean. To have accidentally struck someone, what were they to do now? Moonlight gazed at the two figures approaching in the distance, one unconscious, the other dragging them along as they swam closer. You scoundrels! What's the meaning of this? Using sharks to kill people? Johnny shouted angrily as he neared, pointing accusingly at Moonlight and the crew. Come aboard, Luffy said, stretching out his arm and effortlessly hauling the two onto the deck. It's you? Zoro's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the pair. The two individuals before him were once ruffians whom he had rescued. He never anticipated encountering them here. Zoro, brother, Johnny exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of Zoro as he immediately abandoned Joseph, overwhelmed with joy. Zoro, how did you come to be here? That question should be posed to you. How did you both end up here? Zoro replied, gesturing towards the two. Ah, brother, ever since you saved us, we have turned over a new leaf and resolved to become great pirates. We found a ship and sailed along the coast, but sadly, we lost our way and ended up drifting here. As for what happened next, you were already aware. Your friend killed Joseph. Sob, sob, sob. Johnny began to weep as he spoke. This person was not slain by the moonlight. He is not dead. He merely suffers from malnutrition and sepsis. Nami interjected while examining the situation. Sepsis? Johnny was taken aback. What is sepsis? Luffy inquired curiously. Is he still alive? Zoro sighed in relief. It seemed these two were indeed his friends, and he would have felt deeply saddened had they met such a tragic fate at the hands of the moonlight. Sepsis. I have heard of this affliction. It arises from prolonged nutritional imbalance, failing to meet the body's requirements. Especially at sea, over time, it can lead to sepsis, which is an extremely dangerous condition, Usopp murmured, demonstrating his understanding of the matter. Is there any way to save him? Moonlight turned to Nami, for this was his primary concern. Though he despised pirates, he did not wish to unwittingly harm an innocent. Yes, Usopp, go fetch some lime. It is merely a matter of nutritional deficiency. Once replenished, he will be fine, Nami instructed Usopp. Usopp nodded and quickly retrieved the lime, administering it to Joseph. Half an hour later, Joseph's complexion improved, and he regained consciousness. He first cast a puzzled glance at Johnny and then, upon seeing Zoro, erupted with joy and rushed towards him. Zoro, brother, I never imagined I would encounter you in this vast ocean. However, just as he leaped forward, his body weakened. And he fainted again. Down again. I've only just revived you. To fully recover from sepsis, you will need several days of rest. What are you flaunting about? Nami remarked, exasperated. Wonderful. Brother, you are all right. Johnny exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he expressed his appreciation to Nami. Well, since he is fine, let us allow him to recuperate here, Zoro stated. It seems we will need to find a cook to join our crew, Luffy mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The precedent set by Joseph and Johnny had served as a stark reminder of urgency. Suddenly, a powerful sound of crashing waves erupted from the sea ahead, startling everyone. They turned to see a large ship, flanked by several smaller vessels, appearing as if they were guardians. The insignia boldly displayed the Navy. Moreover, the enemy was approaching at an alarming speed. It's the Navy. Run. It's a Navy fleet. Usopp shouted as they drew nearer. And he could clearly see the situation. Encountering the Navy, huh? Zoro maintained a stoic expression, unperturbed. Who would have thought we would face the Navy? What should we do? They are far too numerous. Nami's countenance grew grave as she beheld the formidable naval force. Even she could not suppress her anxiety. The Navy? Wow, what a grand ship. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the vessel with enthusiasm. Lieutenant Hobody, pirates have been spotted ahead. A Navy officer reported to a strikingly handsome man dressed in a pristine white suit, who bore a fierce iron fist. They had identified Luffy's ship. This man was none other than Hobody, and beside him stood a beautiful and elegant lady. The two engaged in amiable conversation, the atmosphere between them remarkably harmonious. Hobody felt immense satisfaction, anticipating that the lovely lady would soon be his. Unfazed, he inquired, "What pirates? How many are there?" "They are flying a pirate flag unknown to us, depicting a straw hat. There are 7 of them," the Navy officer reported candidly. "Only 7 pirates? Nearly a small crew. Since I, Hobody, have encountered them, let us crush them." Hobody chuckled lightly, reassuring the lady beside him, who appeared somewhat concerned. "Do not fret. They are but a handful of small-time pirates, hardly a match for our Navy. Let us go to the sea restaurant and indulge in fine wine and exquisite cuisine," he suggested, extending an invitation to the lady. "Ha ha ha, you are truly remarkable, Hobody. These pirates are indeed unfortunate to meet you. I have heard of that sea restaurant. It is quite renowned, and the food there is said to be delightful," the lady responded, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Hobody. "Please." Hobody felt a wave of contentment wash over him, sensing that he had reached the pinnacle of life. Fire. After Hobody departed, the Navy promptly issued orders to open fire on Luffy's ship. Instantly, a cannonball was launched towards them. In their view, Luffy's vessel could be shattered with a single shot. And out of compassion, the Navy issued a warning shot first. "Not good. They are attacking." Usopp and Nami cried out as the cannonball hurtled towards them. While Zoro drew his sword, preparing to slice through the projectile, Moonlight merely smiled, having already observed Luffy preparing to act. Rubber. Luffy inhaled deeply, his body expanding with extraordinary elasticity. The cannonball seemed to collide with cotton, causing no harm. Then, Luffy propelled himself, sending the cannonball flying away. Phew, that startled me. Usopp sighed in relief upon witnessing the event. Chapter 29, The Sea Restaurant Baratai. "Hey, Luffy, where are you sending that?" "Not good." Just as Usopp relaxed, Zoro and Nami stared in shock as the cannonball, deflected by Luffy, soared towards another Navy ship. Boom. A massive hole was blasted into it. "Oh no, this is terrible. Luffy, you're done for." Zoro, alongside the others, sighed in exasperation at the unfolding disaster. If they were ordinary pirates, they would have simply let it go. But they were not, and Luffy definitely was not. "Oh dear, I missed. But no matter, I will handle this myself. Wait for me. I shall return shortly," Luffy said, slightly sheepish, extending his arm towards the damaged ship as he soared away. Is this ship indeed the famed sea restaurant Baratai? At that moment, Johnny and Joseph awakened in succession, gazing in astonishment at the colossal ship before them, resembling a towering building. "A restaurant on the sea? Have you ever heard of such a place?" Usopp inquired, curiosity piqued. "Indeed, this is a renowned establishment in the East Blue. Within its walls, whether pirate, navy, or mountain bandit, as long as one possesses wealth, they shall be treated with utmost hospitality. The cuisine is exquisite, and the chefs are remarkably skilled, earning the respect of both pirates and bandits alike. We have long yearned to dine here, never expecting to encounter it in such a manner," Johnny remarked. "Quite right." Joseph nodded in agreement. "However, this is not the time for dining, Usopp, Moonlight. We shall also go. Nami, Johnny, Joseph, you remain here to watch the ship. Luffy alone might only exacerbate the situation." Zoro called out to Moonlight and Usopp. "Oh, a restaurant? How fortuitous, as I am quite famished." "I am eager to meet the fierce chefs," Usopp mused, nodding in consent. Indeed, Moonlight agreed, acknowledging Luffy's propensity to complicate matters further. Suddenly, as the three were about to board the ship, a piercing scream echoed, accompanied by a figure hurtling out from within. Moonlight reached out and caught a strikingly handsome man, whose hands bore iron fists. "Is that Captain Hoppity of the Navy?" Moonlight pondered. Thank you. How outrageous. This restaurant is utterly brutal. That chef is excessively violent, attacking a guest. I shall mobilize the navy to obliterate you. You shall be utterly destroyed. Sabaody exclaimed, expressing gratitude even as his eyes remained fixed on the restaurant. Departing with a fierce glare, not even glancing at Moonlight. Is this how a naval captain behaves? Such rudeness. Joseph remarked. Indeed, he seemed to ignore our rescue. Could it be Luffy's doing? The three exchanged knowing glances as they watched Sabaody leave without uttering a word. Upon entering the restaurant, they discovered it bustling with patrons savoring their meals, the earlier commotion seemingly unnoticed. What a surprise! The trio exclaimed. Just then, a man clad in green attire, adorned with a patterned headband and embroidered with a red serpent, strode in. His demeanor was icy as he boldly claimed a seat, propping his legs on the table, demanding, "Bring me my food." Who is this person? A pirate, perhaps? The diners gasped, their eyes drawn to the fierce expression on the man's face, sending chills down their spines. In the realm of the sea, such an aura was typically possessed by pirates. Ah, esteemed guest, I am Patty, the host of this vessel. Welcome to the Baratai restaurant. Please, order anything you desire, provided you can afford it. We have a vast array of offerings, Patty greeted with a beaming smile. I have no money. Yet I demand my meal, the man replied coldly. No money? Wishing for a meal? Patty's expression turned frosty. Humph, I am from the Clock Pirate crew. Hurry and prepare my meal, and be sure to make extra for takeout. The man continued, his demeanor unyielding, seemingly oblivious to Patty's growing displeasure. What? He belongs to the Clock Pirate crew. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. They are the overlords of the East Blue. It is said that Clock commands 50 pirate ships. If their crew is here, does that not imply the Clock Pirate crew is nearby? The revelation sent waves of trepidation among the patrons. The Clock Pirate crew was no nameless band of marauders, but rather the tyrants of the East Blue. Led by the cunning and ruthless Captain Clock, a figure who inspired dread across the seas, with all pirates steering clear of his path. Such a pirate has actually appeared here? In an instant, no one could focus on their meal. The Creek Pirate crew? They are a notorious band of marauders. Perhaps we should make a hasty retreat. Have they truly arrived? Upon hearing this, Zoro, Usopp, and Moonlight reacted in distinct ways. Zoro's eyes gleamed with recognition, clearly indicating he had heard of this infamous crew, well known throughout the East Sea. Usopp, on the other hand, was overtaken by fear. With only a small boat at their disposal, how could they hope to contend with the likes of the Creek Pirate crew? As for Moonlight, a flicker of understanding crossed his gaze. The presence of Creek signified that the man pursuing them, Hawkeye Mihawk, had also arrived. This individual, renowned as the world's foremost swordsman, has long been eager for an encounter. With his current level 3 swordsmanship, coupled with an imposing presence, he possesses the prowess comparable to that of a level 4 swordsman. At the level 4 tier, swordsmanship has achieved a state of clarity where the sword's intent is both gentle and formidable, capable of severing iron or failing to cut through a mere sheet of paper. This realm is worthy of the title of a true swordsman. The level of swordsmanship displayed here pales in comparison to the black blade of Hawkeye, and the Moonlight eagerly anticipates the outcome. Get lost. I don't care what pirate crew you belong to or how significant you think you are. If you're dining here, you must abide by the rules. If you have no money, then get out. At that moment, Patty's booming voice startled everyone. He abruptly interrupted the man's speech, seized him, and hurled him outside with great force. Thud. The man landed painfully on the deck, unable to rise for some time due to the agony coursing through his body. Damn it. If it weren't for my prolonged hunger, I wouldn't be in this situation, he thought, anger flashing in his eyes. Yet, at that moment, he lacked the strength to do anything. After a while, he managed to struggle to his feet, intending to leave and devise another plan. Wow, amazing. Truly worthy of the chefs at Baratai. A mere pirate is no match for him. Chef, you are so brave for driving away that pirate. Thank you, chef. If it weren't for you, we would have been doomed. Those despicable pirates, indeed, had to flee in disgrace from this restaurant. Baratai is simply unmatched. Witnessing this scene, the patrons showered Patty with praises. Hee, it's just what I ought to do, Patty said, chuckling as he scratched his nose. He then boldly proclaimed, I am Patty, the chef and host of the Baratai. Everyone who comes here is my guest, and I shall ensure your comfort. Of course, if you intend to dine and dash, I will not let you off easily. His declaration was filled with conviction and authority. What a fiery-tempered chef. He shows no respect for the crew of the Krieg Pirates. Indeed, the chefs here are truly fiery. Usopp and Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Aren't chefs supposed to just cook? Why are they so fearless? Moonlight smiled, found a place to sit, and ordered a meal. Since he was here, he intended to savor the culinary delights. After about 2 hours, a heavy thud resonated, startling everyone. Soon, a figure rushed in, panic-stricken. Not good. The Krieg Pirates are here. What? The Krieg Pirates? The tyrants of the East Sea? Run. Quick, flee. Panic ensued as every diner, fearing for their lives, abandoned their meals in a desperate scramble for the exit. Just as they surged toward the door, a man accompanied by a towering figure entered. Upon seeing this man's appearance, everyone recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a monstrous beast. It's him. It's Captain Krieg. Oh no, he has arrived. The atmosphere was thick with dread as everyone instinctively retreated. Please, grant us some food. Our captain hasn't eaten in ages. To everyone's astonishment, The man who had entered knelt before Krieg and begged the patrons, bowing low in supplication. What is happening here? The spectators were bewildered. Was this truly the infamous and ruthless tyrant of the East Sea, Captain Krieg? Look, their pirate ship. Goodness, it's in such disrepair. What on earth happened? Suddenly, those outside began to exclaim. The crowd turned toward the door, where they saw an enormous ship anchored beside Baratai, its pirate flag barely visible, unmistakably belonging to the Krieg pirates. However, this once mighty vessel now appeared dilapidated and ragged, resembling that of a beggar. Everyone was astounded. There's no way we could feed such a man. He is too weak now, but if he regains his strength, he will revert to being the notorious and vicious Captain Krieg. Indeed, it's rare to see the tyrant in such a state. We must not allow him to recover. This man deserves to starve. The diners exchanged knowing glances, their laughter echoing coldly in the air. With the situation clarified, they breathed a sigh of relief. The notion of feeding them was nothing short of a fantasy. Such individuals are universally reviled. It would be better if they starved to death. Captain Click, renowned for his ferocity, who could have ever anticipated that you would find yourself in such a pitiful state? To desire a meal is utterly impossible for you. Be gone. Is this truly what they call the tyrant of the East Sea? You appear utterly disheveled, resembling a dog in your current plight. Were it not for our restaurant's strict prohibition against murder, I would have eliminated you right here to prevent future troubles. The chefs from Baratai emerged upon hearing the commotion, and upon witnessing the scene, they could not help but sneer. Please, I implore you to grant our captain a morsel of food. I beg of you. The man beside Click, his face etched with despair, yet still persistent in his pleas, bowed fervently. His woeful appearance was profoundly moving. However, no one around expressed sympathy. The mere thought of them being pirates, and the notorious tyrant of the East Sea at that, filled hearts with loathing. There is always a reason for the misfortune of the pitiable. Such individuals deserve their fate. I cannot bear to witness a starving person wailing before me. Just then, a man clad in a black suit, a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached. His eyebrows were arched, his hair disheveled, and amidst the swirling smoke, he resembled an artist. He placed a plate before Click and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Mr. Sanji, thank you, truly thank you. The man expressed boundless gratitude upon witnessing this act. Click, devoid of grace, devoured the food with fervor. He was at the brink of starvation, otherwise he would not have endured such humiliation without flinching. For he possessed no strength left. Are you out of your mind? What is there to empathize with such a person? Do you not know who he is? He is the ruthless and cunning tyrant of the East Sea. Click. You are insane, seeking your own demise. Do not drag us down with you. Sanji's actions incited widespread outrage. Sanji, what are you doing? Indeed, Sanji, who permitted you to give your food to someone else? Sanji, you scoundrel. The chefs yelled in unison at Sanji. I apologize, but as a chef, I cannot bear to see a starving person standing before me, Sanji replied, taking a deep breath with a serious expression. However, before he could finish his sentence, a powerful gust of wind erupted from behind him. Bang! Sanji was hurled backward by this force, crashing violently against the restaurant staircase before finally coming to rest. His body trembled, and he coughed up fresh blood, while the cigarette he had been smoking had long since vanished. Once sated, Click rose to his feet. In that moment, all remnants of his previous disarray had vanished, replaced by a visage of ferocity and arrogance. This reveals the true face of the notorious Captain Click of the Click pirate crew. At this moment, he has risen from the dead. Alas, it is dire news. Click has returned. Damn it, we are doomed. This chef is causing chaos. Upon witnessing this, all the diners broke into a cold sweat. How outrageous to turn against one's benefactor. The captain of the Click pirate crew is indeed despicable, shameless, and treacherously cunning. As his reputation suggests, he is nothing but a fickle and petty man. Chapter 31. Hawkeye Mihawk. The chefs, including Patty, shouted in anger. Truly, such baseness is astounding. Usopp could not contain his fury. If someone of his temperament is enraged, it speaks volumes of this man's treachery. I am the sovereign of the East Sea. Click. This ship is now mine. Everyone, heed my words. If you wish to live, you had better leave this vessel immediately. Otherwise, I shall end your lives. As for the chefs aboard this ship, you are to vacate as well. But first, prepare 100 meals for me. Seeing this, Click laughed heartily, showing no concern for the others. Instead, he barked orders with an air of authority, as though he were the master, leaving no room for refusal. I do not wish to kill today, so you had better move quickly. Otherwise, I may change my mind at any moment. Hurry up. Flee for your lives. How infuriating. In this vast ocean, we have but a small boat. How can we navigate? Should a great wave crash upon us, we shall surely capsize. What can we do? It's better than being killed right now, so hurry. Upon hearing this, the diners hesitated momentarily before surging out in a panic, fleeing the scene. Soon, only the chefs and a few others remained aboard the ship. 100 meals? Not a chance. Indeed, you are dreaming. This ship belongs to us. Click, get out. The chefs shouted in unison, showing no fear even in the face of Click. It seems one must truly face grave peril to shed tears. Observing this, Click sneered coldly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. He was never a benevolent soul. Otherwise, how could he dominate in these lawless seas? You all should promptly agree with the captain. We harbor no ill will and shall not harm you. It is merely that our crew has not eaten for several days. After we dine, we will depart. At that moment, the man beside Click hurriedly urged the crowd, and then turned his gaze towards Click. Captain, did you not tell me that it was merely a meal, that no one would be harmed? Haha, akin, when did my affairs become your concern? I shall do as I please. Click scoffed coldly and delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling. Truly, he was an ungrateful, treacherous fiend. Click. At that moment, Sanji regained his composure, rose to his feet, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and gazed at Click. It seems you chefs have no intention of cooperating, he remarked. Witnessing this scene, Click's expression turned icy. Humph. The chefs remained silent, yet their demeanor spoke volumes, their readiness for confrontation apparent. The Bartai, a floating restaurant, had thrived for so long, even daring to cater to pirates, precisely because these chefs were formidable adversaries. Ah, it appears you intend to resist. Splendid. I take great pleasure in quelling those who defy me. Click erupted into laughter, and suddenly his trench coat was cast aside, revealing a suit of golden armor beneath. Adorned with shields, guns, cannons, spears, and swords, he appeared as a resplendent god of war. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. What is this? Golden armor? My goodness. Their faces were filled with shock as they gazed at Click, completely unprepared for the revelation of such a formidable secret concealed beneath his grand cloak. Have you been wearing this all along? Have you never taken it off? Usopp was left speechless, as was Zoro. They had never encountered a figure of such magnitude before. Indeed, the reason I can dominate the East Blue is not due to any schemes or plots. Those are merely tools of mine. My true reliance lies within this golden armor, which grants me immense power. Anyone who defies me shall meet their end. I had offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Thus, allow me to resolve this matter in one fell swoop. Click laughed heartily, and suddenly, a row of machine guns emerged from the armor. Their dark muzzles aimed at the crowd, a cold smirk appearing on Click's face. Damn it! At this sight, the hearts of all present grew heavy with dread. Once struck by the bullets, death was inevitable. Is this it? Are we going to die? Usopp's face was a mask of terror, beads of sweat pouring down him. Humph. Zoro pressed his hands firmly on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Die? Click sneered, preparing to pull the trigger. Suddenly, bang. A massive sack was hurled forward, landing heavily before Click with a dull thud. An elderly man appeared, having lost a leg, and gazed coldly at Click. Get lost, Click. Inside are meals sufficient for 100. The old man stated coolly. Yes, Captain. Hush. When did the captain cook? Upon seeing the old man, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon observing the 100 meals before them, they were astonished. When had he prepared this? They had not sensed a whisper of movement. Are you Redfoot Zeph? However, upon scrutinizing the elderly figure, Click's expression shifted dramatically. The name of Redfoot Zeph was renowned. A name he had heard many times before. The cooks around them remained unfazed, as they had long been aware of their captain's true identity. Usopp, however, was taken aback, never imagining that Click could also harbor fear of anyone. Hell, what of Redfoot Zeph? Alas, you are not the man you once were. Click quickly regained his composure, especially upon observing Zeph's amputated leg, feeling a sense of relief and disdain. Click, weren't you headed to the Grand Line? How is it that you find yourself here? And your ship in such disarray? Yet, Zeph paid him no heed, instead looking at the dilapidated pirate ship outside, inquiring, we indeed ventured to the Grand Line, having traversed the first half of the sea. However, upon reaching the latter half, we encountered a man with hawk-like eyes, who single-handedly dismantled our fleet of 50 ships. At this, Click fell silent, clearly reluctant to revisit such a humiliating memory that haunted him throughout his life. Yet, Akin spoke up. What? Stopped by a single individual? 50 ships felled? Surely this is a jest. Does such a being truly exist in the Grand Line? My heavens. Akin's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Click and the wrecked ship outside. Could it be that the Grand Line is so terrifying that one man could defeat 50 ships? Usopp was left in awe. Indeed, such a person is worthy of the title Grand Line. I eagerly anticipate the encounter. At that moment, Luffy emerged from seemingly nowhere, donned in attire reminiscent of a restaurant waiter, his excitement palpable. Luffy. Upon seeing him, Usopp couldn't help but exhale in relief. With Luffy present, there was no need to fear Click. A man akin to Hawkeye, capable of single-handedly slaying foes. Could it be him? Zoro too felt a wave of relief. Yet upon hearing those 4 words, a name suddenly surged to his mind. Hawkeye, my hawk. At this, Zeph involuntarily uttered a name. He has arrived. However, at that moment, Moonlight's expression shifted as he glanced outside the ship. A Western-style coffin ship drifted towards them from the distance. The vessel adorned with 2 green candles ablaze at either end. Beneath the eerie green flames stood a man, wielding a sword. Chapter 32. Black Blade. Knight. With short black hair and yellow eyes sharp as an eagle's, he sported a distinctive mustache, and a black top hat adorned with white fur. His wine-red patterned jacket, layered over a black vest, paired with white shorts, exuded an air of both vigor and coldness. His gaze, flat and unwavering, instilled an unsettling chill deep within the hearts of onlookers. This was the man who had thwarted their pursuit from the Grand Line to this very place. Why had he come? Upon sighting him, Akin's countenance turned pale with horror, as though he had encountered something truly terrifying. It was him. Cold sweat trickled down Click's brow as he regarded this man, an ever-deepening sense of unease enveloping him. Who is he? Luffy inquired. A look of confusion etched across his face. He seems incredibly formidable. Usopp gasped in astonishment. Merely a glance at him sent icy shivers down their spines. His piercing gaze was reminiscent of an eagle, capable of instilling dread with a single look. Truly remarkable. It was astounding to realize such a figure existed in the world. The chefs too gazed at this man in sheer astonishment. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's preeminent swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Zoro and Zeph locked their eyes onto this man, enunciating each word carefully. He was Zoro's target, and Zoro was well aware of it. Zeph, being well versed, had heard of his illustrious name. The 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Confusion blanketed the crowd, clearly indicating they had never heard of this name before. The 7 warlords of the sea are 7 powerful pirates recognized by the world government for their status. Each possesses strength formidable enough to rival nations, while simultaneously serving the world government as adversaries to all pirates. Hawkeye Mihawk is one among them. Zeph inhaled deeply, explaining with deliberate clarity. What? A great pirate, recognized by the world government? A force to rival nations? An enemy to all pirates? The words left everyone in stunned disbelief. Such a formidable character indeed. Buzz. Just then, Zoro made his move, transforming into a striking emerald shadow that appeared before Hawkeye. Gazing at the man before him, an infinite battle intent flickered in Zoro's eyes. He had waited far too long for this day. Today, without fail, he would engage in battle, even if it meant his demise. A frog at the bottom of a well. With just a glance at Zoro's expression, Hawkeye understood his intentions without a word. Yet another challenger had emerged. As the world's greatest swordsman, he had faced countless challenges throughout his life. However, he never anticipated that someone would dare to challenge him in the humble East Blue. Such commendable courage. With this thought, Hawkeye nodded and retrieved a small knife from his chest, looking at Zoro with an apologetic expression. My apologies, but this is all I have. An affront? Anger flashed in Zoro's eyes. After all, he was a notorious bounty hunter. When had he ever been so belittled? Demon slash. Zoro roared, drawing his sword with fervor. Oh, 3-sword style? Intriguing, but rather weak. Upon witnessing this, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly. With his mastery of swordsmanship, he could easily see through Zoro's capabilities, and thus expressed a hint of interest. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing resonated in the air as Zoro, swift as lightning, unleashed his full-force demon slash, only to have it effortlessly parried by Hawkeye's small knife. How is this possible? Is the disparity so immense? Zoro was astounded, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. He looked again at Hawkeye, feeling as if an unparalleled chasm lay between them. A frog at the bottom of a well. Open your eyes and truly see. The world is vast. Hawkeye spoke softly, his knife dancing with agility. I refuse to believe that the world is so distant from me. With that strike, Zoro felt as though his entire worldview shattered. All his previous understandings and agreements dissolved into an infinite torrent of slashes. He descended into a complete frenzy. Suddenly, Mihawk extended his hand, and in an instant, the small blade pierced Zoro's chest. All of Zoro's movements came to an abrupt halt as he stared blankly at Mihawk. Is this what the world is? Zoro murmured, seemingly gaining a newfound perspective, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his gaze. Why is there still a fighting spirit? Mihawk, taken aback, observed the rising combat fervor within Zoro's eyes. He, the world's greatest swordsman, stood before merely an unnamed swordsman from the East Blue. Yet this individual dared to strike against him. Even after having his confidence shattered, Zoro still bore an expression brimming with determination, setting aside all else. This unwavering dedication to the way of the sword left Mihawk genuinely astonished. This is the most fundamental and precious element in becoming a formidable warrior. With this, one's future achievements are boundless. Because of the promise, Zoro roared, his essence, spirit, blood, and power converging into one. His gaze transformed in an instant, becoming exceedingly sharp. The 3 swords in his possession felt like ferocious beasts. The trio of blades united, spinning violently. 3,000 worlds. In that moment, man and sword became one, transforming into a whirlwind, striking down fiercely. How intriguing. Observing this, Mihawk narrowed his eyes. With his keen perception, he could discern the profundity and might of Zoro's technique. Although there remained a considerable gap between them, Zoro's prowess was commendable. Subsequently, he grasped his black sword, Yuru, in hand. Swish. The two clashed, and with a splatter of blood, Zoro was wounded from behind. Has the disparity grown to such an extent? Zoro murmured, yet suddenly spread his arms wide, confronting Mihawk. Mihawk looked astonished. A wound to the back is a disgrace for a swordsman. Zoro chuckled. Impressive. I'll remember you, Dracula Mihawk. Grow quickly, Roronoa Zoro. You shall become a powerful swordsman, and I will await your surpassing of me. Upon hearing this, even Mihawk felt a stirring within. What is the soul of the sword? This is it. Before him stood a man whose swordsmanship may be lacking, yet whose sword spirit was terrifyingly strong. Without holding back, Mihawk delivered a decisive slash, leaving a deep cut before Zoro, sending him flying towards the sea. Brother! Brother! Seeing this, Johnny and Joseph shouted and rushed to the sea to rescue him. Zoro! Luffy cried out, stretching his arm and dashing forward. He is not dead. Mihawk effortlessly evaded Luffy's attack, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So this is the power of the warlord of the sea, Dracula Mihawk? Terrifying indeed. Even the renowned pirate hunter Zoro was so easily defeated. They were clearly in different leagues. The disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they beheld the legendary pirate hunter being dispatched so effortlessly, their shock palpable. This scoundrel. Akin and Click exchanged wary glances at Mihawk, whose strength was truly formidable. Buzz. Just then, a crescent-shaped sword energy suddenly sliced through the void, charging towards Mihawk. The sword energy cascaded like rain, pouring down. How interesting. Are there swordsmen of this caliber in the East Blue? Upon witnessing this sword energy, Mihawk's eyes lit up, and he swung Yuru. Chapter 33. Luffy vs. Click Swish. A green sword energy surged forth to meet the crescent blade. Boom. The two energies collided, creating a cataclysmic sound. The terrifying sword energies rampaged outward, causing the surrounding waters to boil, while the small pirate ships occupied by Click were sliced in half. The sword energy was razor-sharp, rendering their contest indecisive in that moment. Who is this person? How could he possibly withstand Mihawk's strike, the world's foremost cut? Witnessing this scene, Zeph's eyes widened in shock. It's him, the swordsman from that boy who shattered our ship. Sanji's gaze sharpened as he recognized Moonlight, astonished. Is it really him? He dared to confront Mihawk, and even managed to parry his strike. Remarkable, this fellow is truly formidable. Far more powerful than the pirate hunter Zoro. As Sanji directed his attention, the chefs of the Baratai, including Baratai and others, were equally astonished. How impressive is this Moonlight? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. Moonlight! Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Mihawk's might left him astounded, having crushed Zoro in an instant. He expected Moonlight to be able to contend against such a powerhouse. Seemingly on equal footing, truly incredible. This lad is also one of their crew. Click's expression darkened as he recognized the implications of their confrontation, reshaping his understanding of strength. How powerful. Akin's expression changed dramatically as he regarded Moonlight. Previously, he had dismissed him, but now, the situation was entirely different. Such a magnificent strike. Who would have thought a swordsman of his caliber existed in the East Blue? Mihawk regarded Moonlight, nodding in acknowledgement of his prowess. I am Moonlight from the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro is my comrade. Since you have defeated him, I shall reclaim his honor as his companion. Moonlight spoke calmly, his gaze level with Mihawk's, an aura of dominance enveloping him as he instantaneously armed his sword, Kosher. In the face of such a formidable opponent, he knew he could not afford to hold back. What had appeared evenly matched was, in fact, his defeat. He had exerted all his strength in a three-part slash. Yet Mihawk had effortlessly countered, shattering his consecutive strikes. The difference in their strength was glaringly evident. At that moment, he no longer held back. The armament Haki enveloped him, and Kosher transformed into a deep black. Armament Haki? I never imagined there could be such a figure in the East Blue. I must not underestimate him. Seeing the Haki enveloping Moonlight's blade, Mihawk's demeanor grew serious, gripping Yura tightly, as if facing a formidable foe. Draw and slash. At this moment, the Moonlight struck once more. A blade of light, akin to moonbeams, was sliced through the air with fierce intensity. This sword strikes with unparalleled swiftness, as the Moonlight melds majesty and swordsmanship into one, unleashing a momentary flurry of motion. Such rapid sword energy. The sword strike was astoundingly swift, even causing the renowned Hawkeye to momentarily falter in surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. The dark blade, Night, was unleashed once more, with green sword energy cascading forth. Colliding with the blade's slash of Moonlight, the two forces of sword energy clashed violently, resulting in another cancellation of power. The surrounding sea churned as if a tsunami had erupted, waves crashing and surging tumultuously. Were they thwarted again? The world's best truly lived up to their reputation. Yet I still possess more techniques. Observing this, Moonlight felt a twinge of gravity in his heart. Hawkeye's prowess was likely at the level of LV5 or LV6, presenting a significant disparity between them. Even if he exerted his full strength, he could merely hold his ground for a while. After 100 strikes, he feared he would swiftly be defeated. Hawkeye was undeniably formidable. Nevertheless, in the face of this world-renowned swordsman, he still yearned to make an attempt. Dragon's breakthrough slash. In an instant, Moonlight entered a state of unity with his sword, enveloped in sword energy, dashing forth as his form left behind a myriad of illusions across the sea. The sounds of exhilaration echoing once more. The surface of the ocean was filled with Moonlight's rapid-moving illusions, a blur that no one could distinctly perceive. Splendid. This journey to the East China Sea has not been in vain. However, for now, this will suffice. Moonlight, I acknowledge your strength. The obstacles are too numerous. Let us choose another day to battle. With that, Hawkeye's gaze narrowed significantly, yet he refrained from continuing the fight, instead swinging Knight backward and cleaving a bullet in half. The bullet was instantly deflected, and after completing this action, Hawkeye cast a deep glance at Moonlight before soaring away. It turned out that Click had intervened, seizing the opportune moment during the intense clash between Moonlight and Hawkeye, seeking to capitalize on their distraction to eliminate Hawkeye. Truly, the insidious and ruthless ruler of the East China Sea, despicable and shameless, launching a covert attack. Witnessing Hawkeye's departure, he was well aware of the unfolding events, and his anger flared as he glared at Click. At that moment, however, Luffy suddenly spoke to Zepp. If I help you drive him away, will that compensate for your losses? Luffy regarded Click with an expression of indifference, addressing Zepp and the others. Of course, Zepp nodded in agreement. Excellent. Luffy clenched his fists, turning his gaze toward Click. How dare you disrupt my duel? Moonlight glared at Click, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. After all, a hard-fought duel had been so rudely interrupted. Anyone would feel an overwhelming sense of frustration in such a situation, especially Moonlight. Since arriving in the world of pirates, he had long anticipated this battle. Now, it had been so abruptly concluded. Leave Moonlight to me. Just then, Luffy soared over, fixing his gaze on Click. All right. Moonlight nodded in response. This despicable fellow, though visibly displeased, lacks the desire to take action. He is utterly weak, unworthy of his effort. Humph, does he underestimate me? Clicky sneered coldly. He regarded the likes of Eagle Eye, Moonlight, and Luffy with disdain. In his eyes, the means were inconsequential as long as victory was assured. The outcome held paramount significance. Luffy, be cautious. Although this man is somewhat despicable, his strength is formidable, Usopp urgently warned. Not a problem, whether for freedom or for Moonlight. I shall send this fellow flying. Luffy's gaze hardened as he fixed it upon Clicky. Ha ha ha, how audacious. You, a mere child, have no idea how many I have dispatched over the years. You dare to challenge me? Clicky scoffed coldly, regarding Luffy with contempt. How foolish to challenge our captain. Although we have suffered setbacks in the Grand Line, you are not the kind of child who can contend with us. You seek your own demise. Captain, let this brat know the might of the cliquey pirate crew. Chapter 34. Captain, leave these small fry to me. At that moment, the crew, having received food brought by Akin, began to recover. Upon witnessing Luffy daring to challenge their captain, they could not help but sneer. Do you wish to challenge me? You are not worthy, youngsters. Come, let them witness the power of the cliquey pirate crew. Cliquey coldly laughed. Although Luffy had issued a challenge, he was not someone who could be challenged at will. This is the majesty of the East Sea Overlord. Let this brat understand our might. Heh, do you think you can challenge our captain? Such naivety. Our captain is not someone just anyone can confront. At this, the pirates burst into laughter, ready to charge forward. No need for that. I'll handle this insignificant character myself. Just then, a man over 2 meters tall, resembling a sea turtle, appeared. He rolled over from the pirate ship, blocking the path of Luffy and his companions, and coldly remarked, It's Captain Baru. Let us take down these people. Captain Baru is immensely powerful. Second only to our commander. Eliminate them. Go, Captain Baru. Upon seeing this man, all the pirates nodded, halting in their tracks, and cheered excitedly, as if this individual possessed unparalleled strength. Heh, Captain Baru chuckled, gazing at Luffy. Luffy frowned. With such words, if he wanted to defeat Click, he would first have to deal with the man before him. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped sword energy sliced through the air from his side. In an instant, Baru's body was severed in two. With a thud, he fell into the sea, lifeless. Just like that, he was killed by a single strike. For such trifling foes, there was no need for our captain to intervene. Come on, Captain, I will take care of these small fry. Moonlight approached, coldly observing the pirates before him. After Baru's demise, the pirates, who had been ecstatic, were now left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. As Moonlight concluded his statement, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Impossible. Captain Baru was killed just like that? Is this swordsman so strong? He actually dispatched our captain with a single blow. How formidable. They gazed at Moonlight, utterly awestruck. Daring to kill my subordinate in front of me. Everyone, attack. Eliminate him. Click's expression darkened upon witnessing Baru's slaying. To have a subordinate killed before him was a grave humiliation. Hearing this, the pirates surged forward. With 8,000 subordinates, they charged en masse, creating a formidable wave. This is bad. There are too many of them. Luffy exclaimed. I can't face them alone. Moonlight, I'm coming to assist you. Seeing this scene, Luffy and Usopp were alarmed. quickly turning their gazes toward Moonlight. There are too many. No matter how strong he is, being besieged by so many will eventually exhaust him. Let us help. These pirates are truly despicable. All right. Their aim is our restaurant. We cannot let them have it. Since we must fight sooner or later, let's go. The chefs at the restaurant, witnessing the commotion, were filled with righteous indignation, shouting in anger. They braced themselves, preparing to confront Click's pirate crew. The Conqueror's Haki. Observing the overwhelming number of pirates, Moonlight merely smiled faintly and coldly declared, "Stand back." Instantly, a wave of blue energy emanated from his form, spreading outward. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the rushing pirates froze in place, as if caught in a spell, before collapsing one after another, unconscious. In the blink of an eye, all the pirates had lost their combat ability, lying motionless on the ground. Not just them, the chefs from the restaurant, who had charged in hastily, were also affected by this aura, with many suddenly halting and collapsing, some even foaming at the mouth. What on earth is happening? Click's pupils contracted sharply upon witnessing the chaos. In this unforeseen circumstance, he could never have imagined it. Is this what Moonlight refers to as Conqueror's Haki? Usopp felt a surge of dread as he glanced at Luffy, who, in turn, nodded appreciatively at Moonlight before wholeheartedly charging towards Click. What on earth is happening? Why are all 5,000 of them suddenly incapacitated? What kind of sorcery has been unleashed? Not only the foes, but even our own crew is affected. What is this? The chefs in the restaurant stood agog, their faces a tableau of confusion and shock, utterly bewildered by the spectacle before them. The remaining onlookers dared not advance another step, their expressions betraying their astonishment. With their limited experience, they were unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "Old man, what is going on?" Sanji exclaimed, taken aback as he hurriedly inquired of Zeph. "I am not certain, but it is evident that this swordsman is the strongest among them. No wonder he can exchange blows with Mihawk and hold his own. I initially thought Mihawk was reluctant to engage here, but it seems this individual is formidable indeed," Zeph murmured. Although he was unaware of the nature of Conqueror's Haki, he could feel Moonlight's overwhelming power, surpassing the imagination of ordinary beings. Such a powerful individual exists in this world. Sanji gazed at Moonlight, utterly astonished. He felt like a frog in a well. "No one is to interfere until our captain's battle with the enemy concludes," Moonlight declared nonchalantly after clapping his hands and sitting down, as if nothing were amiss. Yet, at that moment, not a soul dared to question his words. Gum Gum Pistol. At that very moment, Luffy sprang into action, his arm elongated dramatically, fists coalescing as he raced towards Cleek, determined to unleash a powerful blow. "Ha, you're courting death, kid," Cleek sneered, his body moving with sudden agility just as Luffy surged forward. In an instant, his armor erupted with a multitude of sharp steel spikes, resembling a porcupine. Luffy, caught off guard, struck the spikes with his fist. "Ah!" Luffy cried out in agony as he sustained injuries. "Not done yet. You little pirate dare challenge me? I shall show you true power." Cleek sneered coldly as a massive spear materialized in his hand, nearly the size of 3 men combined. Chapter 35. This is Luffy's fight. No one is allowed to interfere. With a single thrust, Cleek unleashed his might. Boom. Before Luffy could even approach, an explosion erupted around him. He was violently propelled backward, battered and bruised. What is happening? Fortunately, Luffy was a rubber man, resilient and tenacious, despite being thrown back. He quickly rose to his feet, astonished at the sight of Cleek's spear. That's the Captain's signature weapon, the Great Spear, containing explosive powder. With a single thrust, it can trigger a massive explosion. With this, our captain is invincible in the East Blue. Haha. Do you see, kid? This is our captain's strength. Far beyond someone of your caliber. He, Captain, destroy him. Cleek's crew erupted in exultant cheers. Luffy, Usopp cried out in concern. He then turned to Moonlight. "This guy is too formidable. I fear Luffy may not stand a chance." But before he could finish, Moonlight waved him off. "This is a duel between captains. I shall not intervene. If Luffy falls, it is his own failing, and he must accept the consequences. If he aspires to become the Pirate King, then this is the path he must tread." Moonlight shook his head, refusing to engage. "Moonlight, you..." Usopp was momentarily speechless, gazing at Luffy with worry, yet words failed him. As Moonlight stated, to become the Pirate King, Luffy must endure this trial. He could only succeed. For failure here would mean he could never claim the title of Pirate King. Is it truly so simple to become the Pirate King? Moonlight's words rang with truth. Would these onlookers simply stand by, motionless? That Straw Hat Kid is on the brink of collapse. "Hey, aren't you going to help?" The chefs in the restaurant exclaimed in unison. "If you merely watch your comrade perish, I will intervene," Sanji retorted coldly. Although he had only just met Luffy, he could not stand idly by as Luffy faced death. With that, he prepared to act. However, whoosh, a crescent-shaped sword energy surged forth. The blade flashed before everyone's eyes, creating a deep fissure across the Bartai restaurant. Sanji's actions were abruptly halted. He squinted at Moonlight, who had made the sudden move. Hiss. The other chefs gasped in astonishment, staring at the sword energy. Was this something a mere human could achieve? They turned their gaze to Moonlight, bewildered as to why he would impede their well-meaning intentions. Were they not comrades? "This is our captain's fight. Whoever dares intervene shall face my wrath. Moonlight declared icily, his aura of deadly intent unmistakable. Feeling the weight of his menace, everyone fell silent, particularly haunted by Moonlight's previous encounter with Mihawk, where he had slain Baroque with a single stroke. Even Sanji, witnessing such a display of swordsmanship, could not help but draw a sharp breath, frozen in place. No one would dare question the words of a swordsman wielding a blade. Instantly, all exchanged glances, paralyzed with fear. Boom. Just then, Cleek swung his spear once more. With each strike, Luffy was sent flying, yet he would rebound, rising again. Time and again he fell, yet time and again he stood up, embodying an indomitable spirit that left all speechless. Even Cleek's crew found themselves at a loss for words. Luffy's vitality was astonishing. Luffy, Usopp called out in worry, but as he watched Luffy relentlessly rise again and again, charging at Cleek, he could not help but feel moved. Gum Gum Machine Gun. Each fall only fueled Luffy's resolve, making him resemble a piece of rubber, his speed increasing as he charged towards Cleek. His fists exploded forth like a barrage of gunfire, unleashing a flurry of punches that enveloped Cleek. Seeing this, Cleek scoffed. Have you still not grasped your situation? How many times must you fall before you understand the gravity of your predicament? Having spoken, the battle rifle was once again brandished. Despite the continuous skirmishes that had taken a toll on his stamina and speed, the might of the weapon remained undiminished. In that moment, a single shot was unleashed. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, fierce and tumultuous. The explosion surged forth with a ferocity unmatched by any prior occurrence. Luffy was instantly engulfed by the blast. And even the surrounding ship was obliterated by more than half in an instant. Luffy! Usopp cried out in horror at the devastating scene before him. This power is excessive. That kid might not survive this. The chefs, including Sanji, were equally astonished. Yet, none dared to step beyond the fissure created by the moonlight slash. Aha! Our captain is truly formidable. Just look at him. That little brat now understands the might of our captain. Opposing him is an act of sheer folly. The crew of the Click Pirates roared in jubilation. Captain, finish him off. They clamored. The Click Pirates are invincible. Usopp's gaze darted back to Moonlight. Worry etched across his face. Fear not. Luffy will not fall so easily. Keep your eyes wide open. Moonlight chuckled lightly, unfazed, and gestured ahead, speaking in a calm tone. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the flames of battle, rising defiantly. Who else could it be but Luffy himself? His eyes gleamed with intensity, and his aura grew ever more potent, showing no sign of yielding to Click. In his hands, he gripped the very tip of Click's formidable weapon, the spearhead. Astonishingly, Luffy had forcibly wrenched it free. Without this, what other tricks do you possess? Luffy smirked coldly at Click. At that moment, both foes and allies alike, as well as companions, were struck with awe by Luffy's presence. Zeph sighed deeply. On these seas, there exist two types of individuals. One, like Click, relies on external weapons, disguising themselves to appear invulnerable and powerful. The other, like the Straw Hat Lad, depends solely on his own hands and heart, bravely confronting any adversary with unwavering resolve, fighting until the last breath to vanquish his foes. It remains uncertain which of these two will ultimately prevail. Chapter 36, The Poison Gas Bomb. One thrives through formidable equipment, while the other draws strength from an indomitable spirit. Sanji was momentarily taken aback. Zeph's words resonated deeply within him. While outwardly powerful individuals are indeed impressive and capable of instilling fear, it is those with inner strength who truly embody greatness and are destined to traverse far greater distances. In an instant, Sanji found his answer, his gaze fixed upon Luffy. This is a true powerhouse. Indeed, not long after, with a sharp crack, something seemed to snap. All eyes turned to witness Krieg's massive spear shattering under Luffy's relentless assault. Even the supposedly indestructible gold could no longer withstand the barrage and broke apart. Stripped of his golden armor, Krieg paled in shock, but before he could react, Luffy's fist collided violently with his face. Bam! Sent flying, Krieg crashed into the ship's hull, further damaging the already dilapidated vessel. Captain Krieg was just sent flying? Impossible. This brat actually defeated Captain Krieg. The pirates aboard stood frozen. Disbelief etched across their faces. With Krieg's defeat, a core belief within them seemed to crumble as well. Has the captain truly been beaten? Jin, his spirit shattered, muttered numbly as he stared at the fallen Krieg. He had idolized Krieg, vowing to become a man like him, yet now, that very ideal had been toppled. No. Captain Krieg cannot lose. We haven't been defeated. Suddenly, Jin's eyes hardened with resolve. Twin iron rods appeared in his hands as he roared at Krieg. Captain, get up. You are the strongest man in the East Blue. You cannot be defeated. If anyone dares doubt you, I'll kill them myself. With that, Jin brandished his weapons and charged at Luffy. How despicable. Interfering mid-fight? Luffy defeated Krieg. That rubber kid is impressive. But this guy has no honor, attacking now. Watch out. Straw Hat. The chefs, initially exhilarated, now shouted warnings to Luffy. Damn it, I misjudged you. Sanji's gaze turned icy. He had given Jin a meal, believing the man would show gratitude, only to realize he was just another scoundrel. Of course, what else could be expected from someone under Krieg? He had been naive. I won't let you interfere. Sanji lunged forward. Out of my way. Jin snarled, swinging his rod. Bam! Sanji was sent flying, unable to withstand even a single strike. Sanji, This guy is strong, even Sanji couldn't. No way. There's someone else this powerful? The chefs gaped in shock. None had anticipated that the quiet Jin possessed such skill. As expected of Commander Jin. Incredible! Commander Jin, you finally stepped in. Go, Commander Jin. Wipe them all out. The pirates erupted in cheers. This guy is Krieg's top commander? Usopp's jaw dropped. He never would have guessed the unassuming Jin held such a position. The chefs, too, were stunned, especially Patty, who had previously driven Jin away. How could such a person be a figure of great significance? I have stated before that our captain's battles are not to be interfered with by outsiders. Otherwise, death awaits. Yet at this moment, Yueguang unleashed a sudden strike. A crescent-shaped sword aura sliced toward Jin. He had issued a warning. How could anyone dare to trespass? Did they take his words as mere whispers in the wind? Buzz. The sword aura tore through the air, striking forth, and Jin's heart trembled in shock as he hurriedly raised his crutches to mount a desperate counterattack. Yet, only through direct experience can one truly comprehend the terrifying nature of Yueguang's strike. This sword energy, capable of rivaling the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, has long surpassed human limits. Snap! His twin Tuffas, along with his entire body, were instantly slashed away and sent plummeting into the sea. Captain Jin gasped. Captain Jin was sent flying by a single strike from this swordsman. Damn it, is this man really this powerful? The surrounding pirates, witnessing this scene, immediately erupted in shock, their cheers turning into gasps of disbelief. Moonlight, you're just too strong. Usopp exhaled in relief, staring at Moonlight with awe. This swordsman. Sanji clutched his wound, his expression one of stunned amazement. A man who can fight Hawkeye to a standstill is naturally formidable. He's on an entirely different level from everyone here. Zeph remarked with a knowing smile, utterly unsurprised. The chefs stood frozen, speechless as they gazed at Moonlight. Damn it. To push me this far, you're the first to ever do so. At that moment, Krieg emerged from the wreckage of the ship, his once glorious golden armor now shattered and broken. His mighty spear lost. His face darkened as he saw Luffy and the side of Jin, sent flying by a single slash. Click, click. His arms suddenly emitted a mechanical whirring sound, and his golden armor shifted, revealing a circular muzzle. Not good, this is. Put on your masks. Captain Krieg is about to use that move. Hurry, put them on. The pirates scrambled in panic, hastily retrieving masks from their ship and securing them over their faces, their voices trembling with terror. What's happening? What's going on? The chefs exchanged bewildered glances, sensing the ominous shift in the air. Could it be? Sanji and Zeph seemed to realize something, their expressions twisting in horror. Usopp, Moonlight, everyone, run. He's about to release poison. Luffy suddenly turned and sprinted back, shouting urgently. His frantic demeanor suggested something catastrophic was imminent, something so dire that even his usual carefree nature couldn't mask the danger. Hey, that's right. Taste my ultimate weapon, M.H.5. A specially crafted poison gas bomb designed to conquer the Grand Line. A single shot will turn a 10,000-meter radius into a toxic wasteland. Anyone without a gas mask will perish. What's wrong? Scared? Too bad. There's no turning back now. You forced me into this, so now, all of you will die. Krieg snarled, his face twisted with malice. Chapter 37. All blue with a deafening roar. A purple projectile launched from his arm, hurtling straight toward the Baratai and its crew. Damn it. Get to the kitchen. Fetch the gas masks for everyone. Zeph's face paled as the realization struck him. Now he understood why Krieg's crew had donned their masks. Krieg had just fired a poison gas bomb at them. This poisonous gas bomb may not match the destructive power of artillery shells, but its lethality is utterly horrifying. A single gas bomb could annihilate an entire village of 100 souls. Such a weapon defies the natural order, an abomination beyond comprehension. Only the most depraved and malevolent individuals would resort to such means. And yet, Krieg dared to unleash this upon them. The man is a demon. Quickly. Fetch the gas masks. This fiend, this despicable, dishonorable Krieg. The chef scrambled in panic. Damn it. Luffy roared in fury, but against the gas bomb, even he was powerless. How ruthless. Usopp gasped, his worldview shattered. Never had he imagined cruelty of this magnitude. Whoosh. Just as shock gripped them all and frantic hands reached for masks. A crescent-shaped sword slash, fanning out like moonlight, cleaved through the air. It was Mihawk, drawing his blade at last. The slash swept outward, scattering the encroaching poison gas into fragmented wisps that dissipated harmlessly. Dragon Quake slash? Mihawk bellowed, his body merging with his sword as he darted across the sea surface. In an instant, after images of him flickered everywhere, accompanied by fierce gales that scattered the remnants of the gas until nothing remained. Then, a guttural scream tore across the waves, cutting off abruptly before Krieg. Mihawk sheathed his sword, calm as ever. Krieg stood frozen, his golden armor splintering apart like scrap metal under Mihawk's single stroke. And not just the armor, his very body was split cleanly in two, slain in one blow. You shattered my golden armor? Krieg's eyes bulged. Disbelief etched across his face even in death. He could not fathom that a mere swordsman's slash could rend his impenetrable golden shell. How is this possible? Impossible. He split Captain Krieg's armor in one strike? Is this man even human? No, he's a demon. No ordinary human could wield such power. That rubber kid struggled for ages and couldn't scratch it, yet this swordsman cleaved through it like paper? Who is he? Not just Krieg, his crew. Veterans who had witnessed his might across the East Blue trembled in awe. They had followed him through countless battles, believing him invincible, and now, felled by a single slash? Their faith crumbled. Incredible! The chefs gaped, stunned. One moment, they were scrambling for gas masks. The next, Mihawk had resolved everything, even Inen Creek himself. And he's not their captain? Just who are these people? Sanji's cigarette tumbled from his lips unnoticed, his mind reeling at the sheer disparity in strength. Mihawk, Luffy cheered, bouncing with glee. Amazing as always. But his excitement lasted mere seconds before he turned to Sanji, grinning. Hey, join my crew as our cook. During this period of interaction, he has developed an admiration for Sanji. Everyone was at a loss for words. Was it appropriate to mention such a thing at this moment? Especially in front of the patrons of the Bar Thai restaurant. Was this an attempt to undermine? Sanji instinctively wanted to refuse, yet upon seeing moonlight and recalling previous moments, the words he longed to express became lodged in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. How about we set sail together to the Grand Line? Luffy's earnest invitation. The Grand Line? Sanji swallowed hard. To be honest, Luffy's invitation stirred something deep within him. Moreover, with someone like Moonlight as the captain, what a remarkable crew it would be. He had certainly heard tales of the Grand Line, a place that inspired great yearning. Most importantly, Luffy's words resonated with a long-held dream in his heart, all blue. As a chef, who would not aspire to reach such a place? Here lies the most comprehensive collection of ingredients in the world. Sanji, have you finally succumbed to temptation? Witnessing Sanji's expression, the chefs of Bar Thai fell into a solemn silence. Having spent the longest time with him, despite their frequent bickering, they understood each other profoundly. How could they not be aware of Sanji's dream? Sanji, if you wish to go, then go, they murmured. We've grown old, content to remain within these restaurant walls with no desire to venture beyond. But you're young. You shouldn't confine yourself here. You ought to behold the vastness of the ocean and fulfill the shared dream of all chefs, all blue. Observing this, Zeph chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on Sanji. Everyone, old man. Sanji's voice trembled as he looked at them, particularly Zeph. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. All this time, thank you for everything, he uttered between sobs, his voice thick with gratitude. Old man, your kindness. I can never repay it. His words faltered, though he spoke with deliberate intensity. Sanji was a man of resolve. Had he not defied objections to cook for Jin alone? All blue, the place he yearned for even in his dreams. As a man, he ought to set sail, to seek the Grand Line and carve his own legend. Yet, the bonds of kinship had always been his heaviest shackles. And now, encountering Luffy, this was his greatest opportunity. This group of people, whom he had witnessed firsthand, perfectly suited his taste. They were the very companions he had long dreamed of. Only such individuals were truly worthy of his culinary artistry. However, Sanji's heart trembled violently. This is bad. Nami, their formidable navigator, had taken the ship and left on her own, her destination, Arlong Park. At that very moment, Johnny and Yusaku, who had just fished Zoro out of the sea, shouted frantically at Luffy and the others. What? Nami ran away? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? Arlong Park? A cold glint flashed in Mihawk's eyes. My navigator escaped? Without a single word? No, we're going after her, Luffy exclaimed after a brief moment of shock. Good. Luffy, go get Nami back. That woman dares to run off. She owes me an explanation, Zoro panted. Chapter 38. Storm and Fury, let's go. Luffy roared without hesitation, stretching his arm to grab Mihawk, Usopp, Zoro, Johnny, Yusaku, and Sanji before launching them toward the small boat like a slingshot. W8, are we really? Johnny paled as realization struck. Captain, Captain. Yusaku struggled in vain. Zoro's still injured. Usopp cried out in alarm. No need, I'll handle it myself. With a flicker of movement, Mihawk evaded Luffy's grasp and landed gracefully on the boat before anyone could react. Only Sanji remained, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Bang, like a released rubber band. Luffy's stretched arm snapped back, sending the five of them hurtling uncontrollably toward the boat. Thud, 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 thud. They crashed headfirst onto the deck. Hey, everyone still alive? Sanji was the first to regain his senses, shooting Luffy a look of exasperation. Is this truly their captain? This is utterly chaotic. Am I aboard a pirate ship? Upon this thought, Sanji pulled out a cigarette and lit it, casting a glance at the others. I'm fine. But I must remember one thing. Cherish life and steer clear of Luffy. Usopp, with his nose protruding, covered it with his hands and spoke with a newfound awareness. Is this really my brother as captain? So violent. Brother, how are you faring? Thankfully, I haven't met my demise. Joseph and Johnny quickly turned to Zoro, finding him still fast asleep, utterly oblivious, which left them in awe. All right, everyone, let us set sail and retrieve Nami. Luffy laughed heartily, unperturbed, sitting at the bow and shouting loudly. Hey, Captain, don't you think you owe everyone an explanation? Your actions are far too reckless. Indeed, this is quite disorderly. Such behavior must not be repeated. Moreover, without Nami, who will guide our course? Absolutely. Upon witnessing this, Joseph, Johnny, and Sanji could not help but voice their discontent. Is that so? Hearing this, Luffy stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Zoro is directionally challenged, Luffy is foolish, and I lack nautical skills. You two are utterly useless. You are merely a cook, and the only thing you seem to excel at is cooking. Moonlight, lead us. Usopp looked towards Moonlight at the lookout, admiration on his face. While the others scoffed. Hey, who are you underestimating? Although I am a chef, I have lived at sea for over a decade. I know my way around simple routes. Sanji erupted in anger, his eyebrows raised. Kid, who are you calling useless? Do you dare to challenge me? We witnessed Sister Nami leave. I know her general direction. Indeed, we are eyewitnesses. Without us, who would know the direction Sister Nami went? Joseph and Johnny chimed in, pointing at Usopp's long nose. Oh, Luffy looked at the group, nodding in understanding. No, I was merely stating the facts. Hey, Moonlight. You might as well say something. Observing the anger on their faces, Usopp waved his hands dismissively, turning his gaze to Moonlight. Buzz. However, Moonlight, atop the lookout, swung his long sword, unleashing crescent-shaped sword energy. The sword energy was incredibly sharp, striking the sea and creating crashing waves. The tumultuous waves transformed into power, propelling the small boat forward. Wow, using sword energy as propulsion is impressive. Moonlight, your swordsmanship far surpasses that of Zoro. The previously quarreling group gazed at Moonlight's actions, filled with admiration. This guy Sanji narrowed his eyes. Despite his self-importance, he couldn't help but feel a shiver in the presence of such formidable strength. The strong reign supreme at sea. Wow, Moonlight, you truly are dependable. Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Dependable? Look, Moonlight is cutting with his eyes closed. What does that mean? You're merely practicing swordplay, not navigating. Usopp yelled, pointing at Moonlight. His gaze was sharp, while others focused on Moonlight's fierce sword energy. Usopp noticed that Moonlight had kept his eyes closed throughout. My apologies. While you all bickered endlessly, I had no idea when we would reach a conclusion. Thus, I decided to leave everything to fate. I will practice my swordplay while steering the ship, and as for where we will end up, it is entirely up to destiny. As he continued his sword practice without interruption, Moonlight turned to face the group, his expression calm. However, upon hearing his words, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Left to fate? All based on luck? Surely not. The five exchanged glances. Even Luffy appeared astonished. Suddenly, all five shouted in unison. Stop. Please. Halt. Your luck is dreadful. We are moving further away from Sister Nami's direction. It's no wonder I felt something amiss earlier. Joseph and Johnny shouted frantically. Ha, Moonlight, you are indeed amusing. Luffy laughed heartily, finding it all tremendously entertaining. Hey, Moonlight, are you serious? Usopp's eyes widened in shock as he stared incredulously at Moonlight. Is this still the formidable Moonlight who once stood toe-to-toe with Hawkeye? Leaving it to fate? Relying on luck? Enough is enough. Since no one is taking charge, I will. I'm a chef with dreams. I refuse to get lost the moment we set sail. Sanji's veins bulged in anger before he delivered sharp knocks to everyone's heads, silencing them instantly. Taking the helm, though not a professional navigator, Sanji proved far more adept than the others. Under clear skies, they sailed smoothly across the sea until a faint coastline emerged in the distance. Look, an island. Usopp, ever vigilant with his telescope, was the first to react, his voice brimming with excitement. It really is. Fantastic. Joseph and Johnny cheered as they spotted the thin white line on the horizon. An island means meat. Luffy's eyes sparkled. An island meant restaurants, and restaurants meant food. His impatience grew. With a first-class chef like me, who needs restaurants? I'll cook for you. Sanji exhaled smoke, his tone nonchalant. But this is just a simple speedboat. No ingredients, no tools. Even a chef can't work miracles without supplies. Usopp protested, wide-eyed. Third-rate chefs rely on tools and ingredients. First-rate chefs rely on skill and heart. The ocean is vast. There's no shortage of ingredients here. Sanji scoffed, gesturing toward the sea. Watch me gather a feast in no time. Just as he prepared to dive, a monstrous wave surged. Chapter 39, The Arlong Pirates. A colossal sea cow, towering like a small mountain, emerged before them. Its milky white hide and menacing glare radiated hostility. Whoa, it's huge. Luffy gasped. What kind of monster is that? A sea cow? Usopp's pupils dilated as he immediately hid behind Moonlight, the only one on board who made him feel safe. Damn, a sea king. This is bad. Wake up, boss. Joseph and Johnny frantically shook Zoro. Perfect, fresh ingredients. Sanji grinned, exhaling smoke. But before he could act, Moonlight stepped forward. His piercing gaze unleashed an invisible aura of intimidation. The once ferocious sea cow trembled in terror, submitting like a docile child at his command. Wah, Moonlight, what did you do? I knew you were reliable. Moonlight, wow. The crew stared in awe as Luffy gleefully clambered onto the creature, marveling at his new toy. Let it pull the ship. As for ingredients, Moonlight glanced at Sanji before slashing his sword toward the sea. A crescent-shaped wave of energy split the waters, sending fish, shrimp, and shellfish raining onto the deck. This should suffice. Usopp, Joseph, Johnny, and Sanji stood speechless, who knew swordplay could be used for fishing. Meanwhile, Nami docked the Marietta Island, greeting two patrolling sea beasts before striding toward a massive amusement park, the Arlong Pirates domain. Nami's back. Our little thief returns. Which poor pirates fell victim this time? The crew greeted her warmly as she tossed a bag of gold and a map to Arlong. My haul. Brilliant as ever. Even we fishmen couldn't draw maps this precise. Arlong praised, ignoring the gold. True, Nami's talent is unmatched, and octopus-like fishman, Hachan, chimed in. Humans are worthless, except for Nami, added Karubi, a karate GI-clad fishman. Agreed, said another, his lips resembling a pufferfish's. Nami, I grow more reluctant to let you leave, Arlong smirked. Nami stiffened before coldly retorting, 100 million berries. I'll earn it soon. Don't you dare go back on your word. With that, she walked away. This was her agreement with Arlong. If she could amass 100 million berries, she could redeem both her beloved Kokoyasi village and her freedom. It was precisely for this purpose that she had joined the Arlong Pirates, becoming one of their own, and relentlessly traversed the seas. Big brother, it seems Nami is about to leave, Crocodile remarked, watching Nami's retreating figure. I really can't bear to part with Nami, sighed Hachan. Is there truly no way to make her stay? Chu frowned, turning to Arlong. A talent like hers may be one of a kind in this world. Letting her go would be a pity, but I, Arlong, value my word above all. However, a sinister smirk curled on Arlong's lips as he whispered a scheme to the three. Upon hearing it, they exchanged knowing, malicious grins. So this is the infamous Arlong Park? It's enormous. How are we supposed to find anything here? At that moment, the Straw Hat crew, towed by the sea Calmamu, finally reached the shore. Spotting the merry-go anchored nearby, their faces lit with excitement as they disembarked. Their next mission clear, retrieve Nami. Once you've boarded Luffy's ship. Getting off isn't so simple. Upon setting foot on the sprawling island, the group marveled at its vastness. Let us split up, Sanji suggested immediately. Agreed. If anyone finds anything, signal immediately. We're dealing with the Arlong Pirates, no solo acts, Usopp nodded, then impulsively grabbed onto Moonlight. Moonlight and I will go together, he declared, clinging tightly as if afraid of being left behind. Fine. I'll take this direction alone, Sanji said, pointing decisively. Joseph and Johnny will stay with Zoro nearby. Then Usopp. You take that direction alone, Luffy instructed, gesturing elsewhere before glancing at Usopp. Actually, I've come down with a severe case of contigo shoritis. ILL returned to the merry-go. Usopp groaned dramatically, clutching his stomach. What? You're sick? Are you okay? Luffy asked, genuinely concerned. I'll be fine, just need rest on the ship. Can't join the search, Usopp hobbled back toward the merry-go. Oh, come on. At least put some effort into your acting. We don't have time for this. Nami could be in danger with the Arlong Pirates. Sanji nearly kicked him in frustration. For Nami's sake. Even if I were terminally ill, I'd still fight to bring her back. Usopp gritted his teeth, swallowing his fear and agreeing. Moonlight. Luffy turned expectantly. Moonlight nodded. The four split into cardinal directions, scouting the island with strict orders to signal at any discovery. Meanwhile, in Kokoyasi village, Nami stood before her hidden treasure, years of relentless effort culminating in nearly 100 million berries. Soon, she and everyone else would be free. The thought made her smile radiantly. Found you, cat burglar Nami. All these stolen treasures are now confiscated by the Marines. Look at this haul, ha ha ha. We VE struck gold. Suddenly, a squad of Marines surrounded her, their eyes gleaming with greed. At their forefront, a rat-faced officer cackled triumphantly. Chapter 40. Nami S Tier's Marines. You, Nami froze, stunned by their unforeseen appearance. Why were the Marines here? And how had they discovered her secret trove? This place is known solely to her. Bring back all these treasures. The mouse emitted a series of squeaks reminiscent of its kind, pointing at the treasures unearthed around, its eyes gleaming with eagerness as it commanded. Step aside. These trinkets are mine, and you are unworthy to touch them. Upon witnessing this, Nami's eyes flared with fury, almost as if she might erupt. Little thief Nami. You are a member of the evil dragon pirates. You are a pirate, and we are the Navy. If you wish to avoid capture, it would be wise to vacate the premises. Otherwise, I shall take you in, along with the villagers of Coco Village, who are surely your accomplices. The mouse sneered, gesturing towards the multitude of villagers that had suddenly appeared behind Nami, led by Akane, the village's guard. Colonel, you have gone too far. These items were rightfully seized by this child from the pirates. You have no right to desecrate them. Moreover, Colonel, knowing the havoc wrought by the evil dragon pirates, why do you not pursue them instead of targeting us? Akane exclaimed in anger upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, you are the Navy, yet you shall not bully Nami. At that moment, a woman with dark skin stepped in front of Nami, coldly admonishing the Marine soldiers who were pointing at the rat. It was Nokigao, Nami's ally. Get lost, Navy. Protect Nami, he has sacrificed too much for us. The villagers rallied together, forming a protective barrier around Nami. You all. Nami was once again taken aback. Hadn't they despised her for joining the Arlong Pirates and becoming one of them? Why were they acting this way? Fool. We have long understood your true intentions, Nokigao said with a warm smile, gazing at Nami. Despite her alliance with the Arlong Pirates, her ultimate goal was merely to fulfill an agreement with Arlong, tirelessly working in secret to redeem the village for a sum of 100 million berries. From the very beginning, the villagers were perceptive of the situation. Although Nami possessed a delicate mind, she could not conceal her intentions from the astute Jian and Nokigao. Are you intending to oppose the Navy? Seeking your own demise? As the villagers encircled them, the rat sneered and issued commands. Everyone, be prepared. If they make a single move, eliminate them without mercy. Instantly, the Navy's murderous intent surged. their weapons trained on all the villagers. Any sign of resistance would be met with ruthless retribution, leaving no room for compassion. A heavy silence enveloped the area. In the face of the Navy's ominous firepower, who would not fear for their life? Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, the rat led the Navy in unearthing all the treasures hidden by Nami. Bundles of berries, heaps of gold, wealth so dazzling it was blinding. Aha. Now all these riches belong to me. The rat's arrogance swelled. Is that so? Not necessarily. Just then, a cold voice resonated. And a young man clad in black emerged slowly from the thicket, coming into view. All eyes turned towards him. Who are you? The rat's expression darkened immediately. Who is this man? The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, equally puzzled by the youth's appearance. Moonlight, is that you? Nami recognized him instantly. Who else could it be? After the four had parted ways, Moonlight had followed the agreed-upon path, only to arrive at the very place where Nami had concealed her treasures, resulting in this scene. Nami, you are here. What happened? Do you need assistance? Upon seeing Nami, Moonlight offered a gentle smile, casting a glance at the rat and his cohorts. Moonlight, Nami found herself at a loss for words. Her return alone, having betrayed her comrades, rendered her unworthy of being a straw hat pirate. Faced with Moonlight, she did not know how to articulate her thoughts. Nami, do you know him? Nokigao inquired, puzzled. Are you a friend of Nami's? Please help her. Her treasures are being robbed. The villagers implored. Ah, so you are allies. I am in a good mood today. You best behave, or I won't hesitate to throw you into a Navy prison for 40 or 50 years, the rat sneered, initially pleased to see Moonlight, but then coldly retorted. He is a Navy colonel. Who would dare provoke him? What if allies have arrived? They will still be made to stand down. The ruckus continued. Nami, I am uncertain of your reasons for leaving, but if you wish to depart, you must provide a reason to Luffy. Otherwise, I cannot accept it. Moonlight regarded Nami with a faint smile, then turned his gaze to the rat and his men. Begone. A wave of invisible malice surged towards the rat and his crew. The Conqueror's Haki. Thud. Thud. As the aura swept through the area, all Navy personnel collapsed, incapacitated on the ground, including the rat, who trembled and sank to the earth. In an instant, the entire Navy had lost their combat capability, lying lifelessly on the ground. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Moonlight's mind. Ding. The Conqueror's Haki has leveled up to LV21-100-000. Finally reached LV2. Alright, now that there are no distractions, Nami, come with me to meet Luffy. Hearing this voice, Moonlight felt a surge of joy, standing amidst 100 million berries, gazing at Nami. What just happened? What is going on? Why are these soldiers down? The crowd was astonished, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had transpired to bring down the once fearsome Navy? What has this man named Moonlight accomplished? Is this magic? Are you an enemy of Nami? Nojiko's body trembled, yet she positioned herself protectively in front of Nami. She sensed that the situation was far from simple. He is not, Nojiko. Nami stepped forward, her body convulsing, her eyes brimming with tears. Moonlight, lend me your aid. I am on the verge of collapse. Nami gazed at the Moonlight, her eyes filled with sorrow. She had come to realize why the Navy was aware of their location, and at this very moment, it was all the doing of Arlong. The thought plunged her into despair. Huh? This expression on Nami's face was something Moonlight had never witnessed in their acquaintance. Very well. Tell me everything. Moonlight nodded. He had come here to assist Nami, naturally. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of the Arlong pirates? Capture him, the long-nosed one. He is the companion Nami spoke of. Go. At this moment, Usopp fortuitously arrived at the stronghold of the Arlong pirates, Arlong Park. Before he could approach, he was detected by the vigilant fishmen, who immediately shouted in alarm. Some even recognized Usopp. Usopp was taken aback and hastily fled for his life. Chapter 41, Nami, I have come to bring you home. Oh no, don't chase me. Usopp fled in panic. These fishmen appeared incredibly formidable, and if caught, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Luffy, Moonlight, Sanji, come save me. As he spoke, he quickly ignited the fireworks in his hand as a signal. That was the direction of Usopp. He had found Nami. Sanji, upon seeing the soaring fireworks, immediately changed direction and raced towards Usopp. Usopp, Luffy, who had been feasting in the village and had gathered some information, had just finished eating when he noticed Usopp's signal fireworks. Satisfied, he patted his belly and dashed towards Usopp's direction. Over there, Joseph and Johnny, along with Zoro, also headed towards the direction of the fireworks. This is bad, it's Usopp. He must have trespassed into Arlong Park and been discovered. Nami, observing the direction of the signal fireworks, was taken aback. She was already aware of Luffy and the others acting independently to find her, and she felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Moonlight, we must hurry. There is no need to panic, nor to underestimate Usopp. Although he appears that way, he is quite resolute when it matters most. Moonlight waved his hand dismissively, remaining unperturbed. Usopp is a character who thrives in dire situations. He may be timid, but he has yet to be pushed to the brink. Moonlight was not worried. Do you hold such a high opinion of this long-nosed fellow? Nami was taken aback, never expecting a formidable warrior like Moonlight to regard Usopp in such a light. Moonlight did not respond. Instead, he continued toward Arlong Park. Arlong Park. Has it made its appearance? Arlong also caught sight of the signal fireworks shooting into the sky, and he couldn't help but smirk. On this island, his presence permeates every corner. He is privy to any occurrence at the very moment it transpires. When Usopp first ventured in, he discerned this, albeit he paid it no heed, for he regarded him as an ordinary individual. It was not just he who appeared, but also other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Our people have already detected their whereabouts, chirped Chopper. In this maritime realm, teeming with fishmen, any outsider who dares to set foot on the island would be swiftly noticed. It is indeed unexpected. They are the companions Nami spoke of. Yet it is a pity that they have willingly walked into their own demise, oblivious to the peril that lies ahead, remarked Kruby with a hint of disdain. In his eyes, no pirate crew in the East Blue could possibly compare to the Dragon Pirate crew. Those who approach are merely courting death. Heh. My great blade has long been thirsting for action, chuckled Shachi, brandishing a knife that danced beneath his tentacles. Indeed. Our Dragon Pirate crew is the strongest in the East Blue. A mere handful of rookie newcomers are hardly worth our concern. The surrounding fishmen erupted in laughter, completely dismissing Luffy and his companions. Very well, let us welcome our guests. After all, they are fellow seafarers, Arlong said with a sly grin, commanding his men to open the gates and receive Luffy and his crew. Why is the door ajar? Do they think so little of us? Or is this a deliberate provocation? Luffy pondered aloud. Nami, I have come to bring you home. Nami, I've come to take you home. Luffy bellowed as he entered, disregarding the fishmen surrounding him. Keep your voice down, Luffy. These fishmen are quite fierce, Usopp cautioned, his heart racing as he emerged from a concealed thicket, rushing over to greet Luffy and Sanji with unrestrained joy. Since they have opened their doors to us, we must conduct ourselves as proper guests, Sanji stated, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke as the trio ventured inside. Nami, where are you? Nami, I've come to take you home. Luffy continued to shout as he entered, ignoring the fishmen around him. Be quiet. These fishmen are dangerous, Usopp insisted, a tremor in his voice. It matters not. The current situation is clear. Sanji waved dismissively, surveying their surroundings until his gaze settled on Arlong, who lounged on a throne at the center of the paradise. Ah, so you are Nami's companions. My apologies, but Nami belongs to me. She has merely deceived and utilized you. Arlong laughed upon seeing the trio. Nonsense. Nami is our comrade. She has never exploited us. Who are you? Hand over Nami now. Wait, Usopp, his nose is even longer than yours. Luffy shouted defiantly, glaring at Arlong before comparing his nose with Usopp's. You scoundrel. Is this truly the time for such banter? Usopp retorted, infuriated, delivering a swift blow to Luffy's head. I understand now, Luffy said, cradling his injured head, feeling aggrieved. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. The situation is evident. It's 3 against a horde. We must not waste time. Judging by their demeanor, they will not willingly relinquish Nami. Sanji exhaled smoke, his gaze fixed on the 3 men beside Arlong. These 3 individuals must be the officers of the Arlong Pirates. Luffy, allow me to handle these 3. You merely need to deal with their captain. Sanji directed his finger towards the trio. Understood. Luffy cracked his knuckles, his gaze fixed intently on Arlong. Hey you, the arrogant one with the curled eyebrows, do not underestimate me. Upon hearing Sanji's words, the swordsman, Xiao Ba, could no longer remain composed. As a swordsman, he could not tolerate being belittled. Heh. Crocodile chuckled softly, remaining silent, his cold eyes fixed on Sanji, a flicker of disdain passing through them. Allow me to take you on. Crocodile snorted and charged forward. Sanji retorted with a scoff, racing ahead as well, launching a flying kick. Bang. The 2 forces collided, neither yielding an inch. This is intriguing. No wonder you, a mere human, dare to be so arrogant. But it is merely that. Acknowledging Sanji's strength, Crocodile smiled. Indeed, the force behind that kick was substantial, causing even his fishman body to ache. Luffy. Sanji called out to Luffy. Right. Luffy wasted no time, sprinting towards Arlong with the intent to knock him away and rescue Nami. Do you think we don't exist? You underestimate us. Seeing this, Xiao Ba and Ju smirked. Xiao Ba extended his tentacles, brandishing his blades toward Luffy. Ju then opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of water, shooting it at Luffy. Bang. At that moment, a flash of sword light appeared, instantly blocking Xiao Ba's blades. A green figure darted in. It was Zoro arriving just in time. Crack. Simultaneously, a metal bullet struck his face, launched by Usopp. Faced with formidable foes, the 2 sprang into action. Do not disturb our captain. Luffy, we entrust this to you. The 2 shouted in unison. Chapter 42. Dare to make my navigator cry. The Straw Hat trio moved in unison. All right. Luffy nodded, his expression grim, fists clenched as he confronted Arlong. I will send you flying. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Such a bold declaration. But can you truly accomplish it? Arlong laughed heartily, deriding Luffy. These humans are truly audacious. How dare they be so brazen in front of Lord Arlong? Not to mention Lord Arlong, even Lord Xiao Ba, Lord Crocodile, and Lord Ju are beyond their capabilities. They are sorely underestimating us. Humans always indulge in foolishness. A mere 4 of them dare to invade our Arlong Park. What else could it be but madness? The surrounding fishmen erupted in laughter. The four of them charging in alone was no different from the antics of fools. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji briefly engaged but were swiftly sent flying. Particularly Usopp, as Jabit down, the iron bullet he had fired was caught and, upon release, flew back at an even greater speed. Sanji was also knocked away by Crocodile's formidable strength. Despite his impressive kicking skills, he could not budge such a powerful fishman. Zoro, already injured, struggled against Xiaoba's six-sword style, the ferocity of his attacks causing Zoro to recoil in agony, his wounds reopening, leaving him panting and weak as he barely escaped Xiaoba's assault. Meanwhile, Luffy, having just unleashed his rubber pistol, was recognized by Arlong as a devil fruit user. In an instant, Arlong bit down, shattering the ground beneath Luffy's feet, causing him to fall into the shallow waters of the park, his fate uncertain. The power of a devil fruit user is indeed formidable, a source of endless trouble, yet they are utterly helpless in the water. Fishmen are 100 times stronger than they are on land. Arlong shook his head, having barely lifted a finger. Luffy was already incapacitated, too weak. The other three were equally overwhelmed, swiftly finding themselves in dire straits. Ha ha ha, humans are truly fragile. This is just the beginning, and they are already faltering. Look at that long-nosed one. He is utterly pathetic against Ju, with no means to retaliate, only able to flee. What a waste. Ju, why not bite off his nose for fun? And that one with the curled eyebrows, looking ridiculous as he runs. Even the smoking is comical. What a sight. That green-haired swordsman is already battered and bruised, yet dares to duel with Lord Xiaoba. Now he can hardly defend himself, let alone counterattack, swaying as if intoxicated. Truly laughable. Ha ha ha. Are these people for real? They are killing me with laughter. The battle concluded swiftly, with the surrounding fishmen erupting in laughter. So weak. Is this what it means to be human? Ju shook his head, having hoped for some remarkable display from Usopp. Yet it appeared he was utterly inept beyond his boastful lies. With a swift motion, he appeared before Usopp, seizing him. Usopp, taken aback, could barely react, his legs flailing in vain against the overwhelming might of the fishman. I shall bite off your nose and then your neck, allowing you to perish in this pitiful state, Ju stated coldly. Usopp was horrified, struggling futilely. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving him in despair. Usopp, Sanji cried out in alarm, rushing to assist, only to be suddenly confronted by Crocodile, who thrust his massive palm forward. Fishman karate. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted from his palm. Sanji was instantly struck. Blood spurting from his mouth, his cigarette flying as he tumbled backward, landing in the shallow waters of the park like Luffy, his fate uncertain. Swish. Meanwhile, Xiaoba's assault intensified, a relentless storm of attacks. Zoro, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. His wounds gushed blood, transforming him into a bloody mess. Die. Xiaoba showed no mercy, fiercely swinging his 6 swords in a deadly arc. Zoro seemed oblivious, the pain rendering him utterly weak. Ha ha ha, it is over. Arlong smirked, turning away, disinterested. Swish. Just then, a crescent-shaped sword energy surged forth, sweeping across everyone in a fan-like manner. Draw sword slash. A clear, cold voice rang out. Bang bang bang. Xiaoba was sent flying, Crocodile was sent flying, Ju was sent flying. All the fishmen present were struck down. The 3 chief officers of the Arlong pirates were sent reeling. Even the shallow seas at the heart of the paradise were affected by the sword's aura, surging violently as a whirlpool of currents erupted, revealing Sanji, who had returned to the shore with Luffy. Who goes there? Arlong abruptly stood up. What is it? Xiaoba, Kruby, and just sprang to their feet immediately. Although the sword's aura had wounded them, their robust physiques had only sustained minor injuries. Who dares? The surrounding fishmen turned their gazes toward the source of the disturbance, astonished. One sword strike had sent 3 of their high-ranking officers flying, sweeping away all in its path and causing the shallow seas to churn violently. Who could this formidable being be? The Straw Hat Pirates, Moonlight. At that moment, a shadow clad in black slowly approached from the entrance. All eyes converged on a young man in dark attire, wielding a sharp sword, as he stepped forward. Behind him followed a woman, Nami. However, at this moment, Nami trailed behind the young man, tears streaming down her face as she clutched him as if he were her last hope, her eyes filled with boundless hatred as she beheld Arlong and his crew. The Straw Hat Pirates? Moonlight? I have never heard of such a name. The fishmen shook their heads in disbelief. They had never encountered this moniker. You bastard. How dare you ambush me? That hurt. Xiaoba exclaimed angrily, revealing a crescent-shaped mark on his beautiful octopus tail, a testament to Moonlight's earlier strike, inciting his fury. Such powerful sword energy. To think there exists such a master among the Straw Hats. But that is all. Kruby brushed off the injury, considering it a mere scratch. Insignificant for a fishman. How dare you attack? Humans truly are despicable wretches. I shall tear you apart. Ju roared as he charged at Moonlight. Nami. It appears you have found an ally, but he seems rather inadequate. Are you preparing to defy me? Arlong smirked at Nami, who trembled under his gaze, a gaze that had haunted her for over a decade, tormenting her very soul. Moonlight. Nami called out. Fear not. Moonlight reassured her, gripping her hand firmly before turning his cold gaze upon Arlong and his crew. You dare bring tears to my navigator? You shall pay dearly for this, he declared, unleashing a wave of invisible menace. Chapter 43. One sword strikes down 3 high-ranking officers in an instant. The aura emanating from Moonlight and Nami surged outward, causing all surrounding fishmen to tremble violently, collapsing to the ground, some foaming at the mouth, rendered unconscious. Only a handful of the more physically robust ones managed to remain standing, albeit shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, aside from Zoro, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, who remained unaffected and conscious, only Arlong and his 3 officers, along with a mere handful of scattered fishmen, were left standing. The second level of Conqueror's Haki had already attained the power of control. Moonlight adeptly navigated his Haki around Zoro and the others. Otherwise, apart from Luffy, given their current injuries, they would have certainly been affected. Nonetheless, even with this control, they were slightly impacted, though it was of little consequence. What has transpired? Was it that human swordsman? The fishmen who struggled to remain standing exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the sight of their fallen comrades. Moonlight, you have arrived just in time. Usopp inhaled deeply, gazing at Moonlight before unceremoniously plopping down onto the ground, for what was decorum when survival was the utmost priority. I leave it to you, Moonlight. Zoro sighed in relief, as he, already gravely injured, finally had a moment to catch his breath. Moonlight's strength had evidently grown since their last encounter. Sanji was secretly astounded, although he had previously witnessed Moonlight's power. Seeing it again, and as a comrade, left him in awe. Moonlight. Nami's grip on his garment tightened even further. Bastard, what have you done to my comrades? Shelba shouted, brandishing his sword. What an abominable human. What is this power? Kruby stared at Moonlight, his eyes filled with trepidation. What a formidable human swordsman. Zhu's face was alight with battle intent, although Moonlight was impressive. The fishmen warriors thrived in adversity. The stronger the enemy, the stronger they became. Do not underestimate him. This human is exceedingly powerful. Arlong's expression turned grave. Even he, with his arrogance, could not dismiss the threat posed by Moonlight. Buzz. Just then, Moonlight swung his sword once more. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air toward the 3. The crescent wave of sword energy, swift and precise, descended with unstoppable force. Bang. The sword energy was so rapid that the trio barely had time to react before it struck. Even for fishmen, their reflexes fell short. With 3 sickening thuds, the sword pierced flesh, sending the 3 tumbling to the ground, grievously wounded and robbed of their fighting spirit. One sword strike had felled the 3 high-ranking officers. Moreover, the residual force of the sword energy surged toward Arlong, fierce and unyielding. This is bad. Arlong, unwilling to confront it head-on, swiftly dodged to the side. Boom. The sword energy struck the tower behind Arlong with a resounding crash. The entire structure crumbled as if its foundations had been severed, collapsing into a heap of ruins. Incredible! Usopp gaped in astonishment, utterly shocked. This guy has become even stronger after his battle with Mihawk. Zoro felt a thrill of excitement building within him. The more formidable Moonlight became, the more his own fighting spirit surged. Previously, he had only seen the likes of Mihawk as a grand swordsman. Now, another contender had emerged in Moonlight. Indeed, it was only upon venturing beyond the East Blue that one could comprehend the vastness of the world, realizing how limited one's perspective could be. Clatter. Sanji's lit cigarette fell to the ground as he stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, gazing back at Moonlight. He was even more astonished by his prowess. Truly remarkable. Nami clutched Moonlight's garment tightly, her worried expression transforming into one of unwavering confidence. Standing behind such a man, she felt the safest in the world. A profound sense of reliability washed over her heart. Lord Shaba, Lord Kruby, Lord Zhu, this is bad. They have been felled by a single strike. The fishmen were aghast, realizing that a human had defeated even their 3 high-ranking officers with a mere swing of his sword. Not only that, but our Arlong Park's tower has been obliterated. This human is terrifying. Surrounded by the fishmen, they gazed in utter astonishment at the scene before them. Their shock palpable. My apologies, Along. I never imagined that among humans, there existed such a formidable master. Little Eight gasped, barely clinging to life. Captain, I must have embarrassed you. We often boast about our prowess, yet we were effortlessly felled by a single stroke. Kruby too, panting, looked skyward, confusion etched on his face. Why does such a terrifying swordsman exist among humans? His strength surpasses ours by at least tenfold. How infuriating, to fall so easily to one blow. Gio, filled with resentment, lay incapacitated on the ground, powerless to act. How dare you, human, inflict such harm upon my subordinates and destroy my tower, which housed my treasures and cherished nautical charts. You shall pay dearly for this. Witnessing the turmoil, and hearing the sighs of Little Eight and his companions, a surge of fury welled up within Along. His eyes ignited with a crimson glow, akin to a bloodthirsty shark in a frenzy, emanating a ferocious aura. This is bad. Along is furious. What do we do? The last time he was enraged was half a month ago, and he obliterated the amusement park we had painstakingly built. The fishmen realized the gravity of the situation. Please, Along, do not unleash your wrath. These humans are insignificant. Seeing Along in such a state, the fishmen recoiled in fear, as if confronted by some monstrous entity. We must prevent the captain from losing control, otherwise, our beloved park will be utterly annihilated. Indeed, if Along were to go berserk, the entire amusement park would be reduced to ruins. Hurry, we must stop him. We cannot allow this to happen. Little 8 and his companions, seeing Along's transformation, were aghast, but their injuries rendered them immobile, leaving them helpless and anxious. Chapter 44. To that man, it is of no consequence, you filthy human. How dare you harm my kin and destroy my sanctuary? I shall rend you asunder and use your blood to honor them. Along's eyes glowed scarlet as he entered a state of fury. Locking onto Moonlight, his body moved with the swiftness of lightning, exuding unparalleled might. Like a bulldozer plowing through everything in its path. Boom. The ground beneath him shattered as he seized a massive stone pillar, hurling it toward Moonlight with tremendous force. In an instant, the stone pillar collided with a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy unleashed by Moonlight. The pillar shattered, and the sword energy violently struck Along. Crack. Along staggered back 10 paces but quickly regained his composure, charging forward unscathed. He had absorbed Moonlight's sword energy with his body. What manner of creature is this? Usopp gasped, aware of the destructive power of Moonlight's strike, which could cleave through steel. Is Along's body more resilient than iron? Remarkable. Sanji inhaled sharply, realizing he had gravely underestimated Along's prowess. Naturally, Along's physique is unmatched among our kind. The strength, speed, and power of the fishmen exceed those of humans tenfold. And Along, being a battle machine among fishmen, possesses even greater speed and strength. That swordsman, no matter how skilled, cannot hope to compete. Little 8 chuckled, confident in Along's superiority. Indeed, that human swordsman may be the most formidable I have encountered, but he is still far from Along's level. Your fate is sealed. Kirby sneered, dismissing Zoro and the others. As Gio scoffed at Along's rampage, the onlookers felt a chill. What? Nami gasped, glancing at Moonlight with concern. Moonlight! Usopp exclaimed anxiously. This is bad. It seems I must intervene. Sanji moved to act, the pain from earlier gnawing at him, but he realized that if Moonlight fell, they would not survive either. There is no need. To that man, Along is inconsequential, Zoro declared, nonchalantly crossing his arms, exuding confidence in Moonlight's abilities. Zoro. Sanji's eyes widened in alarm. That Along is a monster. Usopp shouted. Indeed, Zoro. Nami echoed, worry lacing her voice. Hey. Zoro merely smiled faintly, disregarding their concerns, his expression clearly conveying that Along was not worth his consideration. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated as Along, baring his razor-sharp teeth, lunged to bite Moonlight's sword, attempting to sever it and disarm him. For a swordsman, losing one's weapon in such a manner is the utmost humiliation. Along. All eyes turned towards the unfolding drama. You wish to bite my sword? Moonlight chuckled. His grass cutter sword, a divine artifact bestowed by the system, was incomparable to any other blade, even Mihawk's black blade, Yuru. He could withstand a clash with Yoro without sustaining damage, and with his Haki, he would be even more formidable. Did Along really believe he could sever it? Crack. Along exerted all his strength, attempting to bite down, but in the next moment, a sound of shattering teeth rang out, as several of his teeth broke off and fell to the ground. His teeth, among the hardest parts of his body, capable of biting through warships, could not sever the swordsman's blade? Was it truly a divine weapon? The fishmen, barely standing, were equally astonished by the spectacle. How exaggerated this is. Moonlight. Usopp and the others rejoiced. Indeed, Arlong was no match. Moonlight's sword had yet to be drawn, and his most formidable weapon faltered. How infuriating. What kind of divine sword is this, that it proves more resilient than my very teeth? Arlong clutched his mouth and retreated abruptly. He was utterly astonished as he gazed at Moonlight, unable to fathom that his once invincible fangs had become so easily vanquished. Do you wish to know why? Perhaps in your next life you shall find out. Moonlight offered a faint smile. With the power of Haki, black markings enveloped the Kazuki sword. Moonlight struck with a single sweep. Arlong's body was indeed formidable, surpassing even steel. This is the most formidable physique ever encountered by the Moonlight. Truly. It is befitting of the whale shark that dwells at a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea. A body capable of withstanding such immense pressure is indeed terrifying. To pierce through his physical defenses will require a considerable amount of time, and the Moonlight, unwilling to squander moments, prepares to conclude the battle. With a swift and ferocious three-part slash resembling a crescent moon, it lunges towards Arlong. The strike is both rapid and fierce, especially at such a close range, rendering it utterly fearsome. Arlong, with no avenue for escape, is brutally struck by the sword's energy. The air is torn asunder by the force of the blade, and Arlong braces himself with his nose, the hardest part of his body. However, this confrontation lasts barely a second. Crack. His nose is severed in an instant, followed by the sword's energy which splits into 3 assaults that penetrate his very being. Arlong stumbles back 3 steps, his body quaking, and with a resounding thud, he collapses, kneeling before the Moonlight. What? Lord Arlong has actually been defeated? How could such a thing occur? If even Arlong falls, this human swordsman is unfathomably terrifying. The surrounding fishmen are left in a state of shock, their mouths agape, utterly astounded. How can this be? Even my elder brother is no match? Little 8 is struck with disbelief. How infuriating. Has he truly reached such a level of power? What a freak of nature. Crocodile stares wide-eyed, seemingly unable to fathom the scene before him. This is simply outrageous. Gio is rendered speechless. Splendid. I knew Moonlight was invincible, for he has never known defeat since I have known him. Usopp exhales in relief, whispering to himself. So he has indeed triumphed? The algae-haired one spoke the truth. Sanji also breathes a sigh of relief, the sheer might of Arlong instilling a lingering apprehension within him. Chapter 45. That man, though aware of Moonlight's extraordinary prowess. Having once fought evenly with Mihawk, Arlong's performance is utterly terrifying, causing an involuntary tension to grip him. Meanwhile, after being submerged in seawater, Joseph and Johnny hurriedly work to expel the water from Luffy's abdomen, who is yet to regain consciousness. For those possessing the powers of a devil fruit, encountering seawater renders them completely powerless. Nami, eliminate him. At that moment, the Moonlight held Arlong's head, presenting him before Nami. Arlong, devoid of any power to resist, knelt upon the ground, his body marred by the sword's aura of the Moonlight, bearing numerous wounds. He retained a flicker of consciousness yet remained immobile. Upon hearing these words, Nami's gaze flickered, a hint of fear reflected in her eyes as she stared at Arlong. After years of growing in his shadow, the oppression he exerted had penetrated deep into her soul. The thought of taking his life suddenly made her tremble, instilling a sense of dread within her. To escape her nightmare and liberate her bound heart, it seemed to me that there was but one method: eliminate him, and no one would be able to restrain her thereafter. The Moonlight spoke softly, tossing the Kusanagi sword to Nami. Overwhelmed by fear of Arlong, she found herself devoid of any courage in the presence of this man. Her heart consumed entirely by terror. This is the shadowy demon sown in the youth. Aside from herself, none can offer assistance. Nami, while killing may not be the most effective solution, should you choose to slay him, I hold no objections. At that moment, however, Luffy awakened, gazing at Nami, and spoke solemnly. He had come to know everything, neither opposing nor supporting the proposal concerning the Moonlight. Such individuals are not uncommon in this grand age of exploration. Many share similar experiences. This is a tragedy bequeathed by time. Should you take his life here, another Arlong will surely emerge in the next place. Only by thoroughly unburdening your heart can you attain true freedom. Sanji ignited his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke towards the heavens, and spoke slowly. I resonate deeply with your sentiments. Since uncovering Crocodile's true identity, I have been ensnared in shadows. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have lived my life under that man's ominous influence, even if I were to survive. Yet, when the opportunity arose to end his life, I refrained. For I suddenly comprehended that vengeance through murder is not the optimal path. To transcend him, to conquer him, and to stand before him as one greater is the mark of true strength. Hence, my aspiration is to become a courageous warrior of the seas. Usopp, too, spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Meanwhile, Zoro had succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted, indifferent to such matters. Even if he were not asleep, would he be afraid? Has he not faced the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, head-on? These two words are absent from his lexicon. Nami gritted her teeth, her hands gripping the Climatak tightly. Individuals like Arlong are indeed not uncommon in this grand age of exploration. Eliminating one Arlong merely paves the way for another. She could never rid the world of them all. Nami, I respect your choice. Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out. Nami turned to see the villagers of Kokushia, armed with hoes, approaching with determination. It was evident they were prepared to resist. Nokigao looked at Nami and smiled. Indeed, Nami, you are fortunate to have such wonderful companions. I envy you. They truly care for you, willing to sacrifice their lives. Aegean nodded in agreement, adding, Nami, whatever you decide, we will honor your choice. Absolutely. The others chimed in, all nodding and smiling. In that moment, Nami felt a warm surge of strength. Turning her gaze toward Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. She tossed the Climatak back, clapped her hands, and said with a radiant smile, enough. I am no longer the naive child I once was. After all these years of trials, I know what must be done. With that, Nami departed with grace. Ah, Miss Nami, you look so splendid, Sanji exclaimed, his eyes filled with hearts as he rushed forward, eager to impress. This guy. Luffy and the others let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. We are immensely grateful to you. You are our benefactors. Please allow us to host you. At that moment, Aegean, accompanied by the villagers, approached Luffy and his companions, his face alight with gratitude. Is there meat? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Aegean nodded with a smile. All right, I want to eat meat, Luffy shouted, dashing toward the village as if he had spotted treasure. Bang. However, just as he ran out, a dull thud echoed, as if he had collided with something, followed by a barrage of curses. Damn it, what dares to bump into me? There stood Captain Mouse, flanked by the Navy, surrounding the area. Luffy had accidentally crashed into him in his haste. Who are you? Luffy asked, bewildered as he gazed at the Mouse. The Navy, they are the Navy. The realization hit him. Why did they appear at such a moment? And this Captain Mouse was no virtuous figure. Indeed, when Arlong was around, I often witnessed them engaging in clandestine dealings. They collude with pirates. The crowd erupted in anger at this revelation. In recent years, they have staged numerous rebellions, sending distress signals to the Navy, yet all have been intercepted by this rat, leaving them in a state of relentless suffering and enslavement. Now, as fate would have it, their enemies stand before them, and the animosity is palpable. The malevolent Navy? The wretched Colonel Rat? Huh. Upon hearing these words, Usopp, Sanji, and Moonlight's gazes turned icy. As pirates, they have no fear of the Navy, especially not one as vile as this. Listen up, if you don't wish to be captured, quickly hand over 10 million berries each. However, Rat merely chuckled, mimicking the sound of a mouse, pointing at Luffy and the others with a sneer. It's you, the one who colludes with those wretches, making Nami unhappy, isn't it? Luffy's expression darkened at this. Enough of your nonsense. If you don't want to oppose the Navy, then hurry up. Rat continued, oblivious to the tension rising around him. Rubber battle axe. Luffy suddenly struck, his leg extending to deliver a powerful kick. Bang. Rat was knocked down before he could finish his sentence. How dare you attack me? Get them. Rat, dazed from the blow, finally regained his senses and bellowed orders. How audacious. To attack a Navy colonel. It seems you wish to defy us. Rescue the colonel. Charge. The Navy swarmed forward, but Moonlight stood resolutely in their path. It's him. Rat trembled at the sight of Moonlight, unable to forget the harrowing encounter he had experienced when confronting Moonlight during Nami's bounty of 100 million berries. How terrifying. Ah, it's that man. Run. Panic spread among the Navy ranks as they recalled their previous encounter. Mother, I never want to feel that way again. Chapter 46. Bounty. 30 million berries as Moonlight appeared. All the Navy trembled, as if haunted by their past. What is happening? The Navy can't even stand firm before Moonlight? Sanji questioned, perplexed. Hey. What is wrong with you? Weren't you just shouting fiercely a moment ago? Luffy asked, genuinely confused by the sudden shift in demeanor of the once formidable Navy. Perhaps they were frightened by the illustrious name of Captain Usopp. Usopp laughed heartily. No, it's Moonlight. He helped me out earlier, Nami remarked, her expression complex as she recounted her experiences with Moonlight. These Navy scum are mere rabble. True elites, even when faced with such a formidable presence, would never falter. Unlike them, Ajien shook his head disdainfully at the quaking Navy. Indeed, it is this man who renders them unable to maintain their composure, Noki nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration, having never seen anyone as formidable as Moonlight after their harrowing encounter. Moonlight? You mean they're like this because of him? Luffy's eyes widened in realization, as though he had discovered a new world, scrutinizing Moonlight in bewilderment. Yet after a long examination, he could not fathom what terrifying quality Moonlight possessed that instilled such fear. So it's not because of me. Usopp expressed his disappointment, realizing he had overestimated himself. Is it this guy again? Just how strong is he, that even the Navy has lost their fighting spirit and can't even remain conscious? Sanji inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as he gazed at Moonlight, his shock intensifying. They overlooked Nami's bounty of 100 million, instead astonished by Moonlight's terror, which left even the Navy quaking in fear. We are the Navy. Don't come any closer. Rat trembled before Moonlight. If I don't come closer, then you should leave. Moonlight replied coldly. Very well, we shall depart, but you are, after all, a pirate. We stand on opposite sides, and this matter shall not end here. Rat, trembling, dared not linger, leaving with his equally frightened crew in a hasty retreat. In the blink of an eye, they vanished completely, not a soul remaining. Thank you all immensely. From this day forth, this little island shall return to its former tranquility. Ajien expressed his gratitude to Moonlight and the others. It's nothing, just a small favor. They replied, brushing off the accolades. Hey. It was all Moonlight's doing. You all hardly contributed. In the face of the villagers' enthusiasm, Sanji and the others felt a bit embarrassed. Yet Luffy and his companions marched boldly toward the village without hesitation. Nami sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Soon, they returned to the village to celebrate. And the atmosphere was jubilant, filled with excitement, a welcome change since Arlong's reign. However, amidst the revelry, Rat returned to the base with his band of Navy, quickly rushing to his office to pick up the Din Mushi, dialing headquarters directly. What is it? A cold, menacing voice came from the other end. Critical intelligence. Critical intelligence. Rat exclaimed. A formidable crew of pirates has emerged in the East Blue, known as the Straw Hat Pirates. They have defeated the East Blue tyrant, Clique, and even Arlong. Now, the East Blue is without restraint, and I request that headquarters issue a bounty. Clique and Arlong have been defeated? They must indeed be remarkable. Provide me with the names of their members. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before resuming with an ominous tone. Yes. The captain is Monkey D. Luffy, with crew members including the unnamed swordsman Moonlight, bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro, the notorious liar Usopp, and the thief cat Nami. Rat hurriedly reported, having forgotten to mention Sanji. Understood. The Din Mushi was abruptly terminated. An hour later, a bounty notice was dispatched from headquarters, delivered by seagulls to various locations. Instantly, the world became aware of the Straw Hat Pirates. Yet, the attention was scant. For a bounty of 30 million berries was trivial in the grand scheme of the pirate-infested seas, hardly noteworthy. Meanwhile, at a Navy base prison, someone stumbled upon a wanted poster and, Upon seeing the bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates, gasped in astonishment, calling out to a bespectacled man nearby. Captain Kuro, look. The bounty for that Straw Hat kid has been issued. He actually defeated Kleek and Arlong, and the Navy has placed a 30 million berries bounty on him. This kid is advancing too quickly. At this, a glint of cold light flashed in Kuro's eyes. At another Navy base, KB and Belmeber, tasked with menial labor, were cleaning when they suddenly spotted a poster, leaving KB momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Belmeber inquired. However, Kobe remained silent, merely gazing at the trembling poster. Noticing this, Belmeber turned to look. Instantly, he felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. After a long pause, both were overwhelmed with excitement. Wonderful. Lord Luffy. You have finally become a great pirate, exclaimed Kobe Zoro. I never expected you to achieve such fame so swiftly. They both rejoiced. Soon after, Kobe's gaze grew resolute. Lord Luffy has tirelessly pursued his ambitions. So I too shall strive to become a proper marine, Kobe declared with determination. I shall also become a proper marine. Belmeber nodded in agreement, his eyes equally steadfast. They exchanged a glance, invigorated, and busily set to work. At that moment, across the East Blue, everyone familiar with Luffy beheld his bounty poster, their faces lighting up with smiles. In the Grand Line, on Windmill Island, Shanks and his crew, nursing their hangovers as dawn broke, were in a state of drowsiness when suddenly, a crew member rushed in. Panic-stricken, and approached Shanks, trembling. Captain, something terrible has happened, he stammered. Do not panic. Take a sip of this to steady your nerves. Shanks chuckled, tossing a bottle of liquor. The crew member took over and gulped down the drink, soon calming his nerves and hurriedly spoke. This is bad, Hawkeye, before he could finish. A chill ran down his spine as Hawkeye suddenly appeared behind him. All his words were abruptly silenced. Upon seeing Hawkeye, the rest of the crew immediately stood up, alert and on guard, as though facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 47. The red-haired pirates. No one dared to underestimate this master swordsman, renowned as the world's greatest. Hawkeye. Are you here to challenge me? I am feeling somewhat unwell, red-haired Shanks remarked, his gaze slightly hazy. I had no intention of battling you. A man who has lost an arm. Rather, I was reminded of some words you once shared with me and fortuitously encountered a certain individual, thus bringing you an intriguing gift. Hawkeye spoke with a calm demeanor, tossing Luffy's bounty notice towards Shanks. This is Luffy. Has he finally arrived? Shanks's pupils constricted upon seeing the notice, a flicker of anticipation crossing his face, as if something long awaited had finally materialized. It's Luffy. Jessup's eyes widened as he gazed at the radiant smile on Luffy's bounty notice. This fellow has finally made his entrance, Ricky exclaimed, devouring a chicken leg with a grin. I wonder how he has fared all this time. Ben Beckman's eyes glimmered with reminiscence, seemingly lost in thought. Is it truly Luffy? Captain, is he really coming? It has been a while since I've seen that lad. I do miss him. Laughter erupted among the other crew members, who became animated upon hearing the news of Luffy. They had shared time with him and held great affection for the spirited youth, loyal, courageous, and eager to stand up for them, though still young. He was undeniably a true man. In addition, I encountered another individual who, in the future, will surpass both you and me. Just then, another bounty notice appeared in Hawkeye's hand, prominently displaying the visage of Moonlight, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, presumed vice-captain, with a bounty of 50 million. Who is he? Is he a companion of Luffy's? To earn such high praise from you? Shanks inquired, his gaze shifting to Moonlight. He should be a companion. His name is Moonlight. When I arrived in the East Blue, I crossed blades with him. Despite his youth, his mastery of Haki is extraordinary, and his swordsmanship is uniquely fierce. I was so exhilarated that I engaged him in several exchanges, and I sensed he had yet to unleash his full potential. Unfortunately, our duel was interrupted by an ambush, and we had to agree to meet again. Hawkeye spoke gravely. So there exists such an impressive individual on Luffy's ship? Truly, Luffy. You are fortunate. Shanks murmured, his gaze returning to Luffy. Though Moonlight astonished him, his focus remained on Luffy. A swordsman praised by Hawkeye must indeed be exceptional. Jessup took hold of Moonlight's bounty notice, scrutinizing it intently. Indeed, it is remarkable. The mere bounty notice exudes an aura of swordsmanship that pierces the heavens, Ricky remarked. Since Hawkeye has spoken so highly of him, this individual must be extraordinary. It seems Luffy will soon be seeking us out. Ben Beckman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A swordsman who has even surprised Hawkeye? That is truly monumental news. Who exactly is this Moonlight? I am eager to witness his prowess. Undoubtedly, he is no ordinary figure. With a bounty of 50 million berries, surpassing even Luffy's. The surrounding crew members gasped in astonishment. Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, stands atop the pinnacle of strength, viewing all others as mere shadows. To earn his commendation is to embody a remarkable existence. Well then, since you have arrived here and brought such significant news, Hawkeye, do not expect to leave easily. At this moment, the red-haired man gazed at Hawkeye with a sinister grin. He chuckled ominously, and the surrounding crowd instantly understood, breaking into laughter. Witnessing the expression on the red-haired man's face, even Hawkeye couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, uncertain of the intentions of this unpredictable character. Come now, in celebration of Luffy, let us indulge in another round. Just then, An enormous crate of fine wine was presented by the onlookers, and the red-haired man filled Hawkeye's cup to the brim. Hey, 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 you are not suffering from a hangover, are you? The expression on the red-haired man's face suddenly filled Hawkeye with an ominous premonition. No worries, let us rejoice. The red-haired man chuckled. Hawkeye immediately felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship against his will. Luffy, a momentous event has transpired. In Kokasia village, the revelers, having celebrated through the night, lay sprawled upon the ground, using the earth as their mattress and the sky as their blanket, soundly asleep. Suddenly, Noki rushed in, panting heavily. A look of urgency etched upon his face, clutching several newspapers in his hands. What is the matter, Noki? Has something occurred? Nami was the first to rise, inquiring with concern. Soon after, Usopp and Sanji also got up, while Moonlight merely opened his eyes, glanced over, and returned to slumber, deeming nothing more important than the embrace of sleep. You all have been issued bounty notices, and the new warrants have just been released, Noki gasped, passing the papers to them. To their astonishment, it was the bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates, each member's reward clearly displayed. Ah, we have bounties? Nami was taken aback. Is it true? I have finally become a legitimate pirate? Usopp, tears streaming down his face, looked at his bounty with disbelief. What about me? Sanji pouted, noticing the absence of his own bounty notice. A bounty of 30 million? How splendid! Luffy exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement as he gazed at his own reward. In this manner, one would become a world-renowned pirate. Am I worth 15 million? Zoro, having awakened, gazed at his bounty notice and chuckled with delight. Thus, he has moved one step closer to his goal. Hey, Moonlight, how is your bounty higher than the sum of ours? At that moment, Usopp noticed Moonlight's bounty notice and exclaimed in astonishment. Printed boldly was a bounty of 50 million berries, surpassing the combined totals of Luffy and Zoro. Naturally, this is to be expected. The Navy, provided they are not fools, would discern Moonlight's formidable strength, and this bounty is reflective of that prowess. However, the notion of him being the vice-captain? I cannot accept that, Zoro stated calmly, his expression unperturbed. Yet, he contested the idea of Moonlight as the vice-captain, independent of any considerations regarding strength. Indeed, Moonlight possesses an astonishing level of power, capable of exchanging blows with that so-called Hawkeye, which justifies this valuation. Luffy nodded in agreement, acknowledging Moonlight's abilities. This fellow is not worth such a price. If his battle with Hawkeye were to be witnessed and publicized, it could easily double. Nami's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Moonlight, fully aware of the man's unfathomable terror. What I meant to convey is this. You are all wanted. The Navy is aware of your presence here. If you do not leave, you may very well encounter them. Noki regarded the group with a mixture of disbelief and concern. Aren't you worried? Aren't you afraid? That is a bounty notice. To be wanted means not only the Navy will pursue you, but also pirates and bounty hunters are now fixated on your heads. What is there to be joyous about? A typical person would likely weep and tremble in fear upon witnessing this. Chapter 48. Truly a reliable companion. It matters not, Zoro remarked nonchalantly. We are pirates by nature. Sworn enemies of the Navy, why should we be concerned? If they come, we shall simply cut them down. Indeed, they are merely the Navy, Sanji said, inhaling smoke and letting it swirl around him before nodding in agreement. Hey, you too, must you speak so nonchalantly? They are the Navy, after all. On the seas, I have yet to hear of anyone who can confront the Navy head-on. Usopp was left astounded by their conversation, staring at them in disbelief. While the Navy may not be formidable, they are certainly a nuisance. Since we intend to traverse the Grand Line, we cannot afford to linger here. Upon hearing this, Noki was in tears. Who are these individuals? Are they truly pirates? Well, let us depart. Luffy waved his hand, feeling content after feasting and resting. There was no reason to linger here. As Moonlight had indicated, their goal is the Grand Line, and they cannot afford to squander time. Where's Nami? Yet. Upon reaching the ship, they suddenly realized that Nami had yet to arrive. Surely, she has chosen to ignore us after hearing our words. Joseph and Johnny immediately suspected that their conversation with Nojiko had deterred her. A reasonable person would likely refuse after hearing such things. No, I have faith in Nami. She will definitely come. Luffy shook his head, confident in Nami's resolve. Miss Nami, you must come. Sanji lit a cigarette, his mood slightly heavy. Nami, Usopp murmured. Swish. Moonlight swiftly darted towards the village. Moonlight, what are you planning to do? Hey. The sudden action startled Usopp and the others, leaving them bewildered as to why Moonlight leaped off the ship. I am going to find Nami. If she doesn't come, I will bring her back by force. Moonlight replied nonchalantly. His words reached the ears of the others. What? Force her to come if she doesn't show up? Usopp was taken aback. A flicker of surprise crossed Zoro's eyes. The cigarette that Sanji had just lit fell to the ground. Joseph and Johnny remained frozen in place, astounded by Moonlight's domineering attitude. Only Luffy nodded, a smile curling at his lips, for he understood Moonlight's intention. They are pirates. There are no formalities to adhere to. Mother, and dear companions, do not worry. The village has been reclaimed, thanks to my wonderful friends. Everyone is happy. including Nojiko and Grandpa Aiken. Rest assured. At that moment, in Kokushiya village, before a grave, Nami knelt down, speaking softly. Behind her, Aiken and the villagers of Kokushiya bowed their heads in solemn respect. These are our compatriots who perished at the hands of Arlong. We have shared many years together, intimately familiar with each other inside and out. Suddenly, they are gone, standing before their gravestones. The mere thought of the youthful souls beneath brings forth an overwhelming flood of tears. Nami, do you truly wish to become a pirate? After a significant pause, Aiken turned to Nami and inquired. Indeed, my dream is to chart the seas of the entire world and become the strongest navigator. I have long yearned for this day since my childhood. Wiping away her tears, Nami nodded and smiled radiantly. Those individuals were indeed trustworthy companions. With them, I feel reassured. Aiken nodded in agreement, holding a profound respect for Luffy and the others. Yes, Nami, those fellows are remarkable. They may be unknown now, but one day they will be renowned across the world. I feel secure with them. Nokigo also nodded, despite their brief acquaintance. She had discerned the true nature of Luffy and his crew. If such individuals are not worthy of trust, then who is? Nami, go forth. This time we support you. We also stand by you. There is nothing wrong with being a pirate. This vast ocean is, after all, a realm of freedom, unfettered and unrestrained. How I wish I were younger, for I too would revel in these waters. Go, Nami, fulfill your dream and make your name known across the world alongside them. All the villagers smiled at Nami, offering their encouragement. Nodding heavily, Nami's face radiated with joy. Rest assured, now that Nami is aboard our ship, she shall not suffer any grievances. Should anyone dare, they must first contend with my sword. Just then, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Suddenly, the moonlight appeared before everyone, unnoticed until that moment, causing a stir among the crowd. With faces filled with reverence, they exclaimed, "It is Lord Moonlight." Whether it was Aiken, Nokigo, or everyone present, they held him in utmost admiration, for he single-handedly defeated Arlong, rendering even the Navy incapable of lifting their heads before him. He is a peerless warrior. In the vast ocean, nothing commands more respect than such unparalleled strength. Moonlight, have you come to escort me? Nami exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him, never expecting her significance to be so profound. Not only I, but also Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, we all wish for you to join us. Moonlight gestured toward those behind him, revealing Luffy and the others, who had also disembarked, following closely behind. Everyone. Nami's eyes shimmered with tears. Hey, Moonlight, how could you be so inconsiderate, sneaking off to find Miss Nami alone? Were you hoping to move her and win her heart? How devious. Sanji eyed Moonlight suspiciously. Hey, if anyone is thinking along those lines, it can only be you. Zoro immediately exposed Sanji's true intentions. Damn you, green algae head. I'll kick you to death. Sanji retorted in a fit of rage. You browed fool, do at this moment, Moonlight suddenly shouted towards Luffy. All right, Luffy nodded, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he stretched out his arm and swiftly grabbed Nami, turning on his heel to flee without further ado. Run. Nami is in our grasp. Upon witnessing this, Zoro and Sanji ceased their bickering and took off in pursuit. Moonlight, along with Usopp, hastily boarded the ship, departing like the wind. Have they taken Nami? Hey, who are these people? Kidnapping someone? Wasn't Nami already determined to join them? Why go to such lengths? I suppose they fear Nami might change her mind. Truly dependable comrades. Haha. Chapter 49. A sword splits the sea just as Luffy and his companions successfully invited Nami aboard. In a certain sea area of the East Blue, a new ship bore witness to the antics of Captain Buggy, who gazed at the bounty notice for Luffy and his crew with a mocking smirk. This wretched rubber brat has a bounty of 30 million. But no matter. I finally tracked your whereabouts. Now, my great vengeance shall be exacted upon you. After searching for so long, I finally found the man who dared to strike me. He is the only one I shall marry. Beside Buggy stood a woman clad in a black hat and dark attire, her figure exquisitely alluring, her skin smooth enough to glisten. This was Alvida, who, after being propelled by Luffy, fortuitously obtained the slippery fruit, rendering her impervious to attacks. Upon encountering Buggy, they forged an alliance to confront Luffy together. Splendid, Captain. At last, we have news of the Straw Hats. Judging by their course, they too are headed to the Grand Line, with their next destination being Lobetown, the site of Pirate King Roger's execution, chuckled the Beast Tamer Mochi. As his lion Ricky nodded in agreement. Not just the Straw Hats, but this fellow as well. Now I can avenge that sword. Kabaji sneered as he looked at Zoro's picture. Men, change course for Lobetown, Buggy proclaimed. Fantastic, Captain. Our Buggy Pirates are finally poised to redeem our previous disgrace. Straw Hat brat, prepare yourself, for this time, we shall make you kneel and call for your mother. Onward to Lobetown. Instantly, all the pirates erupted in fervent cheers, altering their course towards Lobetown. Ding. You executed a draw cut, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. You performed a fierce dragon slash, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. You utilized armament Haki, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. Draw cut has advanced to level 4. Ding. Fierce dragon slash has progressed to level 2. Ding. You have acquired a new skill, Phantom Sword Dance, level 1. Ding. Armament Haki has been elevated to level 4. Aboard the Going Merry, after leaving Kokoyashi village, Moonlight fervently practiced on the lookout. At last, he achieved notable progress. A thought struck him as he surveyed his attributes. Moonlight Basic Swordsmanship, System Gift. Unranked 3-stage / System Gift. Unranked Draw Cut. Level 5, 11. 000, 000, 000. Fierce Dragon Slash. Level 2, 11. 000, 000. Phantom Sword Dance. Level 1. 100. 000. Observation Haki. Level 4. 100. 000, 000. Armament Haki. Level 4. 100. 000, 000. Conqueror's Haki. Level 2, 500. 001. 000. Both basic swordsmanship and 3-stage / are automatically maxed out. Their power intensifies with his training. Due to frequent usage, Draw Cut has finally advanced to level 5. This level of swordsmanship has achieved a fusion of spirit and sword energy, allowing a formidable aura to manifest without the need for physical action, creating a mental illusion for opponents. Its sword energy is razor-sharp, rendering it virtually impossible for anything in existence to withstand such a strike. This also represents the realm of Hawkeye. Now, facing Hawkeye again, Moonlight possesses the confidence to truly engage in battle. Both Observation Haki and Armament Haki have ascended to a new level, particularly the latter, which has transcended mere external reinforcement to achieve a harmonious fusion of internal and external application. With a single stroke of the sword, it can inflict damage within the body, augmenting its destructive power. As for Conqueror's Haki, its cultivation remains hindered by environmental limitations. However, upon entering the new world, with an increase in adversaries, it will flourish like a fish in water. Moreover, the LV2 Dragon's Breakthrough Slash has acquired the ability to momentarily hover above the sea. The newly acquired skill, Phantom Sword Dance, allows the wielder to condense all sword energy into a singular point, unleashing a rapid and powerful strike forward, culminating in a cataclysmic eruption of overlapping sword energy. The faster the slashes, the more the sword energy converges, resulting in an even more terrifying force. Suddenly, the sky darkened with rolling clouds, fierce winds arose, and the sea surged violently. A torrent of wind and waves crashed forth, tumultuous and relentless. This is bad. The wind direction has shifted, and monstrous waves are approaching. Usopp, adjust the course, head west. On the deck, Nami, scanning the tumultuous sea, shouted urgently. Understood. Usopp, not daring to delay, immediately redirected the ship. Luffy, survey the surface. Zoro, keep an eye on the surroundings. Sanji, remain on standby. Moonlight, lower the sails. Nami issued her commands one by one. All right, Miss Nami. Zoro nodded, while Sanji responded with a heartwarming expression. However, Moonlight remained silent, standing up and gazing ahead at the towering 10-meter waves that surged forth. With a swift movement, he propelled himself forward. Hey, Moonlight, what are you doing? Noticing Moonlight's disregard, Nami turned to him, about to speak, when she suddenly saw him darting towards the waves like an arrow, leaving her in shock. What's happening? Zoro exclaimed, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, fearing an imminent threat. Is there an enemy? Sanji questioned, his demeanor tense. Huh? Usopp glanced over, bewildered. Moonlight, what are you up to? Luffy asked, puzzled by Moonlight's sudden leap. Without answering, Moonlight ignited the dragon's breakthrough slash amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of his companions. Oh. The surface of the sea was instantly filled with the high-speed phantoms of his dragon's breakthrough slash, accompanied by a thunderous roar from the friction with the air. He stood resolutely before the towering wall of water, and then unleashed the phantom sword dance with a fierce strike. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, Moonlight stood atop the sea, delivering violent slashes, as phantoms appeared around him, followed by a cascade of sword energy phantoms emerging ahead. This is the result of an excessively swift strike, and the sword aura does not dissipate but rather condenses into a singular point, continuously stacking. Boom. The ocean swells tumultuously, a 10-meter-high wall of water crashing forth. At that moment, the Moonlight made its bold move. One could see a mass of sword energy, a culmination of dozens of slashes, rolling and surging toward the seawall. Whoosh. The towering seawall, under the onslaught of this sword energy, was effortlessly cleaved in two. The sword aura surged forth, carving a path across the ocean. Hiss. Everyone, including Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. His swordsmanship has indeed progressed. This fellow has even split the seawall. Moonlight, you remarkable individual. Wow, Moonlight, you were truly impressive. Chapter 50, Phantom Sword Dance. Witnessing this scene, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp stood with their mouths agape, their expressions filled with astonishment. The ocean has been parted? How exaggerated is this? Not too bad. Moonlight nodded, returning to the ship. The Phantom Sword Dance's attack power was undeniably the strongest among his current sword techniques, albeit requiring approximately 3 seconds of charging time. Moreover, with practice, the number of slashes would increase, and the attack power would become increasingly formidable. Hey, isn't that a bit excessive, Moonlight? With such strength, you call it just not too bad? How are we supposed to survive? Usopp remarked, a bitter smile on his face. This guy had long known how formidable he was. Having even witnessed his prowess during the battle with Arlong, indeed, he was impressive. However, it felt as though he was an endless abyss. One day, you would realize he had surpassed the level you once deemed him to be at. What a bizarre phenomenon! Sanji exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Zoro. Zoro was already a monster, akin to a beast. After sustaining serious injuries, he had slept for a few days and quickly recovered, now back to his prime. This fellow was a monster, but Moonlight was a monster among monsters. Did this guy have no limits? Zoro gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on Moonlight, who was astonishingly powerful. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was that, despite such strength, he was still diligently honing his skills. Where could his limits possibly lie? Surpassing Mihawk? It was likely that he could achieve that already. For the first time, Zoro felt a sense of an elusive opponent, one he could never catch up to. Hey, Moonlight, you were truly terrifying. When I first saw you, you were just a fledgling swordsman, and now I feel you could contend with that Mihawk. Incredible! Luffy praised, giving a thumbs up. It's not that everyone else is too weak. If I don't become stronger, what will happen when we encounter formidable foes? I certainly don't want to lose any of you before we even reach the Grand Line. Moonlight shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. You rascal. I am not weak. Don't underestimate me. Humph. As soon as Moonlight spoke, several of them immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Usopp and Nami need not be mentioned. They were aware of their own capabilities. Zoro and Sanji, however, were instantly displeased, pointing at Moonlight with expressions of indignation. Moonlight waved his hand, an expression of exasperation on his face. Ha ha ha. Luffy burst into laughter, feeling that everything before him was extraordinarily delightful. So Moonlight truly valued them this much. Usopp and Nami exchanged knowing smiles. Not wanting to lose any of them was precisely why he was striving to enhance his strength. I'm a bit hungry, Sanji. I want to eat. Moonlight shrugged and stated before returning to the lookout. Damn it, why should I cook for you? Sanji protested. Shut up, I want to eat too. Zoro waved his hand. Me too. I want meat. Luffy chimed in. TCH. I really can't deal with you guys. Hey, what do you want to eat? Sanji rolled his eyes at Moonlight. Among these individuals, only Moonlight possesses a unique palate. The others simply consume whatever is available. As a competent chef, he is naturally well acquainted with each person's taste preferences. Egg fried rice, in generous portions. Moonlight remarked softly. In this reincarnation, despite the plethora of culinary delights in this world, Moonlight still harbors a fondness for egg fried rice, setting him apart from the others aboard the vessel. The flavor of egg fried rice indeed varies significantly with different chefs. Wait here. Sanji waved his hand as he made his way toward the kitchen. The others laughed and eagerly anticipated the meal, their excitement palpable. Sanji's culinary skills are truly commendable. Lobetown, located in the East Blue near the entrance to the Grand Line, is often referred to as the town of beginnings and endings, for it is the birthplace and final resting place of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Pirates frequently visit. Yet the town enjoys excellent security under the watchful eye of the renowned Marine Colonel, Smoker, ensuring that no pirate dares to cause trouble here. The townsfolk lead a remarkably comfortable life. After finishing their meal and sailing for another half-day, Luffy and his crew finally arrived at Lobetown. They docked the ship in a concealed spot at the harbor and ventured onto the town. My sword is broken. I need to get a new one. I want to see the place where the Pirate King was executed. I need to buy some ingredients. I must procure some clothing. I'm off to purchase some gear. Upon disembarking, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, and Nami dispersed to pursue their individual agendas, while Moonlight remained to guard the ship. He nodded, knowing he had no urgent needs. Should anything arise, Nami would assist him. With Moonlight watching over the vessel, everyone felt at ease, allowing him to meander nearby where he could keep an eye on the ship. Quickly, hand over all your valuables. I am a pirate. Those who wish to live should comply. Boomed a voice not far off, followed by the sounds of panic and chaos. Pirates, indeed. This is the era of piracy, where such ruffians can be found anywhere, at any time. Moonlight furrowed his brow and turned into an alley, where he spotted a broad street. Approaching him was a burly man, over 3 meters tall, bearing a scar across his forehead, clad in pirate attire, wielding a large sword. Flanked by a group of menacing companions, they seized whatever they could find, resorting to violence against those who resisted. The street was in utter disarray, with civilians fleeing in terror. Get out of my way, or I'll chop you down too. The scarred man sneered upon noticing Moonlight. Moonlight remained silent, merely observing him with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Hey, are you listening? My boss is speaking to you. If you wish for death, just say the word, and I shall grant it. He continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. You're asking for it, aren't you? I'll take you down. The surrounding pirates snarled in response. Have they all fled? The scarred man taunted, but Moonlight glanced around at the distant, retreating civilians and smiled calmly. He was prepared to retaliate but wished to avoid collateral damage, thus opting to wait until they were safely away before making his move. What do you mean, fled? I'll make you pay for that. Didn't you hear what I said? You're courting death. The pirates roared in anger, feeling disregarded by Moonlight's nonchalance. Suddenly, several of them charged at him, swords drawn, ready to attack. Conqueror's Haki. Moonlight's pupils contracted as an invisible wave of lethal energy surged forth from him, expanding rapidly outward. Within a radius of 300 meters, every pirate trembled violently before collapsing to the ground, whether fainted, foaming at the mouth, or unconscious, none remained standing. Even the pirate leader fell to his knees, utterly drained, unable to utter a word as he gazed at Moonlight. The level 2 Conqueror's Haki had tripled in range, and its potency had grown even more formidable. "Colonel, we have detected the presence of pirates." At that moment, a female voice rang out, and a bespectacled female swordsman appeared, shouting toward the street. "It's Tashigi." Then the one accompanying her must be Smoker. Upon seeing the woman, Moonlight felt a sudden urge and vanished from the street. Soon, a man on a motorcycle arrived, followed by a large contingent of Marines. "What is going on? Have they been dealt with?" Tashigi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she surveyed the pirates lying on the ground. "Did we arrive too late? Who did this?" Smoker, equally surprised, analyzed the scene. After receiving the report, they had rushed here without pause, and it had taken merely 10 minutes. How could someone possess the capability to incapacitate this band of formidable pirates in such a brief time frame? These individuals bore no wounds, suggesting they hadn't engaged in a fierce struggle. Rather, they appeared to have been defeated in an instant. How absurd. As the Marines began investigating, they concluded with disbelief. There are no signs of a fight. It seems these pirates were subdued in the blink of an eye. Could it be the work of a devil fruit user? Only someone of that caliber could achieve such stealth. Smoker and Tashigi exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. This scene transcended the limits of her understanding. Conqueror's Haki. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling rings of smoke. After all, he was a colonel, privy to certain classified information. The spectacle before him could only be explained this way. Otherwise, even a natural devil fruit user would leave traces of their power. He understood this all too well, as he himself was one. Conqueror's Haki? What is this? Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with confusion, for it was the first time they had encountered such a term. This was an entirely new form of power, also known as the qualities of a king. Smoker articulated each word deliberately. "The qualities of a king?" Dashki questioned, her brow furrowed. "What does that mean?" The surrounding Navy personnel were equally perplexed. This was a force that could only manifest in the Grand Line. I had only seen it mentioned in highly classified documents. Those who possess this power can instill fear and even incapacitate their opponents without lifting a finger. However, this ability is innate, not something everyone possesses. If one were to consider 1,000,000 individuals, only one would have it. Smoker recalled the contents of the documents with a grave expression. "What? Only one person in 1,000,000 can possess it?" Dashki was astonished. "What does this imply?" "This is nothing short of a chosen one. The ability to incapacitate opponents without a single strike is terrifying. The qualities of a king, which signifies the potential to reign, and with only one in 1,000,000. Such a person exists in this world? If such an individual were to take action, it would be utterly frightening." Every Navy member involuntarily gasped, overwhelmed by the revelation. Regardless, with such a significant figure arriving in Logue Town, it remains uncertain whether they are friend or foe. Moreover, with the Straw Hat crew already present alongside other pirates disembarking, we are ill-equipped to handle them. Dashki, promptly notify headquarters to dispatch reinforcements. The rest of you, follow my lead. Smoker shook his head, his gaze icy as he issued the command. Understood. Upon receiving the order, the Navy began to mobilize. Have they already been detected? This could spell trouble. Somewhere atop a rooftop, the Moonlight furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Smoker's strength was formidable. If Luffy and the others encountered him, they would likely be in grave danger. He wondered if they had completed their tasks. Otherwise, if the Navy reinforcements arrived and formed encirclement, it would be perilous. Kenbunchika Haki. With this thought, Moonlight activated his Kenbunchika Haki to sense Luffy and the others' movements. With a level 4 Kenbunchika Haki, he possessed the ability to perceive actively. Though he couldn't cover an entire island like Rayleigh, half a town was certainly within reach. An invisible current of energy emanated from Moonlight, enveloping the surroundings. Images began to materialize in his mind like breaths of air. Lowtown was merely a small town, and it didn't take long to locate them. In the East Street, Usopp was engaged in a duel with a bounty hunter named Dottie. Zoro had entered a weapon shop, selecting a new weapon. Sanji, drawn by the allure of a beautiful female chef, was competing with her over a rare ingredient. As for Luffy, he had climbed atop the execution platform in the town's center, while nearby, Buggy, Kabeji, and Yurita from the Buggy Pirates were heading towards the same platform, intent on revenge and to kill Luffy. Luffy is in danger. The Moonlight felt a surge of urgency and rushed towards the town center. At that moment, on the execution platform, where the former pirate King Roger was executed, a man donning a straw hat climbed to the top, and it was none other than Luffy. With a look of aspiration, he stood at the highest point, gazing down at the crowd below, experiencing an unprecedented sensation as he occupied Roger's position. The two pirate kings stood together. Luffy couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, Luffy's actions drew the attention of those around him, and they began to converge. Look! Someone has ascended the execution platform, where the former pirate King Roger was executed. That man with the straw hat, what is he up to? Is he also a pirate? This place is under strict surveillance by the Navy. It has been ages since anyone stood on the execution platform. Who is he? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Hello everyone. I am Luffy, and my dream is to become the Pirate King. Luffy smiled as he greeted them. However, no sooner had he spoken than a cold voice, accompanied by a chilling blade, was suddenly pressed against his neck. Hee, Straw Hat Kid, I've finally found you. Chapter 52. You shall die in such splendor. Upon hearing this voice, Luffy turned his head in surprise. It's you, Buggy the Clown. Before him stood Buggy the Clown, along with Kabeji, Yurita, and the rest of the Buggy Pirates. They had been preparing for this moment and had finally located Luffy. While Luffy reveled in the feeling of being the Pirate King, Buggy stealthily approached using his Chop Fruit abilities and seized control of Luffy. Luffy, being made of rubber, was vulnerable to blades, and Buggy, with a wicked grin, pressed the sharp edge against him. Indeed, it is I, you foul rubber. I am here to avenge the humiliation from our last encounter. Buggy spat vehemently. As a proud crew member of the Pirate King, after obtaining the Chop Fruit's powers, he had dominated the East Blue, preparing to venture into the Grand Line, only to meet his downfall at the hands of Luffy. This is his profound humiliation. It is imperative that I avenge this grievance. And as for me, the loathsome rubber, today I too shall seek retribution. Kabaji sneered, for as a senior officer of the Buggy Pirate crew, he was invincible until he met his defeat at the hands of Zoro. Now, he sought to reclaim his honor. I too cannot overlook the brutal assault inflicted upon my beloved steed. I shall not show you mercy. Machi remarked coldly. His beast-taming companion had suffered grievously at the hands of Luffy. And as a beastmaster, vengeance was his calling. And I too. Straw Hat, Luffy. Arlita gazed upon Luffy with a smile. Who are you? Luffy exclaimed, taken aback by Arlita's presence. While it was understandable for Buggy to seek revenge, who was this enchanting woman? Did I harbor any animosity towards her? You scoundrel. You are the only man who has touched my body in these years, and you dare to forget me? Arlita's fury ignited upon hearing Luffy's words. After all, she was a notorious pirate captain, feared across the East Sea. She had never been so belittled, nor had anyone ever forgotten her after crossing her path. Moreover, Luffy had struck her and then completely erased her from his memory. This is a greater humiliation than any disgrace. Huh. Luffy, utterly bewildered, still could not recall. Kill him. Yurita roared in fury. Since you cannot remember, then perish. Hehehe, you foul rubber, did you not dream of becoming the Pirate King? Well then. With so many eyes upon you, this scene mirrors the execution of Roger from years past. Thus, you shall meet your end alongside him. Though you may be invincible in your rubber form, the blade in my hand can slice through steel with ease. Witness as I sever your head with a single stroke. I dare say, such a demise would be quite splendid. Buggy sneered, raising his lethal weapon, poised to strike Luffy down. Huh. At this moment, Smoker transformed into a figure of smoke and arrived at the central square. Upon reaching the heights of a tall building and witnessing the scene below, he couldn't help but feel astonished. He had encountered Luffy on several occasions, yet he never anticipated that this individual was the infamous Straw Hat Kid. A bounty of 30 million berries, now on the brink of execution. Who is this lad claiming he aspires to become the Pirate King? Unfamiliar to him. Having never seen the previous Pirate King, Roger, who is he, donning that straw hat? The figure wielding a knife was none other than Buggy the Clown, captain of the Buggy Pirate crew. It was unexpected to see him in Logue Town, especially in such a brazen manner. Have pirates grown so audacious in this town? The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were equally taken aback. Logue Town had seldom experienced such commotion. It had always been tranquil. Yet today, it was unprecedented. An increasing number of people were drawn to the unfolding drama, and soon, the news swept through the entire town. A boy in a straw hat was to be executed by another band of pirates. Meanwhile, on the West Street, Sanji had just defeated a beautiful chef and, having secured rare ingredients, made his way contentedly to the town's central square where they had arranged to gather before returning to the ship. However, not long into his journey, he heard the grave news of the Straw Hat Kid's impending execution, stirring a deep concern within him. Could this be Luffy? With that thought, he hurriedly dashed towards the main avenue of the town. This was bad. Luffy was in danger. Someone was out to kill him again. Panic surged through him as he ran faster. Simultaneously, Usopp, Zoro, and Nami received the alarming news and rushed toward the central square as well. Upon their arrival, they beheld the 10-meter-high execution platform where Buggy the Clown raised his large blade, poised to strike Luffy. Straw Hat Kid, you shall meet your grand demise before the eyes of all. Buggy laughed maniacally, his strike merciless. Luffy, the four friends, upon seeing this, sprinted toward the execution platform in a frenzy. After all, he was their captain. How could he perish in such a manner? He still had dreams to fulfill, leading them through the Grand Line, charting the world seas, seeking the legendary all blue that every chef yearned for, and becoming a valiant warrior. Their aspirations had only just begun. How could this be their endpoint? The crowd murmured as they witnessed the unfolding drama, some sighing and shaking their heads, while others remained indifferent. Many lives were lost at sea every day. Death was a commonplace occurrence. However, this man's demise on the execution platform was strikingly different. Straw Hat Kid, perish. Buggy bellowed, the blade gleaming ominously. Luffy, I'm coming. Nami, Moonlight, Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro cried out in desperation. Luffy struggled momentarily, but soon, it seemed as if he relinquished a certain burden, ceasing his resistance. He lifted his gaze toward the crowd below, smiling at Nami and the others. He was smiling. Smoker was taken aback. He had witnessed many confrontations with death, but this was the first time he had seen someone smile in the face of such peril. Luffy's expression radiated a sense of peace, as if he had found solace in his fate. Luffy, Zoro, and the others screamed, their eyes wide with anguish. There was no hope left. It was the end. How can he still at that moment, in the vast expanse of the sky? An ominous cloud drifted in unbeknownst to anyone, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, as if a bolt of lightning were poised to descend. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped sword aura surged forth from the crowd, slicing through the air with an alarming ferocity. The sword energy was overwhelming and unstoppable, cleaving the execution platform in two. With a resounding crack, the platform shattered into countless fragments, causing those atop it to tumble down. Chapter 53. The White Hunter Smog. What transpired? What has happened? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the astonishing scene. The execution platform has collapsed? Moonlight, you have arrived. Luffy leaped from the air, retrieving his straw hat that had fluttered to the ground, casting his gaze toward the figure of Moonlight emerging slowly from the crowd. What a timely arrival! Zoro exhaled in relief, observing the appearance of Moonlight. I was terrified. I thought our captain was done for. Usopp also felt a wave of relief. He truly believed that Luffy was about to meet his end. This fellow always shows up at the most critical moments. Impressive. Sanji set aside his ingredients, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and nodded in approval. Moonlight, Nami exclaimed with joy. Was it his doing? He is also a member of the Straw Hat crew? How remarkable. The crowd around them gasped in awe at the sight of Moonlight. They finally understood the situation. It was this swordsman named Moonlight who had severed the execution platform. This swordsmanship is truly terrifying. How infuriating. It is this scoundrel. How dare he ruin my plans? He must be eliminated. You wretched rubber. I shall not let you escape. Just then, the clown Buggy and his companions descended from the sky. Upon regaining their footing, they immediately caught sight of the Moonlight, prompting an enraged exclamation from Buggy. Both Buggy and Alvida's eyes widened in shock. The Moonlight had left an indelible impression upon them. This formidable man repeatedly wreaked havoc upon them. With a furious shout, all the members of the Buggy Pirates charged towards Moonlight and his companions, seeking vengeance for their grievances. Chaos erupted in the square. Oh no, the Navy has arrived. Run. The leader, the White Hunter Smoker, was at the forefront. Those detestable Navy officers dare to attempt to capture us all. At that moment, a multitude of Navy soldiers appeared in the square, having been drawn by the commotion. However, due to the overwhelming number of pirates gathered, they refrained from immediate action, instead opting to stealthily assemble a large force to ensnare them all at once. The already tumultuous square descended further into mayhem with the Navy's intervention. This is bad. It's the Navy. Nami and Usopp exchanged alarmed glances. We have achieved our objective. Thus, we should depart before the Navy fortifies its ranks further, Sanji suggested. Agreed. The group nodded in unison, with no objections raised. However, just as they prepared to leave, a cloud of smoke suddenly materialized, revealing a man clad in a white cloak of justice, a cigarette lodged between his lips, and a tin-handed harpoon slung across his back, blocking the path of Luffy and his companions with a cold gaze. It was Smoker. He had been watching Luffy for quite some time, and the two had even clashed previously. With bounties of 30 million and 50 million, the Straw Hat Pirates shall not leave this place today, Smoker declared coldly. This is troublesome. This fellow is quite formidable. Everyone fall back. I'll handle him. Luffy interjected, raising his hand to signal retreat. A remarkable individual, indeed, a Navy colonel. Zoro chuckled, though his gaze lingered on Tashigi. This fellow, alongside that individual, is utterly identical. It leaves him unable to divert his gaze from her. Alas. The jester Buggy is charging forth. In that moment, Usopp urgently cried out. It was indeed Buggy who had breached the naval defenses, pursuing them with a relentless fervor. Regardless of the circumstances, they must ensure that Luffy remains here. With Smoker in front and Buggy behind, the group found themselves ensnared in peril. Just then, Moonlight extended his hand, softly addressing everyone. Luffy, take everyone and flee at once. I shall handle this. We will meet at sea in 10 minutes, Moonlight declared, his expression resolute and unyielding to doubt. Moonlight, I entrust this to you. Upon hearing Moonlight's words, Luffy nodded, imbued with unwavering trust. Smoker was indeed formidable, and Luffy found himself at a disadvantage amidst the chaos. The only one capable of altering the current predicament was Moonlight. Without hesitation, he led everyone towards Smoker's obstructive stance. Observing this, Zoro and the others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Moonlight's prowess, their faith was steadfast. Thus, the group charged towards Smoker, undeterred by the swirling smoke enveloping him. As they believed in Moonlight. Am I invisible? Smoker sneered, a dense cloud of smoke erupting from his form, ensnaring Luffy and the others. However, as the smoke billowed, a figure abruptly materialized. Bang! The smoke dissipated in an instant, with Smoker collapsing to the ground, Moonlight's foot firmly planted upon him. Smoker! Daz Bones exclaimed in shock upon witnessing such a sudden turn of events. What is happening? He is a user of the smoke fruit. How could anyone strike his corporeal form and pin him down? This must be a jest. Is he also a wielder of a devil fruit? The surrounding navy gazed in astonishment at Moonlight. Luffy and the others were both astonished and elated, unable to fathom how a naval captain could be so easily overwhelmed. With newfound confidence, Luffy led the group towards the harbor. Observing this, the navy dared not impede their escape. Damn it, why is this happening? Smoker roared, struggling fiercely against his predicament. Yet Moonlight's foot felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering his efforts futile. Smoker was filled with rage. It's Haki. Buggy, pursuing from behind, gasped in surprise at the scene. Users of devil fruits are immensely powerful, especially of the Logia type, who cannot be easily grasped. The only means to inflict damage upon them is through Haki. But how can such a thing exist in the East Blue? Buggy was taken aback. Haki! Alvida and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Buggy had sailed with Roger, thus he was well versed in the world, yet none among them comprehended the nature of this power. The Conqueror's Haki. While they were engulfed in confusion, Smoker commanded Daz and the others to disregard him and pursue the enemy, at which point Moonlight coldly smiled. His pupils constricted. The Conqueror's Haki surged forth. Instantly, a pale blue aura radiated from him, spreading outward. Within a radius of 300 meters, all but Buggy, Smoker, and Daz, who were enveloped by the aura, suddenly found themselves immobilized, as if struck at vital points. The cacophony of chaos abruptly ceased, leaving the square in an eerie silence. Soon after, everyone's eyes widened, collapsing to the ground. Some fainted, others foamed at the mouth, while a few were rendered utterly blank, all succumbing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the square, which had housed over 1,000 naval personnel and pirates, was entirely vacated. Chapter 54. The Naval Encirclement. Iron chains across the river. It was you who dealt with that band of pirates. Daz trembled, gazing at the scene unfolding around her, her voice quaking. Under the pressure of Moonlight's Conqueror's Haki, though she managed to remain standing, she was at her limit, devoid of any fighting spirit in the face of Moonlight. Damn it! Smoker howled. However, it was futile. No matter how he wielded his powers, he remained firmly pinned beneath Moonlight's foot, utterly immobile. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. How could such a power as Conqueror's Haki exist in this East Blue? Buggy's eyes widened, filled with shock. What a remarkable individual, truly a chosen one among millions. Even aboard Roger's ship, individuals possessing such exceptional qualities are exceedingly rare. To think that such a character has emerged in the East Sea, the weakest of all oceans. Very well, Colonel, this shall suffice. Should you choose to pursue further, I shall not hold back. As Luffy and his companions departed from Lowtown, heading directly towards the sea, Moonlight released Smoker, casting a glance around before speaking in a nonchalant tone. With that, he leapt away, moving with such swiftness that none could hope to capture or pursue him. At this moment, who would dare chase after him? Damn it! Smoker rose to his feet, surveying the fallen figures around him, a chill running down his spine. The power he had just witnessed was overwhelming. It was so formidable that he had no time to react, let alone resist. In the presence of that man, he felt like a mere jest. Colonel Smoker, Tashigi called out, but she could no longer hold herself together and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Given her strength, it was remarkable that she had managed to endure this long. Observing the scattered bodies around him, Smoker inhaled deeply from his cigarette and exhaled a long plume of smoke, succumbing to despair as he settled onto the ground, relinquishing any thought of pursuit. Even the clown Buggy was disregarded. He had always held a sense of justice within him. Yet when faced with such a vast disparity in power, his ideals crumbled, revealing the stark reality of his inadequacies. Luffy, is Moonlight truly alright? At that moment, Luffy and his companions were racing towards the direction of the Going Merry. Usopp glanced back anxiously towards the plaza, voicing his concerns. After all, aside from Smoker, there were numerous other adversaries. Would Moonlight really be able to handle 1 against 100? Indeed, Luffy, leaving Moonlight all alone there seems a bit unwise. Nami added. Moonlight was undeniably powerful, and she had faith in him for a one-on-one confrontation. But this situation was different. There were simply too many foes. You underestimate him far too much. Those adversaries are no challenge for him. Did you not see how that naval captain was swiftly defeated by Moonlight? Zoro scoffed, wearing an expression that conveyed complete confidence. He held unwavering faith in Moonlight, for he was the man who had battled the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, without suffering defeat. Could such a man be defeated? Indeed, rather than worrying about that fellow, it would be more prudent to concern ourselves with our own situation. We have not yet escaped peril. Sanji gazed out at the sea, his brow furrowed. At that moment, at least 20 large ships emerged from the horizon, each armed with cannons. Leading the charge were 3 colonels, each as formidable as Smoker. With a fierce demeanor, they advanced with the intent to block the way, akin to ancient behemoths. Instantly, the entire island of Road Town was sealed off. They had received Smoker's distress call regarding the influx of pirates in Rogue Town, prompting the dispatch of a substantial naval force to assist him in capturing all the pirates in one fell swoop. "Oh no, we're surrounded." Usopp screamed in alarm. "That was quick." Zoro scoffed. "TCH." Sanji snickered derisively. The two hastened towards the Going Merry. Despite the formidable navy before them, it seemed that there were no notable adversaries among them, rendering them less of a concern. "Quickly aboard. Luffy, you take the lead to fend off the enemy. Usopp, steer the ship. Sanji, raise the sails. Zoro, keep watch around us." Even if they faced an impenetrable wall ahead, with a skilled navigator aboard, it would not pose a problem. However, Nami was even quicker. She leapt onto the Going Merry first and confidently gazed at a particular cloud in the sky. "Nami, do we still have a chance?" Usopp asked, astonished by her calmness, for he believed they were doomed. Nevertheless, he swiftly took the helm and altered their course. Nami, brimming with confidence, was simply magnificent. Sanji gazed at her with admiration, his eyes gleaming with reverence. He was entirely captivated. Meanwhile, Zoro and Luffy remained vigilant, prepared for any imminent danger. In an instant, the Going Merry set sail, propelled by their teamwork. Spotted the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, the Navy also recognized Luffy and his companions, calling out in alarm. The wanted criminals with bounties of 30 million and 50 million were aboard this ship, and such individuals were notorious for their ruthlessness. They prepared to strike and eliminate the Straw Hat crew as a deterrent. Prepare to fire. As per protocol, they first bombarded the area around them, offering a chance to surrender, but otherwise, they would be met with lethal force. The three colonels conferred and issued commands. Regardless of the pirates they faced, they would fire a warning shot to signify the Navy's righteous mercy. Surrender would be spared, but otherwise, there would be no quarter. Boom. In an instant, at least 10 cannons roared simultaneously, their iron projectiles tearing through the air with a deafening blast, striking around the Going Merry. The waves surged violently, tossing the ship precariously, threatening to destabilize it. What formidable firepower, truly the Navy! Sanji exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy, protect the ship. Usopp, steer left at 30 degrees and shake them off. Nami commanded with poise. Understood. Luffy nodded, his expression grave. Such fierce cannon fire would severely damage the Going Merry. Usopp immediately adjusted their course, steering the ship along the coastline. Utilizing the shockwave from the cannon fire, the Going Merry surged forward like a swift arrow, swiftly escaping the Navy's bombardment range. Nami, you're incredible. Usopp exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Nami, you're amazing. Sanji added, his admiration growing. All right, let's press on and shake them off. Luffy laughed heartily, pointing ahead and shouting. Leave it to me. I am the finest navigator. Nami proudly flashed a thumbs up. Damn it. They actually managed to escape using the currents created by our cannon fire. They must have a remarkable navigator aboard. A colonel in white among the Navy seethed at this sight. Rest assured, they cannot escape. We are not advancing without preparation. Another replied confidently. Indeed. They are too naive. These mere pirates think they can evade our blockade by manipulating the currents. How foolish. Chapter 55. The Man Running on the Sea Within the Navy. The three colonels watched in astonishment as Luffy and his crew maneuvered the Going Merry to flee. Harnessing the waves created by their cannon fire to propel the ship forward was no simple feat. This requires an exceedingly intricate and masterful navigation skill, along with precise calculations regarding timing and ocean currents. How remarkable it is that the Straw Hat crew possesses such an exceptional navigator. Nevertheless, even though they managed to escape, it is of little consequence. Their full-scale assault is not something to be taken lightly. Oh no, trouble is brewing. At this moment, aboard the Merry, Nami gazes through her telescope into the distance and suddenly spots something, causing her brows to furrow in concern. What is it? This is disastrous. Once the course stabilized, Usopp quickly took out the binoculars he had acquired to scan the sea, and he was jolted as if he had witnessed something terrifying, exclaiming in shock. Could it be that they had calculated our movements from the very beginning, surrounding us to capture us effortlessly? What on earth is happening? Sanji also turned to look. But without binoculars, his ordinary vision could only perceive the vast, blue expanse of the ocean, revealing nothing more. It's the Navy. We are surrounded. Luffy, with keen eyes, pointed towards the distance where over 20 large ships appeared, forming an unbreakable chain across the sea, intercepting their path. Just like the previous encounter with the Navy, they found themselves caught between two forces. They were about to face a barrage of at least 40 cannons. Damn it, the Navy? Have they meticulously planned this strategy to sink us? Sanji's expression darkened. This truly bodes ill. It seems today will not end well. Zoro grinned, swiftly tying his bandana. Clutching his newly acquired snow walk in the Sandai Kitetsu, with Wad Ikamanji clamped in his mouth, readying himself for a fierce confrontation. Hey, Zoro. You're not actually planning to confront them directly, are you? Usopp felt a surge of foreboding upon witnessing Zoro's stance. In the face of such a formidable naval presence, a rational person would flee. Indeed, Luffy cracked his knuckles, responding to Usopp's concern, gazing at the approaching Navy. His expression one of eager anticipation for battle. That is precisely the intention. Sanji lit a cigarette, his gaze growing cold as he surveyed the surrounding navy, speaking in a grave tone. At this juncture, there is no alternative. In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail. I will steer the ship, but ensure they do not hit it. Otherwise, we shall truly be unable to escape. Nami, with a serious demeanor, relayed instructions to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Hey. Have you all lost your minds? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the group. Big brother, are you all insane? Even now, you wish to confront them? What do you think the Navy is? Fear not. The three nodded solemnly in agreement. Hey, Nami, why are you joining them in this madness? Together. Aren't either over 3,000 of them? Usopp hastily urged Nami. Usopp, the steering is entrusted to you. Nami beamed brightly. Very well, let's give it our all. Seeing this, Usopp felt resigned, realizing there was no turning back as he looked at the approaching Navy, steeling himself to comply. At this point, it seemed they had no intention of surrendering. Aboard the Navy ships, three colonels conferred, ultimately reaching a consensus, and promptly issued orders. Fire together, sink them. Instantly, all the cannons aboard the Navy vessels aligned their sights on the Going Merry, and with a single command, a barrage of at least 40 cannonballs was unleashed. This time, the objective was directly locked onto the Going Merry, and the barrage commenced. Boom, 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 boom. 40 cannons roared in unison, unleashing a storm of 40 cannonballs that sliced through the air with a deafening wail. The projectiles raced with astonishing speed, their ferocity shaking the heavens. They struck with pinpoint accuracy towards the Merry. Although Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji reacted swiftly and made their move, the sheer number of cannonballs was overwhelming. No matter how formidable they were, they could not simultaneously fend off the onslaught from all directions. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. And at this moment, they faced not merely 4 hands but a barrage of cannonballs far more ferocious. The Navy's dominion over the seas, suppressing pirates, was underpinned by this very artillery. Which pirate could rival the Navy's formidable lineup? Nami, leveraging the ocean currents, navigated the Merry to evade some of the attacks. Yet numerous cannonballs still struck the ship as whole. The power of the cannonballs was immense, leaving the vessel riddled with holes. Boom, boom, boom. Furthermore, the surrounding waters surged violently, creating towering waves that roared and tumultuously churned, forming a whirlpool with a radius of several dozen meters. It exuded an insatiable pull, drawing in everything nearby. The relentless barrage continued, leaving them no respite. Luffy and his companions, despite their best efforts, struggled to cope. The Navy forces were simply too numerous. The simultaneous cannon fire was terrifying. They were besieged from both the front and rear, and now faced the onslaught of the whirlpool, plunging them into a dire predicament. How infuriating. They were utterly outmatched. Usopp, overwhelmed with despair, shut his eyes. It was futile. There were too many cannonballs to evade. Sanji furrowed his brow, feeling helpless. Luffy, we cannot keep passively enduring this. We must take the initiative. Zoro turned to Luffy. All right, I'll deal with them. Luffy nodded, swinging his arm, preparing to charge forward alone. Wait, Luffy. If you knock them all away, the Merry will be nearly wrecked. We need to hold on a little longer. Another storm is about to hit, Nami exclaimed, glancing at the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Luffy paused, looking at Nami, his eyes reflecting trust. All right. He inhaled deeply, transforming his body as if it were a balloon, swelling dramatically to create a robust form, passively deflecting the incoming cannon fire. Is that the plan? Sanji and Zoro nodded. Since Nami suggested it, they believed it would work. They braced themselves, ready to defend with all their might. Hey. Usopp, feeling helpless, steeled himself for the challenge. Now, he could only hope that everyone could endure a little longer. And those clouds, they need to move faster, or we risk everything here. Nami prayed, watching the increasingly darkening clouds above. Should they resist to the end? If so, the intensity of their cannon fire must be increased to shatter their ship on the sea. A pirate without a vessel is hardly a threat. On the Navy's flagship, the 3 colonels observed this scene with cold smirks, issuing commands for an even more ferocious barrage to commence. The frequency has now doubled compared to before. This is bad. The Navy's speed has increased. We underestimated them. Damn it, Nami. Upon witnessing this, the individuals desperately resisting the bombardment could not help but express their dread. Usopp hastily turned his gaze towards Nami. At that moment, Nami stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she beheld the port of Rogue Town. She was astounded to see a figure leap from the port, racing towards the Navy across the waves with remarkable speed. Chapter 56, that is moonlight. At this moment, the port of Rogue Town heralded the end for all pirates. As one Navy ship after another approached, a multitude of soldiers disembarked, sweeping across the pirates with overwhelming force. Even the infamous Buggy Pirates of the East Sea fell into their grasp, leaving all pirates in despair. Some resolutely abandoned their resistance. In these waters, only the Navy could truly roam freely and reign supreme. No matter how formidable a pirate, when faced with the Navy's encroachment, they would find themselves at their wits' end. Soon, the Navy had cordoned off all ports. At the eastern port, a young man clad in black and bearing a sword walked towards the sea, initially unnoticed. However, after he sent a Navy soldier flying, the surrounding forces sprang into action. Halt. You are surrounded. A pirate, are you? Truly. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Even in such dire straits, you dare to resist. In that case, we shall show no mercy. These are notorious villains, their hands stained with blood kill. In an instant, dozens of Navy soldiers, rifles in hand, closed in, their weapons aimed at the black-clad youth. Ready to fire. Yet, the youth's gaze hardened, and a surge of pale blue malevolence erupted from his being, radiating outward, within a radius of 300 meters. All Navy soldiers suddenly found their bodies stiffening, and moments later, they collapsed to the ground, some foaming at the mouth, others rendered unconscious. In the span of mere moments, none within 300 meters of the black-clad youth were left standing. The young man continued his stride towards the shore. What is that? What is happening? What is going on? The sudden commotion instantly drew the attention of those nearby, their gazes converging in astonishment. It was he, the swordsman of the Straw Hat crew. The vice captain, Moonlight. At that moment, the captured Buggy also turned his attention towards the black-clad youth, his eyes sweeping over him before exclaiming, "What? Is he one of the Straw Hats? A swordsman? How impressive. He swiftly dispatched so many Navy soldiers. How did he achieve that? I have heard of the Straw Hat crew as well, a recently emerged pirate group that defeated Kuro and the Arlong pirates, renowned for their prowess. Straw Hat Luffy is even a wanted man, with a bounty reportedly soaring to 30 million berries. I have seen that wanted poster. I have seen it too. But the bounty of Vice Captain Moonlight is even higher, at 50 million berries. Could it be him? Buggy's shout awakened many to the realization. The wanted posters of the Straw Hat crew had circulated widely, and many were aware of such a formidable pirate group emerging from the East Sea. They simply did not expect to encounter them here. Captain, we have a situation. We've spotted the vice captain of the Straw Hats, Moonlight, with a bounty of 50 million berries. This individual is extremely dangerous. Our men are no match for him. We request reinforcements. Simultaneously, the Navy sprang into action. Several sailors hurriedly reported to their superiors. Ah, the Straw Hats? The vice captain? A significant catch indeed. It seems today is a bountiful day. We must immediately dispatch reinforcements to apprehend him. For his bounty exceeds even that of their captain, a notorious pirate with a price of 50 million berries. Upon hearing this, the station colonel's eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly issued commands. Capturing such a notorious pirate here would undoubtedly pave the way for a glorious future. However, just as he finished speaking and prepared to send additional personnel to seize Moonlight, another sailor burst in, his expression one of shock and disbelief. What is it? Why this alarm? The colonel asked, visibly irritated. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the sailors outside the ship. Look, what is that? Is someone jumping into the sea? In the vast ocean, who would be so despondent as to leap into the depths? Even a pirate could not survive in the sea. With that, the colonel made his way to the deck and witnessed a scene he would never forget. Hey, what is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Actually jumping into the sea? What is happening? What could he possibly be doing? Meanwhile, Buggy and the other pirates stared in shock at Moonlight. Realizing he was indeed the infamous vice captain of the Straw Hats, a pirate with a bounty surpassing even that of his captain. All eyes were now fixed upon him in astonishment. At that moment, having dispatched the obstructing Navy soldiers with his Conqueror's Haki, Moonlight stepped forward, moving towards the shore amidst the gasps and incredulous stares of the onlookers. With a leap, he plunged into the sea. He jumped into the sea. Yet before the crowd could voice their astonishment, Moonlight raised his sword, the grass cutter, locking his gaze on the distant Mary Dragon's descent. In an instant, he and his sword became one, transforming into a fleeting shadow that swiftly traversed the surface of the water. His speed was astounding as he glided across the sea. The sheer velocity left behind a series of phantoms. With each powerful stroke, the clash of sword energy against the air resonated with thunderous echoes across the waves. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, he surged forward with remarkable speed. In that fleeting moment, all bore witness to a colossal blue streak cutting through the waves. Racing towards the Mary 100 meters away, Buggy gasped in disbelief. Even with his extensive experience, he was utterly taken aback. On Roger's ship, he had encountered many extraordinarily powerful individuals, but Moonlight was unlike anyone he had ever seen. Was he even human? The others, including the Navy, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the spectacle before their eyes. Someone could actually move across the surface of the sea, and with such incredible speed. Such occurrences, if not witnessed firsthand. Who would believe them? Colonel, shall we still pursue this? At that moment, the Marine officer reporting to the colonel swallowed hard and inquired. The colonel fixed his gaze intently on the shimmering moonlight dancing upon the waves, remaining silent for a prolonged period. Should I pursue? He incessantly questioned himself. Is that the moonlight? Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions noticed Nami's unusual demeanor and instinctively followed her gaze, whereupon they beheld a figure leaping from the port of Roguetown, swiftly gliding across the surface of the sea. Through the magnifying lens, Usopp instantly recognized the true identity of this silhouette, his mouth agape in astonishment. As wide as a duck egg. What? Luffy and the others trembled with disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity as they stared at the sea. Is that the moonlight? Although they were aware of the moonlight's power, the extent of its strength was utterly astonishing. Chapter 57. The storm. Sanji inhaled several deep puffs of smoke, striving to quell the shock coursing through him. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, the bombardment continuing unabated. spurring him to act with even greater speed and fervor. Ha ha ha, Moonlight, you truly are remarkable, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, calling out to the swiftly moving Moonlight on the water. Moonlight, take care of them. Acknowledged, Captain. A calm voice echoed back from the sea. Subsequently, he charged directly towards the naval vessel. Is that a person? At this juncture, the 3 Marine colonels also took notice of the situation on the water, hastily raising their binoculars to gaze at the rapidly approaching Moonlight, utterly astounded. What is that? At that moment, all the Marines gazed in astonishment at the shimmering moonlight racing across the sea, their mouths agape and their minds reeling in disbelief. Even their weapons slipped from their grasp, unnoticed. How could a mere human traverse the ocean with such speed, propelled solely by their own physique? Buzz. Just then, the Moonlight had arrived, treading upon the waves, its mighty strikes executed with unparalleled velocity. Approaching the nearby naval vessel, it refrained from boarding and unleashed its Conqueror's Haki. Unshackled at last, it was free to unleash its power without restraint. Instantly, a wave of pale blue malevolence emanated from its being, enveloping a 300-meter radius. The Marines around it collapsed, losing consciousness, frothing at the mouth, utterly incapacitated. The Moonlight continued to advance, and in mere moments, all the naval forces besieging the Mary had ceased their bombardment. Their soldiers sprawled on the ground, leaving only 3 colonels clinging desperately to consciousness. Yet they too were bereft of combat capability. Ding! The Conqueror's Haki ascended to level 3. As the Moonlight came to a halt, the system's voice echoed. The Conqueror's Haki had indeed reached level 3. Meanwhile, the combined might of at least 3,000 Marines fell silent, stripped of their fighting spirit. Only 40 ships remained, standing resolutely upon the surface of the sea, like iron chains across the river. The surroundings were tranquil, save for the tumultuous whirlpool stirred up by the cannon fire around the Mary, its waves churning violently. The whirlpool expanded, growing ever larger, while a dark cloud loomed ominously overhead, heralding an impending storm. Yet Luffy and his companions stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief at this spectacle. Was this truly the Resolution? That was a force of at least 3,000 Marines. Not only they, but everyone on the shore, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished, unable to fathom how such a formidable and relentless navy could be vanquished by a single individual. If such a matter were to circulate, no one would ever believe it. It is simply too extravagant. At this moment, the Moonlight returned to the Mary, disregarding the astonished and utterly shocked crowd gazing at it. Instead, it lifted its gaze, furrowing its brow at the increasingly large and dense clouds looming above. The situation appeared rather dire. These Marines are of little concern, yet dark clouds loom ominously overhead, heralding an impending tempest. On the vast ocean, what one truly fears is not any living creature, but the boundless sea itself. The ocean is limitless, and it can easily annihilate a person. Nami, you must leave this place swiftly. The storm is surely approaching. Moonlight quickly turned to Nami. Yes, yes. Upon hearing these words, Nami awoke from her reverie, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, a storm is on the horizon. Initially, she had intended to use the tempest as cover to evade the Navy's bombardment, but with the Navy's threat now diminished, the most pressing concern has shifted to the storm itself. This is far more terrifying than the Navy. Usopp, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, hurry and take action. A vortex has already formed, and the storm is imminent. Our situation is dire. We must act before it's too late, or we shall perish. Nami exclaimed. Understood. Luffy and the others snapped back to their senses, casting a deep glance at the Moonlight before immediately springing into action. On this vessel, if there is one person whose words they trust without question, it is Nami. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the dark clouds above. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, crashing violently upon the tumultuous sea. The storm arrived without warning. The wind howled, and the ocean roared, exacerbating the plight of the Merry-Go, which was already ensnared in the vortex. Oh no. Nami felt a sinking sensation in her heart. The worst possible scenario had unfolded. At this moment, no matter how skilled her navigation, it was futile against the ferocious sea. Boom. The raging wind and torrential rain unleashed a series of colossal whirlpools on the sea. As the storm combined with the rain, a massive waterspout formed around the Merry-Go. The tempest roared. The tornado emitted a deafening howl, sweeping, tearing apart, and obliterating everything upon the ocean. This is a tornado, and it's enormous. Usopp shouted in alarm. Damn it. Is it too late? Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, sensing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Zoro couldn't help but feel moved. The storm was beyond exaggeration. The strength of man seemed trivial in its presence. Must we abandon ship? Moonlight sighed. The worst had come to pass, and with the tornado approaching, abandoning the ship was their only option. Look, a waterspout on the sea. Meanwhile, the crowd at the port of Rogue Town also witnessed this scene. The ferocity of the tornado was overwhelming, too fierce for anyone to react in time before it began its rampage. The Merry-Go appeared as a mere leaf upon the waves, ready to capsize at any moment. What a fearsome tornado. The Straw Hat crew is doomed, Buggy exclaimed with malicious glee. Alas, even if they could defeat the Navy's blockade against this tornado, they were utterly defenseless. Indeed, the true ruler of these waters is the sea, not any individual, whether Navy or pirate, regardless of strength, before the ocean. They are but ants. The onlookers shook their heads in despair. The Straw Hat crew was doomed. It's over. Must we truly abandon ship? The merry-go, under Nami's navigation, continued to forge ahead. Nami was indeed skilled, yet the sea was merciless, and the storm too powerful. Even the strongest navigation skills were rendered useless at this moment. As the tornado wreaked havoc, Usopp's face was etched with despair. Was there truly no escape? Damn it. Are we at the end of the road? Sanji's eyes flashed with hopelessness. Let us abandon ship, Zoro declared resolutely. Luffy. Nami looked towards Luffy. He is the captain, the master of the ship, and the fate of everything rests upon his decision. There is no other way, Mary. I'm sorry, but we must leave you. Luffy sat at the bow, allowing the tumultuous sea to surge around him without flinching. He gazed at the merry-go, his face reflecting reluctance. They had weathered many storms together. Parting now was unbearable. Yet there was no choice. As captain, he must bear the responsibility. Chapter 58, Monkey D. Dragon No. The merry-go is an important companion to us. At that moment, Usopp clung tightly to the mast, screaming. The merry-go held profound significance for him. It was a vital companion worth risking his life to protect. Usopp, Nami, and the others fell silent, although their time together was brief. They had come to acknowledge Usopp in their hearts, who would willingly flee and abandon ship. A pirate without a ship is no true pirate. Luffy. Usopp turned to Luffy. He is the captain. The fate of the merry-go is in his hands. Luffy remained silent, gazing at the surging sea, his fist clenched, teeth gritted. For a pirate, the ship is an immensely important companion. How could they abandon it? How could they? Boom. At that moment, the sea roared even more violently. The tornado surged forth, mercilessly sweeping in, howling and raging, bent on destruction. Armament. Just then, Moonlight leaped to the bow, gazing at the overwhelming storm that threatened to annihilate everything. The armament Haki enveloped his sword, the grass cutter, transforming it into a dark blade. Moonlight, do you truly wish to face that tornado? Nami and the others gasped in astonishment. Seeing Moonlight's stance, they seemed to grasp his intentions. I understand, but I cannot bear to flee without attempting something. Moonlight shook his head, looking at the approaching tornado with a fervent glimmer in his eyes. To abandon ship and flee was not an option for him. Moreover, to a swordsman, anything in this world is meant to be cut. The tornado is no different. If I cannot sever it, then my strength is inadequate. He wished to test his mettle. Usopp, if this doesn't work, then we truly have no choice. Despite the reluctance, I cherish everyone even more. Moonlight regarded Usopp with a detached gaze. Moonlight. Usopp gritted his teeth, solemnly nodding. They had done their utmost if they could not alter the outcome. It would only reveal their weakness in protecting the merry-go. He bore no regrets. That is the mark of a true swordsman. Zoro nodded, looking at Moonlight with fervor in his eyes. This is the swordsmanship of his dreams. The phantom sword dance. Moonlight coldly commanded, confronting the fierce tornado. He struck with a sudden, powerful slash. Instantly, torrents of fierce sword energy erupted, each wave intensifying and ultimately coalescing into a formidable mass. A colossal surge of sword energy sweeping towards the tornado. The sword energy roared forth, sharp and unyielding, erupting in an instant, fiercely cleaving toward the ocean. Whoosh. The swirling vortexes were severed in an instant, the sword energy fierce and relentless, cleaving through thorns and waves, charging towards the tornado with great ferocity. Such a powerful strike. Yet could it succeed? All eyes converged upon this sword energy, faces alight with anticipation. Yet, as they gazed upon the tumultuous and ferocious tornado, a question flickered through their minds. After all, it was a tornado. No matter how formidable, could it truly be cleaved apart? Buzz. At that moment, the sword energy collided with the tornado, the energy raging uncontrollably, maintaining its momentum even in the face of the tempest. However, after 3 seconds, the tornado roared. Devouring the sword energy entirely, the storm raged on, continuing its fierce roar. Though Moonlight was powerful, against such a terrifying natural disaster, he appeared rather insignificant. Had they failed? Usopp resolved within himself, his expression resolute. If even Moonlight had failed, who else could alter this outcome? This was the end. After all, it was a natural disaster. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Moonlight, prepare to retreat. Luffy shouted. At this moment, the tornado drew ever closer. If they did not flee now, they would have no chance left. Once they were engulfed, who could foresee what awaited them? I'm sorry, Mary, Moonlight gritted his teeth, realizing that human strength was utterly insignificant before the might of the ocean. To cleave through the tornado, he needed to train doubly hard. But for now, there was no way. Move. Usopp gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. He led the way in leaving, though reluctant. They had reached a point where they had no choice but to part ways. Boom. Just as everyone resolved to abandon ship and escape, suddenly, a tempest more ferocious than the tornado emerged. The tempest did not disperse. Rather, it clung tightly to the Mary, as if guided by an unseen hand, enveloping the ship and lifting it skyward with a sudden force. In an instant, they pierced through the tornado, ascending into the heavens, vanishing within the storm's embrace. The tempest raged with terrifying ferocity, and upon losing sight of the Mary, it only intensified further. In the blink of an eye, the entire surface of the sea was consumed. Were they saved? What transpired? A peculiar wind suddenly swept through. At this moment, several miles away from the maelstrom, the sea lay tranquil, bathed in the warm glow of the sun, presenting a picture of serenity. Luffy and his companions exchanged astonished glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. Had they truly escaped? Were they indeed saved? Were it not for their first-hand experience, who would dare believe such an event had occurred? But soon, Moonlight grasped the situation, only one being possessed such extraordinary abilities, Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. The wielder of the Wind Fruit. Endowed with the power to manipulate the winds. It was he who, in this perilous moment, had delivered them and their vessel to safety. No other could accomplish such a feat. Dragon's prowess undoubtedly places him among the pinnacle of pirates, otherwise he could not have remained a formidable leader of the Revolutionary Army for so long, still exuding an air of effortless grace. This strength is truly terrifying. Yueguang was secretly astonished, fearing it surpassed even that of the general. He still had a distance to cover to reach this realm. Luffy and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Was this truly how they were saved? The vast ocean is truly a marvel. Shortly thereafter, Luffy shouted his desire for meat, prompting Sanji to reluctantly head to the kitchen. Nami let out a long sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, they had been saved. Merry, how wonderful. Usopp cheered, relieved that they wouldn't have to part with the Going Merry. He hurriedly sought ways to repair the damaged areas. Meanwhile, Zoro leaned against the cabin and fell into a deep slumber, having expended considerable energy during the fierce battle and now needing to recuperate. At the port of Rogue Town, a man cloaked in a brown robe observed the direction in which Luffy and his companions had vanished, murmuring to himself, "Pirates, are they? Quite admirable. If that is your choice, I shall support it. What reason could possibly hinder a man from setting sail? Go forth, the world awaits our answers to transform it." A fierce wind howled as a flash of lightning struck, illuminating the surroundings in a silvery hue. Beneath the brown robe, a face brimming with dreams emerged. Should anyone catch a glimpse of this face, they would undoubtedly recognize him as a figure of great significance, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. A formidable adversary to the world government, with a bounty of 5 billion. Almost everyone sought his head. Indeed, it was he. Meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry, Moonlight retracted his gaze, catching a faint silhouette that unmistakably belonged to Dragon. Chapter 59, ABIs. Was he truly concerned for Luffy, coming all this way to check on him? As expected from a user of the Wind Fruit, such a tempest is terrifying. It seems I must intensify my training, otherwise encountering a being of this caliber would severely constrain me, Moonlight pondered. Dragon's appearance instilled a sense of urgency within him. He needed to grow stronger to navigate these waters and protect his companions. Reflecting on this, he examined his attributes. Moonlight Basic Swordsmanship, System granted. Unranked 3// System granted. Unranked Draw / LV5 Dragon Shattering / LV1 Phantom Sword Dance, LV2 Observation Haki, LV4 Armament Haki, LV4 Conqueror's Haki, LV3's training status was quite satisfactory. The Conqueror's Haki had reached LV3, allowing for preliminary control. The other skills, however, required further refinement. This encounter with the storm had made him acutely aware of his shortcomings. Only by elevating his swordsmanship could he withstand natural calamities like a tornado. Dragon's prowess made him realize the vast distance separating him from such top-tier strength, compelling him to train even harder. In these treacherous waters, weakness could cost one their life. Of course, Haki training also needed to be prioritized. As they ventured deeper, formidable foes would inevitably emerge, including powerful users of abilities. To traverse these waters with ease and safeguard his companions from peril, Haki was of utmost importance. After careful contemplation, Moonlight resolved to strengthen himself. Departing Rogue Town, they were now perilously close to the Grand Line. Among the 4 seas, the East Blue was the weakest. Entering the Grand Line would present unprecedented challenges. He had to become more formidable to protect his companions and pursue his ambitions, otherwise, all was for naught. With this in mind, he grasped his sword, the Kazuki, gazing out over the sea. Following the storm, everyone had evidently grown more cautious. Usopp focused intently on repairing the ship. Nami meticulously studied navigation techniques, acutely aware of her limitations in the face of changing maritime climates. Sanji dedicated himself to preparing flawless meals for everyone. Zoro, spurred on by a formidable stimulus, trained with even greater fervor. Luffy remained seated at the bow, deep in thought. Thus, the Going Merry drifted gently upon the waves. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away, aboard a massive warship, a small girl with yellow hair seized an opportunity and suddenly leaped overboard, plunging into the ocean and drifting away with the current. As she went unnoticed, it took some time before anyone realized her absence, prompting alarm and immediate reports. Something's wrong. ABIs is missing. Look, there's a figure in the water. It must be ABIs. She jumped overboard. The crew prepared themselves to spring into action. Quickly, report to Admiral Nelson. The naval soldiers scrambled to search for her. Upon seeing a small girl adrift at sea, they swiftly raised the alert and reported back. Meanwhile, in the opulent hall at the center of the warship, a rotund man, clad in vibrant attire and weighing over 300 pounds, was indulging in a feast when he furrowed his brow at the news. Did she escape? This little girl is quite the handful. Someone, pursue her. He was Admiral Nelson, a high-ranking figure controlling the main sea territories. Wait. Just then, A man dressed in blue and white stripes, resembling a scythe with a piercing gaze, stepped forward to impede Nelson's command. Eric, how rare to see you take the initiative to stop me. What are you scheming? Nelson inquired with a chuckle. Indeed. That girl is exceptionally unique. If you wish to avoid a plan's failure, do not deploy a large force to chase her. The commotion would be too great. Give me a ship, and I shall retrieve her alone. My efficiency will be far superior. Eric replied with a sharp smile. Is that so? Very well. I shall grant your wish. Nelson nodded, placing immense trust in Eric and promptly dispatching a ship for him. I will return with her shortly. But do not forget our prior agreement, Eric affirmed, casting a sharp glance at Nelson before boarding the swift vessel. Without any visible effort, the ship surged forward like an arrow, slicing through the water with astonishing speed, leaving the ocean cleaved as if by a scythe. Heh, how amusing, Nelson remarked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Hey, look over there, someone in the water. After a night of recovery, Luffy and his crew were rejuvenated and brimming with vitality, and the going merry was also restored. Brothers, let us set sail for the Grand Line, Luffy declared with fervor. All right, I've rested enough. Let us witness what monstrous challenges await us on the Grand Line. Zoro agreed, his spirit aflame with battle. Haki, all blue. I will surely find you. Sanji nodded, eyes filled with longing. I want to chart every ocean in the world and become the greatest navigator. Nami proclaimed with ambition. I aspire to be a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp raised his hand earnestly, declaring, I shall become the pirate king. The five of them lifted their hands, gazing at the moonlight. There is someone on the sea. Suddenly, the moonlight pointed towards the ocean, prompting a collective gasp from the group as their eyes swept in that direction. To their astonishment, a little girl was floating upon the waves, adrift with the current. Indeed. There is someone, Luffy exclaimed, extending his arm and swiftly grasping the girl, pulling her aboard the ship. She's merely exhausted. Nami, possessing a modicum of medical knowledge, observed her condition and sighed in relief. How curious. From where did she drift? Was she perhaps beset by pirates? Usopp pondered. Let us awaken her and inquire. Luffy suggested. Is this girl ABI's? Moonlight's gaze flickered as he scrutinized her attire, forming a vague recollection. Where exactly are we? After a while, ABI's gradually regained consciousness, her eyes widening in confusion as she beheld the unfamiliar faces of Luffy and the others. Her gaze then ascended, and upon spotting the pirate flag hoisted atop the mast, she erupted in alarm, exclaiming, this is a pirate ship. I've boarded a pirate vessel. I'm doomed. ABI's cried out, hastily seeking refuge. Chapter 60. Eric, hey. Who are you, and why were you drifting at sea? At that moment, Luffy extended his arm, approaching her, and inquired, your arm has elongated. What a monster. ABI's could not help but be astonished, hastily retreating. How could a normal person's arm stretch like that? Who on earth are you? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at ABI's, who was nearly backing into him. Curled eyebrows. ABI's exclaimed, retreating once more in shock. Curled eyebrows, you certainly have a keen eye, Zoro remarked, standing with his sword, observing ABI's as she pushed herself closer to him, casting a glance at Sanji. Green algae head. Before Sanji could express his anger, ABI's was once again taken aback upon seeing Zoro and plopped down on the ground, crying, It's over, it's over. Not only have I encountered pirates, but I've also come across a group of monsters. Woe is me. Green algae head. Curled eyebrows. Upon hearing these nicknames, Usopp couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding the descriptions of Zoro and Sanji remarkably apparent. How fitting they are. Be quiet. Sanji and Zoro shouted in unison, then exchanged glances, their eyes sharp and a murderous aura emanating from their bodies. Do not fret. Although we are pirates, we are good pirates, not the sort you might imagine. At that moment, Nami, the only one aboard with a gentle countenance, stepped forward to offer comfort. Indeed, little one, we are not villains. Consider this. If we were truly wicked, would we have rescued you? The moonlight echoed softly. You truly won't kill me? Perhaps reassured by Nami's sweet visage, Abi's heart began to ease as she inquired. As Kaguya said, if we intended to harm you, why would we wait until now, allowing you to drift at sea? Nami replied with a smile, radiating warmth. Gradually, Abi's anxiety subsided, and she sighed. I have encountered terrible foes. My family has been slaughtered, and I am left all alone. Please, I implore you, save me, and I shall repay you. She gazed at Nami with hopeful eyes. Terrible foes? Why did they capture you? Luffy then soared over, asking. With Nami by her side, Abi's tension began to dissipate. She shook her head in response. I don't know, and I no longer wish for revenge. I just want to return home. Please, help me get back. ABI's pleaded, turning to Luffy. Hey, Luffy, we've come this far. We are not far from the Grand Line. This girl is of unknown origin, unwilling to even share her name, and her words reek of deceit. We have no obligation to involve ourselves in this matter. It may lead us astray. Usopp frowned at the sea around them. As the self-proclaimed liar, he was not easily deceived by Abi's fabrications but chose to remain silent. They were close to the Grand Line. One more step would lead them into that legendary sea. Assisting her now would undoubtedly delay their journey significantly. Usopp was right. This girl had an irritating tendency to assign nicknames indiscriminately. Zoro chimed in. Not necessarily. I actually think that nickname suits you quite well. Sanji chuckled wickedly. Green algae head swordsman. What a perfect title. Say that again, and I swear I will slice off your eyebrows. Zoro retorted angrily, his gaze fierce. I'll kick you off the ship. Sanji shot back defiantly, and the two commenced their quarrel. Luffy. Nami turned to him, though she did not speak. Her meaning was clear. They need not waste time here. They had merely crossed paths. Saving her life was sufficient. Why should they assist further? They were pirates, not the Navy. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Abi's face fell in despair. In these waters, being saved by pirates was already a stroke of fortune. Seeking their assistance was futile, especially since they were pirates. Hey, what is your name? Just then, Luffy addressed ABI's. ABI's, she replied dejectedly, her hope dwindling. ABI's, is it? Greetings. Now that we are friends. If a friend is in need, I shall certainly assist you. Everyone, change course. Oh, where is your home? At that moment, Luffy burst into laughter. Looking at ABI's with a dazzling smile. Ah, Luffy, is this true? Abi's heart, once filled with disappointment, was now illuminated by a glimmer of hope. Luffy's smile endeared him to her instantly. Of course, Luffy thumped his chest and proclaimed to Nami, Usopp, and the others. Hey Luffy, are you serious? Usopp's face was filled with astonishment. Why would Luffy choose to help her? Haha, well, you are the captain, and you have the authority to decide the ship's course. Nami said, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. TCH. Sanji and Zoro continued their bickering, unfazed by Luffy's words, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. Moonlight. Luffy turned to Moonlight with a grin. I have no objections. I will follow the captain's orders, but I fear we cannot remain uninvolved, for trouble is already upon us. Moonlight replied coolly, gazing out at the sea. Suddenly, a man with a scythe-shaped head appeared on a small boat, riding the waves with the speed of an arrow. An enemy? Luffy rushed to the bow, peering into the depths of the ocean. What incredible speed! Who is that? Zoro and the others turned their attention as well. Meanwhile, Abi's expression shifted to one of terror as she instinctively hid behind Nami. What's wrong? Nami asked. Abi's merely trembled, her body shaking with fear. Hee pirates? Or rather, the infamous Straw Hat crew. However, you are here. As the group looked on, the scythe-headed man noticed them, first glancing at the Jolly Roger on the Mary. Then locking his gaze on Abi's behind Nami with a mocking grin. He leapt forward with determination. Stop. Moonlight acted swiftly, drawing his sword. He unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy that fanned out from his center. The air crackled with intensity as the sword's force surged forth. Seeing this, the scythe-headed man was taken aback, instinctively dodging out of the way. The sword energy sliced past him, crashing into the ocean behind, carving a deep scar several meters into the sea. Fortunately, Moonlight did not seek to kill. Otherwise, that strike would have been lethal. Such a formidable opponent. The scythe-headed man gasped in awe, quickly flipping in midair to return to his boat. Who are you? Luffy demanded. Chapter 61. Admiral Nelson in the midst of the sea. An unexpected confrontation could easily be deemed an act of aggression. I am Eric, an officer under Admiral Nelson Roy of the 8th Marine Division. Your ship harbors a wanted criminal, the Straw Hat crew. If you wish to avoid trouble, surrender the fugitive. Eric pointed at ABI's, casting a wary glance at Moonlight. The Marines? 8th Division? Admiral Nelson Roy? Wanted criminal? At these words, everyone froze, their eyes converging on ABI's. They were pirates, inherently wanted. Yet it was evident that he was not referring to them. It seemed ABI's was the only one who fit that description. How is it possible that such a young child is deemed a wanted criminal by the Navy? What heinous act could she have committed to warrant the pursuit ordered by an admiral? It is important to recognize that an admiral is a figure of great authority, superior to a colonel, commanding 50 fleets and overseeing thousands of subordinates. During the incident in Rogue Town, Smoker had to call for reinforcements from headquarters, leading to a substantial naval force arriving to encircle Rogue Town and apprehend all the pirates. Yet this force was merely a fleet of fewer than 40 ships. This is still a hodgepodge. Considering that Nelson possesses such a formidable team single-handedly, one can only imagine the extent of their prowess. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they sweep the seas without rivals. Such a formidable figure is actually pursuing a mere little girl, evidently. She is not to be underestimated. Indeed, the Straw Hat crew may possess considerable strength, yet before the esteemed admiral, they are but a swarm of ants. Should you attempt to obstruct his endeavors, you would do so at your own peril, Eric remarked with a disdainful smirk. Luffy, do you recall how the Navy encircled us with an ironclad formation? This individual is a force 10 times more formidable than they. If we provoke him, we shall certainly meet our demise in the depths of the sea. Usopp trembled, utterly astounded that such a small girl could attract the attention of such a powerful figure. It was truly unfathomable. Faced with such an existence, what difference is there between them and a man is attempting to stop a chariot? Luffy, this is indeed a significant individual. Nami quivered in response, her gaze fixed upon ABI's, filled with disbelief. Zoro and Sanji remained silent, clearly sensing the formidable nature of this individual. Moonlight flashed in his eyes, yet he spoke not, seemingly in tacit agreement. Indeed, such a personage is beyond their capacity to provoke. What shall it be, Straw Hat Crew? Observing your course, it appears you are headed for the Grand Line. If you desire to proceed safely, surrender the fugitive, and I shall pretend I have not seen you. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Eric declared coldly. This is tantamount to a threat. So what? However, Luffy suddenly smiled and spoke nonchalantly. A glint of light flashed in Eric's eyes. Could it be? I am destined to journey to the Grand Line without needing anyone's consent. I shall go forth with dignity and transparency. Whether it be Admiral Neil or any pursuers, if they wish to impede my path, let them come. ABIs, my friend. I will ensure her safe return home. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall be cast aside. No one shall bully my friends. Luffy stated coldly, providing his answer. Luffy. ABIs was moved. She had assumed that faced with Nelson's power, Luffy and his crew would surrender her. After all, who would dare provoke such a formidable figure? Yet, she did not anticipate that this captain, resembling a monster with his extendable arms, would utter such words. Friends, indeed? A spark of light flickered in Abi's eyes. It seems the Straw Hat Crew is truly committed to standing against us. A cold glint flashed in Eric's eyes, reaffirming the Straw Hat Crew's intentions. Are you hard of hearing, or simply foolish? Did you not hear our captain's words? Zoro scoffed, disdainfully. And what of the Admiral? Let him come. I cannot allow such a lovely lady to be taken away. Sanji lit a cigarette and performed a gentlemanly gesture towards ABIs. You lot, he is an admiral. However, if he wishes to harm our friend, we shall fight to the end for her. Usopp declared resolutely. Initially, when Eric mentioned Admiral Nelson, Usopp felt a surge of fear. But with Luffy's words, there was no room for doubt. Since Luffy had made his decision, he would support him to the very end. Good. Eric nodded, repeating the word thrice, casting a deep glance at everyone before changing direction and departing. He had miscalculated. He thought capturing a little girl would be effortless. Yet he did not foresee that ABIs would be rescued by the Straw Hat Crew. Now, even invoking Admiral Nelson's name proved futile. The Straw Hat Crew was indeed audacious. However, recalling the unparalleled might of Moonlight's sword, he felt uncertain about capturing ABIs single-handedly, especially since the other crew members had yet to make their move. Outnumbered. He had no choice but to retreat. Thank you all so very much. After Eric left, ABIs expressed her gratitude to the group. No need for thanks. Are we not friends? Since we are friends, such formalities are unnecessary, Luffy replied with a radiant smile. I only detest being threatened. As for that Nelson, we are pirates. If we were to fear the Navy, why would we even venture out? Zoro said matter-of-factly. Indeed, since we are to journey to the Grand Line, we shall do so openly and with integrity. Would we abandon our quest merely because of a threat? That would underestimate our resolve. Sanji nodded in agreement. Now, please tell us where you reside. Nami inquired of ABIs. I live on a small island called Battleship Island, and to reach there, we must sail east. ABIs expressed her gratitude repeatedly while pointing in the eastern direction. That direction, huh? Very well, then. All right, brothers, let us set sail. Luffy declared, nodding in affirmation. Usopp promptly turned the ship toward Battleship Island. As they made their way there, Eric returned to the Navy base to report directly to Nelson. The Straw Hat Crew? That newly risen pirate crew. In these waters, there are still pirates who dare to oppose me. Eric, I shall grant you 10 ships and 20 cannons. Bring me ABIs. If you fail, the deal is off. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Nelson's eyes upon hearing this. A mere pirate dares to be his enemy? Seeking death. He gazed at Eric and spoke coolly. Eric was a pirate he had hired with monetary means, for this matter was one only he could know. Hence the lavish expenditure. Rest assured, they are numerous, and I am but one. Thus, I cannot contend against many. But with this fleet, the Straw Hat Crew poses little threat. I will certainly return ABIs to you. Eric nodded, a fleeting chill crossing his face. The two reached a certain agreement, and it was this accord that led him to collaborate with Nelson. Chapter 62, The Blade That Shatters the Sky. This is a secret known only to the two of them. At last, we have arrived at my homeland, Yueguang Island. At this moment, Luffy and his companions, guided by ABIs, navigated their way to a small island resembling a warship. Indeed, a name that perfectly fits. As they surveyed the island before them, it truly mirrored the form of a battleship. Thank you all so very much. Without you, I might have met my end at sea. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to treat everyone to a meal, ABIs exclaimed warmly. A meal? Is there meat? Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, ABIs nodded affirmatively. Wow. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Luffy exclaimed, bursting forth in sheer delight, before darting off in a particular direction like a bolt of lightning. Hey, Luffy, they haven't even shown us the way yet. Do you know where you're going? Zoro called out, but Luffy had already vanished in an instant, leaving the others speechless. This fellow, upon hearing the word meat, appears to be entranced, oblivious to everything else. Very well. Let us take a moment to rest and rejuvenate our spirits before embarking on the Grand Line. Nami nodded. The Grand Line is no ordinary place, but rather the ultimate dream of all pirates. In such a place, one can never predict what encounters may arise. Thus, It is imperative to cultivate one's spirit and advance with unwavering determination. Very well, I shall heed Miss Nami's guidance. Sanji gazed at Nami, his entire demeanor twisted in devotion, placing her at the forefront of his thoughts. Mikazuki, are you not coming? Usopp inquired, casting a glance at Mikazuki, who remained aboard the ship, refusing to disembark. No, I will keep watch over the vessel. Sanji, could you prepare a meal for me before you leave? Mikazuki waved his hand dismissively, brandishing his sword, the Kusanagi, in a flourish. As they approached the perilous Grand Line, his sense of impending danger intensified, compelling him to dedicate himself to relentless training. Understood. In response, Sanji, unusually serious, nodded and boarded the ship to prepare Mikazuki's food. This fellow, already formidable like a monster, is also exceedingly diligent, given time. He will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of swordsman, akin to Dracul Mihawk. Nami mused softly. Talent and effort, when both are embodied in a single individual. It is indeed a formidable combination. Usopp nodded in agreement, unable to stifle his admiration for Mikazuki. Truly powerful, he has already reached the apex of swordsmen, even against Mihawk. I believe he could hold his own, though it remains uncertain who would emerge victorious. Zoro scoffed, acknowledging that everyone possesses their own methods of physical training. Though he boasts a physique akin to a beast, he could not endure Mikazuki's reckless regimen, yet he is confident that he will surpass both Mikazuki and Mihawk. This is his confidence. This individual is truly remarkable. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Abi's eyes. She had witnessed the prowess of the moonlight. In her moment of panic, it was the voice of the moonlight that instilled a sense of tranquility within her. He is a man whose words carry weight and command respect. Very well. Let us depart. At this moment, Sanji had finished his work and, after casting a glance at the moonlight, joined the others as they made their way to the island. Meanwhile, Moonlight remained behind, skillfully wielding the Kusanagi sword. Ding. You executed the Phantom Sword Dance, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding. Phantom Sword Dance has been upgraded to level 2. Ding. Conditions met for promotion. You have comprehended the Void Slash. Ding. Void Slash level 1100000. Has a new skill been acquired? Moonlight regarded this newfound ability. The Void Slash gathers numerous sword energies, coalescing into one powerful strike, the longer the charging time. The greater the force and wider the range. This is a fusion of the Slash and the Phantom Sword Dance. Moonlight marveled, while the Slash is incredibly potent. Its range is somewhat limited, and the Phantom Sword Dance possesses tremendous strength, but requires prolonged charging. The Void Slash, however, merges both capabilities. It may not be perfect, but it is certainly commendable. Skills granted by the system are never subpar. Void Slash! Moonlight exclaimed. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped sword energy rapidly congealed atop the Kusanagi sword. Not dispersing but instead forming into a sphere of crescent energy. After 3 seconds, the sphere was fully charged, and Moonlight unleashed a swift strike. Whoosh! The sword energy surged forth like a dragon, sweeping across the sea. A vast fan-shaped wave of sword energy erupted on the water's surface, extending over 100 meters. Dominating the view with the crescent blade's brilliance. Compared to the Slash, its range had increased tenfold. Moreover, the diameter of the sword energy's coverage reached a staggering 50 meters. This indicated that an area of 50 meters in diameter, centered around him, was enveloped in sword energy, which then expanded outward to a full 100 meters. The sword energy parted the sea, wreaking havoc, pushing aside the water, causing numerous marine creatures to flip over, perishing beneath its might. The ocean roared tumultuously, waves crashing as they surged in response to the sword energy, which extended hundreds of meters before abruptly vanishing. The sea, within 100 meters, resembled a battlefield ravaged by a tempest. The sheer might of a single strike was truly terrifying. If confronted by a formidable naval formation, this strike would suffice. Moonlight couldn't help but be astonished. The Void Slash was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the others who had already reached the shore suddenly felt the intense storm that erupted over the sea, causing them to halt and look back. However, from their vantage point, all they could see were turbulent waves and a crescent arc of sword energy cutting through the chaos. Nothing more. ABI's was taken aback. It's nothing. It's just Moonlight practicing. It seems he has comprehended an even more powerful technique. Nami waved her hand dismissively. Accustomed to Moonlight's frequent displays of formidable sword techniques during his training sessions, Zoro smirked, though internally he was astonished at such prodigious talent. Let us move, Usopp shrugged indifferently. They are all extraordinary. I shall remain a humble mortal. Excellent. Let us push forward and elevate this skill further. Moonlight nodded in satisfaction and resumed his training. Meanwhile, the group, under ABI's guidance, arrived at an island restaurant. Strangely, they found Luffy already there, happily eating. Did this guy find it by scent? They exchanged glances, amused, as ABI's warmly welcomed them. The islanders, grateful for Luffy and his crew's rescue of ABI's, expressed their thanks. Laughter and merriment filled the air, and before long, night had fallen. All were blissfully intoxicated and fast asleep. Suddenly, ABI's quietly shifted her body, carefully observing Luffy and the others. After confirming they were all in slumber, She discreetly packed away a meal sufficient for 100 people and stealthily ascended the mountain. Her steps were light, cautious not to attract attention, especially from Luffy and his companions. Chapter 63, The Legend of the Eternal Life of the Millennium Dragon. However, just as she set off, Zoro awoke. A swordsman by nature. Though fond of drink, he possessed keen vigilance. Next was Usopp, who, having long suspected ABIs of deceit, had been on guard. Soon, Sanji and Nami also stirred. Alert except for Luffy. Yet, to avoid alarming ABIs, they remained still until she had ventured far enough away. I knew there was something off about her, Usopp remarked. Watching the direction ABIs had taken, a little girl being pursued by such a high-ranking figure, honestly, it's hard to believe. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette. His mind unusually clear. This girl is definitely not simple. Zoro nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. We'll discover the truth by following her. But is Luffy really that unobservant? Nami agreed, glancing at the snoring Luffy, shaking her head in disbelief. Let us wake him and explain, they decided, and upon doing so, Luffy finally grasped the situation. His curiosity piqued as the group stealthily followed Abi's retreating figure. ABI's moved slowly, her small frame burdened by an oversized food bag, clearly struggling. They trailed quietly, eventually arriving at a cave nestled within the mountain. As they observed ABIs tossing food towards a colossal being, they were left utterly astonished. My goodness. What is that? Meanwhile, aboard the Mary, after a day of training, Moonlight had grown weary. After enjoying a meal left by Sanji, he contentedly fell asleep on the lookout. Time passed, and suddenly the sound of crashing waves jolted him awake. Instantly alert, he turned his gaze towards the sea. It was dawn. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, casting a grayish light across the landscape. In the distance, innumerable dark shapes loomed closer. 10 minutes later, as the light improved, Moonlight discerned at least 20 Navy ships surging towards them. Among them, one massive flagship, though not of warship caliber, was undeniably formidable, with countless Navy personnel advancing ferociously. Moonlight's keen eyes quickly caught sight of two figures atop the main ship. One of them was none other than Eric, who had previously pursued ABIs. He had returned. Beside Eric stood a naval colonel, commanding the entire fleet. As Eric gazed in the distance, he spotted the Mary and the Moonlight standing on the lookout tower. A cold smirk escaped his lips. Indeed, my judgment was not mistaken. The Straw Hat crew, accompanied by ABIs, has arrived at Naval Island. Perfect. Here. I shall capture them all in one fell swoop. Colonel, this is the notorious Straw Hat crew. Order them to sink their ship first, then apprehend them. Upon uttering these words, Eric turned to the naval colonel. The mention of the Straw Hat crew startled him. Their infamy had grown exponentially, especially after the incident in Rogue Town, which catapulted them into the spotlight. After confirming through his telescope, he decisively issued the command for bombardment. Attention! Pirates detected ahead. Prepare for cannon fire and issue a warning. Yes. The crew immediately took their positions. The cannons of over 20 large ships swiftly targeted the Mary. Eric chuckled. How pitifully weak the Navy is. Is it really necessary to show mercy to these pirates? They are ruthless, every one of them stained with blood. What mercy can you speak of? Just kill them. Hearing this, Eric couldn't help but sneer. Truly, the Navy is feeble. The naval colonel frowned. The Navy operates without needing anyone's interference. Moreover, on the ship, he was the sole authority, and his commands were beyond question. Eric was openly slapping his face. If it weren't for the Admiral's orders to cooperate with Eric, he would have already turned against him. Enough. It's impossible for you worthless fools to capture ABIs. Give me a ship, Eric commanded. Give it to him. The naval colonel waved his hand. Though discontented, he recalled the Admiral's instructions and provided him with everything he needed. Last time, you had the advantage in numbers. This time, I have brought many as well. You hold no advantage now. Once on board, Eric's ship surged forward like an arrow towards the Mary. In no time, it docked before the Mary. He did not board but instead watched the Moonlight on the ship and sneered. He had been haunted by the memory of being repelled by the Moonlight's sword last time. The presence of so many people had forced him to retreat. However, now it was different. He had brought 20 large ships, a force capable of obliterating any presence at sea. Boom. At that moment, the Mary was bombarded by cannon fire. The sea roiling as the immense power caused the ship to shake violently. Even the small island felt the impact. The bombardment had commenced. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? The sleeping inhabitants of the island were abruptly awakened. Pirates ahead, you are surrounded. Surrender peacefully, or bear the consequences. Simultaneously, the 20 naval ships halted a few dozen meters away, their advance stopped. The voice of the Navy rang out, issuing a warning for bombardment. It's the Navy. The Navy is here. Oh no, those despicable Navy men have come again. Hurry, notify the Straw Hat crew. Hey, where are they? They were just here. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly reacted. It turned out the Navy had arrived. They were alarmed and began searching for Luffy and the others. To their astonishment, dragons truly existed in this world. It seemed the legends held truth. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had reached a cave with ABIs, witnessing an incredible sight. A dragon lay coiled within the cave. Although this dragon appeared aged, its majesty remained, albeit weakened. Upon hearing the commotion from Luffy and the others, ABIs was taken aback. Weren't they asleep? What is happening? Realizing she could no longer hide the truth, she divulged everything. Admiral Nelson of the Navy believed the rumor that consuming the bones of a Millennium Dragon could grant immortality. And thus he sought this place and found her. Now it makes sense why you were being hunted by the Admiral. Everyone exclaimed in realization. Immortality. Who wouldn't desire such a thing? Yet, does anyone truly achieve it? Previously, no one believed it. However, now, gazing at the legendary creature before them, they were filled with wonder. Perhaps it was indeed possible. Boom. Just then, the island trembled again, startling everyone who was unaware of the cause. ABIs. Being a user of the Whispering Fruit, could communicate with the Millennium Dragon and immediately realized the Navy was approaching. What? The Navy has surrounded us? The Straw Hat crew was equally startled. They never anticipated the Navy would pursue them so relentlessly and arrive so swiftly. Oh no, Moonlight is still on the ship. Usopp shouted. Exactly. This means Moonlight will be trapped. We must hurry back to support him. Nami expressed her concern. No need at all. That guy's strength means no amount of Navy will pose a threat. They are merely delivering themselves as fodder. Zoro replied nonchalantly, displaying indifference. He understood Moonlight's capabilities. Unless Admiral Nelson mobilized the entire fleet, regardless of their numbers, they would meet their demise. Moonlight's prowess was not something just anyone could contend with. Indeed. Though I am uncertain of his true strength, based on the overwhelming aura we just felt, there is nothing to worry about, Sanji concurred. Lighting a cigarette and exhaling a smoke ring. If there is anyone on the ship I can trust, it is undoubtedly Moonlight. ABIs. Does this mean the dragon wishes to return to its homeland? If he can return, then he need not fear anyone seeking his bones, and he can recall his past. Luffy asked, seemingly oblivious to the Navy's imminent arrival. Everyone was rendered speechless. How oblivious could their captain be? ABIs was equally exasperated. Did you even hear what I just said? Your crew and ship are likely surrounded by the Navy. Aren't you the least bit concerned? However, regarding Luffy's inquiry, ABIs nodded. Yes, the dragon merely got separated from its companions. If he can return home and reunite with them, he would fear no one, and he could remember his past life. The dragoness homeland? Wouldn't that mean there are many Millennium Dragons there? How exciting. I never thought dragons truly existed. I thought they were mere legends. I believe so too. If we could see the dragon's homeland, how magnificent it would be. Is it in the sky? Upon hearing this, Nami, Usopp, and the others became increasingly excited. A dragon. A true dragon. How few have seen a real dragon in this world, let alone the dragon's homeland. Just thinking about it filled them with exhilaration. All right, I have made my decision. We will assist the dragon in returning to his homeland. At this moment, Luffy resolutely declared. Usopp and the others nodded in agreement. A rare consensus on Luffy's perspective. What an unforgettable spectacle it would be to witness the legendary dragon before embarking on the Grand Line. Thank you all, truly. Thank you very much, but the dragon is too large. We need to devise a method to bring it down. ABIs expressed her gratitude hastily, astonished that the very pirates who had saved her were so warm-hearted. No need for thanks. We are friends. Luffy replied with a radiant smile, embodying the warmth of sunshine. I believe we could use that. Usopp quickly suggested, pointing towards the slope outside the cave. Excellent idea. The others' eyes brightened upon hearing this. Meanwhile, near the Mary, Eric had charged forward with astonishing speed, the surrounding air swirling around him as he descended, delivering a fierce kick accompanied by a roar. Instantly, a razor-sharp gust resembling a sickle sliced through the air, striking towards Moonlight with unparalleled ferocity. The speed was blinding, almost instantaneous. Clang. Moonlight drew his sword, and the air before him fragmented, appearing as if it had been cleaved into pieces like tofu, leaving behind distinct cut marks. The surrounding seawater, too, bore the marks of his attack, resembling straight lines created by a sharp blade. Impressive. To think you could withstand my sickle. Eric frowned, clearly surprised that Moonlight had managed to counter his assault directly. It was known that he possessed the power of the sickle fruit, making his attacks devastatingly sharp, capable of slicing through anything, typically rendering any swordsman helpless. The fact that Moonlight could thwart his strike spoke volumes about his strength. However, boy, this ends here. I will finish you with this blow. Eric's eyes glinted with coldness as he turned his body and launched a downward slash, resembling a colossal humanoid sickle. Channeling all his might as he struck downwards with earth-shattering force. The air split in two under the force, an unparalleled onslaught that was unavoidable at such close range. Furthermore, Eric danced through the air, making it even more difficult to evade. Your sword is formidable, but how strong can you be? If I cannot break your sword, I shall eliminate you instead. Eric sneered. He realized that the sword in Moonlight's hand was a divine weapon. His abilities were ineffective against it. But what about the man himself? How could a mere flesh and blood body withstand his strike? Watch out. What kind of attack is that even splits the air? Gasped the onlookers on the island, having reached the shore and witnessing Eric's terrifying blow that left long gashes in the air. They called out to Moonlight. Although this individual was arrogant and disregarded everyone, his strength was undeniable. The naval colonel, observing Eric's strike, halted the cannon fire and was taken aback by its sheer ferocity. In the Navy, strength commanded respect. Despite his personal disdain for Eric, he could not deny the power on display. The soldiers behind him nodded in agreement, having long been irked by Eric's arrogance, yet the display of strength rendered them silent. Despite his audacity, he possessed such power. Heh, can't move, can you? I won't hold back. Perish. Eric observed Moonlight seemingly frozen in place, a cold smile spreading across his face as he struck down mercilessly. In an instant, he aimed his blow at Moonlight. Clang. However, to his astonishment, a profound sound resonated as he transformed into a sickle, his attack crashing against Moonlight. Akin to striking a solid steel plate. Not only did he fail to sever, but he also found himself ensnared. Moonlight effortlessly grasped Eric's formidable strike with a single hand. At that moment, a dark sheen flickered across his arm. Armament. His armament Haki had reached level 4, no longer merely enhancing his exterior, but capable of condensing Haki for an inward strike. Although Eric's attack was incredibly fierce, under the enhancement of Moonlight's armament Haki, it couldn't even break the surface. Not a single hair was harmed. Instead, Moonlight held him fast, rendering him immobile. How is this possible? Did he block such a terrifying attack with his palm? Is he even human? Eric was stupefied, shocked by the sheer strength exhibited by Moonlight. Chapter 65. A sword against the Navy. Upon witnessing this scene, the villagers on the island, previously filled with worry, were left in awe, their expressions one of disbelief. Incredible! That man's sickle-like attack was so powerful it left marks on the ocean. Yet, Moonlight withstood such a ferocious strike with his own body. Are they even human? It's no wonder he's a bounty of 50 million. His bounty surpasses that of their captain. What is happening? The naval colonel's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he beheld the unfolding events. Impossible. How could such a thing occur? Yet, the one most astounded was Eric himself. He had exerted every ounce of his strength for a decisive blow, only to have it thwarted so easily? And he hadn't even used his sword. What a farce. How could this be possible? He was a sickle fruit user, after all. Enough. At that moment, Moonlight's gaze grew icy. With a single flick of his hand, he unleashed his armament Haki. Boom. Eric was immediately propelled like a cannonball, sent flying several dozen meters before crashing into the Navy's flagship, creating a massive hole upon impact. After halting, he spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. His insides were grievously harmed by the Haki. Cannon fire. The naval colonel's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Astonished that Eric had been so easily defeated, he immediately commanded, all 20 ships, fire the cannons. In an instant, at least 50 cannonballs whistled through the air. Particularly from the flagship, a massive, dark cannon barrel aimed at Moonlight. Fire the super cannon. The naval colonel issued the order without hesitation. Immediately, a cannonball 3 times the size of the other's sword amidst the barrage, hurtling towards Moonlight. Drawing his sword, Moonlight sprang into action once more. A crescent-shaped blade of energy radiated from him, slicing outward in a fan-like arc. Buzz. All the incoming cannonballs were severed in 2, plummeting into the sea. Even the main cannonball was cleaved apart. The might of Moonlight's strike was nothing short of astonishing. He had effectively dismantled the Navy's cannon fire. Is this truly a human being? My goodness. The villagers on the island, already astounded, found themselves even more astonished by the scene unfolding before their eyes. This is truly astonishing. To withstand such a terrifying assault from a naval expert with sheer physical prowess, and to cleave through naval cannon fire with a single stroke, is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Has one become so immensely powerful? I refuse to believe you can ceaselessly slice through my cannon fire. Everyone, continue the bombardment until he is utterly exhausted. The naval colonel was equally taken aback. Such formidable swordsmanship explains why the bounty exceeds that of their captain. Initially, he thought there had been an error in the wanted notice, but it is clear now that he was mistaken. Yet, what does it matter? They possess more than 20 cannons, with ample ammunition for an unrelenting barrage. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand an incessant onslaught of cannon fire? Suddenly, the cacophony of cannon fire erupted, causing the entire sea to roar and churn. One could see an unending barrage of cannonballs hurtling forward with tremendous force. At this moment, the Navy displayed its formidable firepower, dominating the seas with unparalleled might. All the cannons began to concentrate their fire, unleashing a barrage so powerful that the surrounding waters erupted into tumultuous waves, reminiscent of a fearsome tempest. The sea, now roiling as if ravaged by a typhoon, reflected the intensity of the assault. Although Moonlight wielded exceptional swordsmanship, as the naval colonel remarked, what could one individual do against the sheer volume of cannon fire? In Rowtown, there had been the support of his Straw Hat comrades, but now he stood alone, facing insurmountable odds. The ferocity of the naval bombardment was overwhelming. It was evident that Moonlight could not withstand it alone. Indeed, the Navy, with its formidable vessels and artillery, was unmatched, and yet, I hoped fervently that Moonlight would not perish, for he had saved ABIs. How terrifying this all was. The onlookers on the island bore grave expressions, filled with anxiety. Yet, witnessing such a scene, they felt utterly powerless. They were mere mortals. Even an ordinary sailor could overpower 10 of them. All they could do was fret, utterly helpless. The bombardment was relentless. Was the plan to wear me down in this manner? Time and again, Moonlight executed his sword draws, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Though the sea surged violently, the Going Merry remained unscathed. His defensive stance was solely to protect the ship from damage. Without this concern, despite the Navy's strength, they would not withstand his strike. Yet, until Luffy's return, he had no choice but to endure. Just then, a powerful shout echoed from the hillside of the island. Moonlight's heart stirred as he beheld Luffy and the others sliding down the slope, with ABIs among them, and behind them trailed an enormous dragon. Could it be that they had found it? Moonlight's pupils dilated. This was indeed a dragon. A millennium dragon. A creature of legend. What is that? My heavens, a dragon. Do dragons truly exist in this world? The Navy was equally captivated, and as they beheld the millennium dragon behind Luffy, they were momentarily stunned. Even the naval colonel trembled uncontrollably. This is the legendary creature. Everyone has heard of it, yet no one has ever laid eyes upon it. My heavens. Indeed. The legends hold true. Dragons exist in this world, and possessing a dragon's bones grants immortality. Eric, leaning against the mast, managed to rise, although injured by the moonlight. His remarkable recovery as a fruit user had restored a degree of mobility. His gaze, however, was fixated intently on the millennium dragon behind Luffy and the others. His eyes ablaze with fervor. If he could obtain the dragon's bones, he would achieve eternal life. In that moment, he would become the mightiest being upon these seas. What an opportunity. At that instant, witnessing the collective attention drawn towards the millennium dragon, the bombardment abruptly ceased, and a cold smirk emerged within him. Sword raised. A swift draw and slash. The moonlight roared. Instantly, a crescent-shaped sword aura coalesced into a spherical form atop the Kazuki sword. After 3 seconds of gathering energy, a single strike was unleashed. A massive crescent blade of sword energy, 50 meters in diameter and spanning 100 meters, sliced through the air. Crack. In an instant. Amidst the astonished and thunderstruck gazes of all present, 20 naval vessels, including the flagship, were cleaved in twain by this sword energy from several dozen meters away. The hull splintered, mast shattered, and an unending torrent of seawater surged in, casting numerous naval soldiers into the depths. Even a naval colonel found himself thrown overboard. One strike, and the Navy lay vanquished. At that moment, the world, above and below, fell into profound silence. Chapter 66, Admiral Nelson's Wrath. All forces mobilized. This must be an illusion. After what seemed an eternity, a villager covered his face, his voice trembling, shock etched across his features. No, it is true. Lord Moonlight single-handedly defeated over 20 naval vessels, including a flagship. Another villager gasped in disbelief, though his face revealed skepticism. The reality before him left no room for doubt. Hiss. As they listened to the exchange, all villagers snapped back to reality, collectively gasping in astonishment. Such strength. What does it mean to be a sovereign of the seas? This is it. With but a single individual, he cleaved through 20 naval ships, and such a warrior now stood before them. The Straw Hat Pirates, Moonlight. Wow, Moonlight is incredible. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others slid down the mountainside, and from a distance, upon witnessing the scene, Luffy erupted with joy, laughing heartily as he leapt down. What is the name of that sword strike? Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, inquiring. Hawkeye single-handedly shattered 50 of Click's ships, and Moonlight has likewise dismantled 20 naval vessels. But how can those pirates compare to the disciplined Navy, especially that scythe-headed one, who possesses the powers of a devil fruit? In this moment, it becomes evident that Moonlight's prowess is now on par with that of Mihawk. This implies that Moonlight has ascended to become one of the foremost swordsmen in the world. I had previously believed him to be formidable. Yet it appears I have underestimated him. His potential is akin to an abyss, seemingly limitless and boundless. Sanji, who had been smoking, dropped his cigarette in shock upon witnessing this spectacle, inadvertently burning Frankie. Hastily, he lit another one, murmuring, I've always thought you, Luffy, and the rest were not ordinary humans, but rather monsters. Yet now it seems Moonlight is the ultimate monster among them, defeating the Navy with but a single sword against more than 20 large ships. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Currently, there is a buzz outside proclaiming Moonlight as our vice-captain, given the strength he has displayed. I have no objections to him assuming that role. While Nami was equally astonished, she couldn't help but smile. The stronger Moonlight became, the stronger they all grew. This human swordsman is truly formidable. After all, he serves under Admiral Nelson. ABI's murmured, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of shock. Colonel, our ships have been severely damaged. We are left with only a few spare emergency vessels. This swordsman is indeed incredibly powerful. Fortunately, he targeted our ships. Otherwise, we would have suffered tremendous casualties. I have never encountered a swordsman with such exceptional skills. Colonel, what should we do? Should we retreat? At this moment, the Navy was thrown into disarray. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, who wouldn't be alarmed? At least half of the crew had plunged into the sea, while the other half scrambled to rescue those stranded on the half-sunken ships. Several aides approached the colonel, their faces etched with concern. Retreat. We must withdraw swiftly. The colonel commanded without hesitation. It was no joke. In the face of such a terrifying adversary, what else was there to do but retreat? To remain would be tantamount to waiting for death. If he were to strike again, there would be no escape. Suddenly, a figure moved faster than the rest. Eric had commandeered a small boat and darted away like an arrow. That scoundrel only boasts about his strength, yet now he flees faster than anyone. The Navy colonel cast a cold, disdainful glance at him. Everyone, Luffy, Zoro. Moonlight called out as he spotted the group sliding down the mountain, a smile spreading across his face. They had indeed located the Millennium Dragon, unraveling ABI's secret. However, just as he was greeting them, he was taken aback to see Luffy leap directly off the mountain, aiming right at him. He was startled and attempted to evade. But it was too late. Luffy's speed was astonishing, propelled by both the descent and the elasticity of his rubber form, akin to a cannonball. By the time Moonlight greeted him, it was already too late. With a resounding crash, Luffy landed squarely on Moonlight's face, creating a human-shaped crater on the ship. "Where is he? Where did he go?" Luffy exclaimed as he clambered out of the crater, bewildered and searching around in confusion. Where had Moonlight vanished to? The others gazed at the crater with speechless astonishment. "Is he truly our captain?" "Hey, Luffy." Moonlight single-handedly held back over 20 Navy ships, safeguarding the Mary without a scratch. "And look at you. You came aboard and immediately damaged the ship." Usopp, pulling Moonlight from the hole, pointed at the gaping wound and exclaimed, "Well, everyone is gathered. So let us set sail." Luffy leapt to the ship's bow, brimming with enthusiasm. "Did you even hear what I said?" Usopp's eyes brimmed with tears. "Just get used to it. Just get used to it," Zoro said, patting Usopp on the shoulder. "There's nothing we can do. We are stuck with this captain." Sanji nodded in agreement. "ABIs. All right, the Mary is safe and sound. Everyone, let us embark." Nami smiled, directing the crew to tie Dragon Lord at the back of the ship. Following Abis's lead, they bid farewell to the villagers and set sail in the indicated direction. ABIs, a user of the Whisper fruit, possessed the ability to converse with animals. Although Dragon Lord was ancient and forgetful, he could still recall crucial matters when it mattered most. Soon, they arrived at a small island. "Is this Dragon Island?" The crew was filled with excitement. At the Navy base, Colonel Eric and his comrades returned in disarray, causing a stir throughout the entire base. What? The colonel was actually defeated by the Straw Hat crew? They had 20 ships and over 40 cannons. The Straw Hat crew is astonishingly powerful. Truly, they are formidable pirates with bounties exceeding 1,000,000. The sight left the Navy in astonishment. The Straw Hat crew, daring to thwart me, shall not escape my wrath. In the center of the Grand Hall, Admiral Nelson stood up in fury upon hearing the report from Colonel and Eric. His massive frame seemed to shake the very hall. Nelson turned to Eric. "Are you telling me that even you were no match for them?" He found it hard to believe. He knew Eric's strength. Was there truly someone capable of contending with him in these waters? In a one-on-one confrontation, I could handle it. But the Straw Hat crew is far more terrifying than the rumors suggested. "I was ambushed by them," Eric replied. He would never admit to being defeated by a single person, especially not one who had not even landed 3 blows on him. That would be too humiliating. "Yes, Admiral. We completely underestimated the Straw Hat crew," the Navy colonel added. He too could not reveal that over 20 ships had been bested by a lone individual. Such a failure would be enough to cost him his life 100 times over. All right. The Straw Hat crew dares to interfere with my grand plans. I will annihilate you. Relay my orders. Entire fleet. Set sail. I will eradicate them upon the seas." Chapter 67. The Mightiest Force of the East Sea. The colonel was left in shock. An all-out military action, one that hadn't occurred in years. The last time was when the Pirate King Roger was still alive. And now, it was happening again. Whether it was the Click pirate crew, claiming to be the sovereign of the East Sea, or the Arlong of the Dragon pirate crew. Although they had dominated their territories, in the face of Admiral Nelson, they were nothing but paper tigers. Now, to mobilize the entire fleet against the Straw Hat crew. It was as if the entire East Sea was about to erupt. This is indeed the mightiest force of the East Sea. You have failed to accomplish your mission. After the departure of the naval colonel, only Eric and Nelson remained in the room. A glint of cold light flickered in Nelson's eyes as he gazed at Eric. "Although I did not fulfill my task, I encountered a Millennium Dragon," Eric remarked nonchalantly, displaying no apprehension before Nelson. "What?" Nelson's breath hitched, a frenzied joy flashing in his eyes. "Is this true? A living Millennium Dragon?" "Indeed, though it appears to be nearing its end. Nevertheless, if I can acquire the most vital dragon bone from its corporeal form, it would suffice for immortality." Eric nodded, a glimmer of avarice crossing his gaze as he uttered the words immortality. Who would not desire immortality? "Very well, let us depart." Nelson nodded, his impatience palpable. The Straw Hat crew, Eric, or anyone who dared obstruct his pursuit of eternal life would face his wrath. Is this truly the place of the Millennium Dragon? It certainly does not appear so. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had arrived on the island, uncovering a dilapidated ruin. In an unfortunate misstep, they tumbled into an underground palace. Observing the frescoes adorning the walls of the palace, Nami could not help but voice her skepticism, noting the complete absence of any connection to the Millennium Dragon. Perhaps this dragon has aged, and thus cannot recall clearly. ABIs offered awkwardly, glancing at the Dragon Elder. "Cannot recall? Aged? Are we merely wandering aimlessly?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to ABIs. ABIs squirmed uncomfortably, feeling the weight of their scrutiny. "Not necessarily. While this place is undoubtedly not Dragon Island, it must be related in some way. Look at this mural. Does it not resemble Battleship Island?" Just then, Moonlight pointed to a particular fresco. Its details somewhat obscured by time, yet upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Battleship Island. "Is this truly Battleship Island?" the group exclaimed in astonishment. "Why does an image of Battleship Island appear here?" Zoro inquired curiously. Could it genuinely be connected to Dragon Island? Sanji mused, excitement bubbling within him. If possible, to obtain even a small portion of the legendary dragon meat for my culinary endeavors would elevate me to the status of a legendary dragon chef. Perhaps this island serves as a beacon guiding us to Dragon Island. Usopp exclaimed, his excitement palpable, igniting a sense of long-forgotten adventure within him. Why do I look like a piece of meat? Luffy pondered aloud, gazing quizzically at the mural. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, rendered speechless. Can this truly resemble meat? In your eyes, is there nothing beyond meat? What is your perspective, Moonlight? Nami inquired of Moonlight, who seemed to be the most reliable among them. With no clear direction, they were left with only an indistinct image that offered little clarity. Yet, there existed a tantalizing possibility. The starting point might also be the destination. Dragon Island could very well be Battleship Island. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Moonlight's eyes as he spoke. Indeed, Battleship Island is synonymous with Dragon Island. It is merely that, as a reference point, it has sunk beneath the waves due to the ocean currents, and it shall resurface after a certain period. However, the duration of this submergence remains a mystery, and I cannot assert with certainty that it will re-emerge. Is the starting point indeed the destination? The others looked at Moonlight with puzzled expressions. I am merely speculating. The mythical dragon, a creature of legend, why would it specifically manifest near Battleship Island? Surely there are numerous islands nearby, many of which might be more favorable than Battleship Island. He claims to have become separated from his companions, weary from flight, and sought refuge on the island. But did his companions not notice his absence? Would they not return to search for him? The words of the dragon are inherently contradictory. Prompting my conjecture, could it be that Dragon Island is indeed Battleship Island? Perhaps his companions sought him out, but circumstances compelled him to depart. Moonlight concluded. It is entirely plausible. As soon as the words were spoken, Usopp immediately clapped his hands in agreement. Indeed, if one were to say so, it is quite true, however. There exists no evidence to substantiate the claim. Sanji nodded, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, yet this remains merely speculation. Unless the true Dragon Island is discovered, no one can provide proof. Furthermore, Master Long is currently in a state of half-consciousness, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. I surmised that at this moment, Nami was about to speak. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air. Countless cannonballs rained down, causing the entire island to tremble. What could this mean? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was the Navy. Moonlight moved with remarkable speed, leaping outside the Grand Hall, only to find the small island surrounded by the Navy. How infuriating! Has the Navy already arrived? Truly, their speed is astonishing. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback and hurriedly exited the palace. Gazing at the overwhelming naval forces encircling the island like an iron chain. My heavens, has the entire Navy mobilized? Even Zoro, with his steadfast nature, was momentarily astounded by the sight before him. 1 ship, 2 ships, 50 ships, these 50 naval vessels, specifically designed for maritime combat. How many men does this entail? 8,000? 10,000? 20,000? Ah, we are utterly finished. Usopp trembled, counting the encircling naval ships one by one, and upon reaching the final number, collapsed in despair. Moreover, they possessed an additional warship. Sanji took a deep drag of smoke, gazing towards the center of the Navy, where a colossal behemoth loomed, reminiscent of a sea monster, dominating the waters. This is the unparalleled weapon of the Navy, a supreme force against piracy, truly the mightiest armament upon the seas. The arrival of warships is nothing short of astonishing. Such a formidable display seems almost exaggerated. Nami was left in utter shock. The scale of this naval force is nothing less than terrifying. It is Admiral Nelson, who, in his relentless pursuit of Dragon Lord and his ambition for immortality, has mobilized the entire Navy. What we face now is the most dominant power in the East Sea, the true embodiment of strength. Chapter 68. The most powerful man in the East Sea. ABI spoke in a voice filled with dread, her eyes reflecting sheer despair. Admiral Nelson's entire fleet has been dispatched, 50 great ships and a warship. This assembly is indeed formidable. No pirate could withstand such overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the 50 great ships commenced their bombardment, locking onto their targets and unleashing a synchronized barrage. The power unleashed was truly terrifying. Cannons locked onto the island, unleashing a relentless barrage. In an instant, 100 cannonballs soared through the sky, violently crashing down upon the entire island. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, echoing the anguished cries of the land. Countless boulders, small peaks, lush woods, and all creatures, birds and beasts alike, quivered under the relentless bombardment. Such overwhelming might. 100 cannons firing in unison possessed the capacity to obliterate this small isle. Fortunately, the island was uninhabited. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Meanwhile, the Mary was like a fragile leaf, gently swaying amidst the chaos. Thankfully, the Navy's target was not the Mary, and every cannonball found its mark upon the island, leaving the ship miraculously unscathed. Truly formidable. Was this the unparalleled might of Admiral Nelson, the sovereign of the seas? It seemed we had no recourse for retaliation. Zoro remarked gravely. The scene before them was astonishing. It was beyond the capability of any single person to withstand. We have likely enraged this admiral, after all. He is the one who holds dominion over the entire East Sea, and such power is not surprising. Sanji inhaled deeply, speaking in a somber tone. It is not merely anger we have provoked. We have thwarted his ambition for immortality. Who would accept such a transgression, especially from a figure like an admiral? Nami's expression was as serious as the ocean depths, scanning the waters in search of an escape route. As a navigator, harnessing the sea was her forte. Stop speculating and think of a way to get out of here. Usopp's face had turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. This formidable power, capable of vanquishing deities and annihilating Buddhas, is truly terrifying. Even someone as unruly as Zoro pales in comparison, let alone him. It is futile. Surrender is inevitable. Nelson will accomplish whatever he sets his mind to. No one can impede him, for he is Admiral Nelson, the mightiest man of the East Sea. ABI spoke each word with deliberate weight, engulfed in utter despair. As this man takes action, the entire East Sea trembles. Who can withstand him? Luffy. I entrust everything to you. Yet at that moment, Moonlight suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Moonlight, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding arose within Nami, prompting her to inquire. Indeed, Moonlight, given the circumstances, do not act recklessly. There are 50 grand ships at stake, all under the command of a single individual. This is unlike the situation in Lobetown. Usopp quickly interjected. He vaguely sensed Moonlight's intentions, but how could that be possible? Moonlight. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword and took a step forward. Sanji, too, unusually discarded his cigarette, wearing a serious expression. Though few words were exchanged, their meaning was unmistakable. If a battle were to ensue, they would face it together. Luffy remained silent, his expression grave as he gazed at Moonlight. This expression graced Luffy's face for the very first time. No need. You must safeguard Lord Dragon. While I may not be their equal in strength, detaining them is certainly within my capabilities. During this period, it would be wise for you to act swiftly. Once you have extricated yourselves, I shall pursue them without fail. Rest assured. Moonlight remarked with a gentle smile. Armament. Instantly, the armament Haki enveloped his entire being, and with the grass cutter sword held horizontally, he declared, threefold slash. A crescent-shaped sword aura surged down from the mountain with tremendous force. Moonlight, propelled by the sword energy, charged forth. Moonlight. Upon witnessing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Was he truly going to confront 50 large vessels alone? Everyone, quickly. Luffy suddenly shouted, his expression grave as he turned to the crowd. All right. This expression was one that the crowd had never before witnessed on Luffy's visage. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly descended the mountain with Dragon, drawing the full attention of the Navy as they launched their assault under the moonlight. The moon's illumination was not destined to last long. Thus they could not afford to squander the precious time earned through their lives. Every second was of the utmost importance. This portly figure possessed such unexpected prowess. At that moment, Eric stood to the side, utterly astounded as he observed the scene of the entire army, under Nelson's command, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. Pirates swarmed like locusts, reigning over the seas, especially in the era of great exploration that followed Roger's demise. Yet, why had no pirate ever managed to confront the Navy head-on? Not even the fabled four emperors could achieve such a feat. He had long pondered this mystery. And now it became clear to him, no matter how formidable one's strength, how could one withstand the relentless barrage of the Navy's cannons? This is merely a place like the East Sea. If one were to reach the Navy headquarters, what formidable strength that would entail. Although there are many pirates, the mightiest remains the Navy. Well, those pirates should be emerging now. Otherwise, they will plunge into the depths of the ocean along with the entire island. The Navy colonel gazed at Nelson with admiration and spoke. Indeed, they shall emerge. If not, they will be submerged in the sea. Nelson replied with a smile. Confident and assured, as if everything lay within his grasp. As if to respond to his words, just as he finished speaking, a crescent-shaped sword energy suddenly descended fiercely from the mountain peak of the island. The sword energy was fierce and tumultuous, cutting through all it encountered, be it objects or water, invincible in its path. Thus, it surged down from the mountain towards them. Have they truly emerged? The Navy colonel's spirit stirred, and with a commanding voice, he ordered, fire. Instantly, 100 cannons erupted in unison, aiming ferociously at this wave of sword energy. Although the sword energy was extraordinarily potent, manifesting in successive segments, amounting to 3 distinct waves of sword strikes, and even further amplified by the Haki of the moonlight, its power was boundless, with each segment surpassing the last in ferocity. However, under the relentless barrage of the Navy's artillery, it was forcefully dispersed. The cannon fire was fierce and invincible. What was mere sword energy in comparison? The first mate of the Straw Hat crew, the swordsman Moonlight, had single-handedly destroyed over 20 of our ships. Alas! Now Admiral Nelson was personally overseeing the operation, a far cry from before. No matter how skilled your swordsmanship, it would inevitably succumb to the cannon fire and sink into the depths of the sea. The Navy colonel sneered. He had already spotted Moonlight and was about to give the order to concentrate fire upon him once more when, suddenly, Moonlight raised his sword, the Kusanagi, once again. Drawing the sword with a swift motion, he unleashed a cutting strike. With a whoosh, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy, 50 meters in diameter and 100 meters long, surged through the air. Wherever the sword energy passed, the sea roiled violently, churning and thrashing, creating monstrous waves that crashed toward the navy. Futile. At this moment. No matter how exalted your swordsmanship, it was akin to a mannish trying to stop a chariot. The Navy colonel scoffed, and immediately 100 cannons roared to life. Boom. 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 The cannons thundered, their echoes reverberating across the sky, causing the entire ocean to lament. The sword energy unleashed by Moonlight was once again obliterated. Chapter 69. I acknowledge this, first mate. The strength of the Navy was indeed formidable. Witnessing this, Moonlight felt a chill run through him. Even under the 4th level of Haki, he could only barely hold his ground against the Navy. The barrage was truly terrifying. However, this was also a testament to Admiral Nelson's perfect command. Without his impeccable leadership, even 100 cannon volleys would have been futile against him. This clearly illustrated his strength. He truly was a figure standing at the pinnacle of the East Blue. Nevertheless, Moonlight glanced toward Luffy and the others, who were rapidly approaching the Merry with Dragon, realizing that they still needed a bit more time. In that moment, the moonlit eyes gleamed. The phantom sword dance. Boom. Countless streams of sword energy surged forth with ferocity, as ethereal silhouettes continuously coalesced around him. A magnificent mass of sword energy suddenly gathered, striking fiercely into the vast ocean before him. The sea roiled, unleashing tumultuous waves. Remarkably, he remains alive. This swordsman possesses some intrigue, managing to withstand my barrage of 100 cannon strikes. Observing this, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Nelson's eyes. This formidable swordsman was a sight he had never encountered before. The admiral, upon discovering the Straw Hat crew, realized they were transporting the 1,000-year dragon onto their ship. At that moment, a naval colonel detected Luffy and his companions and hastily reported, "The 1,000-year dragon?" Upon hearing this, Nelson's breath hitched as he seized his telescope to gaze into the distance. Instantaneously, he beheld the colossal form of the 1,000-year dragon. Good. You all here. Concentrate your fire on that man without pause. The rest of you, change course and intercept the Straw Hat crew. Nelson decisively commanded. What, Admiral? Are you really going to pilot the warship yourself? Isn't that exceedingly reckless? The naval colonel exclaimed. Reckless? Not at all. With Eric on our side, he can easily handle the Straw Hat crew. Moreover, this warship is equipped with the new weapon designed by the great scientist Vegapunk, the laser particle cannon. What is there to fear? Nelson replied with a confident smile, exuding immense faith in the warship. What? Vegapunk? The laser particle cannon? The naval colonel gasped in astonishment. Vegapunk was none other than the world government's most brilliant scientist, a genius whose prowess was unparalleled. If Roger was the pirate king of the previous era, then Vegapunk was undoubtedly the preeminent scientist of this age, reigning supreme in the realm of science. No issue, but Admiral, I still have a question. Do we really need 50 large ships to deal with just one individual? Isn't that a bit excessive? The naval colonel nodded hastily, but then hesitated as he glanced at Moonlight. 50 large ships to confront a single person? That seems rather excessive. It is not to confront him, but to impede him. This man is beyond our ability to contend with. Merely preventing him from advancing is already a significant achievement. Though he is formidable, on par with the 7 warlords, the East Sea has produced such a man, yet how can one man's strength stop me? Nelson smiled faintly before steering the warship in pursuit of Luffy and his crew. What? Not to confront, merely to impede? The 7 warlords? This Moonlight possesses the strength of the 7 warlords? Hearing this, the naval colonel felt as if struck by lightning, gazing at Moonlight in utter shock. Boom. At that moment, Moonlight unleashed the phantom sword dance, coalescing into a massive crescent sword aura that surged through the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The 50 ships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. All cannons aimed at Moonlight, and in an instant, 100 cannonballs tore through the air, whistling towards their target. The sea roared fiercely in response, waves crashing and swirling violently. The terrifying collision caused the clouds above to churn ominously. After the bombardment, observing Moonlight standing unscathed, poised to strike once more, the naval colonel suddenly grasped the Admiral's words. 100 cannons firing together were merely to obstruct Moonlight. They could not contend with this man, for he had already attained the strength of the 7 warlords. Without this barrage in formation, he could not be confronted. With just his own strength, he could challenge the entire navy. Initially, he had doubted it. How could such a figure exist in the East Sea? But now he believed, for such a being stood before him. Their 100 cannon fire merely thwarted the blows Moonlight unleashed, nothing more. Realizing this, he no longer dared to act carelessly, repeatedly directing the navy to continue the barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The sea roared tumultuously. The waters where Moonlight and the 50 warships clashed entirely enveloped by terrifying waves. Damn it, this firepower is too overwhelming. I cannot contend with them, nor can they with me. Moonlight lamented. Truly, Admiral Nelson's concentrated firepower was formidable, effectively confining him in place, preventing any advance. Yet, to confront him with this alone was insufficient. However, it was entirely plausible to restrict his movements. He could not break through. Naturally, he could retreat, but if he did, the Merry would endure the full brunt of the cannon fire. The Merry would be reduced to wreckage, scattered across the sea, and Luffy and the others would suffer severe repercussions. Therefore, he could not retreat. As he observed Nelson piloting the warship away, He could only place his faith in Luffy and the crew. Navigating these seas alone was impossible. No matter how skilled his swordsmanship, how invincible he may be, reaching the destination alone was utterly unfeasible. My heavens, is that truly moonlight? One person is obstructing 50 naval ships? At that moment, the astounding reverberations of the 100 cannon fire captured the attention of Luffy and his crew. They were left in utter astonishment. They knew moonlight was powerful, but to this extent was truly beyond comprehension. Those were 50 naval ships, equivalent to a medium-sized naval base. In that case, could it be that moonlight alone is equivalent to an entire naval base? Usopp was the first to express his astonishment. Not only is he a master swordsman, but he also cares for us deeply. His actions are all aimed at our protection, truly deserving of the title of vice captain. Sanji inhaled deeply, gazing at moonlight, and in that moment, he had completely acknowledged him. I too accept this vice captain. Zoro nodded, despite his usual rebellious nature. He also recognized Moonlight's strength entirely. A figure of such might, no matter where he goes, commands respect. He could easily pursue grander ambitions. Yet he chooses to sail with us, caring for us without a hint of disdain. Even risking his life against the Navy for our sake, who else could possibly embody the role of vice captain better? Nami looked at Moonlight with unwavering determination. You all. Abi's eyes glistened with tears, deeply moved. This is what true piracy is about. Moonlight, you must hurry. We still have seas to traverse together. Luffy laughed heartily, calling out to Moonlight from afar. In an instant, Luffy's voice echoed across the entire sea, clear for all to hear. At the sound, Moonlight smiled, extending his left hand with a thumbs up. Chapter 70, The Cunning Mind of Admiral Nelson. Ha, while you waste time here with idle chatter. You ought to consider your precarious situation, Straw Hat Crew. Today you cannot escape your fate. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. It was Admiral Nelson, coming aboard his warship, with Eric glaring coldly at the assembled group. Without Moonlight's suppression, the Straw Hat Crew is hardly worth mentioning. He swiftly glided through the air towards them. I'll handle this. Seeing this, Zoro drew all three swords, charging at Eric with a fierce slash. Bang! The collision of their immense powers was evenly matched. All right. It's in your hands, Zoro. Luffy nodded, placing great trust in him, while the others hurriedly steered the ship in the direction indicated by the old man. What is happening? Have we returned to Battleship Island? After a while, Luffy and the others were astonished to discover they had made a large circle, the island before them. Resembling a battleship, was indeed Battleship Island. ABIs, what on earth is going on? Sanji inquired. I don't know either. The old man's memories come in fragments. He merely said it was around here. ABIs looked helplessly at the old man. Damn it, has he become senile? Sanji frowned, realizing this would complicate matters. Boom. Suddenly, a fierce wave erupted around the Mary, causing tumultuous currents that sent the ship soaring far off, and the old man was struck by the towering waves, roaring in pain. This is bad. That scoundrel Nelson is approaching with his warship. ABIs exclaimed in panic. At this moment, Nelson was steering his warship towards the Mary, with a cannon as large as a water tank aimed directly at them. That was his handiwork just now. Ah, it's a warship. This is the Navy's seafaring artifact. Few vessels can withstand its cannon fire. Usopp trembled. The Navy's strength and dominance at sea are primarily due to these warships. This is a maritime weapon, and even the greatest pirates may not possess one. We are in deep trouble. Nami expressed her concern. Before the warship, the Mary appeared as fragile as a child, utterly defenseless. The previous cannon fire was surely a deliberate miss. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits now. Sanji took a deep drag on his cigarette, standing on the deck with a grave expression. No time to waste. Keep moving forward. Luffy shouted, fists clenched and brimming with fighting spirit. Good. The crew nodded, continuing to sail with the old man. Straw Hat Crew, crush them. Nelson sneered, declaring that the previous cannon shot was merely a warning. Should they continue to be obstinate, he would show no mercy. Especially upon seeing the ancient dragon trailing behind the Mary, his face was filled with insatiable greed. Eternal life. Attack, strike with full force. Nelson commanded. Boom. The warship's cannons roared to life. A cannonball the size of a barrel shot forth at an incredible speed, thrice that of typical ship artillery. Like a meteor flashing across the sky, it was almost impossible to react in time. Boom. The cannonball struck the old man squarely. He let out a thunderous roar, wailing in agony. This is bad. Nami exclaimed. It's too fast. They can't even react. So fast. Sanji's expression soured. He had underestimated the power of the warship. Usopp trembled uncontrollably, but he quickly took the helm, trying to escape the chaos. Damn it. Luffy gritted his teeth, realizing it was too swift. He hadn't even had time to react. Sanji, guard that side. I'll take this side. Usopp, Nami, everyone, hurry. Luffy shouted, suddenly formulating a plan. Rubber balloon. Instantly, he inhaled deeply, his body swelling dramatically, transforming into a massive sphere that obstructed all attack routes towards the Mary. Good. Sanji nodded, positioning himself on the opposite side of the ship, blocking all incoming fire. Smashed through them. Nelson sneered, acknowledging that the Straw Hat Crew was indeed difficult to deal with. But so what? Before the colossal warship, they were utterly defenseless. The warship surged forward, intent on ramming the Mary to pieces. Damn it. That scoundrel is coming right at us. Upon witnessing this, Luffy's face contorted with distress. The enemy was far too cunning, calculating. It was that he lacked strength, but that all his power was rendered useless. It felt as if their opponent possessed an uncanny insight into their every move. Just as they devised a plan, the enemy was already one step ahead. This sensation was unbearable. Is this the true strength of Admiral Nelson? We are completely at his mercy. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, sighing. He had recognized that their tricks had been thoroughly analyzed by the enemy, who anticipated their actions the moment they moved. The adversary was already prepared, rendering their strength ineffective. They were entirely at the mercy of this terrifying individual. Usopp gasped in disbelief. He usually had the most ideas among them, yet he felt utterly insignificant before Nelson. Usopp, turn the helm 45 degrees to the left. The warship is about to collide. Nami shouted loudly, maneuvering the ship to evade while calling to Usopp. Usopp quickly adjusted the helm. Good. Usopp acted decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Your fate is sealed, you fat fool Nelson. Though you may lack personal strength, you are indeed an admiral of the East Sea, crafty as a fox. No matter how formidable you may be, without a ship in these waters, you are nothing but a turtle in a jar. Eric cast a disdainful glance, unimpressed. How infuriating. Zoro exclaimed in desperation, yet, Eric's formidable prowess rendered him unable to break through at this moment. Truly, it is a naval vessel. The entire naval headquarters possesses only a limited number, and such a supreme artifact of navigation upon the seas is indeed terrifying. Its cannon fire is immensely powerful, and Nelson, living up to his title, has effortlessly toyed with Luffy and his companions. Moonlight felt a rising urgency, yet he found himself immobilized, unable to act. The barges from the Navy seemed endless, relentlessly bombarding him without a moment's reprieve. Is this person truly human? After enduring such a barrage, he remains unfazed. The Navy colonel was equally astonished. Their continuous cannon fire had not ceased for even a second, and after such an extended period, Moonlight exhibited not a trace of fatigue. Remaining as vigorous as ever, his stamina seemingly boundless. Such a formidable figure left him astonished. However, upon witnessing Lord Nelson steering his warship directly towards the Mary, he could not help but chuckle. Truly, the esteemed Lord Nelson lived up to his reputation. Splendid. The Straw Hat crew is doomed. Indeed. The Admiral is about to bring this to a close. Hail to the Admiral. Long live the Admiral. Chapter 71. The Doldrums. Upon observing this scene, the entire Navy erupted in triumphant cheers. The Straw Hat crew was finished. No matter how formidable you are, you must kneel before a warship. Oh no. There's no time left. Nami exclaimed in alarm. At such speed, it was impossible to outpace the warship. Before such a colossal vessel, the Mary trembled like a frightened kitten. Let us fight to the end. Sanji had resolved to perish alongside the enemy. If you destroy my ship, I shall claim your warship as compensation. Gum Gum Balloon. Luffy inhaled sharply, inflating his body as he lay across the deck, intending to use his rubber elasticity to halt the warship's advance. However, the impact of the warship was ferocious, especially since Nelson was well prepared. The moment it struck the water, the ensuing shockwave was enough to sink a small island. Bang! Luffy was instantly compressed, crushed, and further compressed. Luffy! Usopp shouted in alarm. Hey! Sanji's eyes narrowed as he prepared to intervene. Though Luffy was made of rubber, he too had his limits. If this continued, he risked being obliterated. Hey, you wicked Nelson, we are right here. Come chase us. At that moment, Abi's voice suddenly rang out, revealing her, accompanied by Dragon, drifting away from the Mary, alone upon the ocean. They are after me, everyone. I cannot continue to burden you. ABIs declared resolutely, one person and one dragon, riding the currents, drifting far away. ABIs. Nami cried out in desperation. Yet, ABIs moved further from sight. Oh no. The Millennium Dragon. Eric, engaged in battle with Zoro, noticed the Millennium Dragon drifting away and promptly abandoned his fight, commandeering a speedboat to chase after it. His target was the Millennium Dragon. Everything else was inconsequential. Elixir of Immortality. Nelson's pupils contracted. Disregarding the Straw Hats, he immediately ordered a pursuit of the Millennium Dragon. Yes. Military orders are absolute. The crew did not dare to hesitate, swiftly adjusting their course towards the Millennium Dragon. Even the 50 ships engaged with the Moonlight altered their direction, pursuing the Millennium Dragon. Nothing could compare to the allure of immortality. Their target was ABIs. Quickly, protect ABIs. ABIs. Zoro and Sanji regrouped, witnessing Abi's departure, and immediately declared, all right. Without needing further prompting, Usopp turned the ship around and hastily gave chase. A magnificent scene unfolded upon the boundless sea, with ABIs and the Millennium Dragon drifting away. Eric on a speedboat cutting through the waves behind them, while Admiral Nelson commanded his warship, followed by 50 grand vessels, advancing with tremendous speed, surpassing even Eric. Though the Mary pursued relentlessly, it could not compare to the warship. However, Nami's nautical skills were exceptional. While unable to surpass it, she kept pace. Has it truly come to this? Moonlight observed the unfolding events, astonished at Abi's ultimate decision. He then executed the dragon slash, merging his sword with his will, navigating the sea with remarkable swiftness. Yet, suddenly his pupils contracted as he gazed into the distance. At that moment, the naval colonel's face turned pale as he shouted. Quickly, everyone, halt immediately. Admiral, that is the doldrums. What? The doldrums? Oh no. Stop at once. As the words were uttered, everyone was struck with astonishment. Promptly coming to a halt. Even Nelson couldn't help but furrow his brow, immediately stopping the warship. It was no jest. A creature of the Sea King's caliber could easily obliterate 10 warships in a single collision. The sovereign of the ocean, the Sea Kings ruled the vast seas. Alas, we have entered the doldrums. Nami's expression shifted, for she was acutely aware of what this meant. It was the graveyard for all seafarers. What are the doldrums? Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy inquired in unison. Even the far-ahead Eric furrowed his brow, slowing his pace. Though he yearned for immortality, he was not foolish. It was evident that something horrifying had transpired. The doldrums was a region devoid of wind and water currents, a place where everything stood still. A ship's navigation relied on wind and ocean currents. Without them, it would remain stagnant, perhaps indefinitely. Nami trembled as she explained, the doldrums is where all Sea Kings reside. Generally, there are dozens of Sea Kings congregating in such areas, and that is merely an estimate. In that realm, there could be hundreds, even thousands. What? Everyone was taken aback. Just one Sea King was terrifying enough, let alone hundreds or thousands. Who could withstand such a force, regardless of the Sea Kings or the doldrums? ABIs is our comrade. We must pursue, Luffy declared fervently. Without further ado, Usopp sprang into action. Nami nodded, despite the perilous nature of the doldrums. They had to brave it for the sake of their companion. Sanji and Zoro agreed without objection. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed as the moonlight surged forward. Cutting through the sea, the air roaring in response to its swift movement. The moonlight pressed on toward the doldrums. Hey, moonlight, that's the doldrums. Usopp and the others shouted in alarm. Yet, the moonlight merely gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. I will bring back ABIs. Moonlight, it's in your hands. Luffy shouted, and the moonlight responded affirmatively, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. The doldrums was indeed the graveyard for all mariners, whether navy or pirate. Among them, Luffy was a landlubber, while Sanji and Zoro possessed commendable strength. They were still no match for the Sea Kings. Usopp was a trickster, and Nami felt helpless. At present, only moonlight could save ABIs. Nami murmured, reluctantly acknowledging the truth of her words. Sanji and Zoro nodded, accepting her insight for the first time. How have I become a trickster? I am pure-hearted. Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face. Sister, could you spare me a little dignity? Luffy's gaze remained fixed on the ocean, acutely aware of the sea's terror. Have we entered the doldrums? Nelson observed the distant waters, his brow deeply furrowed. Should they abandon their pursuit? Who could stand against the Sea Kings? No one. Yet this uncertainty was short-lived. A thunderous roar erupted from the doldrums, and the sea began to churn violently, massive waves radiating outward from the center. The waters roared with fury, and colossal whirlpools, each 10 meters wide, surged forth as if monstrous sea beasts were unleashing chaos upon the ocean. Amidst the tumult, Obby's cries of alarm pierced the air. Oh no, ABI's is in danger. Moonlight. This is bad. The crew aboard the Mary shouted in panic. Have we disturbed the Sea Kings? Nelson's face was ashen. Would the Millennium Dragon be swallowed by the Sea Kings? Yet he dared not linger, fully aware of the terror the Sea Kings embodied, especially amid such tumultuous waves. Reluctantly, he ordered a retreat. Damn it. Eric cursed vehemently. Despite his determination to claim the Millennium Dragon, the current situation left him no choice but to retreat. ABIs. Moonlight. Luffy and the others cried out, resolute in their intent to save her. They would not yield. However, at that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. From the doldrums emerged several towering figures, each over 10 meters tall, charging forth with the fury of the sea. They were indeed the Sea Kings. And their target was none other than the crew. Oh no, the Sea Kings are rampaging. Nelson could no longer afford to hesitate and commanded an immediate retreat. Eric wished he could sprout extra legs to flee faster. How immense. Is this the Sea Kings? Nami and Usopp trembled, awestruck by the colossal creatures before them. Damn it. Though Sanji and Zoro were filled with fighting spirit, the sight of so many formidable creatures erupting from the doldrums left them feeling utterly powerless. One or two might be manageable, but this multitude was another matter entirely. Look. Yet Luffy felt no fear. He was determined to avenge ABIs. Just then, his gaze shifted, and he spotted Moonlight standing resolute upon a Sea King, his demeanor calm. ABIs waved from the side, greeting them, while the Sea Kings dragged the Dragon Lord along in their wake. What? This? No way, Luffy exclaimed. Is that Moonlight? What is happening? Sanji and the others were astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What is the situation? The Sea King is pulling the Millennium Dragon? Moonlight and Abyss stand atop them so effortlessly? Not only are they unharmed, but it also appears that the Sea King is quite obedient to their commands. How could such a thing happen? The departed Nelson was left utterly astonished. Has the Sea King been tamed? Hiss. All the naval officers gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they witnessed this scene. Could such a thing truly occur? This cannot be true. My heavens. Eric suddenly halted, his mouth agape, wide enough to accommodate a duck egg, as he gazed in shock at the scene before him, feeling as though you were ensnared in a dream. If it were not a dream, how could such events transpire? Thank you, Lord Moonlight, for rescuing me. ABI's expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her eyes filled with admiration for Moonlight. She had thought her fate was sealed upon entering the Windless Zone, awakening such colossal beings. Surely, she and Lord Long would become mere prey for the Sea Kings. To her astonishment, Moonlight burst forth, casting a single glance that sent all the fearsome Sea Kings trembling, quaking like frightened fowl. Where was their dignity as rulers of the sea? Ultimately, Moonlight permitted her to communicate with them, as a wielder of the Whisper fruit. She could delve into the innermost thoughts of all beings, which was how she had come to know Lord Long. In her initial attempts, she discovered that the Sea Kings indeed could be understood. From their exchanges, she felt their terrifying hearts and their fear of Moonlight. Leaving her in awe, she shared their experiences. To her delight, the Sea Kings surprisingly agreed to aid them. Her heart soared. These Sea Kings were truly benevolent. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Is Lord Long already recalling everything? Moonlight inquired softly. Indeed, Lord Long has remembered it all. Battleship Island is Dragon Island, and Dragon Island is Battleship Island. ABI's nodded affirmatively. Stimulated by such revelations, Lord Long also regained all his memories. Tell them to deal with those Navy forces. We shall guide Lord Long to Dragon Island. Moonlight commanded. Agreed. ABI's nodded, leaning upon a Sea King to converse with them. Instantly, all the Sea Kings nodded in unison, roaring fiercely as they charged towards the Navy. What is happening? Why are the Sea Kings advancing towards us? What did that girl say to them? All the Navy personnel felt a chill of dread. Those are Sea Kings. Retreat. Turn around. Nelson commanded without hesitation. The allure of immortality was enticing. But if they were to perish now, all would be lost. And thus, all the Navy members fled in haste. ABI's and Moonlight. Luffy and the others joyously called out to the two, pulling them aboard the Mary. What has transpired? Why are all the Sea Kings attacking the Navy? Usopp inquired, astonished. Not only he, but everyone aboard was immensely curious. ABI's glanced at Moonlight, then explained in detail. So that is how it is, your abilities proved invaluable. Luffy nodded in understanding. He comprehended now. Could it be that even the Sea Kings feared Moonlight? Sometimes I wonder if Moonlight is the reincarnation of the Sea King's king. Sanji and the others gazed at Moonlight in astonishment, while Usopp's imagination ran wild as he boldly speculated about Moonlight's true origins. Lord Long, we have arrived at Battleship Island. Moonlight addressed Lord Long. At that moment, Lord Long had risen, his memories restored, and his spirit seemed revitalized as he spread his wings and let out a mighty roar. Instantly, the sound of dragon roars echoed across the sea. What is he doing? Luffy asked, bewildered. He claims he has found Dragon Island, right here. And he is calling for his companions. ABI's translated. Companions? Could this truly be Dragon Island? The companions of a Millennium Dragon? Wouldn't that mean there are Millennium Dragons? Chapter 73, Setting Sail for the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others were filled with anticipation. Dragon Island, the fabled realm. Just then, a chorus of dragon roars resonated from the distant horizon, as if many dragons were responding. What is that sound? The others were taken aback. Turning their gazes towards the sky, Usopp raised his binoculars, scanning the distance. Suddenly, he froze, as if paralyzed, staring blankly, unable to utter a word. What is that? Luffy and the others were captivated, their attention drawn to the horizon. Suddenly, numerous black dots appeared, racing towards them at astonishing speed. Then, in an instant, they transformed into countless Millennium Dragons, densely packed, numbering in the thousands. With Lord Long's roar, they responded in kind. The sky resounded with the cacophony of 1,000 dragons, shaking the very seas, causing waves to surge. Is this the Millennium Dragon? So many of them. I cannot believe there are still so many Millennium Dragons in the world. The Navy, engaged in a fierce battle with the Sea Kings, witnessed this magnificent spectacle, rendered speechless. The elixir of immortality, Nelson gasped. Though the Sea Kings had proven formidable against his warship, the sight of so many Millennium Dragons felt akin to glimpsing countless elixirs of life. Eric shared his sentiments as he beheld this scene, disregarding the pursuit of the Sea Kings as he turned to flee. The Sea Kings, too, were astonished, halting to gaze skyward at this sight. Though they were kings of the sea, the Millennium Dragons were the sovereigns of the sky. At this moment, the two great kings converged in one sea. Yet the Millennium Dragons paid them no heed. Instead, they roared in unison, their thunderous cries causing the entire ocean to churn violently. Lord Long, too, was exhilarated, roaring along with them. Luffy and the others stood in awe, speechless at the unfolding scene. Only ABI's, her face alight with excitement, understood from the roars that they were conversing. Indeed, this was Dragon Island. Just then, as if influenced by the roars of the Millennium Dragons, the sea surrounding Battleship Island suddenly stirred, as if an underwater earthquake had occurred. The waves erupted, surging violently, as powerful whirlpools formed around Battleship Island. Soon, from these whirlpools, islands shrouded in mist and rejuvenated emerged, creating a breathtaking spectacle in the 10-mile sea. The air was fresh, and a rainbow arched across the islands, as the Millennium Dragons seemed to return home, settling upon the land. Lord Long soared high, rejuvenated, and laid lazily upon this familiar ground, contentedly closing his eyes. Many years ago, Dragon Island would periodically sink beneath the sea, forcing them to leave their homeland and wander. He and his companions had set out together, but regrettably, he could not continue mid-journey, so his companions departed first, and he remained behind. Unaware that this would last for many years. He is deeply grateful to you all for bringing him back to his homeland, Abiish translated, joyfully regarding Lord Long. Congratulations. Lord Long. Upon hearing these words, Luffy and his companions burst into laughter. It must be the movement of an underwater volcano, or perhaps the changes in ocean currents. The sea is in constant turmoil. It often appears tranquil on the surface, yet beneath, powerful currents surge, and no one knows what transformations are taking place. The Dragon Island must be experiencing such underwater activities, Nami exclaimed in wonder. From a nautical perspective, it seems a conclusion can be drawn. Well, the astute Miss Nami is shining. Sanji instantly fell under her charm. Zoro remained silent, his hand resting on the ship's railing, captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. He was utterly astonished by its beauty. He had never imagined the ocean could be so magnificent. Yet, in comparison, they felt so insignificant. Even a creature as ancient as the 1,000-year dragon must flee when the sea rages. What could mere mortals do? Usopp sighed, unusually refraining from boasting, murmuring instead. Witnessing the 1,000-year dragon returning to its homeland stirred a sense of homesickness within him. Indeed, the ocean is vast, and we are exceedingly small. Yet, isn't this the essence of our existence? The 1,000-year dragon travels great distances to return home, while we risk our lives at sea in pursuit of our dreams. Every living being in this world deserves reverence, and every beautiful sight is worthy of appreciation. However, the most crucial aspect is our individual dreams, for they embody the meaning of existence. Luffy, now that ABIs can communicate with the Sea Kings, our matters here are concluded. With the Sea Kings guarding us, the Navy poses little threat. It is time for us to set sail amid such splendid scenery, Moonlight remarked, glancing at Luffy. This fellow. Upon hearing this, Sanji and the others turned towards Moonlight. As expected of the first mate, he always has something profound to say, leaving them in awe. Luffy waved enthusiastically at ABIs. Who was with the dragon, shouting joyfully, ABIs, we're setting off. Goodbye. Luffy, thank you. Thank you all. ABIs responded, extending her arm with heartfelt gratitude and repeated apologies. Even the dragon and all the 1,000-year dragons looked towards Luffy and his crew, nodding in acknowledgement, seemingly expressing their appreciation. As for the Navy, their attempts to approach the island with Eric were mere efforts akin to an ant shaking a tree. Soon, they were all cast into the sea, adrift with the currents. At that moment, after bidding farewell to ABIs, the Mary set sail towards the Grand Line under Nami's guidance. The crew was filled with excitement as they observed the ever-changing currents, realizing they had left the East Blue behind. Suddenly, the currents before them surged violently. All the waters converged in a specific direction and began to rise rather than descend. What is happening? Why are the currents moving upwards? Could it be that there are currents that ascend? Sanji gazed in astonishment at the waters below. I've heard that the Grand Line is a miraculous sea where anything can happen. Although it seems incredible, perhaps this is how it should be. Zoro declared, slightly exhilarated. What an extraordinary place. Usopp marveled. Meanwhile, Nami unfurled the navigational chart of the Grand Line, pointing to a specific location. Chapter 74, Reverse Mountain. Look, according to the map, we are currently riding the current leading us to the Grand Line, heading towards the Red Line. The Red Line is a circular continent intersecting the Grand Line, dividing the seas into East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. To reach the Grand Line, there are only two methods. One is to traverse the Calm Belt, which directly leads to the Grand Line, but that is impossible, as the Calm Belt is the territory of the Sea Kings. Not even the strongest can cross it. Therefore, our only option is to ride the currents of Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line, and now we are on that current. Everyone, protect the Mary, stay vigilant, and prepare to enter the Grand Line. Nami instructed. The Grand Line? We've awaited this day for so long. Zoro exclaimed. Me too. I set sail to escape that old man for this. Sanji nodded in agreement. I will become the Pirate King, risking everything for this, Luffy proclaimed. Raising his palm and gazing at the Red Line, vowing, I shall become the world's strongest navigator, charting every sea. Nami smiled slightly, placing her hand on Luffy's. I will find all blue, Sanji declared. Naturally, I aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman, defeating Mihawk and Moonlight. Zoro asserted confidently. I want to be a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp quickly added. Finally, it was Moonlight's turn. I shall seek the One Piece and uncover the lost history to unveil the truth of this world, he declared with a smile. Choosing to set sail in this world is precisely for this reason. Surely, this is what everyone yearns to discover, the truth of the world. And now, I am one step closer. All right, let us advance together. All hands joined in a circle, smiles exchanged as they gazed at the surging currents, pledging their vows. Just then, the sea currents below turned ferocious, as if a raging beast stirred in the depths, violently pulling the Mary along. Look, there truly are upward currents in this world. Nami swiftly issued commands, and everyone sprang into action, maneuvering the Mary to maintain stability while riding the currents. Usopp gazed upwards in awe. As their gazes lifted, they beheld a massive passageway rising from below, the roaring currents surging upward with tremendous force. What a spectacle! Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Moonlight too was awestruck, witnessing what it truly meant to be in a miraculous sea, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. This is what is known as the Grand Line. The very entrance is filled with the most astonishing wonders, making one ponder the nature of the vast sea ahead. Alas, the current is too swift. The Going Merry is becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Everyone, hold on tight. At that moment, Nami's complexion changed. The current's speed was overwhelming, rendering the Going Merry akin to a fragile boat amidst a tempest. Barely managing to stay upright and maintaining a fixed course was utterly impossible. Oh no, everyone, over there. There's a cave. At this rate, the Going Merry will collide with it and be utterly wrecked. Usopp exclaimed, suddenly peering through a lens, pointing towards the cave's entrance in the distance with alarm. What? By this time, the Going Merry was nearing, and everyone could see the cave Usopp had mentioned. If this trajectory continued, a collision was inevitable. Damn it, the current is too fierce. We cannot alter our course. Sanji rushed to the helm. Yet the ship was now completely out of control. Is the first hurdle upon us so swiftly? Zoro's expression turned grave. Humph. Luffy snorted in defiance. Anyone who dared impede his journey to the sea was unforgivable. He prepared to act, knowing that while he could not alter the current with his rubber elasticity, changing the ship's direction would not prove too difficult. At that moment, Moonlight had arrived at the bow, taking the spot where Luffy often sat. Moonlight, please. Seeing this, everyone implored. After their journey through the East Blue, they had developed an unwavering trust in Moonlight. Moonlight gave a thumbs up, his arm cloaked in Haki, and then began to swing, unleashing a barrage of sword energy that sliced fiercely at the bow of the ship. However, instead of dispersing, the sword energy coalesced into a massive sphere of power ahead. As the sword energy continued to concentrate, especially after achieving level 2 in Phantom Sword Dance, the speed and frequency of the slashes increased, amplifying their potency. A colossal sphere of sword energy surged forth from Moonlight's hand, with a resounding whoosh. The tumultuous and raging current was cleaved apart, rolling and scattering, while the crescent-shaped sword energy struck violently against the cave's rocky entrance. Boom! In an instant, the formidable sword energy severed a significant portion of the cave's wall, causing the rushing current to surge toward the newly formed gap, momentarily weakening the tide. Without needing Nami's command, Sanji promptly adjusted their course. At last, the Merry was under control, swiftly riding the currents. In a critical moment, it scraped past the rocky cliff of the cave entrance and continued its rapid approach. What a close call! Usopp exhaled in relief. To be honest, Moonlight, you truly are impressive. Even the cliffs of the Red Earth continent succumb to your prowess. Nami also relaxed, albeit with astonishment as she gazed at Moonlight. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was remarkable. Be cautious. We are about to descend, one warned. Yet Moonlight remained focused ahead. Sensing that it might be premature to rejoice, the Merry, propelled by the currents, had reached a pinnacle. And what lay ahead was a downward plunge akin to a roller coaster ride. Suddenly, the group gasped as the ocean currents shifted dramatically, a sensation of weightlessness enveloping them. The Merry, like a roller coaster in an amusement park, plummeted down the waters at an alarming speed. Ah! They cried out, grasping anything they could to brace themselves as they descended with the ship. Look, Luffy! At that moment, Moonlight stood at the bow, intensely concentrated, ignoring the roaring waters. The Merry surged forward, yet he remained steadfast, seemingly unperturbed by the violent sways of the vessel. Abruptly, he pointed towards a colossal opening ahead, exclaiming that, not just Luffy, but everyone else turned their gaze, eyes wide with astonishment. What a gigantic whale! Is there such a creature in existence? Its mouth was enormous. Oh no! Is it going to swallow us? Chapter 75. Laboon. Before them loomed a whale, 10 times larger than a sea king, positioned in the descending currents with its cavernous maw wide open, devouring the rushing waters. The surrounding currents intensified drastically, all due to its presence. Indeed. What an unfathomable sea this is. Is this what the Grand Line has to offer? Just at the entrance, such a colossal whale appears. Ah! Luffy shouted in sheer exhilaration. This must be the largest whale in the world. Truly, this is the Grand Line. Only in such a place could one hope to find the legendary All Blue. Sanji added, excitement evident as he lit a cigarette. Let me take it down, Zoro declared, resting his hand on the hilt of his blade, eager to test the sharpness of his new swords. Hey, we're about to be swallowed. Aren't you even a little worried? Usopp exclaimed, wide-eyed, staring at the three. Bro, is this the time for reflection? We need to figure out a way, or we will be devoured by the whale. Moonlight. Nami turned to him, knowing he was their most reliable hope in such dire straits. With a swift nod, Moonlight leaped into the sea. Dragon's Descent, merging with his sword. He moved rapidly through the tumultuous waves, propelled by the furious current. In an instant, he stood before the whale, leaping atop its head. His arm enveloped in Haki as he gently pressed his palm against the whale's enormous cranium. Ha! A resounding boom echoed, akin to a train's horn but magnified 100-fold. The whale's massive body rolled violently, causing the sea to churn ferociously, transforming into tumultuous waves. A vortex, 100 meters in diameter, erupted around the whale. Within that radius, everything was swallowed by this fierce whirlpool, drawn into the whale's cavernous mouth. At that moment, the Merry felt like an ant trapped in the ocean. struggling futilely against the inevitable as it was inexorably pulled towards the maw. This is bad. We're done for. Moonlight, what have you done? Oh no. Are we really going to be swallowed? Luffy and the others glared at Moonlight in frustration. Their situation had escalated dangerously since he intervened. Moonlight, look at what you've caused. Unless you slay it in one stroke, how could such a massive whale thrash about without making a sound? I bear it no ill will. But since it obstructed my path, it cannot be spared, especially since it is Laboon, Moonlight mused quietly. With his current strength, slaying Laboon in one stroke would not pose a challenge, but he could not bring himself to do so. He would act without hesitation against foes. But against an innocent creature, that was another matter entirely. Soon, Moonlight followed the Mary, both being engulfed by the currents. Meanwhile, within the whale, on a small island, an elderly man clad in sandals, shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt lounged lazily in the sun, reclining in a deck chair while perusing a newspaper. Suddenly, the waters around the island began to thrash violently, shaking the surrounding sky as well. Oh no, not again, he muttered, setting down his newspaper and furrowing his brow at the turbulent waters. The elder was not unfamiliar with the turmoil. In fact, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it, and thus felt little concern, remaining leisurely reclined. However, at that moment, 4 or 5 dark figures suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling towards him. The old man was left dumbfounded as he beheld these peculiar individuals plummeting from above with frantic cries. Boom! His modest dwelling was instantly reduced to rubble. With a thud, the newspaper slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Is this an island? Where are we? Am I still alive? Oh. And there's a strange uncle on the island? Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami found themselves disoriented and barely managed to stand, looking around in utter confusion. Luffy stared incredulously at Kuroka's. Boom. Simultaneously, the merry-go plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the sea and creating tumultuous waves. Merry. The sight of the merry-go filled the 5 with elation. Just as they were about to advance, an old man stepped in front of them, blocking their path with an unfriendly glare. Kuroka's was in a foul mood. Anyone would feel irked when their leisurely basking in the sun was abruptly interrupted, especially after the destruction of his painstakingly constructed abode. Yet, upon catching sight of Luffy's straw hat, his pupils constricted. A long-buried memory surged forth. Meanwhile, in a long corridor, the Moonlight curiously surveyed its surroundings. Is this the interior of Laboon's body? Indeed, it is riddled with wounds. The Moonlight murmured. Generally, the lifespan of a whale ranges from 50 to 60 years, with females living up to 90. Though the Grand Line is an ocean filled with the extraordinary, it cannot escape the bounds of life and death. Laboon has awaited broke for 50 years, even as a female whale. She has surpassed her prime and is beginning to age. Her body is now riddled with injuries. Is Kuroka's tending to Laboon? And what of Luffy and the others? Observing the pipes embedded in the fleshy walls, the Moonlight sighed. Then, recalling Luffy and his companions, a spark lit in its eyes. Observation Haki. Instantly, a wave of Haki began to emanate from him, as visions of life forces filled his mind. Indeed, they are unharmed and have likely encountered Kuroka's. Surely, he would not trouble them given that straw hat. The Moonlight murmured, relieved that Luffy and his companions were safe, preparing to search for them when suddenly, it detected 2 unfamiliar presences. It was Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9. The Moonlight's heart stirred. At that moment, a man and woman arrived on the opposite side of the path. Miss Wednesday, splendid. We have finally entered the body of this whale. Now, if we can locate its heart and slay it, we will have ample food to report back, the man declared, scanning the surroundings with delight. Mr. 9, indeed. Such a large whale. If we kill it and bring it back, our mission will be greatly exceeded. Miss Wednesday nodded. As long as she could accomplish the task, she would draw closer to that man. All right, let us get started. The two exchanged smiles, ready to take action. Hey, what are you planning to do? At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. The pair jolted, turning to behold a black-clad youth with a sword standing before them. Who are you? Miss Wednesday demanded. Whoever he is. Since he has overheard our conversation, he cannot be spared. Mr. 9 retorted coldly, brandishing 2 wooden sticks that soared towards the Moonlight as he lunged into the fray. This is their clandestine mission. Once exposed, the only recourse is to eliminate the witnesses. Although fate has dealt you a cruel hand, one must accept their misfortune. A flicker of hesitation crossed Miss Wednesday's eyes, but she swiftly charged towards the Moonlight. With a deft tug of her pinky, a white thread shot forth from her sleeve, rapidly spinning in her hand to form a dancing saw, cleaving towards the Moonlight. The peacock saw. Is she truly prepared to strike? Observing this, Moonlight offered a faint smile and, unperturbed by Mr. 9, who charged forward wielding a wooden stick, simply advanced in his direction. Die! Mr. 9 shouted, his twin staffs whirling with tremendous force, descending with a brutal blow. Bang! Yet, just as he approached Moonlight, she launched herself into the air, propelling him backward like a cannonball. This is bad. In response, Miss Wednesday hastily retracted the peacock saw, rushing forward in an attempt to intercept the flying Mr. 9. However, upon making contact, she was met with an indescribable surge of power that erupted suddenly. In an instant, she was sent soaring backward alongside Mr. 9. Bang! A door was forcefully shattered, revealing a vast ocean beyond, and both figures plummeted straight down. What? Are you suggesting we are inside a whale? At that moment, Luffy and his companions gazed at Kurokorox with expressions of sheer disbelief. They had been capsized by the currents, utterly disoriented, and upon landing once more, found themselves in this extraordinary place, astonished to discover they were indeed within the belly of a whale. The whale is named Laboon, and the old man is Coloccus, the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King, residing within the belly of Abu, tending to his ailments. 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Laboon has transformed from a small whale into a mighty leviathan. The reason for its prolonged stay here is its unwavering wait for a long-lost companion. A vigil extending over half a century. Its mate has ventured to the far side of the Red Line, and each day, Laboon rams against the continent, striving to breach its barrier, hoping that this will summon its companion back. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped everyone. 50 years. The Grand Line is fraught with peril, and if one hasn't returned in such a long span, it is likely they have perished. Yet, recalling Abu's tale, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Just then, a man and a woman tumbled down from a pipe, screaming as they plunged into the sea. Subsequently, a youth clad in black descended from the sky. In the instant before hitting the water, a thunderous roar erupted, and he, like a phantom, traversed the expanse between them, landing upon the island. Witnessing this, Coloccus's pupils constricted. With his vast experience, he could not overlook the terrifying prowess displayed by the youth in black. "Moonlight, how splendid! Moonlight!" exclaimed Luffy and his companions, bursting into laughter. They had lost sight of Moonlight and were contemplating ways to find him when he descended from the heavens, a delightful surprise indeed. "Everyone is here," Moonlight chuckled, greeting each one in turn, before his gaze fell upon the elder in slippers. He was astonished to discover that even in such a place, there were inhabitants. He had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable figure among their ranks. Perhaps the Pirate King was not as distant as it seemed. Coloccus regarded Moonlight with a profound gaze, then turned to Luffy and his crew, exclaiming, "Hey, Moonlight, are you feeling a bit overwhelmed? You should know that the one praising you is the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King." Observing this, Usopp nudged Moonlight with his arm, saying, "Indeed. It is quite remarkable that Mr. Coloccus is the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King. He has weathered many storms, and his endorsement of you is truly impressive." Nami looked at Moonlight with a face full of envy. These are indeed the individuals from the legendary Pirate King's ship. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, their lips curling in a subtle smirk, remaining silent. They were taken aback by the old man's commendation of the Moonlight, yet, recalling the formidable prowess of Moonlight, such an assessment seemed justifiable. Naturally, the crew of the Pirate King could not be anything but exceptional. Luffy nodded emphatically in agreement. Crocus interjected, "By the way, Moonlight, who are these people?" At this moment, Nami gazed at the man and woman who had fallen into the water. They had already reached the opposite shore of the island, appearing quite disheveled. "I am not entirely sure, but I overheard them discussing plans to kill that whale, which is why I brought them here. After all, we have just arrived at the Grand Line and know nothing. It would be wise to ask a few questions," Moonlight remarked softly. "What? Are they really planning to kill Laboon? Unforgivable! Who on earth are you?" Upon hearing this, the group immediately erupted in anger. Yet, Coloccus remained unresponsive, as if he had anticipated their intentions all along. The two strangers, however, chose silence, clearly unwilling to respond. "There's no need to inquire further. You will not obtain the answers you seek from them, even if they were to speak. Your novice status on the Grand Line would render you incapable of comprehending their words. If you desire knowledge, it is best to seek it out yourself," Coloccus stated nonchalantly, directing his gaze towards Luffy. "You are Luffy, aspiring to become the Pirate King, are you not?" "Indeed. I am to find the One Piece and claim the title of Pirate King," Luffy declared resolutely. "Very well, Pirate King. Then prepare to set sail, but before you do, it would be prudent to acquire a log pose. Without it, you may easily lose your way," Coloccus advised, gesturing to the compass affixed to his arm. "A log pose?" Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others were filled with confusion. "Ah, you truly are inexperienced newcomers. The Grand Line is not as simple as you might envision. It is a unique sea. To navigate the Grand Line, mere sailing skills and experience are insufficient. The magnetic fields, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air flows are all in disarray. Without a log pose, not only will you struggle to sail, but even determining your own location will prove exceedingly difficult. Finding the One Piece? I doubt you will be able to leave this place." Mr. Nine mocked from the sidelines. "What did you say?" Luffy and his companions shouted in unison. "He speaks the truth. The Grand Line is indeed a chaotic expanse. Relying solely on nautical skills and experience is futile. Otherwise, someone would have discovered the One Piece by now. However, if you possess a log pose, the situation changes. A log pose records the magnetic fields between islands on the Grand Line, allowing you to correctly identify your next destination by following its guidance." Chapter 77. Once aboard. "Trust the captain," Coloccus remarked calmly. "What should we do then? Where can we acquire a log pose?" Nami inquired anxiously, being the only navigator aboard. She realized that without sailing skills, a log pose would be her sole means of navigation. Furthermore, her curiosity regarding the log pose was piqued. If you wish to purchase one, you must go to a nearby island. Unfortunately, without a log pose, you cannot even leave this place. However, I happen to possess one that I can give you, Kuroka said, producing his own log pose and offering it to Luffy. I am too old to sail again. And having lived with this fellow for some time, I have developed an attachment. Since you aspire to become the Pirate King, I shall lend you my assistance. Thank you so very much, sir. Nami responded gratefully as she accepted the log pose. Remember, once you reach the next island, ensure the log pose fully records the magnetic field. Otherwise, you will still face the same challenges, Kuroka's cautioned. Indeed, thank you. Luffy and the others nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude to Kuroka. All right, let us set sail. With the log pose in hand, Nami clapped her hands, eager to test it out. Agreed, but first, we must exit Laboon's body, Sanji nodded, surveying the completely enclosed currents around them. That's simple. Moonlight, let us retrace our steps. Luffy exclaimed with a grin, looking towards Moonlight. They had entered due to Moonlight's guidance, so it was only natural for him to lead them out. Hey, Luffy, what are you planning? Usopp suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and called out. Retracing our steps? Are we really going to endure that ordeal again? Luffy, don't be reckless. You could harm Laboon. Moonlight, please do not listen to him. Nami urgently shouted towards Moonlight. Indeed, Luffy, do not act rashly, Sanji added with a sigh. Do not worry. This time it will be different. Everyone aboard. I have figured out how to exit. Moonlight shook his head and closed his eyes. Observation Haki. Buzz. Instantly, a series of images flashed before his mind. Soon, he pinpointed the exit. All right, let us depart. Upon hearing this, the group nodded, placing their trust in him, and boarded the ship. Before leaving, Zoro made sure to take Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine with them. These two individuals are perilous entities. Remaining here would only invite trouble. In the face of the formidable Zoro, they displayed not a shred of temper. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the moment they were brought aboard the ship, a glint of cunning triumph flickered in their eyes. At this moment, under the illumination of the moonlight, the observation Haki unfurled, enveloping Ab's form in an ethereal glow, rendering him nearly transparent. The moonlight swiftly sought an escape, which lay within the whale's nostrils. Each time the whale descended, it would surface for air every 20 minutes, releasing a torrent of water as it exhaled. This is the exit illuminated by moonlight. Suddenly, the water surged violently, prompting the moonlight to alert everyone. All right, shouted Luffy and the others in unison. In an instant, the merry-go began to glide effortlessly with the powerful current. Gradually, a vast expanse of light emerged before them. Look, it's the sky. Usopp exclaimed first, having spotted it through his binoculars. Wonderful, we're about to emerge. Sanji and Nami exclaimed with excitement. After spending such a lengthy time within Laboon, they were finally able to behold the outside world. This is the Grand Line. Forward. Luffy perched at the bow, brimming with excitement. Suddenly, a surge of water propelled the Merry away with great force. The sky was a brilliant blue, and below lay an endless expanse of ocean currents, accompanied by Ab's thunderous roar echoing once more. We have emerged. A wave of exhilaration washed over everyone, akin to the joy of seeing the light of day again. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud reverberated through the air. It was Laboon colliding once more with the Red Line. Laboon. Upon witnessing this, the jubilant spirits of the crew vanished in an instant. The creature's body was riddled with wounds, particularly its head, and if this continued, its demise seemed imminent. Recalling Crocus's words, as well as the sights witnessed on Ab's body, silence enveloped the group. No matter how formidable the whale's body may be, it paled in comparison to the Red Line. To butt heads with the Red Line was akin to a slow form of suicide. The inevitable death loomed. Suddenly, Luffy's arm elongated as he grasped Ab's body, leaping in front of Laboon. Immediately, he unleashed a gum-gum pistol. Bam! His fist struck Laboon's face with tremendous force. Ah! Laboon cried out in pain, glaring angrily at Luffy. In retaliation, the massive body swung violently, sending Luffy crashing against the rocky wall. Gum-gum bell. Yet, Luffy swiftly sprang back up, his arm stretching into a pendulum shape, delivering a fierce blow to Laboon. Laboon held in agony once more. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami shouted in anger upon witnessing the scene. Luffy, are you trying to kill Laboon? Usopp chimed in. Hey, this is going a bit too far. Isn't it? Sanji remarked, lighting a cigarette. This whale swallowed you all. Anyone would be furious, especially a pirate, Mr. Nine sneered. It would be best to eliminate this whale. It would save them a great deal of trouble. Miss Wednesday remained silent, yet a sense of unease crept over her. Though they were newly acquainted, these individuals lacked the typical ferocity found in ordinary pirates. Moreover, despite Luffy's ferocious demeanor, his attack seemed devoid of any lethal intent. This is certainly not the demeanor of someone intent on killing Lab. Zoro remained silent, lost in contemplation, as he began to grasp Luffy's intentions. Apart from Moonlight, he was, after all, the first to be invited aboard by Luffy, and throughout their journey, he had come to understand Luffy more profoundly than anyone else. Moonlight took a seat, exhibiting no inclination to strike. Throughout their adventures, whom has Luffy ever slain? The ruthless Kuro, the cruel clique who employed toxic gas against them, or the fearsome Arlong, who cast an enduring shadow over Nami? Has he taken any lives? No. To this day, Luffy has not claimed a single life. He merely forges ahead in his own unique manner. At this moment, Luffy and Laboon engaged in yet another fierce battle, and soon both sustained injuries. Moonlight, Zoro. You must stop Luffy quickly. At this rate, Laboon will truly be killed. Nami exclaimed anxiously, glancing at the two. However, Zoro, much like Moonlight, simply sat down. Hey, you guys. Usopp exclaimed, overwhelmed with worry. Sanji extinguished the cigarette but in his hand, his gaze heavy upon Luffy. Since the two had chosen to avoid the situation, he would take it upon himself to intervene. Enough, Sanji. Everyone, since we have boarded this ship, we have acknowledged Luffy as our captain, and we must trust him. Moonlight spoke calmly. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the group. Indeed, having joined the crew mid accepting Luffy's invitation, he was their captain. So why not place their faith in him? Why had they willingly left their homes to sail alongside him? As they reminisced about their moments with Luffy, smiles suddenly graced their faces. It was Luffy who invited me aboard, to become a great warrior of the sea. Therefore, I believe in my choice and in the captain I have chosen. Usopp declared, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Although he saved me from Arlong and granted me freedom, that was not the reason I boarded. The true reason was my belief that sailing with him would help me realize my own dreams. Nami added, smiling as she recalled the past. Shoo. Sanji exhaled a long puff of smoke. When the old man wanted to take me away, he refused, saying he didn't want to. Eventually, it was my own desire that led me to board, for the sake of all blue. Of course, now it's also for Miss Nami, but most importantly, it is to see Luffy become the Pirate King. That is why I left the old man behind. Sanji chuckled. The three sat quietly, observing Luffy's fierce clash with Abu, their faith in him unwavering. The five of them sat side by side, gazing at the battered Luffy, their lips curling into smiles. At that moment, the sun rose, casting golden rays across the sea, shimmering and sparkling as the light fell upon the five, creating a scene of perfect harmony. Mr. Nine trembled, nearly dropping the twin batons in his hands. He had never encountered such individuals before. Especially this kind of trust was something he, as an assassin, had never experienced. Were they truly pirates? Could such pirates exist in this world? Miss Wednesday stared blankly at the group. Having mingled in the world of work for so long, she was accustomed to the deceit, intrigue, and brutality among pirates. Yet this was the first time she had encountered such a band of pirates. Bang! At this moment, Luffy and Laboon collided once more. However, this time, after being propelled into the air, Luffy landed atop a rocky cliff and shouted down at Laboon, Hey, listen closely. My name is Luffy, and I aspire to become the king of the pirates. I am aware of your circumstances, and now I must take my leave from here. You have witnessed my strength. I will return with those you await. But before that, you must remain here obediently. Do you understand? Instantly, Laboon was taken aback, staring blankly at the man who had just engaged him in fierce combat. Luffy, so that's who you are. I see, he exclaimed with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Nami and the others erupted in laughter. Indeed, Luffy remained true to himself, not disappointing anyone. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine gazed at Luffy with wide eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief, utterly astonished by the turn of events. Brother, after battling for so long, is your intent merely to showcase your formidable strength? They remarked with a smile. At that moment, Kurakaku emerged from an unknown place, gazing at Luffy with a smile. Well, have you taken it in? If so, remember me, in this mark well. This is our pirate flag. Listen closely. I shall return swiftly. When you see such a flag again, I will bring back the ones you await. Observing Labu's calm demeanor, Luffy took up a brush and painted the straw hat pirate's emblem upon Labu's fractured head. Ah! Labu exclaimed once more, yet this time he refrained from crashing into the red earth, fearing to damage the mark. Clearly, he had come to trust Luffy. All right, Moonlight, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Usopp, let us set sail. Luffy called to the five. Aye, Captain. They replied, nodding in agreement as they boarded the Mary and set off into the horizon. Meanwhile, Miss Wednesday and her companion hurriedly followed aboard. Trust them, Labu. I have a feeling they will surely succeed. Watching them depart, Kurakaku smiled at Labu. Labu nodded, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility, gazing after Luffy and his crew until they vanished from sight. Is this the Grand Line? It is truly beautiful. At this moment, Luffy and his companions had departed from Gemini Island, advancing towards the next island indicated by the log pointer. Gazing at the boundless, unprecedented azure sea, Nami exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, the waters of the Grand Line are unlike any other. Usopp nodded enthusiastically, scanning the surroundings. Sanji was busy preparing a meal, Zoro was napping, and Luffy sat at the bow of the ship, while the moonlight danced upon the waves. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine languidly observed the sea from the cabin. The group was unrestrained, yet the vastness of the ocean rendered them unable to depart. Strange, what is that cloud? Nami, filled with curiosity, suddenly noticed a cloud drifting towards them from the horizon. Initially dismissive, her expression soon transformed into one of astonishment. No way, how is this possible? She was utterly taken aback, and just then, the cloud approached. Flakes of snow began to descend from the sky, and in an instant, A heavy snowfall transformed the 10 miles of ocean into a realm of ice and snow. Is it snowing? Usopp remarked, examining the snowflakes resting on his hand, perplexed. This can't be right. What month is it? How could it possibly snow? At that moment, Sanji emerged with a plate in hand, gazing at the snowflakes gracefully descending from the heavens, filled with intrigue. Wow, it's snowing! It's snowing! Exclaimed Luffy, brimming with excitement. He paid no heed to the month, simply reveling in the novelty of it all. Indeed, it was snowing. Was this the capricious weather of the Grand Line? Moonlight paused for a brief moment, then resumed wielding his sword, determined to enhance his strength. Truly, this ocean was beyond comprehension. Nami sighed. Yet, upon glancing upwards, she noticed another cloud drifting by. Before long, it unexpectedly began to rain, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. What on earth? Everyone was taken aback. Rain, thunder, lightning, and snow all appeared simultaneously? The weather is rather chaotic, isn't it? Huh. What is there to make a fuss about? The Grand Line is simply like that. Observing the astonished expressions of several individuals, Mr. Nine mocked them. Indeed, on this route, nothing that transpires is particularly surprising. There is no need for concern. As long as we have this, we will have a clear direction and will reach the next island with precision, guided by the currents. Miss Wednesday remarked, pointing to her log pose with a smile. Right, with the log pose, there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately sighed in relief. Chapter 79. I would rather fall into the sea than let the moonlight. Is this the object? At that moment, Luffy, having stretched his arm unbeknownst to anyone, snatched the log pose from behind Nami, revealing a peculiar expression as he gazed at it. Luffy, be careful. This item is crucial. Nami hurriedly cautioned him. However, before she could finish, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, Ah! Luffy, startled, quickly turned around, resulting in a sudden crack. The log pose in his hand was unexpectedly crushed. Luffy. Nami was furious. This clumsy fool. Is he always so careless? This is indeed a record pointer. Without it, how can they navigate? What? Luffy, shall we change our captain? The others widened their eyes in astonishment. This is indeed a record pointer. At this moment, it seems that only Luffy remains oblivious to the significance of this object. Usopp. What is the matter? Luffy quickly turned to Usopp. The fog has rolled in, Usopp exclaimed, peering through the telescope, and observed a massive cloud of mist advancing upon them across the sea. Fog has rolled in. The crew gasped in surprise, yet the thick fog had already engulfed them. Their vision was obscured. Within 10 meters ahead, all was a white haze, rendering everything invisible. How infuriating. What kind of dreadful weather is this? First snow, then rain, thunder, lightning, and now fog. Is this what the Grand Line is like? Nami strained to see ahead, but all that met her eyes was a blank expanse of white. In frustration, she exclaimed. As a top-tier navigator, arriving at the Grand Line made her feel as if she were a novice. The Grand Line has completely overturned her understanding of the seas. Watch out. There is an iceberg ahead. Sanji, quickly steer left by 90 degrees. Hurry. At that moment, Usopp shouted again. He surveyed the surroundings with his telescope, being the one who could see the farthest at this juncture. Sanji was at the helm. And soon he spotted a massive iceberg looming just 10 meters ahead, directly in their path. An iceberg. Oh no, I see it too. A gigantic iceberg. Sanji, hurry, hurry, hurry. Just as Usopp's words fell, a colossal iceberg emerged into everyone's view. The speed of the current was too swift, leaving little room for reaction. Compounded by the dense fog that obscured their sight. By the time they realized the danger, it was already too late. Sanji dared not hesitate, as Usopp shouted. He had already begun to maneuver the ship, but it was still too late. The Mary was barreling straight toward the iceberg. At their current speed, a collision would yield catastrophic consequences. This is bad. We're doomed. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday screamed in panic. They were certain they were finished. Buzz. Just as the Mary was about to collide, a crescent-shaped sword aura surged forth from the lookout-s direction. It struck the iceberg with a resounding crash. Boom. The iceberg shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The Mary sailed through unscathed. Moonlight. Upon witnessing this sword aura, the crew was filled with joy. They recognized it all too well. It was the sword technique of Moonlight, practiced at the lookout. In this fleeting moment, only Moonlight could react so swiftly. Nami could hardly contain her delight. We are saved. This is wonderful. We are saved. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. This guy? Did the fog have no effect on him whatsoever? Sanji gazed at Moonlight, exhaling a puff of smoke. He couldn't fathom how Moonlight managed to unleash the sword aura precisely to strike the iceberg under such conditions. Was the fog truly incapable of obscuring his vision? The iceberg was cleaved asunder? Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday gaped in disbelief at the shattered remnants of the iceberg. That man. Did he truly slice it apart with a single strike? Behold, an iceberg. Allow me to forge the path ahead, Sanji. Steer 30 degrees to the left. The moonlight cascades from the lookout, illuminating the bow of the ship. Enveloped by the formidable aura of observation Haki, despite the pervasive fog. The surroundings vividly materialize in my mind. Sanji's intuition proves correct. The fog does not hinder him. Excellent. Sanji nods in agreement and follows suit. Thus, after a brief interval, the Going Merry emerges safely from the mist. Relief washes over the crew. This grand line is indeed daunting. First snow, then rain, thunder, followed by an encroaching fog that nearly led us to collide with an iceberg. What lies ahead, I wonder? A tempest, perhaps? Usopp murmurs, recalling previous harrowing experiences. His heart racing with trepidation. This is merely the beginning. The great route is already terrifying. What further challenges will await them as they continue their voyage? Suddenly, as if in response to his words, a fierce gale swept through the air, coinciding perfectly with Usopp's utterance. In an instant, the winds howled, the sea roiled, and the Mary was tossed about chaotically, swaying precariously. The crew staggered, losing their balance. Usopp and Nami were even lifted off their feet, plummeting towards the ocean. Usopp! Miss Nami! Sanji exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Luffy, Zoro, secure the ship. Meanwhile, Moonlight leaped into the sea, executing the dragon's descent with a perfect blend of man and sword, transforming into a swift phantom that raced towards the two. He soon caught them with ease. Good. Sanji sighed in relief, and the trio hurriedly stabilized the Mary, while Zoro lowered the sails to prevent the overpowering winds from sweeping them away. Moonlight, thank you so much. We are saved. Usopp and Nami grasped tightly to Moonlight's presence, exhaling in relief, as they had believed their end was near. Hold on tight. The storm is fierce. We must push through. Moonlight nodded, yet he did not board the ship. Instead, confronting the tempest head-on, he executed the dragon's descent with fervor, propelling forward with reckless determination. Accompanied by Nami and Usopp, transforming into a swift wraith as they charged into the storm. Hey, Moonlight, are you truly going to surge through the storm like this? Put me down. I would rather fall into the sea. Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face as he realized Moonlight's unconventional method of rescue. Brother, are you genuinely here to save us? Moonlight, please. Nami screamed in protest. Charging into the storm like this, how can a person withstand such ferocity? This is a calamity. To think someone could run upon the sea, are they even human? Miss Wednesday was once again astounded. The moonlight slicing through the iceberg had already left her in awe, but now she was utterly speechless. It was her first time witnessing someone actually sprinting across the water. Without flinching or evading, they charged straight into the tempest. Surely, they would be blown to the edge of the ocean. Mr. Nine, observing the increasingly ferocious storm around him, could not help but sneer. Moonlight paid no heed. His sword aura cutting through the air as he relentlessly executed the dragon's descent, advancing toward the storm. No matter how fierce the winds howled or the waves surged, he remained steadfast. In an instant, the tempest vanished, the skies cleared, and the sea returned to tranquility. Seeing this, Moonlight leapt aboard the Mary, gently setting Nami and Usopp down. It was finally over. The next time we fall into the sea, let us make sure Moonlight isn't there to rescue us. The two trembled, tears streaming down their faces. What had they just experienced? Moonlight, if you wish to be mad, do so alone. Why drag us into your madness? Had he finally reached level 3? Chapter 80. The captain is full, and the whole ship is not hungry upon hearing the voice of the system echoing in his mind. The Dragon-S descent had finally reached level 3 after relentless practice. The level 3 Dragon-S descent possessed a certain ability to hover in the air. This meant he could maneuver at low altitudes, akin to the moonwalk. However, while the moonwalk allowed for rapid suspension in the air, boasting remarkable agility, the Dragon-S descent executed swift slashes, creating a hovering effect in the atmosphere. Moreover, with level 3, the friction with the air intensified, the piercing sounds of the void fading into an even more ferocious sword or a storm. Should he envelop it with his Haki, the power would be even greater. TCH. They saved you, and you still show no gratitude. Perhaps you should fall again, Sanji remarked, rolling his eyes at Usopp before promptly bringing a cup of hot drink to Nami with an enthusiastic demeanor. Miss Nami, have a cup of hot beverage. Be careful not to catch a chill. What a guy. Seeing this, Zoro could not help but scoff. Thank you, Nami said as she accepted the drink, her gaze scanning the sky and then settling upon the surrounding currents, her expression growing grave. Oh no, after the recent upheaval, we have likely strayed from our original course. These currents are too peculiar. I can no longer ascertain our direction. What? Usopp exclaimed in shock. Does this mean we might end up like Uncle Clocks, endlessly circling in place, never finding our way? Sanji and Zoro remained silent, their eyes fixed on Nami. Such a declaration heralds a significant dilemma. Nami nodded, her silence speaking volumes that resonated with all present. A weight settled in her heart. Were they destined to drift endlessly in the Grand Line, forever unable to reach land? Nami, you are a navigator. At that moment, Luffy earnestly questioned Nami, attributing their plight to her having damaged the log pose. Upon hearing this, Nami erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling across the deck, her anger palpable. Indeed, it is all your fault. Otherwise, how could our log pose have malfunctioned? I believe it might be prudent for us to consider a change of captain. Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro chimed in unison, echoing the sentiment. What on earth occupies his mind? Why do they behave this way, if not because of you? Such a terrifying navigator, such a pitiable captain. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine were utterly taken aback. These individuals are exceedingly ruthless towards the captain. Hey, bring forth your recording pointer. At that moment, the moonlight suddenly illuminated Miss Wednesday, directing attention to the recording pointer adorning her arm. You. Both were taken aback, and Miss Wednesday hastily covered the recording pointer on her arm. This is indeed the sole beacon navigating through the vast ocean. Once lost, they would be adrift in the boundless sea, uncertain of their destination. However, when they beheld the moonlight's gaze, cold and indifferent as ice, their hearts trembled involuntarily. What a terrifying look it was. Merely locking eyes sent shivers through their very souls. Miss Wednesday dared not resist and obediently surrendered her record pointer. The moonlight truly possesses a certain power. As she cautiously accepted the record pointer handed to her, Nami cradled it protectively against her arm, particularly wary as she glanced at Luffy, her expression full of caution. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about the two of them? Usopp smacked his forehead, lamenting his failure to think of such a simple solution. Sanji and Zoro regarded the now upright Luffy with vigilant eyes, determined not to allow this fellow to approach the record pointer even a step closer. All right, I understand. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, turning to Sanji at the bow of the ship. Sanji, I'm hungry. Moonlight, Zoro, Usopp. Everyone fell silent, perplexed by what was going on in this guy's mind. Just wait, Sanji gestured as he made his way to the kitchen. As a competent chef, it was his duty to provide. Soon enough, Sanji completed his task, presenting a table laden with a feast that was a feast for the senses. Everyone's mouths watered. Even Miss Wednesday and her companion could not help but feel tempted. I'm digging in, Luffy declared as he leapt forward, politely announcing his intent before diving into the meal. The others nodded, finally seeing a trace of a captain in him. However, as they lowered their heads to eat, their expressions shifted to shock. The table was now bare, devoid of any food. Where did the food go? Confusion swept through the group. Miss Wednesday, astonished, pointed at Luffy. They beheld his belly, round and swollen like a balloon, as he lay sprawled on the ground, burping contentedly. In the mere moment they had looked up, he had devoured all of their food. Hey, Luffy, what on earth is your stomach made of? Luffy, you glutton. Did you think you could feast alone while the entire ship goes hungry? Damned captain, at least leave me a piece of meat. Once they regained their composure, everyone glared at him in indignation. You may be full, but what about us? Is this to ensure the captain is well fed while the crew starves? Usopp suggested. I propose we change captains. Those in favor, raise your hands. Instantly, every hand shot up, including Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9. For Luffy had devoured their share of food as well. Well, it's unanimous. I, Usopp, shall assume the role of captain. Usopp declared boldly. Get lost. Crawl away. Splinter. The crew responded with disdain, mockery, and derisive laughter. Usopp froze in disbelief. Am I so unappealing? Not a single supporter? Just then, two splashes echoed through the air. Startling everyone, Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 had leapt into the sea in protest against Luffy's captaincy. Goodbye, you all, they exclaimed, grinning at the bewildered crew emerging from the cabin. Don't they worry about getting lost without a log pose? Usopp inquired. Not at all. They came prepared. It's not that simple, Sanji remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. Indeed, they are assassins. What assassin would get lost? Zoro nodded in agreement. I believe our focus should be on resolving our food shortage. Luffy has consumed everything. Nami pointed at Luffy, questioning. Why concern ourselves with that now? The priority is our sustenance. Sanji sighed, acknowledging the grim reality that their provisions were depleted, and they could only restock at the next island. The crew sighed in frustration. Look, an island. Moonlight suddenly pointed ahead. Chapter 81. Indeed, you have spirits. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze forward. Gigantic peaks loomed ahead as the Mary sailed along the current. Yet, a thin mist began to envelop them, obscuring their view. What could be confirmed, however, was that it was indeed an island. Splendid. An island means we can replenish our supplies. The crew erupted in excitement. The prospect of food was exhilarating, at last. They would not have to endure hunger. I want meat. I want meat. Luffy cheered. His belly, which had seemingly shrunk, now appeared round once more as he gazed at the approaching island. Luffy, what kind of stomach do you have? You just ate, and now you're hungry again? The crew stared in disbelief, astonished by his extraordinary appetite. Could it be a result of the gum-gum fruit? Moonlight pondered. Just then, as the mist cleared, a small island materialized before them, and their eyes glimmered with hope. Yet, at that moment, numerous villagers suddenly sprang forth from the island. All eyes fixed on Luffy and the crew. This is bad. It's an ambush. Where did they all come from? Are they here to kill us? The realization struck. Indeed. Pirates were universally reviled. We should flee post-haste. The sudden scene startled everyone. Nami instinctively thought that the villagers had discovered them and would drive them away. A sentiment echoed by Usopp. Only Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, and Moonlight remained unfazed, showing no concern. Welcome, welcome, esteemed pirates from afar. You have finally arrived. Ha ha ha, great pirates. Come forth. Here you shall find fine wines and exquisite dishes, enough to satisfy your appetites. Long live the pirates, long live the pirates. To everyone's astonishment, the villagers suddenly erupted in cheers, waving their hands and welcoming Moonlight and his companions to the island. Nami was dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Am I dreaming? Or have they made a mistake? Usopp pinched himself, realizing it was no dream, but rather a misunderstanding. Yet, how could they not see the Grand Pirate flag? Did they not know what pirates were? Sanji exhaled smoke, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zoro remained silent. They are welcoming us, Luffy exclaimed, his spirit soaring. Have we arrived? Moonlight smiled faintly, pondering the rarity of such hospitality towards pirates, if it existed. They could not be considered human. Strange occurrences often herald deeper mysteries, an immutable truth, especially in the Grand Line. However, such matters were of little concern to him at the moment, as his stomach growled in hunger. Luffy had even devoured his share. Esteemed pirates from afar, welcome. I am Enies, the mayor of this island. A middle-aged man with a long face and peculiar curly hair introduced himself with enthusiasm after they set foot on the island. Hello, Mayor. I'm Luffy, and these are my companions, Luffy replied, shaking his hand. The vast sea is treacherous, and you must be famished. Please, come and experience our hospitality. Enies beamed, inviting them onto the island. The villagers, brimming with warmth, made it impossible to refuse. Upon hearing the mention of hunger, Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. Although Nami and the others felt a twinge of unease, their empty stomachs overruled their hesitation. They would first fill their bellies. Led by the mayor, they entered a lavish room filled with fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. Guests, this is all for you. Enjoy. Enies smiled warmly, without waiting for further encouragement. Luffy lunged at the food. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of wine, while Sanji was quickly drawn into the company of several lovely women. And Usopp soon followed suit, lost in merriment. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Nami finally relaxed, realizing that perhaps there was nothing amiss. Moonlight also began to eat. Although he lacked Luffy's voracious appetite, he was equally famished. The surroundings were filled with beautiful women and fine wine. The gathering was filled with laughter and revelry. And as the night wore on, the merriment continued, with everyone indulging until they were satiated and blissfully intoxicated, ultimately falling into slumber. Are they asleep? Enies inquired of his companion, Joy, who, despite being a woman, possessed a physique so muscular that men before her appeared diminished. Indeed, they are asleep, Joy affirmed. These fellows can really eat. They've almost devoured all our food. What kind of monsters are they? And why are we not capturing them outright? Wouldn't it be easier to simply take them down? Meanwhile, the villagers approached Enies with puzzled expressions. Under the moonlight, their earlier warmth had transformed into fierce, menacing faces. The welcoming demeanor had vanished, replaced by a palpable threat. This was inevitable. After all, these individuals were pirates with a bounty of 30 million berries. Confronting such pirates head-on would only result in a costly victory, if any at all. It was far better to outsmart them, sacrificing some food to secure an easy win. In response to the villagers' questions, Enies produced a wanted poster, pointing to Luffy's likeness. This is a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Quite formidable indeed. Who would have thought their bounty would be so high? They don't appear particularly impressive. In these waters, one must never judge by appearances. We ourselves were underestimated. Who would suspect us to be bounty hunters? Indeed, we allied with Mr. 8 and Miss Monday in a bid to return to Baroque Works and earn the director's favor. The villagers were initially astonished, struggling to comprehend the enormity of Luffy's bounty. This was a significant price. Now that they are asleep, let us take their heads. Those berries will be ours. Enies commanded, eliciting excitement among the villagers at the prospect of claiming the bounty. Just as they were poised to act, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from the rooftop. Chapter 82. Zoro's explosive swordsmanship under the silvery moonlight. Zoro sat atop the roof, leaning against his sword, observing the scene with indifference. It's that swordsman. He isn't unconscious? How is that possible? I distinctly intoxicated him. The revelation sent a shockwave through the crowd, their attention fixating on Zoro, whose presence radiated an ominous energy. Roronoa, you are awake, Enies exclaimed, his expression shifting as he scanned the others before turning back to Zoro with a forced smile, ready to explain. However, Zoro's dismissive scoff and 6 words extinguished Enies' facade. Baroque Works. How do you know that name? Enies trembled, staring at Zoro with cold, piercing eyes. This is their secret, now that it has been revealed. There is nothing more to say. I sincerely apologize, as I once received an invitation from the Baroque Work Society, thus I am familiar with this organization, but regrettably, I declined. Zoro spoke casually, revealing the reason behind his decision. It turns out he is well informed. Under such circumstances, there is no other option. Enies nodded, his tone turning icy as he raised his hand. Eliminate him. Yes. Instantly, everyone charged towards Zoro. These individuals are all formidable bounty hunters, wielding knives, swords, and clubs. They surged towards Zoro with fierce intent. However, Zoro is no longer the same as before, having practiced his swordsmanship under the moonlight aboard the ship each night. He has witnessed the terrifying techniques illuminated by the lunar glow. His vision and spirit have ascended to a new echelon. In his eyes, the movements of these individuals were no different from those of a snail. With a gentle leap, he descended from the rooftop, walking directly toward the throng that charged at him. Strangely, Not a single one of them managed to strike him, and by the time he reached Icolum, they had all lost their focus. Impossible. How could such a thing occur? Unable to land a blow? Their faces turned pale in disbelief. Perish. At that moment, Miss Monday, standing nearby, suddenly made her move. She grasped Zoro with a swift motion, her fingertips shimmering with a silvery light. Those were the claws of a finger tiger, which she pressed down with great force. Boom. Zoro was forcefully pinned to the ground. Instantly, the earth within a 10-meter radius of Zoro cracked open. Truly, as a mid-level operative, Miss Monday's strength was terrifying. He couldn't possibly be dead, could he? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Is such power truly something a woman can possess? Huh, is this all the strength you can muster? Yet, Zoro merely chuckled softly, reclining on the ground. His demeanor as tranquil as a cloud, devoid of any semblance of pain, instead wearing an expression of mockery. How is this possible? He is not dead. He dares to laugh. Upon hearing this, the crowd around him widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Zoro with incredulity. Brother, are you even human? To endure such force and still manage to smile? A monster, seeking death. Miss Monday suddenly erupted in a furious roar. How could she disdain her power as insufficient? Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone stronger than herself. With a sudden leap, she seized a massive tree beside her, uprooting it with sheer force, and hurled it fiercely towards Zoro. The massive tree weighed at least 500 pounds, and now, lifted and swung, its weight seemed to exceed 1,000. Should a person be struck by it, they would surely perish on the spot. Gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd. Yet their shock deepened as Zoro effortlessly lifted this colossal burden with one hand, then casually flung it. Miss Monday was sent soaring alongside the tree. A resounding crash reverberated as a deep pit appeared, leaving Miss Monday's fate uncertain. Miss Monday. He has slain Miss Monday. Everyone, attack. His two fists cannot withstand our combined might. Seeing this, the crowd clenched their jaws. Despite their astonishment, they were seasoned bounty hunters, accustomed to dealing with pirates, and thus not easily intimidated. If one man was insufficient, then surely they could overwhelm him together. Enough chatter, let us finish this quickly. I wish to return to my slumber. Zoro glanced skyward at the luminous moon, stifling a yawn that suggested fatigue, murmuring to himself. As for the advancing crowd, they seemed non-existent to him. Die. At these words, rage ignited within the crowd, and they charged forward, blades and clubs raised high. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glint of brilliance flickered in Zoro's eyes. Under the moonlight, a flash of his sword illuminated the air as he suddenly appeared behind them. With a deliberate sheathing of his blade, those who had sought to attack him froze in their tracks, only to be engulfed. This is Luffy's nemesis. Put down your weapon, Miss Wednesday commanded coldly, her gaze fixed upon Zoro. Yet, no sooner had the words escaped her lips than a similarly frigid voice echoed in response. A razor-sharp long sword, emanating an aura of icy menace, was suddenly poised against her neck. The overwhelming chill sent a shiver down her spine, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Emerging from the shadows was Moonlight, his gaze fixed intently on her. You dare to lay hands on our captain? You are not worthy. His eyes were icy, radiating an undeniable dominance. You. Miss Wednesday's body stiffened instantly, not from fear of the blade at her throat, but from the palpable killing intent emanating from Moonlight. TCH. Zoro scoffed, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. He had thought he alone had seen through the facade. It seems this man is not easily deceived after all. Do not harm her. At that moment, Icolum abruptly sprang to his feet, disregarding his own wounds, and charged straight at Moonlight. Do not move, or I will kill you, Zoro barked, positioning his sword menacingly. If you wish to kill me, then go ahead. I would gladly trade my life for hers. Icolum showed no fear, charging headlong toward Zoro's blade. Seeing this, Zoro withdrew his sword, astonished. He had never encountered someone so reckless. Icolum, do not concern yourself with me. Flee this place at once. Miss Wednesday shouted frantically. They are far too powerful. We are no match for them. Run. No, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow them to harm you. Icolum declared resolutely, charging toward Moonlight, embracing death. Such a moving display of emotion, yet I find it uninteresting. Moonlight sneered coldly, his pupils narrowing, preparing to strike. Just then, from the night sky, two chilling voices, a man and a woman, suddenly rang out. Huh, so you are all here. It seems we need not intervene after all. A man clad in a brown long coat with curly hair and a woman in a beige short skirt carrying a yellow parasol materialized before them. They approached under the moonlight, their gazes fixated on Icolum and Miss Wednesday, sharing a cold smile. This is bad. It's Mr. Five and Miss Valentine Este? Upon seeing the duo, Icolum's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. It is you too. You have finally arrived. I trust you received our letter. Although we did not complete our task, we successfully lured them to this cactus island, which must count as an achievement, right? Mr. Nine then stood up, addressing the two with a smile. These two individuals are agents of the Baroque Works, albeit of a higher echelon. After escaping from the Mary, he returned here with Miss Wednesday. Seizing the opportunity during their revelry, he pinned a letter to their superior to report the developments. now that the two have arrived. It signifies that they have received the message. Indeed, the task has been accomplished, yet the boss has assigned a new mission. Miss Valentine smiled coyly at Miss Wednesday. Yet her words sent chills down Mr. Nine's spine, causing him to pale in shock. We have come to eliminate you, especially you, Miss Wednesday. What? Mr. Nine gasped, seemingly incredulous. You. Ikelam's body trembled. Indeed, the truth was unveiled. The adversary was, after all, that man, not easily deceived by their meager tricks. By what right do you intend to kill us? We have already fulfilled our mission, Miss Wednesday retorted vehemently. Nefertari Vivi, princess of the Alabasta kingdom. Do you truly believe you have concealed your identity so adeptly? From the very first day you infiltrated our Baroque works. We were aware of your status as an undercover agent. We merely wished to observe your intentions, which is why we refrained from dealing with you. However, now that Alabasta is on the verge of becoming our dominion, there is no longer any reason to spare you. Mr. Five remarked coolly, picking at his nose. You. Vivi's body quaked violently, akin to a child caught in a lie, rendered helpless. What nonsense are you spouting? She is Miss Wednesday. Ikelam bellowed. Captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, at this juncture, your futile denials bear no weight. Your nation is about to fall into our grasp. And we have come today to eliminate you. You have ceased to hold any value for existence. Miss Valentine cackled, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Ikelam seized Vivi and turned to flee. Having been exposed, there was no longer any need for subterfuge, as their opponents were elite agents. Could they escape? Their flight only served to corroborate Mr. Five's assertions, leaving Mr. Nine in a state of shock. While Zoro displayed an expression of disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. Observing this, Mr. Five smirked faintly, picked his nose, and flicked his finger, launching a projectile towards Ikelam and Vivi. Though the duo moved with remarkable speed, they could not surpass the trajectory of this projectile. It landed before them with a resounding boom. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and the surrounding walls collapsed with a thunderous roar. Ikelam and Vivi were hurled backward by the explosion. Ikelam was gravely injured, and Vivi was covered in blood, both rendered incapable of further combat. Miss Wednesday. Enraged, Mr. Nine witnessed the scene unfold. Having worked alongside Miss Wednesday, they had forged a profound camaraderie. Although bewildered by her true identity as a princess, witnessing his comrade fall before him ignited a fierce fury within him. He charged forward, wielding his twin batons against Mr. Five. Mr. Five smiled faintly, again picking his nose. Boom. Mr. Nine was sent flying. I had already planned to eliminate you, and you foolishly presented yourself for the final blow. Miss Valentine, holding her umbrella aloft, ascended into the air. Her face radiated joy, yet her words were laced with malevolence. 10 kilograms. 100 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. Boom. Chapter 84. Sand. Miss Valentine stood tall, her expression one of delight, while beneath her was an immense, gaping pit. Such was the force of the falling weight. Mr. Nine had vanished from sight. Mr. Nine. Vivi's face was etched with despair. It was for her sake that he had fallen. Yet she was gravely injured, struggling to even stand. Run. Ikelam, despite his injuries, forced himself to rise, lifting Vivi in his arms and sprinting away. I cannot let anything happen to you. Futile. I am the bomb fruit user. Everything about me is explosive. Unless your speed surpasses mine, this strike will obliterate you. Mr. Five sneered, flicking his nose once more. Launching another projectile. Boom. The two were once again sent flying by the explosion. At this moment, neither of the two could rise again. Haha. I am the light feather man who has consumed the light feather fruit. Now, allow me to let you experience the sensation of being crushed under a mountain of weight. Miss Valentine's Day once again soared into the air with her umbrella. 10 kilograms. Her weight instantaneously became extraordinarily light, but in the next moment, 100 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. Suddenly, it felt as if Mount Tai had descended upon them, plummeting from the sky to strike the two down. A weight of 10,000 pounds crashing from above could obliterate even the mightiest of beings. How infuriating. Is this where it all ends? Ikaralam lamented in despair. At this juncture, confronted by two elite agents, they found themselves at a dead end. Boom. At this moment, Miss Valentine's Day loomed ominously. A weight of 10,000 kilograms pressing down. The ground cracked open beneath them. Humph. Mr. Five casually flicked away a booger, uninterested in the outcome. They could not possibly still be alive. Who are you? Just then, a voice filled with astonishment emerged from Miss Valentine's Day. Suddenly, Moonlight raised a hand, effortlessly catching the descending Miss Valentine's Day, while the ground beneath her fractured like a spider's web. Yet, no matter what, she could not be crushed. Stopped in her tracks. Moonlight looked up, his gaze shimmering. The Straw Hat Pirates' first mate, Moonlight. Pirates? Miss Valentine's Day swiftly retreated to Mr. Five's side, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Pirates? Step aside. We are not here for you, Mr. Five coldly remarked, though a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. That was a weight of 10,000 kilograms. He caught it with one hand? How immense must his strength be? You. Ikaram was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Moonlight's intervention. Vivi gasped, equally stunned, casting a puzzled look at Moonlight. I have yet to settle matters with her. If you wish to kill, do so afterward, Moonlight stated indifferently. Hee. The first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates, is it? Don't speak to me in such a commanding tone. If you wish to kill afterward, I am not your crew. Why should I heed your words? Upon hearing this, Miss Valentine's Day burst into laughter. They were high-ranking agents of Baroque works, assassins, and someone dared to negotiate with them. What does your matter have to do with me? You say we shall kill afterward? Mr. Five scoffed. Flicking his finger, he prepared to strike. They were assassins, after all. Their task was to eliminate targets, and any obstruction was merely an obstacle. Obstacles must be eradicated. Is that so? Moonlight replied with a cold smile, his pupils narrowing. Buzz. A faint blue aura coalesced into a sphere and swept toward the two. Conqueror's Haki. And it was at level 3. The two were momentarily stunned. Then their bodies trembled violently before they collapsed, powerless. Thud, thud. They knelt on the ground, gazing at Moonlight in horror. What is happening? Damn it. What have you done to us? They felt their bodies shaking uncontrollably, unable to muster any strength as they looked at Moonlight. Without a glance at them, Moonlight unleashed a blade of energy. Swish. Mr. Five was instantly cleaved in two. He then turned to Zoro. Wake everyone up, given the current situation. It seems we can no longer sleep peacefully. Understood. Zoro nodded, rousing each member. Even Luffy stretched, awakening from his slumber. Moonlight, what is going on? What is happening? Zoro. Sanji and Usopp all woke up, staring at the scene before them in bewilderment. Where is Nami? Zoro wondered, searching around, but found no trace of Nami in the room. What of this woman? I am here. Just then, Nami returned empty-handed, her face adorned with an expression of regret. Alas, I had anticipated a bounty of gold coins. Yet this group proved to be exceedingly impoverished. You, Zoro, were left utterly speechless. This woman, has she truly returned to her former profession while they were preoccupied? What is the matter, Moonlight? At this moment, Luffy had completely regained his senses, surveying his surroundings with a serious expression as he inquired. The situation unfolded as follows. Moonlight recounted the events in detail. What? This place is actually a gathering spot for bounty hunters? Their earlier enthusiasm was merely a facade? Usopp could not help but be taken aback. No wonder, despite his incessant boasting, those individuals merely echoed his words, gazing at him with adoration. He had thought they genuinely believed him. Baroque works? To his astonishment, they had barely arrived at the Grand Line and had already entangled themselves with this organization. Sanji inhaled deeply, a cloud of smoke swirling around him, his brow furrowing. However, upon catching sight of Vivi, who appeared so pitiful under the moonlight, his eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Princess, greetings. I am a prince. Allow me the honor of protecting your exquisite beauty. Zoro could only remain speechless. This chef possesses an astonishingly thick skin. I implore you, please save our princess. I beseech you. At that moment, Ikelim gasped, gazing at Luffy. Who are you really? Who are they? Looking at Ikelim, Luffy's expression turned serious, and he asked a pivotal question. Although he usually displayed a comedic and eccentric demeanor, he never wavered when it came to important matters. I am. Ikelim replied with a, no longer daring to conceal the truth. He recounted the reasons for their infiltration into the Baroque works, especially when he mentioned one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, who aimed to seize their nations. He trembled uncontrollably. After all, he was a warlord of the sea. What? The warlord of the sea, Crocodile? Nami and Usopp were struck with astonishment upon hearing this. The name of the warlord of the sea resonated like thunder. Sanji furrowed his brow. Having witnessed Hawkeye in action, he understood the extraordinary might that surpassed mortal comprehension. After all, these were pirates sanctioned by the world government, capable of brazenly roaming the seas with formidable strength. But so what? Luffy's face was ablaze with anger, filled with righteous indignation. To steal someone else's nation and even plot to murder their princess, who cares about the 7 warlords or Crocodile? I will send you flying. Chapter 85. Miss All Sunday. Hey, Luffy, that's a warlord of the sea, a figure renowned alongside Hawkeye. We are merely small-time pirates. How could we possibly contend with someone like that? Usopp trembled in fear. Such formidable figures instill fear merely by their names. The 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government, are indeed overwhelming adversaries. Confronting one of them at this juncture is undeniably premature for us, Luffy. Sanji lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Is he as powerful as Mihawk? Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his silence speaking volumes, his eyes gleaming with intensity. While it is astonishing that our boss is one of the 7 warlords, you have disrupted our plans, and regardless of your involvement, you shall meet your demise. Tremble. You insignificant pirates, in the Grand Line, you are but a multitude, yet figures like our boss are scarce, only 7 exist in the world. To provoke our boss is to invite ruin upon yourselves. Upon hearing this name, Miss Valentine and Mr. Five exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a portrait of shock. Among the members of Baroque Works, they had never encountered their elusive boss, the legendary Mr. Zero, who conveyed missions exclusively via snail phone or through Miss All Sunday in person. This was their first revelation, yet they soon erupted into derisive laughter, viewing Luffy and his companions as nothing more than a jest, in the face of the title warlords of the sea. How could Luffy and his crew be anything but a farce? Luffy. Nami shuddered, fully aware of the weight of such a formidable figure. They were indeed out of their depth. Others chimed in, advising caution. They had just arrived in the Grand Line and had no need to provoke the warlords. Upon hearing this, Luffy remained silent, his expression more solemn than ever. You have no obligation to aid us, nor any justification to engage in conflict with beings of such caliber. Akaram's face reflected despair. They had overthought the situation, for in these waters, anyone who hears that name would tremble. My country, my people, and my father Crocodile, you wretched fiend. Vivi cried out in heart-wrenching despair. He is one of the 7 warlords. How could she possibly confront him? Why must all of this unfold before her? Everything she cherished was slipping away. Vivi. Nami felt a pang of empathy. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to her own past. Zoro and the others were similarly moved. Is a reason even necessary to strike down such a foe? At this moment, upon witnessing Vivi's tear-streaked face, Luffy clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. A thunderous sound erupted. Luffy, Nami called out. You all. Akaram was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind those words. You all. Vivi, with tears streaming down her cheeks, gazed at Luffy. Of course not. Zoro chuckled, his eyes filled with a fierce combat spirit. The 7 warlords, huh? Excellent. Just the perfect sharpening stone for me, to make such a beautiful lady like Miss Vivi sad. I cannot forgive such a scoundrel. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, lowering his head solemnly. None of you can forgive such a rogue. Usopp trembled, feeling overwhelmed. He lacked the courage to confront the 7 warlords. Yet, since everyone unanimously agreed, he was willing to risk his life alongside them. The 7 warlords, you say? Moonlight smiled faintly, finally encountering a formidable opponent on this journey. He had long desired to test his current strength. Miss Valentine and Mr. Five stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why these individuals would choose to oppose the 7 warlords. Were they courting death? However, they no longer had the strength to voice their thoughts. The overwhelming presence of Moonlight's Conqueror's Haki was simply too formidable for them to endure. They promptly fainted. Without further delay, we must set sail for Alabasta, Luffy declared, immediately taking action. Wait, after all, they are the 7 warlords, especially since we have now drawn the attention of the entire Baroque works. To ensure the princess's safety, I shall act as bait to divert the advanced troops. Afterwards, I ask you all to escort the princess to Alabasta, Akaram hastily suggested. Baiting the enemy? It is indeed necessary, considering they are the 7 warlords, Sanji nodded, regarding Akaram with newfound respect. Very well, this is feasible. We shall part ways for now, Nami agreed. And thus it was decided. Luffy, though somewhat confused, accepted the consensus without objections. Akaram disguised himself as Vivi and set sail first, followed by the others boarding the ship, planning to leave once they had created enough distance. While this strategy might not necessarily deceive the enemy, it would certainly confuse the members of Baroque Works. With a grave expression, Vivi bid farewell to Akaram, then turned to the others and spoke. However, before she could finish her sentence, suddenly boom. A deafening explosion resonated across the sea as Akaram's ship erupted in a massive conflagration, flames engulfing hundreds of meters of the ocean. The fiery glow illuminated the faces of each individual. What is happening? Uncle. Everyone was astounded, completely unprepared for such a scene. Akaram. Vivi screamed. They're closing in faster than we thought. Quickly, we must set sail. Nami ordered urgently. Perhaps, Akaram was still alive. Despite the slim hope, no one was willing to surrender. However, as their ship began to move, not long after, a melodious laughter rang out from the mast. Who goes there? Upon hearing the laughter, everyone was immediately startled and turned to look. There, under the moonlight, sat an exquisite woman clad in a black dress and long black boots. A black top hat perched atop her head, leisurely resting her chin in her hand as she observed them. Miss All Sunday, Vivi gasped, her hair standing on end in terror as she trembled at the sight of the woman. How could she not recognize her? She was the only individual from Baroque Works to have met Mr. Zero, their boss. She was indeed Miss All Sunday. Everyone was equally astonished, swiftly turning their gazes toward the woman in black. From Vivi's account, they had already understood. What brings you here? To kill me? Vivi questioned, trembling as she confronted Miss All Sunday. Of course, Miss All Sunday replied with a gentle smile, prompting Zoro and the others to immediately adopt a defensive stance, shielding Vivi. After all, they had witnessed her earlier prowess firsthand. Observing this scene, Miss All Sunday fell silent, her gaze fixated on Luffy's straw hat, her expression thoughtful, as her hand moved as if to strike. Suddenly, a long blade was drawn across her neck. A cold voice shattered the tension. Don't move. Miss All Sunday stiffened, realizing Moonlight had appeared behind her without her noticing. Moonlight. Luffy and the others gazed at him, astonished. When did he make his move? Fine, I won't move. It's truly unimaginable that among you, there exists such a swordsman. Miss All Sunday spoke solemnly, refraining from any rash actions, fully aware of the lethal intent emanating from Moonlight. Should she make even the slightest move, she would undoubtedly meet her demise at his hands. What is your name? Were you responsible for the earlier incident? What is your purpose here? Moonlight inquired calmly. Nico Robin. I was the one behind that incident. I came here to observe you and to inform you of a location you will be passing soon called the Little Garden. It is extremely perilous, and I intend to provide you with a permanent pointer to navigate around it, Robin explained, producing a pointer from her person. Although she was under threat of a sword, Her voice remained graceful, exuding an unshakable composure. Why are you doing this? What is your motive? Nami couldn't help but ask. One last question. Do you know about the D-Clan? Moonlight waved his hand, silencing Nami. He was indifferent to that inquiry. What? How do you know about this? Upon hearing this, Robin, who had been so composed, suddenly stiffened, her face a mask of disbelief as she looked at Moonlight, seemingly taken aback that he would pose such a question. This is a name inscribed in the annals of lost history, especially concerning her. How could this man possibly be aware? Luffy, I have no intention of killing her. No one should kill her. I wish to recruit her. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Moonlight raised an eyebrow, sheathed his sword, and turned to Luffy. What? Moonlight? Have you lost your mind? Are you jesting? She is a senior agent of Baroque Works. Moreover, she is close to Mr. Zero. Hearing this, aside from Luffy and Zoro, everyone else wore expressions of disbelief, exclaiming in shock. This man has never shown any affection for anyone. What is the background of this woman? Observing Robin, who resembled a dark elven spirit, Zoro fell into contemplation. Knowing Moonlight, he realized that such a statement was not made lightly. All right. Luffy nodded eagerly in agreement. You actually agreed. Nami and the others looked at Luffy in astonishment. Luffy, Moonlight, and everyone, this woman is not a good person. She is a demon. Vivi clenched her teeth, staring at Robin as if she were gazing upon a terrifying entity. Demon? The group fell silent, their gazes collectively shifting to Robin. Hiki. An intriguing swordsman, you wish to recruit me without even asking if I consent? Robin smiled, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Moonlight. Initially, she had merely wanted to observe Luffy, intrigued by the descendant of the fabled D-Clan. However, now she was suddenly captivated by Moonlight. You will certainly agree. Moonlight stood firmly with his sword, exuding unwavering confidence. Beneath the moonlight, he appeared ethereal. I am investigating what you are as well, but I lack the means to decipher it. You wish to obtain those truths entirely on your own, yet such an endeavor is futile. However, I can assist you. Is that so? A glimmer of light flickered in Robin's eyes as she regarded Moonlight intently. Then, she leaped onto a languid sea turtle. Mr. Swordsman, I find your proposal quite intriguing. When we next meet, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. With that, the sea turtle disdainfully glanced at Luffy and the others before departing. Is she just allowed to leave? She is Miss All Sunday. Vivi gritted her teeth, watching Robin's retreating figure. Moonlight, do you not think you owe everyone an explanation as to why you wish to recruit such a person? Nami inquired, gazing at Moonlight. Indeed. Moonlight, though it is astonishing that you would actively seek to recruit someone, this woman is far too dangerous. Usopp added, while I am unclear on your intentions. She is certainly the enemy of Vivi, a killer who usurped her nation. Sanji cast a sidelong glance at Moonlight and stated flatly. Zoro remained silent, merely observing Moonlight thoughtfully. An enemy? Perhaps she is, or perhaps she is not. Who can definitively say? You may not even be clear on who your true enemies are, Moonlight remarked, directing his gaze at Vivi with a calm demeanor. Moonlight, what do you mean by that? Nami and the others exclaimed in unison. At this moment, however, Vivi fell silent. As Moonlight had articulated, who truly were her enemies? Even if she had slain Crocodile, would that fulfill her desires? Was the state of her nation solely the fault of Crocodile? Could you elaborate on your reasoning? Zoro asked, his gaze fixed on Moonlight. My purpose in traversing the Grand Line, aside from seeking the One Piece, is primarily to uncover the truth of the world's history, Moonlight affirmed with a nod. The truth of the world's history? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged puzzled glances, while Vivi's eyes widened in shock. As a member of the royal family, she understood the weight of Moonlight's words. Indeed, the world has developed over a span of 900 years. However, only 800 years are documented in texts. The intervening century has vanished without a trace, evidently obscured by someone, most likely the world government. I am intrigued about what transpired during that century and what truths were concealed. Nico Robin is the only person capable of deciphering that truth. Moonlight gazed at the vast ocean, excitement flickering across his face. The vanished century? Historical texts? Luffy pondered. What do you think, Captain? You need to have a say. Everyone was astonished, having never imagined such a hidden history existed. The truth Moonlight sought was this. They then looked to Luffy, understanding that any recruitment required the captain's approval. That's fine. Since Moonlight wants to recruit her, he must have his reasons. Besides, we truly lack someone with her capabilities on board. Luffy, unaware of the gravity of the prior conversation, had somehow amassed a pile of food and was voraciously devouring a piece of meat. Nami, Usopp, Vivi, hey, Luffy, where did you get that meat? As Sanji observed Luffy devouring the meat, an ominous feeling surged within him. They had gathered only a meager supply of ingredients, which would last them a day at most before reaching the next island. Did Luffy? Realizing this, he hurried to the kitchen. Of course, I got it from the kitchen, Luffy muttered with his mouth full. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Chapter 87, the little garden taking from the kitchen meant they had consumed the last of their food, which was meant for their journey to the next island. If Luffy finished it all, what would they eat? Air? Luffy, you idiot. You've eaten all of everyone's food. At this moment, Sanji stormed out, kicking Luffy onto the deck with a fierce blow. Gazing at the dwindling food supplies, his anger surged uncontrollably. Damn it, Luffy, you fool. We need to change our captain, or we will inevitably starve to death. Usopp, Nami, and the others echoed his outrage. How long until we reach the next island? Moonlight furrowed his brow and inquired of Vivi. At least 3 days, or 2 if the currents are swift. This meager food won't last us even 2 days. Vivi's complexion turned pale as she stared at the scant provisions. Could they truly survive on this? But we have the backup ingredients, Zoro remarked, eyeing the trembling Chopper nearby. His eyes lighting up. At this, Chopper shivered in fear. No way, Chopper is my comrade. Seeing this, Vivi hurriedly embraced the frightened Chopper protectively. Backup ingredients, you say? Sanji's eyes gleamed with hope. If starvation was their fate, perhaps this was their only option. Nami looked at Chopper as if he were a delectable roast. MMM. Usopp nodded vigorously in agreement. Chopper trembled even more. No, absolutely not. Vivi clutched Chopper tightly, determined to protect him from being eaten. Nami, you handle the course. I'll provide support. We must reach the next island within a day. Moonlight furrowed his brow as he surveyed the dwindling supplies, then made his way to the back of the ship. Moonlight, what are you planning to do? Nami asked, astonished. We can't possibly make it in a day. Usopp shouted in protest. Sanji remained silent, merely observing Moonlight, knowing that when this man spoke, he would not do so without purpose. You best hold on tight. Zoro chuckled, beginning to grasp Moonlight's intent. Let us go, Moonlight. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and leapt onto the ship's bow. What is going on? Vivi asked. Perplexed. Phantom sword dance. Without further ado, Moonlight drew his Kusanagi blade, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the ocean. The waves surged violently. And as the final strike was delivered, the sea was split apart, the sword energy racing toward the horizon, releasing a powerful recoil. The Mary instantly shot forward like an arrow. So that's it. Usopp and Nami realized the plan. Moonlight intended to propel the Mary forward using the recoil generated from his sword strikes. Sanji, steer left at a 45-degree angle, Nami instructed, observing the compass. Yes, Miss Nami. Sanji swiftly complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, the recoil from the sword energy began to wane as the Mary surged over 100 meters ahead. Seeing this, Moonlight struck again. And so, the Mary continued to hurtle forward at an astonishing speed. Vivi and Chopper exchanged wide-eyed glances, both astonished. Was this even human? To use sword energy to propel a ship? As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced around at the others, only to find them unfazed. Continuing their tasks as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Were they not the least bit surprised? Who were these people aboard this ship? Vivi marveled inwardly. Ding. You have performed the Phantom Sword Dance and gained 100 experience points. Ding. Phantom Sword Dance has been upgraded to level 3. At this moment, amidst the relentless strikes of the Phantom Sword Dance, Moonlight progressed rapidly, achieving level 3 within half a day. The power of the level 3 Phantom Sword Dance was far more formidable than before. The frequency of sword strikes doubled, and the size of the sword energy swelled to that of a large barrel, crashing into the sea with ferocity, cleaving through the water, propelling the Mary at an even more terrifying pace. If this continues, my sword skills will only grow stronger. Moonlight contemplated his attributes, his strikes becoming increasingly rapid. Moonlight Basic Swordsmanship. System Gifted. No rank 3-stage / System Gifted. No rank draw / LV5. 50000001000000000 Dragon Break / LV3. 500000010000000 Phantom Sword Dance LV3. 8000001. 0000000 Void Break Draw / LV1. 4000. 010. Observation Haki LV4. 500000010000000 Armament Haki LV4. 900000010000000 Conquerors Haki LV3. 5000001. 0000000 Apart from the newly unlocked sword techniques, all skills received significant enhancements, leading to an imminent advance to the next level. Thus, the strikes continued from night until the following afternoon, when a lush, vibrant island finally emerged on the horizon. The sight of dense greenery and thriving jungles filled with life greeted them, and the temperature warmed significantly. We've arrived. That's little garden, Usopp exclaimed, spotting the island through his telescope. Fantastic. With a forest on the island, there must be wildlife, and we can hunt. Sanji flexed his limbs, eager to engage. Zoro remained silent, but his expression indicated his agreement. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, longing to stretch his arms and explore the island instantly. Aren't you concerned about him? He has been swinging his sword since dawn yesterday. Vivi, equally exhilarated, gazed at Moonlight, who was still striking the air. He has stopped since yesterday morning, has he? Is this strength truly human? It is nothing, after all. He is Moonlight, and such a feat is trivial for him. Usopp shook his head, gazing at Moonlight with admiration. During their time in the East Blue, he had witnessed Moonlight practice swordsmanship for 3 consecutive days. Initially, it was astonishing, but over time, one becomes accustomed to it. Well, let it be. Our vice captain is no ordinary individual, Nami remarked, patting his shoulder with a smile. He is indeed a sword fanatic. Miss Nami, Miss Vivi, would you care for a glass of juice? Sanji inquired, presenting the last 2 glasses of juice before them with utmost courtesy. The reason for his immense strength lies in such relentless training, yet I shall surpass him, Zoro declared, his face brimming with determination. While he too engaged in continuous practice alongside Moonlight, these individuals left Vivi once again in awe. We've arrived, we've arrived. At this moment, Luffy suddenly exclaimed. As the Going Merry finally reached the little garden. After Usopp secured the ship, he gazed at the lush, vibrant forest before him, filled with excitement. Without waiting for the others to react, he dashed out. Chapter 88, The Giant Warrior Pirate Crew Behave Yourself, Nami exclaimed, delivering a swift punch that caused Luffy to crouch down, cradling his head in submission. This place, though appearing tranquil and serene, was still part of the Grand Line. And caution was paramount. As the sole navigator aboard, I will delegate tasks. Luffy, Vivi, and Usopp, you shall explore the island and gather some fruits and other food items. Zoro and Sanji, you are responsible for hunting. Moonlight, and I will remain to guard the ship. Nami commanded with an air of authority, as if she were the captain herself. Hey, why should I listen to you? Zoro raised an eyebrow. I will surely fulfill Ms. Nami's orders, Sanji declared, puffing up with pride, then provocatively glanced at Zoro. Green-haired swordsman, since Ms. Nami has spoken, you should comply. Otherwise, beware of my wrath. Is that so, you perverted chef? I've longed to slice you. Zoro retorted with a sardonic grin. Watch me kick you away. Sanji chuckled, and their eyes locked, the air between them crackling with tension. However, with a resounding thud, Nami's fists brought them back to obedience, and they obediently ventured toward the jungle. Observing this, Usopp gulped nervously and said, Nami, I've recently developed a rare affliction that prevents me from setting foot on the island. Thus, Moonlight and I will stay with the ship while you go with Luffy. Is that so? It seems you harbor doubts about my decision. Nami's eyes darkened ominously upon hearing his words. Not me. I. Usopp stuttered, trembling under her gaze. Excellent. An adventure awaits us. Let us set off. Just then, Luffy shouted with uncontainable excitement, disregarding Usopp's desperate protests and Vivi's bewildered expression, as he seized both of them and charged into the jungle, with even the swiftest running alongside them. Ah, Luffy. I've suddenly contracted an affliction that prevents me from going ashore. Usopp's mournful cries echoed, gradually fading into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Nami sighed in relief, casting a reassuring glance at Moonlight. Phew, it truly feels safest when I'm with Moonlight. Nami found a comfortable spot to lie down, basking in the sunlight and savoring the warm breeze, utterly content. Moonlight nodded, sitting beside her, yet instead of resting, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate his Haki. Observation Haki. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped the area, radiating outward from the Going Merry. He recalled that Nico Robin had mentioned before leaving that one of her reasons for seeking them was to help them bypass the eternal pointer leading to Little Garden, a place renowned for its peril, where no pirate had ever managed to leave the island. Although he had some knowledge from memory, Moonlight still wished to see it clearly. Moreover, he intended to practice his observation Haki. This ability is nearing level 5. Compared to other skills, the observation Haki is the easiest to cultivate. As long as one's spirit radiates outward, one is constantly honing it. I am on the brink of achieving level 5, should I advance further. My range of perception will double. Indeed, I can sense it. These must be the giants Dory and Broggy from the Giant Warrior Pirates. Moreover, members of Baroque Works have also arrived. At that moment, Moonlight suddenly detected several unusual presences on the island. Among them, 2 exuded a fierce heat like the blazing sun, while another felt like a chilling wind, unmistakably indicating that these were no ordinary individuals. Indeed, they were the 2 giants. The remaining 4 clustered together, their auras more distinct yet subtle, characteristic of those possessing devil fruit abilities. At this juncture, Usopp, Vivi, and Luffy stood in astonishment before the 10-meter-tall giant, rendered speechless. Upon arriving on this island, they realized it was far from a mere small garden. The creatures within were all towering, some 4 to 5 meters high, including colossal beasts and extinct dinosaurs. Usopp and Vivi fled in panic, while Luffy reveled in the excitement, stretching his arms and swinging on a vine in the garden. This drew the attention of a dinosaur, leading to an attack, but they were suddenly saved by a 10-meter giant who greeted them. Gazing at the giant before them, they felt a surreal sensation. How immense! Ah, they have found the Straw Hat crew on this very island. Meanwhile, in a room fashioned from wax within the small garden, Miss Valentine and Mr. Five exchanged laughter. Opposite them sat a man clad in azure attire with a 3 insignia on his head and a little girl wielding a paintbrush, engrossed in her artwork. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden, both high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, had received orders to hunt down the Straw Hat crew and had finally located them on this island. They commenced planning their approach. What is that sound? Nami, in the midst of a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by a thunderous noise. She quickly rose to see the ground trembling beneath her. And then a dinosaur towering 5 meters approached them with menacing intent. A dinosaur. Nami was astounded. Could it be that dinosaurs still exist in this world? And to such a colossal scale? Instinctively, she hid behind Moonlight. Moonlight raised his sword, ready to strike. Suddenly, whoosh! A flash of an axe cut through the air, and a larger giant seized the dinosaur's head in his grasp. Ah, an even larger giant. Nami trembled even more. Are you humans who have come to this island? Buggy chuckled, noticing Moonlight and Nami aboard the Mary, and leaned down to inquire. Nami retreated in haste, while Moonlight remained composed, nodding. Indeed, who are you? I am Buggy. One of the captains of the giant warrior pirates. Buggy sat down and spoke warmly, seemingly eager to converse after such a long time without company. Gradually, Nami's anxiety subsided. The giant, though imposing, appeared reasonable and communicable. Is it true that you have been fighting for 100 years? Upon hearing this, Moonlight's eyes sparkled. Indeed, he was formidable. The leader of the giant warrior pirates. So, this is the true meaning of the small garden. Nami realized, having previously wondered why the island bore such a name. Just then, as she was about to ask another question, the entire island shook violently. What is happening? She was taken aback. The volcano has erupted. Moonlight looked toward the distant volcano, belching thick smoke. It is time. Buggy stood, a grave expression on his face, and silently turned to leave. Chapter 89, Mr. 3. What is happening? Nami asked, concerned. It seems the time for their final battle has arrived. Nami, Luffy, and the others are in danger. I must take action. Moonlight also stood, a trace of gravity crossing his features. Under the influence of observation Haki, he sensed much. What? Luffy is in danger? Nami gasped. Her instincts leading her to believe these two giants posed a threat to Luffy and the others. No, it is another group, if all goes as expected. They are likely the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works hunting us. There are 4 enemies, and they are likely all devil fruit users. Moonlight shook his head. They had sailed and reached the small garden in a single day, and only Baroque Works possesses the ability to navigate around them and land simultaneously while avoiding detection. Nami quickly understood. For devil fruit users. Moonlight, do you have confidence? Nami asked, worry etched on her face. No problem, but you should stay on the ship. It is the safest place right now. Moonlight nodded, carefully sensing the direction before preparing to depart. Wait, Moonlight, I still feel safest by your side. At that moment, Nami grasped Moonlight's arm. If high-ranking agents of Baroque Works have arrived, there is no safe place on the island. Comparatively, I feel more secure with you. Very well. Let us proceed. With that, Moonlight took Nami's hand, and together they ventured onto the island. In the center of the island, Dory and Buggy clashed once more. Their terrifying power causing the entire island to tremble. Luffy, Usopp, and Vivi stood in awe. Was this the battle of the giants? Incredible! Usopp was left spellbound. Muttering as he watched the titans clash, his spirit stirred as if he had discovered something he had long sought. The 468th battle ended in a draw. After battling for the better part of the day, neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in another stalemate. A draw again. They exchanged glances, sighing in disappointment. When would such a battle conclude? Come, let me treat you to some drinks. Seeing their disappointed expressions, Luffy excitedly pulled out some alcohol from the ship. All right, drinks. The giant's eyes brightened at the sight of the liquor. On this island, everything is abundant except for alcohol, which is in dire scarcity. The two had not indulged in a drink for a considerable time. Without hesitation, they began to pour barrels of liquor into their bellies. However, mere moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted within them. What transpired? Luffy, Usopp, and Vivi could hardly contain their astonishment. Why would the giants' stomachs explode? Those treacherous pirates have plotted against us. Buggy and Dory erupted in fury, realizing that the liquor given by Luffy had caused their distress. How could it be anything else? They charged at Luffy with their weapons drawn. That was our ship's liquor. How could this happen? Usopp, Vivi, and Luffy bore grave expressions, utterly shocked by the turn of events. It wasn't me. I know nothing. Luffy hurriedly defended himself. As the enraged giants lunged at him, he dodged while attempting to explain. You are the only ones on this island. Who else could it be? They bellowed in rage, their strikes relentless, intent on ending Luffy. I swear it was Timmy. Luffy shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears as they continued to attack, blood spilling from their mouths with each blow. Although Luffy was formidable, the giant's might was unparalleled. And in a one-on-one confrontation, he stood no chance, let alone against both of them united. Soon, Luffy found himself at a disadvantage. I assure you, it wasn't Timmy, he cried, as the giant's weapons descended upon him like a mountain. If struck, his fate would be sealed. Luffy! Luffy! Vivi and Usopp cried out, witnessing Luffy's unwavering resolve as he chose not to evade, seemingly determined to prove his innocence. Despicable pirate, perish! The giants roared, uncaring of his plight. Just as it seemed Luffy was destined to meet his end, a sword suddenly appeared, miraculously intercepting the giant's lethal strike. Moonlight! Usopp and Vivi exclaimed in unison, overwhelmed with joy at the timely arrival of their ally. Moonlight, do not interfere. This is my battle, Luffy declared with a solemn tone. You managed to withstand our blow? Buggy and Dory were taken aback, staring incredulously at the suddenly arrived Moonlight. It was their first encounter with a swordsman capable of withstanding their formidable attack. They were aware that even a casual strike from them could shatter mountains. I understand, but if anyone dares to scheme against our captain, then as his first mate, I would be remiss in my duties not to intervene, Moonlight replied coolly, already aware of the truth. Who did this? Who is responsible? Luffy's fury ignited once more. On this island, aside from us, could there be anyone else? Usopp and Vivi echoed their astonishment. Dory and Broggy calmed themselves, evidently recognizing Moonlight's strength. Indeed. It is a high-ranking agent of Baroque works. Have you encountered Zoro and Sanji? At that moment, Nami stepped forward and spoke. Nami. Indeed. It is the elite agents of Baroque works who have come to pursue us. Vivi's heart sank. They had truly arrived. Indeed, Moonlight nodded, poised to speak. Suddenly, a long stream of wax surged forth from the shadows, swirling gracefully and enveloping everyone present at their feet in an instant. The suddenness of the attack caught them all off guard, leaving no one able to react. What is this? What on earth? Everyone was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Dongli and Broggy were equally astonished, struggling relentlessly yet unable to break free from the binding. This is wax. Just then, Mr. 3 appeared, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the crowd. I am the candle man who has consumed the melt fruit. You are now ensnared by my wax. Following him, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Miss Golden Week emerged as well. Now I shall take my revenge for the last arrow. Miss Valentine sneered at them, her eyes scanning the crowd in search of Moonlight. However, she was suddenly struck with disbelief, realizing that among them, Moonlight was nowhere to be found. Where's Moonlight? Mr. 5 was equally taken aback. He quickly scrutinized the area, and, indeed, the swordsman was missing. What? Mr. 3's expression stiffened. How could someone evade his wax in confinement? Over there. Miss Golden Week pointed in a direction where Moonlight stood, appearing completely unfazed by the chaos around them. Chapter 90. My wax is harder than steel. To have evaded Mr. 3's wax and shackles is indeed no ordinary feat. Upon witnessing Moonlight's unscathed presence, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were astonished, their expressions growing grave. This is indeed an assault from Mr. 3. Quite intriguing, yet what of it? In the face of my ability to melt fruits, all your resistance is futile. My wax is more formidable than steel. Mr. 3 was evidently taken aback, seemingly astonished that anyone could evade his candle attack. However, he swiftly regained his composure, sneering repeatedly, candle lock. Instantly, streams of wax coalesced into a river, hurtling towards Moonlight at an astonishing speed, encompassing a vast range. With intent, Mr. 3 sealed off all possible escape routes for Moonlight. Such an attack can only be described as seamless. Yet, the Moonlight effortlessly shifts in place, evading any visible action. The wax and shackles are utterly incapable of ensnaring him. No matter how densely they are cast, they fail to capture him. It is as if the Moonlight sees through his assaults, deftly evading each one. Meanwhile, a shadow emerges, forcefully dragged from the nearby underbrush. Lo and behold, it is Zoro. Having heard the commotion, he arrived to discern what was transpiring. However, before he could comprehend the situation, he was suddenly enveloped by the waxy river, and in the blink of an eye, like Luffy and the others, he was transformed into a wax statue. Instantly, the ranks of wax figures swelled with yet another swordsman. At this moment, aside from the Moonlight and the elusive Sanji, the Straw Hat crew had been completely annihilated. What wretchedness is this? It cannot be shaken off. Zoro struggled in vain, but the wax was as unyielding as steel, and the more he fought, the faster he succumbed to its waxen grasp. Before long, half of his body had been encased in wax. Moonlight, be cautious. This wax is exceedingly potent. Even the slightest contact could spell doom. Nami urgently warned as she observed the Moonlight skillfully dodging. Moonlight, we are relying on you now. Do take care. Usopp chimed in, hastily alerting him. With their entire crew defeated, the Moonlight was undeniably their sole hope. Moonlight, I shall send these despicable fiends flying. Luffy bellowed with indignation. The speed of this swordsman is astounding. Everyone, unite and create an opportunity for me. After several fruitless attacks, Mr. 3 decisively abandoned his solo efforts and called to the three behind him, enlisting Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Miss Golden Week to join forces. If they could restrict the Moonlight's movements, he could bring this to a swift conclusion. No one had ever escaped from beneath his waxen grasp. Very well. Watch me send him flying. Mr. 5 nodded. Having experienced the Moonlight's strength firsthand, he dared not be careless. He picked his nose and launched himself towards the Moonlight. Miss Valentine also nodded, taking to the air under her umbrella, targeting the Moonlight as she plummeted from above. Her weight surged to 10,000 pounds as she descended with fury. Miss Golden Week, holding her brush, began to paint intricate designs on the ground. Although not a devil fruit user, she could manipulate emotions through her artwork. The Moonlight, uncertain of her creations, dared not tread upon them. The three elite agents of Baroque works launched their assault in unison, and indeed, their combined might proved formidable, progressively constricting the Moonlight's range of motion. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Mr. 3 once again employed the waxen shackles to ensnare the Moonlight. Whoosh! The lengthy wax river spread across the entire space, capturing the Moonlight in its embrace, then wrapping layers upon layers around him, sealing his very being. Moonlight, this is dire. There are too many of them for him to contend with alone. Their powers are overwhelming. It is over. Nami and the others felt a chill in their hearts at this sight. With the moonlight captured, their fate seemed sealed. How despicable. 4 against 1. Dory and Broggy roared in fury. They could not abide such cowardice. Yet, they too were ensnared by the wax, and despite their grievous injuries, their struggles proved futile against the unyielding waxen shackles. Now you cannot escape. Mr. 5 sneered, surveying the waxen moonlight, picking his nose anew, eager to avenge his previous defeat. Indeed, allow me to show you the sensation of 10,000 pounds bearing down upon you. Miss Valentine ascended once more, aiming at the moonlight, her weight increasing to 10,000 pounds as she dove down. Boring. Miss Golden Week nonchalantly stowed her sketchpad, sipping tea on the side. Though the target was formidable, it was ultimately impossible for him to evade their grasp. The outcome seemed inevitable, and there was little left to contemplate. This individual is extraordinary. I cannot take chances. I shall eliminate him first before completing my artistry. Mr. 3 sneered, preparing to strike, eager to dispose of the moonlight swiftly. For reasons unknown, the moonlight instilled in him a sense of unease, as if he harbored some formidable power. It is over. Nami and the others covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy that awaited the moonlight. Moonlight, Luffy shouted anxiously, but at that moment, he found himself utterly immobilized. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by the deafening crash of Miss Valentine's overwhelming weight and Mr. 3's waxen attack, causing the very earth to rupture. Under such a terrifying onslaught, none could hope to survive. However, before anyone could react in shock, Miss Valentine and the others erupted into maniacal laughter, heralding an even more astonishing scene. Emerging from the chaos of the explosion, the moonlight appeared as if unscathed, his skin transformed into a deep ebony hue, armament Haki, brandishing the Shusui sword. His attire remained entirely intact. He stood before them, slicing forth with a single stroke. Buzz, a colossal crescent-shaped sword wave, expansive enough to encompass 100 meters, erupted from the moonlight center. The sword wave surged forth, impacting all in its path, even affecting Zoro and the others nearby. As the sword wave washed over them, it shattered the wax binding them, restoring their freedom. Yet, Mr. 3 and his trio were sent flying by the force of a single stroke. Mr. 3 hastily erected a wax wall to mitigate the moonlight sword wave, but even so, he sustained injuries. The might of that strike was truly terrifying. Mr. 5 and his companions were also wounded and collapsed, stripped of all combat capability. Impossible. How could you break free from my waxen shackles? My wax is more resilient than steel. Mr. 3 gazed at the moonlight in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. To have forcibly escaped his waxen restraints was a first for him. Indeed, Mr. 3 had never failed before. How could such a thing occur? This swordsman possesses strength beyond measure. My bomb fruit could not affect him, and despite our combined efforts, we were reduced to this state. He is too powerful. We are no match for him. Lying on the ground, stripped of their fighting spirit, Mr. 5 and his companions looked at the moonlight in sheer terror, as if confronting a divine being. To have been vanquished by a single sword strike, this swordsman is terrifying beyond belief. Ha ha ha, what a magnificent sword wave. Who among you possesses such prowess? Truly remarkable. They were saved, yet he surpassed them in strength. Chapter 91. The Candle Champion Cup. Dory and Broggy extricated themselves, breaking into laughter as they gave the moonlight a thumbs up. Having dueled for over a century, they discovered today that there exist beings stronger than themselves. Before the moonlight, they were but frogs at the bottom of a well. Those despicable scoundrels, they dared to ambush us. Subsequently, their gaze fell upon Mr. 3, suddenly ambushed, nearly losing their lives. Anyone in their position would undoubtedly feel a surge of indignation. It was not just them. Zoro, Nami, and Luffy also exchanged cold smirks. How infuriating. They never anticipated encountering such a predicament. However, do you believe this is the end? I am Mr. 3. As he regarded the few who had managed to extricate themselves, a glint of frostiness flickered in his eyes. A torrent of wax surged from his body as he forcefully struck the ground. Behold, the grand waxen banquet. With a resounding crash, a river of wax, spanning an impressive 10 meters, erupted forth from him, swiftly ensnaring everyone in its grasp. The wax river surged forth with greater speed and an expanded reach than before. In an instant, apart from the moonlight, Luffy and his companions found themselves ensnared once more. Their bodies began to transform into wax, while a towering structure resembling an elaborate cake, standing 10 meters tall, rose slowly to bind them all. Atop this tower, 7 wax figures stood sentinel, and above their heads, a wax sphere, akin to a giant Halloween pumpkin, began to rotate languidly. As the sphere spun, wisps of wax mist cascaded down, infiltrating the bodies of the 7, intensifying their waxen transformation. What manner of sorcery is this? How humiliating to be ensnared again. Previously, they had been caught unawares. This time, it was a direct confrontation. Could this individual truly possess such formidable strength? Sensing the changes within their bodies, Luffy and his companions were filled with astonishment. Dongli and Broggy's faces paled in alarm. The prior ambush could be excused, but now, facing a frontal assault, they had once again fallen victim. The prowess of this individual cannot be underestimated. Is this truly the extent of Mr. Three's abilities? Vivi's heart sank, engulfed in despair. Having experienced it firsthand, she understood that the smaller the numerical code, the more formidable the strength. In our organization, power is measured by the layered hierarchy of our designated codes. I am Mr. 5, and he is Mr. 3, making the disparity in strength abundantly clear. A covert ambush against you would be futile, and in open combat, you would stand no chance. Mr. 5 gasped. Indeed. Miss Valentine's Day nodded in agreement. In the Baroque works, the lower the numerical designation of a high-ranking agent, the more terrifying their strength. Mr. 3, be cautious, that swordsman has evaded the attack. Miss Golden Week promptly warned, having seen the moonlight reappear unharmed in their line of sight. I am aware that this swordsman possesses an incredibly fierce slash, and I cannot control him with my wax. Therefore, I shall confront him directly with my strength. Mr. 3 nodded, having already spotted the moonlight. He would not be careless. Candle Champion's Cup. Mr. 3 bellowed as wax flowed around him, but this time it did not extend towards Luffy and the others. Instead, it enveloped his form, tightly entwining him to ultimately forge a suit of wax armor. His stature surged to over 3 meters, with the wax armor encasing him completely, resulting in a significant enhancement of both strength and speed. Palette. Moreover, Miss Golden Week seized a canvas and adorned Mr. 3's armor with a vibrant red bull design. The bull's blood red. Mr. 3's offensive power intensified dramatically. Allow me to finish you off with this move. Mr. 3 shouted as he charged towards the moonlight. His strength and speed nothing short of terrifying. However, a crescent-shaped sword energy surged forth with a resounding hum. The sword energy sliced through the air like a dragon. Unparalleled in its ferocity, Mr. 3's wax armor was shattered in an instant, the sword energy rampaging forth, and he was left spewing blood, collapsing to the ground. Mr. 5, Miss Valentine's Day, Miss Golden Week, Luffy, and the others, all present gasped in astonishment. What is happening here? With Mr. 3 unleashing his full power, coupled with Miss Golden Week's color manipulation, how could he possibly be defeated in a single strike? What formidable power does this man possess? Suddenly, the moonlight wielded its sword once more. A sweeping slash erupted in a fan-shaped arc, fierce and unrestrained. Bang! The waxen giant tower was instantly shattered, and the wax on everyone was obliterated by this sword's energy, causing the colossal wax ball above their heads to burst as well. With a single stroke, the wax tower was destroyed, and the crowd found themselves liberated once again. Is this the disparity in strength? Zoro tightened his grip on his sword. While he had witnessed the Moonlight's sword techniques before without much concern, the difference became starkly apparent in the face of an adversary. Saved at last. Moonlight, you are truly remarkable. Usopp, having survived the ordeal, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Moonlight. Nami gave a thumbs up to Moonlight. She had known this man was strong, yet never comprehended the full extent of his power until now. Having effortlessly defeated even Mr. 3, perhaps he could contend even with Mr. 0. Vivi inhaled sharply, gazing at Moonlight with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. You despicable scoundrels, I shall send you flying. Luffy cracked his knuckles, observing the 4 individuals struggling to rise, desperate to escape. For consecutive cries of despair resonated through the air. Human swordsman, we thank you for unveiling a broader world to us. In the presence of a man such as you, our duel seems utterly ludicrous. Dory and Broggy exchanged smiles, having reconciled their past grievances through this ordeal. They then turned to Moonlight, their faces filled with admiration. Moonlight had shown them a glimpse of a higher peak. Where is Sanji? Moonlight nodded, yet Sanji's whereabouts remained unknown. He must have returned to the ship. I wagered with him on who could catch the largest prey, Zoro remarked, but abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. What happened next? Usopp inquired. Curiosity piqued. However, Zoro remained tight-lipped, his expression clouded with frustration. Surely you haven't lost your way, Nami remarked, observing Zoro's demeanor. Though Zoro said nothing, his expression betrayed his thoughts. Nami had hit the nail on the head. Laughter erupted among the group. So, Sanji has indeed returned to the ship. Given what just transpired, it is likely that our pursuers will multiply. We cannot afford to linger here and must depart swiftly. Moonlight smiled and then addressed the group. Indeed, the Baroque works is immensely powerful. If Mr. 3 is this formidable, one can only imagine the strength of Mr. 2 and others to follow. To evade their pursuit, we must leave promptly. Vivi nodded, her expression tightening. Having experienced the terror within, she understood the urgency. No need for concern. I have already led them away, and there will be no further pursuers dispatched. Chapter 92. The Island of Monsters. Just then, Sanji emerged from the forest, his gaze falling upon the unharmed group. And he relaxed, speaking up. Sanji, it's a relief to see you unharmed. The group initially sighed in relief, then expressed their joy upon seeing him. The appearance of high-ranking agents from Baroque works on the island, coupled with Sanji's mysterious absence, had caused them considerable worry. It was a great relief to see him safe. What do you mean there will be no pursuers? Nami queried, a look of confusion crossing her face. Not only Nami, but the others also wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend Sanji's words. I returned to the ship and noticed that the green algae head had yet to return, and neither Moonlight nor Miss Nami were present. I feared something had occurred. Thus, I ventured forth and discovered a room made of wax in a corner of the forest. Upon entering, I found a transponder snail. And shortly thereafter, it rang, surprisingly. It was a call from one known as Mr. Zero. Sanji took a puff from his cigarette and spoke softly. What? Mr. Zero. Upon hearing this code name, everyone involuntarily gasped in astonishment. This is the true master behind the Baroque works, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned alongside Dracul Mihawk, Sir Crocodile. This is truly a significant figure. Sanji actually received a call from him? What did he say? Vivi immediately felt a surge of anxiety. He inquired whether the Straw Hat crew had been dealt with. Naturally, I did not reveal my identity, so I affirmed that it had been resolved. He urged me to return promptly to report, as everything was ready on his end, and he was prepared to take action. Sanji glanced at Vivi and relayed the message without concealment. Prepared to take action? Upon hearing this, Vivi trembled, her complexion turning ashen. Fortunately, Nami noticed and offered her support. Otherwise, she might have collapsed. Mr. 3 is already formidable. I fear Mr. 0 is even more terrifying. Usopp quivered as he spoke. If Mr. 3 nearly led to their total annihilation, should Mr. 0 engage, they would perish faster than ants. Regardless of Mr. 0 or Mr. 100, such despicable beings must be vanquished. Everyone, let us board the ship and hastily depart. Seeing this, Luffy exclaimed, urging everyone to leave the island swiftly. He yearned to deliver a punch to Crocodile at that very moment. Very well. The group nodded in acknowledgement of the urgency and began preparing to leave. Wait, everyone. We might need to remain on this island for an extended period. However, Nami, glancing at the log pose, suddenly called to halt everyone. Why? The group questioned, puzzled. The log pose has not yet fully registered the island's magnetic forces. We cannot depart from here. Nami pointed to the log pose in her hand, her face etched with a bitter smile. She wished to leave quickly, but on this grand line, without a log pose, one cannot venture anywhere. How long will it take? Luffy asked, feeling anxious. At this rate, it could take a year. Nami cast a strained glance at Vivi. What? A year? The group was taken aback, staring at Nami in disbelief. How could they possibly remain here for such an extended duration? Vivi sank to the ground in utter despair. After a year, even if she returned, what could she accomplish? Her father and the others must have been slain by Crocodile long ago. I possess a permanent log pose to Alabasta. Just as the group fell into silence, Sanji suddenly produced a log pose from his pocket. This was delivered by someone from Mr. 0. It seems it will come in handy now, Sanji declared. A permanent log pose to Alabasta? Nami quickly seized it, her spirits lifting instantly. Sanji, you are truly reliable. Usopp couldn't help but praise. Mr. Sanji. Vivi expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her profound despair transforming into boundless hope. Naturally, compared to that insufferable, directionally challenged green-haired swordsman, you are far superior, Sanji remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zoro and shrugging. You scoundrel, I shall cut you down. Zoro retorted, immediately enraged. This is outrageous. Have you become overly complacent? Very well, Eternal Pointer, we have provisions. Let us embark. Luffy raised his arm and shouted exuberantly. Agreed. The others nodded in unison, swiftly boarding the ship in preparation for departure. Are you truly leaving? Observing the group readying to depart, Brokey and Dongli exchanged glances of regret. They had hoped to spend more time with them, but that now seemed impossible. Dear uncles, we have pressing matters to attend to, but we shall come to find you for a drink when time permits. Luffy smiled and waved, with the others bidding their farewells as well. Very well. The two men chuckled, not insisting on their stay, and waved goodbye to the departing group. By the way, should we warn them about the enormous food island beast lurking ahead? As they watched the group leave, Dongli suddenly recalled something. There is no need, before that man. The food island beast, formidable as it may be, is but a triviality. Brokey shook his head, his gaze resting upon the moonlight. Indeed, to such a man, what does the food island beast truly signify? Upon hearing this, Dongli nodded in agreement, his eyes also fixed on the moonlight, both men displaying a sense of admiration. The man effortlessly deflected the attacks from both of them, leaving them in awe, for they had never encountered such a formidable individual. Moreover, he could easily vanquish a powerhouse like Mr. 3. On this vessel, the presence of such a man rendered the formidable island monster insignificant in comparison. Curiously, what were those two discussing? Aboard the Mary, the crew swiftly prepared to set sail, while Usopp bid farewell to the duo. However, he couldn't help but feel intrigued by their interaction. Perhaps, after a century of rivalry, they had finally come to an understanding. Zoro chuckled, considering the possibility that they were both esteemed warriors. Nami nodded, gazing with admiration at the two figures growing increasingly distant. Suddenly, Moonlight sensed something ominous and urgently called out to the crew. What? The group was taken aback as the sea currents ahead began to churn violently, waves rising tumultuously. As the ocean itself seemed to turn over in an instant. The scene resembled a colossal creature from the depths of the ocean turning over. Soon after, an enormous goldfish, larger than even a Labrador, gracefully emerged from the sea, its mouth agape like a black hole, ready to engulf all in its path. What an immense goldfish! Nami was rendered speechless. Is this truly a goldfish? Usopp's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face a mask of disbelief. How colossal! Even Luffy, typically fearless, found a sheen of cold sweat gracing his brow. Clearly, this behemoth was no ordinary sight. It instilled a sense of gravity in him. Zoro and Sanji remained silent, their expressions gravely serious, both prepared to spring into action. Vivi and the swift-footed had long succumbed to sheer terror, nearly rendered senseless. This is astonishing. Buzz. At that moment, the moonlight unleashed its power. Chapter 93, The Dominance of the Nation. A colossal crescent-shaped sword energy erupted from the center of the moonlight, striking fiercely. The drawn blade slash. Whoosh. Instantly, the massive body of the Fish Island creature was cleaved in two, and the sword energy rampaged, parting the sea itself. The level 5 drawn blade slash had reached an unimaginable level of might. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, everyone collectively gasped in awe. I knew the moonlight was formidable, but I never anticipated its strength to exceed such bounds. After all, this creature was larger than Laboon. Usopp's jaw dropped, utterly amazed. It had grown even stronger than before. Zoro's pupils constricted sharply. He understood the moonlight and could discern that its current power surpassed its previous strength. Moonlight. I have always felt that your prowess was on an entirely different plane compared to ours, and now, my intuition proves to be correct, Sanji murmured, his cigarette falling from his lips in disbelief. Not merely on a different level, but in an entirely different dimension. Vivi was utterly stunned. Even Crocodile likely lacked this level of power. But do not rejoice too soon. This is not yet over. Moonlight quickly turned its gaze to the surface of the sea. Its expression grave. Perhaps due to the overwhelming force of the sword energy, the calm sea suddenly became tumultuous, rippling incessantly. The ocean was no longer tranquil. This was a troubling sign, especially since the Fish Island creature was colossal, not yielding even to an island. If the sword energy merely pierced through, it would be manageable. But with the sudden cleave from the moonlight, although the Mary had sailed through unscathed, the sea boiled as if a weight of several tons had been abruptly dropped into it. The situation resembled an island being sliced in half. Momentarily suspended before its weight caused it to sink into the ocean, the surrounding waters erupted in chaos, churning violently as a vortex large enough to encompass an island suddenly manifested. This is dire. Moonlight, your strike has stirred the sea entirely, and a colossal whirlpool is about to form. We may find ourselves trapped within it. Nami quickly realized, observing the tumultuous currents, and understood the impending danger. If we're caught in the whirlpool, our ship is doomed, and we may perish. Vivi also grasped the severity of the situation, her complexion paling as she recalled some nautical skills, just escaping the creature's jaws, only to be ensnared by the sea. Sanji lit another cigarette, murmuring in despair. What should we do? At this point, even another sword strike may be too late. Zoro looked to Moonlight. Indeed, time was running out. But we are not yet in a hopeless situation. The two giants have already intervened. Moonlight remained composed, sensing the ocean's currents with its observation Haki, awaiting another opportunity to strike, when it suddenly detected two unusual power fluctuations, prompting it to look into the distance. There stood Dory and Broggy, one on each side of the island, one wielding a massive sword, the other a giant axe, both gathering their strength as they gazed at Moonlight and the others. Fear not. We shall not allow this ocean to devour our benefactor. This gratitude we hold dear. Let us carve a path through the thorny sea for you, so you may continue onward. They smiled slightly. Clearly, they had anticipated this chaos when Moonlight drew its sword. After living over a century at sea, they were intimately familiar with its ebbs and flows. Having amassed their strength, they simultaneously struck. A massive surge of azure energy and a formidable wave of crimson energy erupted from their bodies, coursing through their weapons with ferocious intensity. The dominance of the nation. They bellowed in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. The blue and red energies collided with the sea like roaring cannon fire. Boom. A straight path through the water was forcibly created, the power surging forward, overwhelming, while the waters surrounding the Mary roared in response. Under this force, the Mary ascended into the air, distanced from the tumultuous sea. Astonishing. Truly remarkable. This is the might of great warriors of the sea, Usopp exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Even the ocean was cleaved apart. This is undeniably powerful. Nami and the others marveled in awe. You too, let us share a drink sometime. Luffy waved goodbye. Then, in the next moment, he turned to Sanji. Sanji, I want meat. Sanji, Nami, Zoro, Moonlight. The atmosphere of parting dissipated instantly, and everyone turned to Luffy, speechless. What manner of thought processes does this fellow possess? Nevertheless, Sanji obediently returned to the cabin. He is indeed a competent chef. The others exhaled in relief. The experience in the small garden had been harrowing, nearly costing them their lives. Now, having survived, with the sea tranquil and the sun shining brightly, they were afforded a rare moment of leisure to indulge in Sanji's exquisite cuisine and fine wine. Truly, such is life. What more could one desire? Almost everyone shared this sentiment. However, one individual stood atop the lookout, brandishing his sword, diligently continuing his practice. Moonlight. After such intense battles, are you not the least bit fatigued? Upon witnessing this scene, the others were rendered speechless. Did Moonlight not feel weariness? Not at all. Moonlight replied nonchalantly, wielding the grass wren sword with fervor. The sword energy surged forth, sharp as the wind. His strength must be further honed. It is no wonder he is so formidable. Vivi sighed internally. While others envied Moonlight's power, they remained oblivious to the relentless effort he exerted. A physique more robust than any beast, tireless dedication day and night, coupled with extraordinary talent and insight. These are the reasons Moonlight possesses such prowess. His body has transcended humanity. Zoro reclined on the deck, closing his eyes, languidly remarking, "Hey, Zoro, we are all swordsmen. While Moonlight practices, you laze about. Is that appropriate?" Usopp exclaimed in response. "It's different. Everyone has their own way of training. I cannot emulate Moonlight's method, nor can he replicate mine. You are not a swordsman. You wouldn't understand." Zoro retorted coolly, clearly seeking an excuse for his own idleness, yet he spoke as if it were entirely justified, tch. However, upon hearing this, Nami couldn't help but scoff dismissively. Zoro, Vivi, quick escape, Luffy. All right, it's time to eat. Sanji suddenly emerged, calling out to everyone. Chapter 94, One Sword Striking the Hurricane Good. At this, everyone became exhilarated. Since departing from Cactus Island, their meals had been sporadic, and after the near-death experience in the small garden, they had yet to enjoy a proper feast. Now, with the sea calm and the sun shining, it was the perfect moment to bask in the sunlight and relish delectable cuisine. Moreover, Sanji was a world-class chef. The dishes he prepared were nothing short of divine. With this thought, everyone's mouths watered in anticipation. Even Moonlight ceased his swordplay, leaping from the lookout to be the first to dash toward the cabin. Hey, Moonlight, are you not a bit too eager? Usopp and the others gaped in astonishment. He had believed that aside from swords, Moonlight held no interest in anything else. Truly, Sanji is remarkable. He can even make this sword enthusiast set aside his blade. Nami marveled. No, I think you misunderstand. The reason he is so rushed is that Mr. Luffy has already gone inside, Vivi remarked, glancing at the now vanished Luffy. What? Luffy has already gone in. This is bad. Luffy, you are not allowed to eat my portion. Hurry, or I will go hungry again. Upon hearing this, the astonished crowd swiftly rushed toward the cabin. That is Luffy, after all. If one person is sated, the entire ship shall not go hungry. If he has already entered, and they do not hurry, they will truly be left with nothing but dust. They must not allow Luffy to eat before them. Sanji took a deep breath, observing the scene with a leisurely smile. For a chef, nothing brings greater fulfillment than having one's culinary skills acknowledged, especially by these individuals, who are his trusted companions. Hey, Luffy, quiet down. That is mine. A thunderous uproar erupted from within the cabin. An hour later, the group, satiated and content, lay on the deck basking in the sun. How delightful. Usopp stretched luxuriously, feeling marvelous. The others were too lazy to converse. Truly, this was bliss. Vivi nodded, enviously gazing at everyone. The meal had deepened her understanding of them, and she could not help but envy their camaraderie. To sail alongside such companions, what more could one desire? Yet, she longed to join them. However, at that moment, Nami, who had been observing the sea through her telescope, suddenly tumbled down from above. Nami, what happened? An enemy? The sudden upheaval instantly astonished everyone. The sea, rare in its tranquility, saw the crew basking under the sun on the deck, all appearing languid and carefree, unaware that such a calamity would ensue. Sanji was the first to rush towards Nami. In a flash, a dark light flickered, and Moonlight suddenly appeared, catching the falling Nami. Moonlight. Sanji sighed in relief. What happened to Nami? The others hurried over, their faces etched with concern for her well-being. She must be unwell. Moonlight gently touched Nami's forehead, which was burning with fever, and her complexion was alarmingly flushed, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow, reflecting her evident discomfort and agony. She felt as if her body were a piece of red-hot iron, her temperature soaring continuously. Hearing the commotion, Nami managed to open her eyes, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Just a slight cold. She then quickly turned to Usopp. Usopp, change course immediately. The wind direction is off. Steer the ship to the left. The wind direction is off? But it seems perfectly normal, Usopp replied, puzzled, gazing at the placid sea, yet he promptly took action. When it came to navigation, Nami held absolute authority. Nami, don't worry about that. How do you feel? Sanji asked with concern. Her fever is quite high. She must be ill, Vivi remarked, glancing at everyone. Is there a doctor on board? The crew fell silent, their gazes collectively landing on Nami. Clearly, she was the only one aboard with even a modicum of medical knowledge. And now she was unwell. This must be due to the sudden change in climate, leading to her illness. We must find a doctor, or the situation will become dire. Vivi thought, furrowing her brow. Just as her words hung in the air, the calm sea suddenly transformed. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a fierce wind whipped up. In an instant, an enormous vortex, measuring 20 meters in diameter, violently coalesced on the surface of the water. The storm raged, swiftly evolving into a super typhoon that surged across the sea. The ocean roiled, and the tempest unleashed its fury, transforming the surrounding area into a whirlwind of chaos. The waters around the Mary immediately began to churn violently. This is bad. It's a hurricane. What is happening? Just a moment ago, the skies were clear. How did it change so abruptly? Everyone was struck with terror, witnessing the impending onslaught of the colossal hurricane, with the Mary appearing as insignificant as an ant in its path. This is grave. Nami, we may not have time. At that moment, Usopp, who was at the helm, shouted in a flurry of panic. Following Nami's instructions, he attempted to steer the going Mary away, yet it was too late. The ship was about to collide with the hurricane from the side. How infuriating, they were so close. Nami forced her eyes open, gazing at the hurricane before her, filled with resentment. It was all due to her body, which had suddenly given out, causing them to miss it by just a hair's breadth. Fear not, this little bit. I shall accomplish. Moonlight chuckled softly, grasped Nami's hand, and boldly made his way to the bow of the ship. Moonlight, could it be that you intend to? Upon witnessing this, shock flickered in everyone's eyes. Could it be that he was going to slice through the hurricane? Could a mere human achieve such a feat? If it were anyone else, it would be utterly impossible, but perhaps Moonlight could. Zoro's gaze was fixed intently on Moonlight, not missing a single movement. Filled with unwavering confidence in him. Usopp, steady the helm. Moonlight suddenly called out to Usopp while staring at the hurricane. Yes. Usopp replied loudly. Armament. Void slash. Moonlight's expression hardened. He reversed his grip on the sword, and the armament Haki coiled around the blade of the Shusui, transforming it into a black sword. Then, a crescent-shaped sword aura rapidly coalesced above the blade. The Void Slash could endlessly accumulate sword energy, maximizing its power to the utmost. Waves of sword energy continuously accumulated on the blade, ultimately forming an enormous beam of moonlight. Whoosh! Moonlight swung the sword. A colossal sword aura, measuring 20 meters in length and width, surged forth from Moonlight, cleaving towards the hurricane. The hurricane raged, the sea surged, and monstrous waves crashed violently. However, wherever this sword aura passed, it was effortlessly sliced in two. Instantly, under the astonished gazes of all, the hurricane, with a diameter of 20 meters, was severed in half, splitting apart from the center. Subsequently, the two halves of the hurricane rampaged across the sea, creating concentric circles on the water's surface, violently expanding outward. And the currents underwent a dramatic shift. Hiss! They truly cleaved through the hurricane. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in astonishment. While the hurricane was indeed awe-inspiring, Moonlight was even more so. Look, the direction of the currents has changed. Zoro observed the shifting currents, managing to maintain his composure despite the overwhelming shock. Now is the time. Usopp, hurry. Moonlight urgently called to Usopp. Yes. In that moment, Usopp instinctively knew what to do without needing further instruction from Moonlight. He swiftly turned the helm, and the Going Merry changed course, moving far away from the hurricane. Chapter 95. Naturally, he is my first mate. Soon, the Going Merry sailed beyond the reach of the hurricane. They were saved. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. They had truly escaped death by a hair's breadth. If caught in the hurricane, certain destruction awaited them. No matter how strong one might be, in the face of such natural disasters, they were no different than ants. Had it not been for Moonlight's timely intervention, they would surely have perished. Though they had survived, Usopp still felt a lingering dread. The others nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Moonlight's sword that altered the currents, they would have already met their end beneath the waves. No, it was thanks to Nami. Had she not promptly warned Usopp to change direction, we would have faced certain death unless I could eradicate the hurricane. Moonlight shook his head, looking towards Nami. Had Nami not informed Usopp to alter their course in advance, they would have been in the eye of the hurricane by now, and no matter how strong he was, it would have been futile. With his current strength, he could not hope to slice through a hurricane. That was a natural disaster. On the sea, the most formidable force remained the navigator. Indeed, while Moonlight was formidable, able to cleave through a hurricane, Nami was even more powerful. She could predict the coming storm merely by sensing the wind direction. A navigator of such caliber was a rarity I have ever encountered. Vivi exclaimed in astonishment. The woman, despite her dire condition, astonishingly remained attuned to the fluctuations in temperature. Nami uttered no words, merely offering a thumbs up to the crowd before dramatically collapsing into Vivi's embrace. Nami! Nami! Everyone gasped at the sight. We need to help her to the cabin. Sanji exclaimed hurriedly. In the cabin, Nami's condition was quite grave. Her body temperature had surpassed human limits. If this continued, her life would be in jeopardy. We must find a doctor, Vivi stated, her expression grave as she scanned the group. Then we must hasten our journey to the next island, Usopp added, anxiety etched on his face. Luffy, in an attempt to elicit laughter from Nami, resorted to a series of bizarre antics. Yet Nami was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, unable to muster even a smile. For Miss Nami's safety, we have no choice, Sanji nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Vivi concurred. No, we cannot linger. We must proceed directly to Alabasta. Time is of the essence. Vivi, I regret to inform you that I have concealed something from you to spare you worry, he continued. At that moment, Nami suddenly grasped Vivi's hand and produced a newspaper from her bosom. Vivi paused, taking the newspaper, but her expression swiftly transformed, as if struck by lightning. She stood there, stunned. What is it? Sanji rushed forward, only to see a glaring headline on the newspaper. Alabasta in revolt. Has it escalated to such a critical state? Sanji's complexion darkened immediately. Just a day prior, he had received a call from Mr. Zero, and now, less than 24 hours later, the situation had deteriorated to this extent. In such a circumstance, it is feared that before long, the entirety of Alabasta will fall under the dominion of Mr. Zero. No wonder Vivi bears such an expression. Usopp, Zoro, and Luffy exchanged astonished glances, their faces gravely serious as they regarded Vivi. This situation demands immediate action. However, Nami's illness poses a significant concern. The journey from here to Alabasta is extensive, and given Nami's current condition, she may not endure the strain. Yet Vivi, despite joining the crew later, has been embraced as one of their own by all. Luffy, everyone, time is of the essence. We must split into two groups. I will take Nami to seek medical assistance at a nearby island, while you all proceed to Alabasta. We will regroup there. At that moment, Moonlight spoke up. Moonlight. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. This was the only viable solution. Nami's condition could not be delayed. Alabasta was already in turmoil, and any further postponement due to Nami's illness could lead to dire consequences. With the eternal pointer to Alabasta in hand, they could simply follow the indicated route. After reaching the nearby island with Nami, they would devise a plan to reunite. We will meet in Alabasta, Moonlight affirmed, striding towards Nami. Sanji, prepare us 2 days' worth of provisions. Are we really going to split up? Luffy inquired. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Moonlight's proposal was indeed the most suitable course of action. However, since the beginning of their journey in the East Blue, they had always sailed together. The thought of parting ways stirred a sense of reluctance, and they glanced at Luffy. Though they felt a twinge of sadness, there was no other option. All right, Moonlight. You must ensure Nami returns safely. If anything happens to her, I will not forgive you, nor will I forgive myself, Luffy stated in a low voice, raising his head with unwavering determination. Because you are my most important comrades. Vivi abruptly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Everything was for her sake. Ultimately, she had merely joined them partway, and they owed her nothing. Yet, they were willing to go to such lengths for her. In this vast ocean, how many individuals would do the same? Moonlight, you must protect Miss Nami, or I shall not forgive you. Sanji gazed at Moonlight, his expression solemn. Moonlight, we have made a pact. We must reunite in Alabasta. Usopp declared with rare seriousness. Make haste and return. Zoro patted Moonlight on the shoulder, exuding unwavering trust. Understood. Moonlight replied with a nod, turning to Nami. Nami, let us go. I will take you to the doctor. With that, he hoisted Nami onto his back. Once again, I must trouble you, Moonlight. Nami, utterly frail, spoke softly. Everyone, we shall meet in Alabasta. Moonlight smiled, glancing at the others before leaping into the sea. Dragon Slash. With a swift motion, a crescent-shaped blade of energy coalesced into a radiant aura, enveloping the two. In the next instant, they soared into the air, swiftly moving 10 meters above the surface of the ocean. The sword's energy sliced through the air, replacing the previous cacophony with powerful gusts resembling a lunar tempest. In the blink of an eye, the pair vanished from sight. It was evident that this individual was remarkably powerful, capable of traversing the sea with ease. But now it appeared he could even fly in midair. Initially, I had my reservations, considering the vastness of the ocean, yet it seemed there was no cause for concern. Zoro stood agape, his jaw nearly dropping. Moonlight's strength surpassed that of any of us. Even if we combined our efforts, we would hardly match him. With him escorting Nami, I felt utterly reassured. Usopp patted his chest, declaring loudly, though tears welled in his eyes. After all, this was the boundless ocean. Having chosen to trust Moonlight, one must trust fully. Moreover, this man was the most reliable of them all, and I believed in him. Sanji exhaled deeply, his expression more serious than ever. Of course, he is my first mate. Luffy beamed, brimming with confidence in Moonlight. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After all, he was Moonlight, their vice-captain. Suddenly, Vivi knelt before the group, tears streaming down her face. I am so sorry. It is all because of me. It is all my fault. Chapter 96. I beg you. Save my comrade Nami. Can you discern the direction? At sea, Moonlight sprinted across the waves, carrying Nami as he sought a nearby island. However, the vast ocean, especially on this grand line, was a formidable challenge. The record pointer indicated a clear direction, yet all around them was the endless sea, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. The direction is correct. We simply need to keep moving forward. Nami managed to open her eyes and weakly observed the record pointer. Very well, Moonlight nodded, once more employing the dragon slash as they continued towards the indicated direction. Through illusions and storms, his speed was astonishing. Wherever he passed, the ocean surged with tumultuous waves, crashing against the shore. What is that? No way, am I dreaming? Is someone truly running on the sea? In a certain maritime region, just as Moonlight sped past, an enormous sailing ship surged from the depths of the sea. The waters roared and churned violently, for colossal iron wheels turned, effortlessly navigating the ocean. It was a large-scale submarine assault vessel. On board, countless soldiers stared in disbelief at the direction Moonlight had taken, rubbing their eyes, convinced they had made a mistake. They had witnessed a man running on the sea. How could such an absurdity exist? No, you are not mistaken. Indeed, someone is running on the sea, and he is carrying a woman. At that moment, on the deck, a peculiar man with long arms, a bow slung across his back, and lips resembling waves gazed in astonishment at Moonlight's departing figure. He was an archer, possessing sharper eyesight than most, and at that instant, he saw everything clearly. King Walder, we have spotted a man running on the sea. What should we do? Should we capture him? Beside him, a man with an explosive hairstyle and a thick mustache also witnessed the event and hurriedly turned to report to a nearby figure, an overweight, unattractive man with an enormous mouth and a cylindrical tin plate attached to his chin. You two fools, what nonsense are you spouting? How could anyone run on the sea? Quickly, conceal yourselves and wait for passing ships. I must acquire the eternal pointer leading to the kingdom of magnetic drums. The tin plate man raged, unable to fathom such a concept, ordering them to submerge the vessel. Understood. Though the two were filled with confusion, they dared not question the king's orders and hurriedly complied, ensuring the ship remained hidden. The individuals standing there were none other than Waldo and his companions, who, utilizing the unique submersible capabilities of the White Iron King, had ambushed passing ships in pursuit of the eternal pointer of the magnetic drum kingdom. Recently, the sea currents had behaved unusually, leading them to believe a vessel had passed. However, upon overhearing the conversation, their anger was ignited. Just moments ago, the currents had exhibited strange fluctuations, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The observation Haki was activated. Meanwhile, Moonlight, moving swiftly, employed his observation Haki in hopes of discerning something amidst the chaos. Soon, he detected anomalous waves in the sea he had departed from. Nonetheless, he had no time to turn back and pressed onward. Thus, he journeyed for an exhausting 2 days and nights. It was now the 3rd day since Nami had fallen ill, and her condition was increasingly dire. Though Moonlight diligently followed the recorded direction of the pointer, the vast ocean offered no clues as to the location of the next island. To make matters worse, during these 3 days, Moonlight had relentlessly practiced his swordsmanship. Now, with the added burden of carrying Nami, despite his remarkable stamina, he felt his strength waning, teetering on the brink of collapse. Should he fail to locate an island soon, he feared he might succumb to the depths of the sea alongside Nami. Cursed be this weary body, Moonlight murmured, feeling an increasing heaviness enveloping him. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The dragon's breakthrough slash has advanced to level 4. Ding. Observation Haki has ascended to level 5. After 3 days and nights of relentless movement, both skills had upgraded. Instantly, his speed surged, creating formidable gusts akin to miniature hurricanes. The range of his observation Haki doubled, enabling him to cover an island the size of Little Garden, and his perception sharpened. There. With his level 5 observation Haki, Moonlight spotted an island 10 miles ahead, bustling with people. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward with Nami in tow. Suddenly, the sea began to roil violently. Was a storm approaching? That seemed unlikely given the current weather conditions. The ocean was capricious. Caution was warranted. Captain Dalton, what is that? At that moment, on an island blanketed in snow, villagers armed with weapons lay hidden behind the mountains, bracing for an unknown threat. Suddenly, the surface of the sea surged violently, as if a storm were imminent. Panic ensued among the villagers, who turned to a towering man with a physique like that of an ox. He was their captain, Dalton, the strongest man in the village, tasked with their protection. As the storm drew closer, the villagers beheld the approaching figure, gasping in astonishment. What storm? It was a man clad in black, carrying a woman, traversing the sea. It was none other than Moonlight and Nami, who had finally discovered the island. Who are you? Despite his shock, Dalton, embodying the resolve of a leader, steadied himself and interrogated Moonlight with a wary gaze. The deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Moonlight, he responded, his heart leaping with joy at the sight of the island. Yet, before he could utter another word, the crowd around him changed their demeanor and shouted in unison, Pirates! They are pirates! Get out of here, or face death. They raised their weapons, some even firing shots, their hatred for pirates palpable. To protect Nami, Moonlight dodged the onslaught. But she had already lost consciousness. Panic surged within him. With the third day nearly over, if she did not receive medical attention soon, her life would be at risk. Yet he had come seeking help. To retaliate against these villagers would only waste precious time. In desperation, he gritted his teeth, cradling Nami in his arms, and knelt before them, allowing the bullets to pierce his body. I bear no malice, nor any ulterior motives. I implore you, save my companion. She is gravely ill and requires a doctor. I beseech you, please, save her. Chapter 97, Chopper. Moonlight's anguished cry resonated deep within the hearts of all present. Captain. The crowd was visibly moved. A man, emerging from the sea, kneels to plead for his companion, indifferent to the bullets piercing his body. Even if he were a truly vicious pirate, turning against them afterward, they would accept it. After all, how often do pirates kneel in supplication? Follow me, Dalton said, casting a profound glance at the Moonlight before turning away. The Moonlight, not daring to linger, hurriedly followed. In a village blanketed by snow, within a modest room, the Moonlight carefully placed Nami in a comfortable position and promptly inquired of Dalton. This country possesses but a single physician. If you wish to find him, you must traverse the snowy mountain and reach the palace at its summit. The doctor resides within that palace. Dalton handed the Moonlight a bottle of liquor, which he accepted without hesitation, drinking deeply before casting his gaze toward the snow-capped peaks. There, at the summit, a palace seemed to emerge faintly. Thank you, the Moonlight nodded, setting down the bottle, ready to take Nami to seek medical assistance. As for why such a vast country had only one doctor, he was not concerned. His sole focus was on healing Nami swiftly. You have sustained 36 bullet wounds. If they are not removed promptly, your life is in jeopardy. Additionally, you are utterly exhausted, nearing your limits. It is likely that even upon reaching the mountain's peak, you could succumb to fatigue. Moreover, the ascent is fraught with peril, and you may encounter Laboon. Dalton remarked, clearly taken aback by the Moonlight's indifference to his own injuries. Rest assured, I am unscathed. Consider this matter a token of my gratitude. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall not refuse, the Moonlight responded, securing Nami warmly before setting off toward the snowy mountain. Dalton stood momentarily speechless, grappling with the notion that one would risk their life for a companion. Meanwhile, the Moonlight pressed onward, determined to reach the mountain. Given the treacherous terrain, he kept his movements deliberate and quiet to avoid triggering an avalanche, conserving his strength. Laboon, rumored to be a ferocious carnivorous snow beast, was formidable, yet the Moonlight felt an indifference toward it. Besides, there was no certainty that he would encounter one on this path. Surely, his luck could not be so dire. However, not long after, the sight of towering snow rabbits, towering over 2 men, made the Moonlight inwardly lament his predicament. Alas, fate does not always align with human desires. However, I have no time to squander with you all. As the moonlit pupils flickered, a surge of azure malevolence emanated from my being, radiating outward. The Conqueror's Haki. A resonant hum echoed as the ferocious, red-eyed foes, the Ravens, suddenly collapsed, rendered unconscious and devoid of awareness. All Ravens were stripped of their combat prowess. The level 3 Conqueror's Haki, more potent and expansive in its reach. Onward. Without hesitation, I ascended towards the snow-capped mountains, finally arriving at their base. Before me loomed a sheer cliff of glacial ice, towering thousands of feet high. With the palace of the physician perched atop, the air grew increasingly frigid, an unforgiving chill pervading the atmosphere. Armament. Gritting my teeth, I enveloped my hands in armament Haki, hoisting Nami upon my back as I began the arduous climb up the cliff. My strength was nearly depleted, and I could no longer wield my sword techniques, relying solely on the last vestiges of my power to elevate Nami. In this bitter cold, even the might of armament Haki could not shield my arms from frostbite. Blood froze, cracks appeared upon my skin, and despite my pre-existing injuries, I transformed into a figure drenched in crimson. Yet, I paid no heed to these afflictions, gritting my teeth and persevering upward. At last, a mere 100 feet remained. 50 feet, 10 feet. I made it. Gasping for breath, I felt the world tilt violently before me. I quickly planted my sword for support, staggering towards the palace while bearing Nami on my back. Suddenly, a blue-nosed reindeer came into view. I grasped it desperately, akin to a drowning man seizing a lifeline, and summoned my last ounce of strength to plead, please, save my companion. In an instant, darkness enveloped my vision. Upon awakening once more, I found myself in a warm chamber, greeted by the sight of a blue-nosed reindeer adorned with a red hat, wandering about. Did you save me? I sat up abruptly, realizing my wounds had healed completely, and my strength restored to its zenith. Ah, the blue-nosed reindeer was startled, retreating in a flurry behind the door. Your physique is terrifying. I have never encountered a human like you. I merely extracted a bullet, and you automatically recuperated. Is that so? I smiled. Perhaps it was due to the system's endowment. As my swordsmanship continually advanced, my body grew increasingly formidable. Especially upon reaching level 5, I surpassed the capabilities of ordinary humans. Thank you. But how's my companion? What is your name? Your companion is unharmed. Dr. Doriel is attending to her. I am Chopper, came the reply. Chopper, I am truly grateful to you. I expressed with heartfelt appreciation. He is indeed their savior. No, I do not require your gratitude, humans. Upon hearing this, Chopper sprang forth. Indignant, yet his body danced with excitement. As he scratched his head and chuckled, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel, even if you say that, I am not pleased at all. By the way, Chopper, your medical skills are quite remarkable, capable of extracting the bullet from my body," Moonlight inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, you scoundrel, even with your compliments." I remain unmoved. Chopper floated once more in delight. Haha, in that case, let us be companions and set sail together as pirates. Moonlight laughed. Companions? Pirates? Chopper froze, as if he had heard something utterly terrifying, backing away until he inadvertently toppled over the shelf behind him. Then, he bellowed, "You fool, are you jesting? Have you ever seen a reindeer that walks on 2 legs and converses with humans, especially one with a blue nose?" However, in his mind's eye, the image of Moonlight grasping his hand tightly, pleading for him to save his comrades, lingered. This scene profoundly moved him. What is there to find strange? In this vast sea, I believe anything is possible. Even so, what does it matter? I accept you as my companion, so I shall not concern myself with such trivialities. The Moonlight smiled gently. You scoundrel, I shall not acquiesce to your request. Humanity is untrustworthy, you rascal. Yet upon hearing this, Chopper ran out in tears. Chapter 98. The avalanche. The child is injured, but if you wish to take him, then do so. Upon witnessing this, Moonlight was about to pursue, when a voice suddenly resonated. A woman entered, golden-haired and possessing an exquisitely perfect figure, yet her face was lined with wrinkles. She boldly sat in a chair, one hand adjusting her sunglasses while the other held a drink, pouring it into her mouth greedily. Thank you for saving us. Moonlight's eyes flickered. This woman must be Dr. Kureha, the only doctor in the entire country, renowned as the witch, and also referred to by Chopper as Nurse Dorley. Moonlight promptly bowed, filled with gratitude. From Chopper, he had already learned that Nami was safe. You misunderstand. That little girl was indeed saved by me, but you? No one saved you. And you would have been fine. Your body is too powerful. Bullets cannot even pierce your muscles, and they are automatically repelled. This is the strongest body I have ever encountered, Dr. Kureha remarked, casting a glance at Moonlight, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Having lived for 150 years, she had seen countless storms, yet she had never beheld a body as formidable as Moonlight's, not even on that ship. Regardless, thank you. Is Chopper injured? Moonlight continued to express his gratitude, his gaze shifting. This child was abandoned by his kin and humanity at birth. Dr. Kureha waved her hand dismissively, taking a hearty swig of alcohol as she recounted Chopper's origins. Upon hearing this, Moonlight's eyes sparkled, and he sighed repeatedly. It is evident that you cherish your companion. Only someone like you can help him completely overcome his psychological shadows. As she concluded, Dr. Kureha gazed at Moonlight, her eyes filled with hope, especially when she mentioned Chopper, her expression softening as though she were looking at her own son. Very well, I will do so, Moonlight nodded earnestly. Boom. Just then, a sudden cacophony of cannon fire erupted outside the castle, mingled with Chopper's furious shouts. Moonlight and Dr. Kureha both reacted. Something has happened. In the next instant, Moonlight vanished from the room. Outside the castle, Chopper had activated the powers of the human fruit, transforming into a robust man, battling against 3 monstrous figures that had suddenly appeared. Though his power was formidable due to the fruit, the grotesque creature with a jaw attached to a tin plate, exceedingly fat and hideous, proved to be a formidable opponent, almost swallowing him whole. After devouring 2 of his subordinates, the creature morphed into a war fortress, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire with devastating intensity. It was none other than Wolbo and his crew. They had finally returned to Drum Island, with Wolbo exerting his might to subdue Dalton before quelling the rioting populace. He and his 2 subordinates had come to the castle, the site of his former royal palace, preparing to reclaim his identity as the king of Drum Kingdom. Upon seeing Chopper, they immediately attacked. Chopper found himself at a disadvantage. A mere reindeer dares obstruct the king's path? I shall send you on your way. There was no need for the king to act. They could handle him. Wolbo's allies, Jess and Chromali, sneered. After merging, their strength had grown even more formidable, their combined attacks seamless and invincible. How dare this hideous flag fly over my castle? Watch me shatter it. Wolbo's gaze fell upon the pirate flag fluttering above the castle, his fury igniting as he fired a cannon shot directly at it. Not good. Chopper's eyes widened in horror. That was Dr. Hiliulik's pirate flag. Whoosh. In that instant, a crescent-shaped sword aura sliced through the air from above the castle, instantly cleaving Wolbo's cannonball in 2, the sword energy carving a deep gash into the snow below. Chopper's gaze shifted, and he saw Moonlight, the one who had invited him to set sail, standing beside the pirate flag, effortlessly deflecting the incoming cannonball with a single strike. Who is that? Wolbo's anger intensified upon seeing the attack thwarted. Your Majesty, he is the man we witnessed running across the sea. It is he. Jess and his companion trembled, having clearly seen Moonlight racing across the sea with someone in tow, never expecting him to appear here. A man capable of running on water was not someone they dared provoke. What audacity! A man running on water dares to obstruct me? I shall swallow you whole. Wolbo bellowed, disregarding all else, for he could not fathom that anyone could traverse the sea. He directed the war fortress toward Moonlight, unleashing a full barrage. This is his ability to devour the Munch Munch fruit, the Munch Munch factory, which transforms everything it consumes into entirely new weapons of unparalleled power. Chopper, step aside. Upon witnessing this, Moonlight swiftly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted towards Chopper. Understood. Chopper nodded, and in an instant, he vacated his previous position. With a hum, a colossal crescent-shaped sword aura, measuring a staggering 30 meters in length and width, descended from above the castle, centered around Moonlight. The sword aura sliced through the air with astonishing speed. It powerfully cleaved towards Valdo and his companions. What? The trio's eyes widened in shock, and they immediately attempted to evade, but the speed of the sword aura was unfathomable. Before they could react, it sent all three of them flying. Ah! They cried out in distress, hastily struggling to rise. But upon witnessing the ensuing spectacle, they were utterly terrified and fled without a backward glance. Behind them, the edge of an immense cliff was likewise cleaved away. What a terrifying strike this is. They cannot help but recall the destruction wrought by the notorious Blackbeard and his crew. This power is unwaveringly strong. Ah! At this moment, Chopper is also taken aback, turning to gaze at the Moonlight. The prowess of this swordsman is truly terrifying. Remarkable. Dr. Kureha also stepped forward, halting her drinking as she gazed in astonishment at Moonlight. With her vast experience, she had never encountered such a formidable swordsman. Naturally, for he is our first mate. At that moment, Nami emerged, giving Moonlight a thumbs up. She appeared to be in much better spirits. Nami, Moonlight exclaimed with joy, turning his attention towards her. You're all right. Thank you, Moonlight. If it weren't for you, Nami began, her smile radiant, ready to express her gratitude, when suddenly a thunderous rumble echoed from the mountainside below. Oh no, this is bad. Avalanche. Sensing the disturbance, the four turned their gazes toward the mountain base, their expressions shifting to alarm. Chopper noticed something amiss, his eyes widening in horror. Below the 30-meter cliff, the snow, stirred by the blade's energy, began to cascade down the mountain, swirling uncontrollably. Chapter 99. One blade to slash the avalanche. This is disastrous. There are countless villagers living below. If we do not warn them immediately, Dr. Kureha's countenance changed, though she appeared cold and unapproachable. She harbored the heart of a healer. Chopper, quickly, we must descend to inform them, she urged, hastily addressing him. Chopper nodded, transforming into his reindeer form, ready to carry Dr. Kureha down the slope. It's futile, we're already too late. The speed of an avalanche from such a height is unfathomable. By the time you reach the village, it will be buried. Nami frowned, observing the mountain's angle. Even if time is short, we must strive to act. Dr. Kureha clenched her teeth, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, yet she could not simply stand idly by. Those were the villagers she had grown close to. Moreover, this calamity was partly her doing. I will go. At that moment, Moonlight stood tall, swiftly approaching the cliff's edge before leaping off. Stop. That cliff is a sheer drop, and an avalanche is occurring below. Chopper urged frantically. Are you trying to endanger your life by jumping down like that? Dr. Kureha shouted. Nevertheless, Moonlight had already committed to his leap. Dragon's breakthrough. In that fleeting moment of suspension, Moonlight executed the dragoness breakthrough, enveloped in a blade of energy as he descended straight towards the mountain base. Instantly, he transformed into a streak of blue light, parallel to the cliff, as swirling blue winds erupted around him, propelling him swiftly downward. Chopper and Dr. Kureha stood in stunned silence. Is this fellow truly unscathed? That is a sheer precipice. This is the prowess of our first mate. Although I am uncertain of his intentions, it is clear that neither the cliff nor the avalanche poses a threat to his life. Nami remarked, her confidence in the Moonlight unwavering. At this moment, below the mountain, after Vampo's legion vanquished Dalton, the remaining villagers posed no significant threat, utterly overwhelmed in a swift and brutal suppression. In the blink of an eye, the village was subdued, with casualties mounting. They now awaited Vampo's descent from the castle to reclaim dominion over the nation. However, at that instant, the earth trembled violently, and a thunderous roar akin to divine wrath resonated from the mountain. All were astounded and hastily looked upward. They beheld a vast cascade of snow tumbling down the mountainside. A ferocious and unstoppable force. Not good, an avalanche. Someone with keen sight exclaimed in alarm. What? An avalanche? This is dire. Our village lies within its path. If this continues, it will be obliterated. Damn it. Why must there be an avalanche? Soon, everyone was struck with shock as they witnessed the unfolding disaster. Vampo's legion could no longer concern themselves with the villagers. They fled in a panic. After all, it was an avalanche. Clearly, It would engulf this place. Would they choose to remain and face their doom? Yet the newly liberated villagers did not flee immediately. Instead, they gazed at their village, despairing shouts erupting from their throats. Was their cherished home, a culmination of their hard work and dreams, to be destroyed in this manner? How could this be? What transpired? Was it the doing of Vampo? At that moment, Dalton, with the assistance of those around him, regained consciousness. After all, he was the possessor of the bulbul fruit, robust as an ox, and not so easily dispatched. He was merely weakened at present. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was struck with astonishment. Instinctively, he attributed the occurrence to Valpo and his associates. Look over there. What is that? Is it a person? He exclaimed. No way, it truly is a person. What on earth is he doing? Running alongside the avalanche? The incredulity was palpable. Just then, someone, for reasons unknown, suddenly glanced towards the side of the avalanche and gasped in astonishment. The attention of all was drawn, their gazes converging, and they were met with an utterly breathtaking spectacle. A youth clad in black was enveloped in a swirling mass of blue energy, swiftly navigating along the descent of the avalanche. His speed was astounding, soon surpassing that of the avalanche itself. Yet what left them even more awestruck was that after overtaking the avalanche, the black-clad youth halted not far away, brandishing a sword in his hand. What could he possibly intend to do? Someone could not contain their shock and exclaimed, "Is he going to confront the avalanche?" Another speculated. The disbelief was overwhelming. After all, it was an avalanche. Meanwhile, Valpo's legion, witnessing this event, abruptly halted and turned, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What was the youth about to do? Simultaneously, Nami and Correa, seated on their sled, glided down the mountainside and were taken aback by the sight. Nami might have had an inkling, but Correa could hardly believe that such a person existed in the world. Chopper swiftly turned his head and was immediately met with an unforgettable sight. A colossal crescent-shaped sword aura surged forth, cleaving through the moonlight. The sword energy was immense and formidable, slicing everything in its path. The overwhelming avalanche was cleaved in two by this crescent-like sword aura, its course diverted as it cascaded downwards on either side. Concurrently, a passageway, several hundred meters long, opened up directly to the cliff's edge. Although the avalanche maintained its formidable presence, it had already shifted from its original trajectory. While some villagers' homes were still engulfed, the majority had been spared. Could this be real? Had the avalanche truly been halted? Was this even humanly possible? This was absurd. As they beheld the scene, the villagers stood in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fixated on the spectacle before them, an eerie silence enveloped the area. At that moment, no one celebrated the preservation of their homeland. Instead, all eyes were fixated on that shadowy figure, their faces etched with disbelief. Is this real? Who is that young man in black? How could he possibly halt an avalanche single-handedly? Is this a dream? The Valpo Legion stood frozen in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. To halt an avalanche single-handedly. Can this truly be the work of a mere mortal? Did this individual genuinely stop the avalanche? Dr. Correa gasped, her expression one of sheer astonishment as she gazed at Moonglow. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Is this what it means to be a pirate? Chopper abruptly halted, spellbound, his face alight with longing. Moonglow, you never cease to astonish. What is there in this world that you cannot accomplish? Nami murmured, despite having anticipated such feats. Moonglow continually redefined her understanding of him. With a sigh of relief, Moonglow completed his task, executing the dragon's cut, transforming into a blue shadow that landed before Dalton. Dalton inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Moonglow. Is it truly you? In the entirety of the island, apart from the newly arrived Moonglow, he was certain that no one possessed the capability to slice through an avalanche with a single strike. Not even the notorious Blackbeard and his crew, who had demonstrated overwhelming power, could compare to Moonglow before him. My apologies, some events transpired on the mountain. The king of your nation, Valpo, along with his two subordinates, sought trouble, and I accidentally sent them flying with a single blow, inadvertently triggering the avalanche. Fortunately, there was minimal damage, Moonglow said, bowing slightly in apology, acknowledging his indirect role in the calamity. What? You caused the avalanche? And you say it's not a big deal? What then constitutes a significant problem? Damn it, Lord Dalton. I warned against allowing them entry. Pirates are nothing but trouble. Upon learning that Moonglow was responsible for the avalanche, the crowd erupted in furious outcry. Though it had ultimately been a false alarm, some homes had collapsed, resulting in considerable loss. Just as they were about to confront Moonglow, they were stunned into silence upon hearing that he had sent Valpo and his entourage flying. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Valpo? Did you just say you single-handedly defeated Valpo and his crew? Is that true? Moonglow, did you truly vanquish Valpo? You cannot be deceiving us. This revelation sparked a wave of excitement mixed with skepticism amongst the crowd, and they turned their eyes toward Moonglow. What have you done to our Lord Valpo? You scoundrel. We will avenge Lord Valpo. Simultaneously, the Valpo Legion, upon hearing this news, directed their furious cries toward Moonglow, vowing revenge. Revenge, you say? Moonglow smiled faintly. knowing that the followers of such a man were unlikely to be virtuous themselves. His gaze swept across the crowd, emanating an aura of formidable power. Buzz. In an instant, these individuals collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness, leaving no one capable of remaining alert. Hiss. Witnessing the ruthlessly suppressive Valpo Legion being rendered powerless by a mere glance from Moonlight, everyone present, including Dalton, collectively gasped in astonishment. Initially, they harbored disbelief. After all, Valpo was their king, a formidable being endowed with demonic powers. Who among the common folk could possibly rival him? Yet, upon observing Moonlight before them and recalling the scene of his arrival upon the sea and his subsequent strike that cleaved through the avalanche, they were all convinced. In the presence of such might, what significance did Valpo hold? Moonlight, my apologies. The revelation is simply too staggering. Nevertheless, we are immensely grateful to you, for it is through your intervention that our nation and all of us have been spared. At that moment, Dalton came to his senses, gazing at the Moonlight, and knelt on one knee in profound gratitude. Indeed, Lord Moonlight, please forgive our impertinence. Nonetheless, we are immensely thankful to you. If the likes of Valpo were to regain control over the nation, we shudder to think of the consequences. Truly, we owe you our deepest thanks, Lord Moonlight. As long as we can rid ourselves of Valpo and his ilk, an avalanche is but a trifle. Even a landslide would be inconsequential. Lord Moonlight, we are free. Not only Dalton, but at that moment, everyone fell to their knees, their eyes fixed on the Moonlight, overflowing with gratitude. In comparison, what was a mere avalanche? Even a landslide would be insignificant. All they sought was to vanquish Valpo. They had endured oppression for far too long, gasping for breath under Valpo's tyrannical rule. Even when Blackbeard and his crew arrived, Valpo fled without a fight, leaving them in constant fear of his return. But now, they had no such worries. The Moonlight had utterly defeated Valpo, liberating them completely. This is a savior. Moonlight. At that moment, Nami, Chopper, and Dr. Correja descended from the heavens. Nami exclaimed, her gaze sweeping over the individuals kneeling around, a look of confusion crossing her face. What has transpired? Has it already been resolved? This fellow. Chopper cast a glance at Moonlight, observing the avalanche that had been cleaved apart on the mountainside, astonished. Such an impressive swordsman. Dr. Correja scrutinized Moonlight from head to toe. Having never witnessed Moonlight's prowess before, she was now utterly astonished by his formidable physique. Such a formidable individual is indeed a rare sight. Nami, come here. Upon seeing Nami, Moonlight nodded and said. Nami complied, and, following Moonlight, bowed deeply to everyone present, expressing immense gratitude. The true thanks should be directed towards us. Without you, our salvation would not have been possible. After saying this, the two bowed once more. His sincerity was palpable. Had it not been for their guidance to the island and Dalton pointing him towards Dr. Correja's location, even if he could vanquish these foes, he could not have ascertained Dr. Correja's precise whereabouts. By then, Nami would likely have succumbed to the pressure. Thus, these individuals were his saviors. No, Lord Moonlight. You exaggerate. We hardly did anything, and we even fired shots at you. You are our benefactor. Indeed, Lord Moonlight. We ought to be the ones expressing our gratitude to you. Observing this, the crowd shook their heads. You liberated us from Walbo's oppression, which is far more significant than anything else. Therefore, there is no need for further modesty. We must sincerely thank you. Dalton gazed at Moonlight and bowed deeply, expressing his appreciation. Then let us exchange our thanks. It seems we have formed an acquaintance through conflict. Nami, we have lingered here for quite some time, and we have no knowledge of how Luffy and the others are faring. We should prepare to set sail immediately. Moonlight smiled, and then turned to Nami. Very well. We now possess the eternal pointer to Alabasta, and we have also found a reliable ship's doctor. This mission has been a resounding success. Let us depart. Nami nodded, playfully smiled, pointed to the eternal pointer in her hand, and then gestured towards Chopper, who looked utterly bewildered. Clearly, she and Dr. Correja had reached a mutual understanding. Is that so? Moonlight chuckled, having comprehended everything at that moment, and he bid farewell to the group. At the seaside, the White Iron King's ship was anchored nearby, and Moonlight nodded with satisfaction. This vessel was sufficient to carry them to Alabasta. Now that they had the eternal pointer and the ship, it was time to embark on their journey. However, before leaving, he looked towards the group that had come to see them off. Chopper, Dr. Correja, and Dalton. The others were preoccupied with rebuilding their homes, but the presence of these three was more than adequate. Moonlight turned to Chopper, his expression solemn, and formally extended an invitation. Chopper, I am Moonlight, the vice captain of the Buggy Pirates, and I invite you to join us as our ship's doctor on a voyage into the vast and mysterious seas, in pursuit of the legendary One Piece left behind by the Pirate King. Come, let us set sail together. Chopper was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such an invitation at this moment. His mind was torn. Though only half a day had passed, both Moonlight and Nami had earned his trust. Listening to Nami speak of the other crew members painted a picture of a life filled with adventure and camaraderie. How splendid it would be to sail with such a group. He could not help but yearn for it. Moreover, being a pirate was a dream he held as a doctor. As the son of a physician, should he not fulfill that dream? Yet, he had reasons to stay. He glanced at Dr. Kureha, only to be startled. Unbeknownst to him, she had left at some point, leaving behind only a medical kit. Dorilius, Chopper exclaimed in surprise. Do you not understand, Dr. Chopper? Dorilius also wishes for you to join them at sea. Dalton sighed, having recognized Chopper as the same individual who once ventured into the castle for Dr. Hiluluk. What? Hasn't she always refused? Chopper stood in shock. He had once attempted to broach the subject with Dorilius, only to be met with immediate rejection and nearly a physical reprimand. Had it not been for the sudden avalanche, he might have faced severe consequences. But why was it different now? Dr. Chopper, do you still not comprehend? Dorilius wishes for you to set sail, which is precisely why she acted this way. You have spent so much time with her. Do you not understand her temperament? Her reluctance and anger stem from the fact that you are her dearly cherished son. How could she bear to let you go? Yet, she cannot impede your journey. As a man, you must hoist the sails and venture forth. Go, explore the vast ocean, and realize your dreams. That is where you truly belong. Dalton murmured. Dorilius. Hearing this, Chopper was momentarily stunned, tears streaming down his face as he reminisced about their shared moments. Though he was a reindeer with dreams, holding on to his own beliefs and aspirations. Though separation was bittersweet, the sails of his dreams had already been raised. No one could now hinder him from embarking on his voyage. He knelt down, bowing deeply towards the mountain peak, taking a deep breath, and with all his might, he shouted, Dorilius, thank you for all these years of care. I am setting sail. I want to see the ocean, fulfill the dreams of a doctor. And I want to thank you, Dorilius. As he called out, tears streamed down his face, yet his expression was resolute as he turned and leaped onto the White Iron King. A man must live with determination. Moonlight, Nami, let us depart. Chopper looked at Moonlight and Nami, his face set with resolve. Very well, welcome aboard, Chopper. The two nodded, hoisting the anchor and setting sail. Instantly, the White Iron King began to move. Bang! However, at that moment, a thunderous cannonade erupted from the mountaintop, followed by a shower of pink snow cascading from above, resembling cherry blossoms falling from the sky. It was breathtaking. The red snow, like cherry blossoms. Is there truly such a thing as cherry blossoms in this world? This is a miracle, a marvel. So beautiful. It is simply too beautiful. Witnessing this scene, everyone on the island was filled with exhilaration. Dorilius. Seeing this, Chopper trembled with emotion, weeping once more. Haha, foolish son. At that moment, Dalton stood beside Dr. Kureha, who had appeared without notice, gazing at the receding Chopper with a rare sobriety, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly spoke. Chapter 101, Nahama the Sea. The White Iron King. Although this was a stealthy sailing vessel, under the guidance of Moonlight and his companions, it transformed into an ordinary sailing ship gliding across the ocean. The four large iron wheels rolled swiftly over the waves. Nami, at the bow, monitored the record pointer while observing the ocean currents and weather. Chopper was at the helm. Moonlight tirelessly practiced his swordsmanship. Moonlight, aside from you and Nami, are there others on our ship? Are they easy to get along with? Chopper gazed curiously at the Moonlight. Being at sea for the first time, he was filled with wonder, particularly regarding the other members of the Straw Hat crew. However, the Moonlight paid him no heed, focusing intently on sword practice. Nami, with a sly smile, introduced the crew. Of course, they will welcome you wholeheartedly. There's one just like you. A rubber man who consumed a devil fruit. He is our captain, guiding us on our journey. He will surely be fond of you, though he is quite unreliable, often stirring up trouble and engaging in peculiar antics. There's also a trickster who, whenever faced with a challenge, claims to suffer from a terminal illness that prevents him from stepping onto an island. Yet, I see him frolicking about. When you meet him, perhaps you could lend him your healing touch. Additionally, there's a curly-browed chef and a swordsman. They are exceptionally skilled. Oh, and let us not forget a princess. Wow. Everyone sounds so fascinating. Chopper's eyes widened with anticipation. Well, once we reach Alabasta, you will meet them, Nami replied with a smile. I can't wait to see everyone. They must be as impressive as the Moonlight, Chopper nodded, pointing at the Moonlight who was diligently practicing with his sword. This Moonlight is indeed the strongest on our ship. No one can compare to his prowess. However, each member possesses unique strengths. For instance, Chopper, as a renowned doctor. Your medical skills are the finest I have ever witnessed. Moonlight cannot rival you in that regard. With you aboard, we need no longer fear illness. Nami paused for a moment before laughing. Is that so? Haha. Even if you call me a doctor, it does not bring me joy. Chopper floated with delight. Ding. You executed a blade drawing technique, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding. You unleashed armament Haki, earning 10,000 experience points. At this moment, Moonlight remained engrossed in his sword training, paying no mind to Nami and Chopper's conversation. A day had passed since their departure from Winter Island, and according to Vivi, they were now quite near Alabasta. The speed of the Going Merry was indeed impressive. Moonlight did not dare to slack off, training fervently, as once they arrived at Alabasta, he would face not only Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, along with his elite agents, but also the Navy, who would likely have already arrived. Not to mention the rebel forces led by Crocodile. This is a massive upheaval, and aiding Vivi in quelling the internal strife cannot be resolved with mere words. Particularly concerning the Navy. The Navy, entrenched in the Grand Line, possesses formidable strength and vessels that far surpass those of the East Blue. He must augment his power once more to face this tumult with composure. Ding! The Busashoka Haki has ascended to level 5. At last, the Busashoka Haki has been upgraded again. Observing his current attributes, Moonlight felt a surge of confidence. Moonlight Basic Swordsmanship, System granted, Unranked 3-stage / System granted. Unranked Draw / LV5, 50000001000 Fierce, Dragon, / LV4, 50000001000 Phantom, Sword, Dance, LV3, 8000001000000 Sky Splitting Draw, / LV1, 9000. 0100000 Kin Bunshiku Haki, LV5, 500000001 Busashoka Haki, LV5, 100000100 Conquerors Haki, LV3, 5000001 000. Aside from the Conqueror's Haki, both Kin Bunshiku and Busashoku have reached level 5, a level of Haki that is exceedingly potent, unless one encounters an extraordinarily powerful Devil Fruit user. This level of prowess is sufficient to roam the first half of the Grand Line with ease. In terms of swordsmanship, aside from the newly comprehended sky-splitting draw slash, the other 3 sword techniques have attained a new stage, particularly the draw slash, which is nearing level 6. At level 6, the connection between sword, individual, and Haki becomes inseparable, ultimately culminating in the forging of a black blade. A swordsman possessing such techniques exudes an overwhelming presence, with merely a glance. They can shatter the spirits of the feeble-minded, instilling trepidation even in the strongest adversaries. This indeed exemplifies the realm of Hawkeye. The Black Blade, how I eagerly anticipate it. The Moonlight smiled softly. At this moment, the coastline emerged ahead, revealing a bustling town perched upon it. Have we arrived? Is this the port city of Alabasta, Nada? The Moonlight's heart stirred. Then, a cheer erupted from Nami. Moonlight, look. It's the Mary. The Mary? The Moonlight's heart fluttered as he followed Nami's gaze. Indeed, the Mary was departing from the town, seemingly having stopped only for supplies. However, the situation appeared rather dire. From all directions, pursuers were closing in, including Smoker and his cohort of Navy officers. Is that everyone? Chopper exclaimed excitedly, finally able to see the other members of the Straw Hat crew. Moonlight. It seems that Luffy and the others are in trouble. They appear to be fleeing from someone. At this moment, Nami also sensed the looming danger. It seemed as though they were indeed on the run. Indeed, they are being hunted. The Moonlight nodded, having spotted Smoker. Without hesitation, he leaped into the sea. Oh, Moonlight has jumped in. Chopper gasped, rushing forward to save him. However, Nami stopped him. With a light laugh, she said, Chopper, remember, on this ship, aside from Moonlight, you can save anyone who falls into the sea. Why? Chopper asked, bewildered, but he soon understood. The Moonlight was swiftly running atop the waves. He can actually run on water? Chopper's mouth fell agape in astonishment. On the Mary, Luffy exclaimed, didn't we agree to keep it down and avoid drawing attention? We even changed our clothes to disguise ourselves, yet we still attracted so much trouble. Sanji's face darkened as he gazed at the intercepting ship of the Baroque Works millionaires ahead, as well as the Navy led by Smoker pursuing from behind. They were caught in a pincer. Clearly, neither the Baroque Works millionaires nor Smoker were to be trifled with. With both sides closing in, the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Luffy, you rascal. Zoro gritted his teeth, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, knowing a fierce battle was imminent. Hee. Luffy grinned wickedly, seemingly unfazed by the trouble he had caused, instead radiating enthusiasm and a combative spirit. I apologize for the trouble my brother has caused you. Allow me to deal with these fellows. Chapter 102. Firefist A. Seeing Luffy not only untroubled, but also brimming with excitement, Zoro and the others were left speechless. Was it truly wise to have this guy as captain? Nevertheless, they readied themselves, prepared for battle, as the enemy loomed ever closer. Just then, a gentle voice resonated. A young man, around 20, with black hair and a sprinkle of freckles on his cheeks, leapt aboard the ship. Around his neck hung a red bead necklace. His upper body bared, and on his left arm was a tattoo of the letters ASC. A dagger was sheathed at his left hip, and he wore black shorts. Lightly pressing down his orange cowboy hat as he crouched behind Luffy, smiling softly at the group. Who is this? An enemy? Zoro and Sanji immediately assumed a defensive stance. Usopp ready to slingshot for an attack. Ace. However, upon seeing this person, Luffy's face broke into a radiant smile. The man before them was none other than Ace, the one who had encountered him in town and had bravely intervened to halt Smoker's advance. They were indeed close brothers. Everyone, this is my brother Ace. Luffy hastily introduced. You have a brother? Ace, not an enemy. Upon hearing this, Zoro and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they gazed at Ace with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Luffy had never mentioned having a brother. My apologies for the trouble my little brother has caused you, Ace said gently, smiling at the group. Haha, it's nothing, just curious that Luffy actually has a brother. Sanji chuckled. Ace certainly seemed much more reliable than Luffy. Luffy, is this truly your brother? Usopp asked incredulously, struggling to reconcile the two. Luffy, this isn't the time for casual chatter. The enemy is already upon us, Zoro said, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, eyeing the approaching ships of Baroque works, 5 in total, advancing menacingly towards them. From a distance, the adversaries aboard their vessels were already shouting, kill them. They are the Straw Hat crew, the ones our boss has a bounty on. Haha, once we take care of them, I will be a millionaire. The atmosphere grew tense as Sanji and the others exchanged wary glances. The enemy is formidable. Prepare for battle. Leave it to me, Ace replied with a calm smile, and to the astonishment of the group, he set off alone towards the swiftly approaching ships. With his hands in his pockets, he seemed utterly unfazed as he surged forward, exuding an effortless charisma. Luffy's brother? What incredible strength might he possess? Surely he must be stronger than Luffy. Observing the scene, curiosity peaked among the crew. Luffy was already quite powerful, so it would be natural for his brother to be even more so. Indeed, even in my ordinary state, I find myself no match for him when utilizing my rubber abilities, Luffy remarked with a grin, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. At that moment, Ace soared into the air, his lower half engulfed in blazing flames as he flew over the 5 ships of Baroque works. In an instant, a colossal fiery fist erupted. Firefist, Ace bellowed, and the immense flames struck through the vessels, cleaving them in two. The once mighty ships were reduced to splintered debris, and countless members of Baroque works tumbled into the sea, utterly disheveled. Impressive. Zoro's eyes sparkled with admiration. He is indeed far stronger than Luffy. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, astonished. Are they really brothers? Usopp looked skeptical. If they truly were siblings, the disparity in their power was staggering. One punch had obliterated 5 ships. Vivi was left utterly speechless. Yet the spectacle was far from over. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous crescent-shaped sword energy surged forth, cleaving the ocean behind them in two. They quickly turned to witness Smoker and the Navy vessels being severed in half. Countless sailors were cast into the water, and Smoker himself was caught in a precarious situation, nearly falling overboard had it not been for Tashiji's timely assistance. At that moment, a dark figure wielding a long sword stood serenely upon the sea, gazing at Smoker and his crew with an air of calm authority. Clearly, this was his handiwork. Intercepting Smoker's pursuit. It's Moonlight. Moonlight has arrived, Luffy exclaimed, and the crew erupted in cheers upon recognizing the figure before them. In this critical moment, Moonlight had finally come. What a powerful swordsman. Ace's pupils constricted as he focused intently on Moonlight, sensing an overwhelming sword intent that eclipsed even the prowess of the swordsmen aboard their ship. How is everyone? Moonlight inquired with a gentle smile, glancing at Smoker and then darting towards the merry-go. Are you all well, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Vivi? Meanwhile, Nami piloted the Going Merry closer, excitedly calling out to everyone from a distance. It's Nami. Wonderful. Nami is finally all right. With that, the members of the Straw Hat crew gathered together once more. Curse that swordsman. Smoker glared at Moonlight with bitterness. It's him again. Faced with such overwhelming power, he felt utterly powerless. The sword strike had effortlessly severed their ship. He suspected Moonlight's swordsmanship was on par with Mihawk's. Tashiji's expression darkened as she recalled the earlier strike from Moonlight, her eyes reflecting sheer shock. This swordsmanship, I fear, may indeed be no match for that of Hawkeye. My lord, shall we continue the pursuit? At this moment, the stranded naval officers sought guidance. No need. Even if we catch up, it would be futile. Now that the Straw Hat crew is united, we are no longer their match. Everyone, retreat. Des Bones, contact headquarters. I require reinforcements. Smoker waved his hand dismissively. The Moonlight alone was formidable, not to mention the other crew members. This was beyond his capacity to handle. Are you all well? On the Merry, the crew gathered, their spirits high as they surveyed one another with excitement. Nami beamed at everyone. Aside from the need for a new captain, everything is well, but I am relieved that you are unharmed. Usopp glanced at Luffy and chuckled. Miss Nami, it's been a while. You've become even more enchanting. Sanji floated nearby once more, surrounding Nami, utterly smitten. Indeed, Zoro nodded, though his words were few. The contentment on his face was unmistakable. Nami's safety brought him joy. Vivi. Nami then turned her gaze towards Vivi. Vivi, with tears streaming down her cheeks, leaped into Nami's embrace. Nami, it's all right. We are comrades, are we not? Nami gently stroked Vivi's back, offering comfort. Yes, we are comrades. Vivi nodded emphatically. Seeing this, the others exchanged smiles. Ace's eyes also reflected a sense of satisfaction. His brother had found a wonderful group of companions worthy of entrusting his life. Huh, what is that raccoon? Just then, Luffy suddenly spotted Chopper hiding behind the Moonlight. A raccoon? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and there stood Chopper, peering curiously at them from behind the moonlight. Ah, a raccoon indeed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. I am not a raccoon. I am a reindeer. Look, I have antlers. Chopper exclaimed in indignation, leaping forward and pointing at his antlers. Ah, the raccoon can talk. No. He.s. even standing on 2 legs. A monster. However, Chopper's explanation only bewildered Luffy and the others further. Moonlight. Did you not say they were all easy to get along with? Why do they consider me a monster? Chopper grasped the hem of Moonlight's garment, tears glistening in his eyes, then turned towards Nami. And Nami, when we were on the White Iron King, you did not say such things. It's all right. Allow me to introduce you formally. Nami smiled warmly, then looked at Luffy and the others. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of knocks, Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro greeted Chopper, their faces bruised and battered. Hello there. Listen up, everyone. Chopper is my comrade, invited aboard by Moonlight and me during the Winter Island. He is a magnificent ship's doctor. Thanks to Chopper, we managed to survive on Winter Island. Nami glared fiercely at the 4 of them, pointing at Chopper as she introduced him. Hearing Nami refer to him as a magnificent ship's doctor, Chopper's tears transformed into laughter, his spirits lifted. Even if you call me a renowned physician, I want to be pleased. However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly sensed Nami's terrifying gaze and promptly retreated behind Moonlight once more. And so it was, in summary. Chopper has officially joined our crew as a ship's doctor. Chopper, this is Luffy, this is Usopp, this is Sanji, this is Zoro, this is Vivi, and this one. What was your name again? Nami pointed at everyone, introducing Chopper one by one, only to be left perplexed when she reached Ace. Who is this? Is this person on our ship? She has never met Ace. Hello, I am Ace, Luffy's. Upon noticing, Ace quickly greeted. However, upon hearing Nami's introduction, Chopper suddenly leaped up, abruptly interrupting Ace's words. Approaching the crowd, he scrutinized them closely. Then, pointing at Luffy, he looked at Nami. Is he the unreliable captain you mentioned? And is he really a rubber man? Then that makes you a monster too? Next, he pointed at Usopp. Is he the one who often suffers from an incurable disease that prevents him from reaching the island, yet never seems to die? Nami asked me to treat you. Then pointing at Sanji, he exclaimed, is he the perverted cook who frequently harbors inappropriate intentions towards Nami? Immediately after, he pointed at Zoro. Is he the swordsman who owes you a substantial amount of berries and refuses to pay it back? Finally, he turned to Vivi, his face filled with admiration. Just as Nami said, she is indeed a princess. As for Ace, he was unfamiliar with him. However, after pointing to each person, he suddenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere and quickly turned around, only to find Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro staring at Chopper with icy expressions. Never dies? Perverted cook? Say that again. Who owes money and refuses to pay? At this, Chopper felt a chill run down his spine, trembling uncontrollably as he hurriedly backed away. Bang, bang, bang. Nami struck again. And after 3 muffled sounds, the 3 men were left with bruised faces and became obedient. Ha ha ha, you are truly interesting. Would you like to join my crew? At this moment, Luffy burst into laughter, leaping in front of Chopper and making a silly face before officially extending the invitation. You are the captain. And you are really inviting me aboard? Hearing this, Chopper stood frozen, gazing at Luffy. Yes, although Nami and Moonlight have already invited you, now that everyone is here, I formally invite you to be our companion. Additionally, thank you for saving Nami, Luffy said with a radiant smile, extending his hand toward Chopper. Okay, seeing this, Chopper nodded and reached out to shake his hand. Thus, Chopper officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates. In the next moment, Luffy looked at Chopper with curiosity. You are not a raccoon, and you can actually talk. I am a reindeer who has eaten the human fruit, Chopper replied. How does a reindeer sleep? Usopp leaned in. Wow, you are the liar Nami spoke of. Nami told me never to believe anything you say. Upon seeing Usopp, Chopper jumped up. Who did you just call a perverted cook? Sanji grinned menacingly at Chopper. Wow, perverted cook. Who did you say owes money? Zoro also leaned in, grinning wickedly. Instantly, the 4 surrounded Chopper. Stay back. I am very strong. Chopper trembled, gazing into 4 pairs of mischievous eyes. However, in the next moment, the scene shifted, and the 5 began dancing on the deck. Chopper, welcome to our crew. Huh? Did you really eat the human fruit? Yes. From now on, don't listen to Nami. I am not that perverted. I don't know her money either. I understand. The 5 danced joyfully together, blending in harmoniously. It seems my worries were unfounded. But will Chopper be led astray by them? Observing this scene, Nami couldn't help but lightly touch her forehead, amused yet exasperated. This is actually quite good, isn't it? Vivi said softly, watching the scene with immense envy. This is the way the Straw Hat crew welcomes their companions. In her eyes, it is a scene of exquisite harmony. Indeed, Nami nodded, and the 2 exchanged a knowing smile. Little did they expect that on Luffy's ship, there resided such a formidable swordsman. At that moment, Ace gazed at the Moonlight, extending his hand. Luffy's brother, perhaps? The Moonlight reciprocated, and their hands clasped. Instantly, Ace felt a surge of emotions, causing his expression to shift. while the moonlight discreetly withdrew his hand. Ace was undeniably powerful, be it Haki, physical prowess, or fruit abilities, he was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Capable of contending with the elite, yet still several steps away from the pinnacle. Ace was astounded as well, apart from his father. He had never encountered someone of such Haki and physical strength among his peers. Had he not heard of the moonlight from Luffy, he might have suspected the moonlight harbored ill intentions in infiltrating the ship. Could one truly achieve such mastery solely through relentless training? What a terrifying individual. I had thought the younger generation was already formidable enough, yet this person surpasses me. Contemplating this, Ace regarded the moonlight with a sense of mutual admiration. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate heroes, and prodigies recognize prodigies. On these vast seas, he proclaimed himself a prodigy, and none would dare dispute it. Now, encountering one stronger than himself, he felt a mix of astonishment and boundless respect. Shall we indulge in a drink? With this thought, Ace tossed a bottle of wine into the moonlight's hands. Cheers. The moonlight raised his glass. Under the sun, the two toasted. Chapter 104. A blade cuts through the sandstorm soon. Everyone melded into one harmonious group, with Chopper seamlessly integrating into their midst. His innocence and kindness quickly endeared him to Luffy and the others. The group reveled in the joy of their long-awaited reunion. The moonlight, too, found himself inebriated, filled with joy not only from reuniting with everyone but also from encountering Ace. Regardless of the circumstances, now that he had arrived in this world, he would ensure that past regrets would not recur. Although he might not alter Ace's will, wielding this sword, he could carve out a different future. As the gentle night breeze swept by, the merry set sail from Nana, embarking on their journey. The group was nursing a hangover. Early the following morning, unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at Alabasta. True to its reputation, Alabasta was a kingdom of deserts, stretching endlessly before them in a sea of yellow sand. The destination was a city called Yuba, a gathering place for the rebel army, led by Koza, a childhood companion of mine. If we can find him and explain everything, we can halt this civil war. Vivi was the first to disembark, with a loyal Chopper swiftly following her side like a guardian. She gazed into the vast desert ahead and addressed the group. All right, then let's set off. Luffy exclaimed enthusiastically, disregarding the others still aboard the ship and charging ahead on his own. Hey, Luffy, this is a desert. Don't run off recklessly, Vivi called out. But Luffy was already gone without a trace. It's fine, don't mind him. Our captain is just like that. The Straw Hats shrugged off the incident. Nami rolled her eyes. Sanji sighed in resignation. Zoro barely glanced. Usopp felt a sense of helplessness, while Chopper stared wide-eyed, wondering how such a headstrong captain could lead them forward. Ace, on the other hand, lowered his hat's brim, pretending not to recognize him. Rest assured, though Luffy may be reckless, he is dependable in crucial moments. He will surely find us. Vivi, let us depart, Nami encouraged, patting Vivi's shoulder with a smile. All right. Vivi hesitated for a moment, but seeing no objections, she took the lead. At this point, she resembled a tour guide, leading the group forward while explaining. This town up ahead is renowned as the Green City. It is well known that deserts are primarily arid, yet regardless of how parched other areas may be, the Green City has always maintained its lush greenery. As Vivi elaborated, upon reaching the Green City, they were met with a sight that shattered her words. The once vibrant Green City had succumbed to a desolate ruin, enveloped in dust and sand. There was no sign of the lushness she spoke of. Upon witnessing this, Vivi instinctively covered her mouth, trembling with emotion. To be honest, you should have anticipated this outcome. Nami quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Vivi nodded silently, and attention gripped the group, although it was merely a ruined town. They could palpably sense the tense atmosphere of Alabasta, akin to the swirling sands, ready to erupt at any moment. Under the king's governance, the nation had remained relatively stable, but since Crocodile's arrival, droughts had become frequent, sowing discontent among the populace. The citizens suffered greatly until, by chance, the dance powder incident erupted in the capital, igniting the people's fury. As Vivi guided the group onward to Yuba, she continued to recount the origins of Alabasta's turmoil. Since they were all in this together, it was imperative they understood the intricacies of the situation. Was it merely coincidental that droughts began after Crocodile's arrival? And not only that, but the dance powder incident also occurred soon after. This cannot simply be luck. Unfortunately, everyone is intimidated by his title as a warlord of the sea and his formidable strength, causing no one to dare question him. Instead, they revere him as the nation's guardian. Upon hearing this, the group grasped the entirety of the situation, their hearts tightening. Even outsiders like them could discern the unusual circumstances. Yet the citizens remained oblivious to the truth. Truly, those in power are often blind. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, swirling dust and sand, heralding the onset of a violent sandstorm. The desert's weather is truly unpredictable. It can change in an instant, from a sky filled with yellow sand and a blazing sun to a tempest of swirling dust. Not good, a sandstorm is approaching. Vivi exclaimed in alarm. Quick, everyone, take cover in the sand pits, or we will be swept away. No sooner had she finished speaking than a towering sand pillar, dozens of meters long, roared and writhed violently, hurtling toward them with ferocity. It was indeed the sandstorm. The desert's climate is truly bizarre. A sandstorm can strike without warning. At this moment, without needing Vivi's command, everyone sprang into action. Some began digging pits, while others sought shelter. Only the Moonlight remained standing amidst the desert, his gaze narrowed, fixated on the colossal sand pillar. It seemed as though something lurked within. "What's wrong, Moonlight?" Sanji inquired urgently. Moonlight, the others, who had just taken refuge in the deep pits, poked their heads out, bewildered and curious. Ace also turned his attention to the Moonlight, unsure of his intentions. "Luffy isn't there." At that moment, the Moonlight finally revealed a man donning a straw hat, caught within a towering column of sand, whirling madly, none other than Luffy himself. Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially taken aback, all gazing towards the sand column, where indeed, Luffy's figure could be faintly discerned. Yet, in the next instant, a collective silence fell over them. Wait, wasn't Luffy supposed to be searching for the town? How did he end up entangled in a sandstorm? Suddenly, the sword in Moonlight's hand swung down with ferocity. Instantly, a colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, rivaling the tempestuous sandstorm itself. Boom! The force of the blade was overwhelming, cleaving the soft desert ground and carving a deep ravine. This chasm extended far and wide, as the sword energy sliced through the air, ultimately striking the sandstorm. What? At this sight, Ace's pupils narrowed in disbelief. A single sword strike to shatter a sandstorm? Could Moonlight's swordsmanship truly be this formidable? However, upon observing the others, it was evident they were astonished yet not entirely surprised, as if such feats were commonplace. In an instant, the towering column of sand was cleaved in twain, the winds and sands still raging, yet the column's speed began to wane, and its direction shifted. Meanwhile, Luffy plummeted from the air. As the height diminished, even if one were to survive, severe injuries would be inevitable. At that moment, Ace was poised to act. However, the Moonlight had already surged into the air, the dragon's descent slicing through the low altitude with remarkable swiftness, conjuring an ethereal illusion. It effortlessly caught Luffy, who had plummeted from the sand pillar, and swiftly returned. Astonishingly, it traversed the air with such grace. Witnessing this, Ace abruptly straightened his posture, gazing at the Moonlight with sheer astonishment. The swordsman was certainly terrifying and somewhat dreadful, wasn't he? At that moment, Luffy's eyes transformed into a swirling vortex, clearly overwhelmed by the dizzying effects of the sandstorm. Yet, he retained consciousness, realizing that it was Moonlight who had saved him. With a feeble tone, he expressed his gratitude. "Moonlight, thank you for allowing me to pause. My head is spinning. I need a moment to rest." Chapter 105. Danger follows closely. Luffy, how did you end up in the sandstorm? The others were rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene. "I'm not sure either. I had just stepped away for a moment when I realized I had lost track of everyone. I retraced my steps and suddenly found myself surrounded by a group of peculiar beings. After a skirmish, I defeated them, and they pointed me in a direction, but inexplicably, I was swept away by the sandstorm," Luffy recounted. "A group of peculiar beings?" The others were taken aback. Creatures that resembled turtles, but were not quite turtles, insisting on fighting me. Surprisingly, they were quite adorable. Luffy nodded, describing them in detail. "Kung Fu manatees." Upon hearing this, the others remained puzzled until Vivi's expression shifted, and she exclaimed, "I know what they are." "Kung Fu manatees?" The group turned to Vivi, filled with inquiries and confusion. "They are an exceptionally charming species found in the Alabasta desert. They're enthusiasts of martial arts, and whenever they encounter a person, they challenge them to a duel. If they lose, they must acknowledge that person as their master, otherwise, they won't let go." "So, Luffy, does this mean you?" Vivi trailed off, her gaze fixed peculiarly on Luffy. "Perhaps. They insisted on clinging to me and wanted me to teach them martial arts. I taught them a few moves before I could leave," Luffy replied nonchalantly, not paying much mind. However, the next moment, he suddenly jumped up, realizing the implications of Vivi's words, staring at her in disbelief. "Wait, are you saying they acknowledged me as their master?" "Indeed, that is the hallmark of Kung Fu manatees. Otherwise, they would not allow you to depart," Vivi affirmed, nodding emphatically, each word deliberate. "Ah." Luffy was momentarily stunned, perplexed by the thought of being a master to a group of manatees. "Ha ha, Luffy, you actually have a horde of manatees as disciples. How delightful." Usopp burst into laughter. "Indeed, a promising future." Zoro patted Luffy on the shoulder. "Captain Manatee." Sanji exhaled a long plume of smoke, casting a sidelong glance at Luffy. "Wow, the ocean is truly wondrous. Who would have thought such creatures existed?" Chopper exclaimed excitedly. Ace quickly lowered his hat's brim, acknowledging his brother's unexpected situation. "Kung Fu manatees? The world is vast and full of wonders, especially in this grand line, where even such creatures roam." Moonlight chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement at the image of Luffy leading a troop of manatees in martial arts. It was no wonder everyone reacted this way. Although Luffy appeared somewhat disheartened by his unforeseen role as a master to a group of manatees, he quickly dismissed it. After all, he was the Pirate King. What could be more amusing? After sharing a hearty laugh, the group resumed their journey towards Yuba. However, they soon realized they had underestimated the desert. The scorching sun bore down relentlessly, and it felt as though they were traversing a steam pot. The heat was unbearable, and within an hour, they were parched and near exhaustion. Even Moonlight felt the strain. Chopper, overwhelmed by the heat, fainted, prompting Moonlight to carry him on his back. "I'm so thirsty. I'm so thirsty," Luffy lamented, his mouth dry and vision blurred, relying on Zoro for support. The others were in no better condition, appearing listless and utterly drained. Even Vivi, with her experience, found it arduous to continue. Yet everyone persevered. "Look, there's a rock wall ahead. We can take a break there." After walking for a while, they spotted a massive rock wall in the distance, providing some respite from the scorching sun. Excitement surged through the group as they hurried towards it. However, one person was quicker than the rest, Luffy. He seemed to transform into a different person, brimming with energy as he spotted the rock wall, rushing ahead with their belongings. But the next moment, Luffy's furious shout echoed, "Bastard, give me back my water." The others were startled and hastened their pace, soon realizing that their supplies had been snatched away by a flock of birds, particularly their precious water, which was being voraciously consumed. Luffy shouted in anger, chasing after them, but the birds were far too swift for him. In the blink of an eye, Luffy and the birds vanished into the desert. "This is bad. It's a marching bird." Vivi recognized the danger immediately, her expression turning grave. Marching bird? The group was puzzled. The desert was far from tranquil. In addition to the searing sun and extreme weather, it was rife with perilous creatures, and the marching bird was one of them. Infamous for their deceptive tactics, they often disguised themselves as distressed individuals to deceive passers-by, exploiting their sympathy to steal their belongings. They moved with incredible speed, unmatched in the desert. "They have stolen our food and water." Vivi's face turned ashen. "What?" The group's faces darkened. In the desert, lacking sustenance and water meant certain doom. Yet the troubles did not end there. Moments later, the ground shook violently. Luffy returned, carrying a large cluster of lush green plants. "This is bad. It's the desert man-eating plant." The marching birds and the desert man-eating plants always work in tandem. The birds deceive travelers to steal their belongings, while the plants lie in wait to devour them. Before anyone could react, Vivi abruptly covered her mouth in alarm. "What?" The group gasped, realizing the desert was indeed fraught with danger. "I'll take care of this." At this moment, Zoro had already drawn his sword. Although the carnivorous plants of the desert were perilous and densely packed, they were no match for Zoro. After a flurry of strikes, they were swiftly severed, collapsing to the ground, and simultaneously, a peculiar camel tumbled down as well. "Phew, we are saved." Luffy exhaled in relief upon witnessing the scene. However, the danger was far from over. Shortly after Zoro had ventured out to deal with the carnivorous plants, the earth beneath the group trembled once more, the sands shifting ominously. In the next instant, an enormous lizard, rivaling the Sea Kings in size, emerged from the quicksand. It gazed at the group, its green tongue flicking out, drooling like a waterfall at the sight of potential prey. "It's a desert giant lizard. This is bad," Vivi exclaimed, realizing that peril had come upon them almost immediately upon entering the desert. "What a massive lizard!" Usopp, already terrified, hid behind Moonlight. Nami was equally astonished, while Chopper buried his head behind Moonlight in fright. Sanji, with a cigarette clenched in his teeth, wore a grim expression. With Luffy and Zoro absent, the responsibility of protecting their companions fell squarely upon his shoulders. In the next moment, he expelled a cloud of smoke, moved suddenly, and launched into a flurry of kicks. After a series of anguished cries, the lizard collapsed, successfully dispatched. The group collectively sighed in relief, grateful for Sanji's presence. Vivi also felt a sense of ease, but suddenly recalled something and was about to warn them when, before Ace, who was resting with his eyes closed, the ground shook, and the quicksand revealed yet another colossal lizard. At this moment, Vivi's voice finally resonated. "I had forgotten that the desert lizard operates in pairs." However, as soon as her words left her lips, Ace leaped into the jaws of the desert lizard. Before anyone could gasp in astonishment, a pillar of fire erupted from the colossal creature, and Ace soared out, leaving the desert giant roasted to perfection. Only then did the earth around us settle into a slight calm, and seeing that there were no further threats, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Indeed, this desert is terrifying. Usopp, still shaken, felt fortunate to have Luffy and the others with him. Had it been him or any ordinary person, they would surely have perished in the sands by now. The danger was truly immeasurable. Nami, too, felt a lingering fear and patted her chest. Observing this, Sanji's eyes sparkled, and he quickly approached Nami with a sycophantic demeanor. "Do not worry, Miss Nami. With your devoted servant by your side, I will ensure you suffer not a single harm." Upon hearing this, Zoro scoffed, and Luffy returned with an exhausted expression. Everyone was already fatigued, and after the ordeal, they felt even more drained. Fortunately, Ace shared some roasted meat with the group, allowing them to regain a modicum of energy. Yet, without water, they remained unable to move forward. Just then, Chopper suddenly pointed excitedly at a strangely shaped camel that had been unexpectedly rescued nearby. "Isn't this the camel we saved earlier?" he exclaimed. The group turned their gazes toward the creature, and the more they looked, the stranger it appeared. There was nothing particularly special about it, save for its peculiar eyes, which conveyed a faint sadness mingled with disdain. Was there truly such a camel in the world? Everyone was taken aback. "Chopper, you consumed the human fruit, right? Can you communicate with animals?" Nami inquired, looking at Chopper. She had always assumed he could merely speak human language. "Indeed. I can not only speak, but also converse with animals," Chopper affirmed with a nod. "You are truly remarkable." Nami praised him. "Darn it, even if you say that, I won't feel happy." Chopper floated up in response, unable to withstand the flattery. "What a peculiar camel." Usopp approached curiously, but the camel's disdainful expression grew even more pronounced upon seeing him. "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?" Usopp exclaimed angrily. How dare a camel belittle him? This camel seemed to possess some intelligence. Although it could not speak, its every expression was eloquently conveyed through its gaze. Vivi stepped forward and said, and upon seeing her, the camel's eyes sparkled with hearts, nuzzling against her side submissively. Usopp was rendered speechless. This was hardly a sign of intelligence. The creature was simply a lecher. Sanji remarked with annoyance. "No, this fellow is quite nice," Vivi chuckled. Seeing this, Nami also approached to inspect the camel, which instantly squinted its eyes in bliss. Indeed, all its expressions were communicated through its eyes, and its long eyelashes were quite charming. "Let's name you Eyelash," Nami exclaimed with laughter. Upon hearing this name, Eyelash happily nudged Nami, displaying a very fond expression. "Eyelash, what a lovely name," Vivi said, gently petting Eyelash, who then radiated happiness, overwhelmed by the praise from two beautiful women. To everyone's astonishment, a trickle of blood began to flow from its nostrils. The camel was actually having a nosebleed. That scoundrel. Sanji gritted his teeth, watching Eyelash wedged between Vivi and Nami, a position that should have been his. Had Usopp not been holding him back, he would have dealt with it immediately. "Chopper, do you really think this fellow can lead us to water?" Zoro asked, pointing at Eyelash. "Yes, he claims to know where water is," Chopper nodded. "Well, you better lead us to water. Otherwise, we shall turn you into water." Zoro glared coldly at Eyelash. However, Eyelash paid no heed to Zoro's threats, blissfully lost in the attention of Nami and Vivi. This camel was truly irritating. Zoro felt displeased. "Enough of this. I can barely move. Hurry up and take me to find water." Luffy, ignoring everything else, attempted to mount the camel, utterly fatigued and unable to walk. "I want to ride the camel too," Usopp exclaimed, rushing forward to join Luffy. However, at that moment, the camel suddenly resisted violently, adamantly refusing to allow the two to ride. "He says he only carries beauties and refuses to carry men." Chopper translated. "As I suspected, this is a lecherous camel, daring to take advantage of Miss Nami and Miss Vivi. Watch me deal with him." Upon hearing this, Sanji exhaled a long plume of smoke, seething with anger. How dare he treat his saviors this way? Zoro mused, rubbing the hilt of his sword with a sinister smile. What a curious camel, refusing to carry men. Usopp looked at Eyelash with a perplexed expression. "I don't care, I want to ride the camel." Luffy insisted, relentlessly trying to climb up, but Eyelash stubbornly resisted, thrashing violently. Observing this, Sanji and the others began to pummel Eyelash, leaving it bruised, yet still refusing to relent. "Quite the spirited creature," Sanji remarked, lighting a cigarette. "Seems it hasn't learned its lesson yet." Zoro chuckled. "A good beating should suffice," Usopp added with a grin. Eyelash was sweating profusely from the tension. "All right, since you only wish to carry beauties, then Vivi and I will ride, and you all can follow along. The most important thing now is to find water, isn't it?" At this moment, Nami spoke up. Eyelash immediately looked at Nami with gratitude. Since Miss Nami has spoken, Sanji shall naturally comply." Upon hearing Nami's voice, Sanji instantly changed his demeanor. "TCH, that woman." Zoro scoffed, feeling powerless against Nami. Fine. Observing that he was now the only one left behind, Usopp pondered that he might not be a match for Eyelash alone, and reluctantly declared, "All right then, it's settled. Vivi, let's go." Nami instantly beamed with a radiant smile, and then turned to Vivi. The two promptly mounted Eyelash, who gallantly marched forward into the desert. The others, left with no choice, followed suit, while Luffy, having somehow procured a stick, climbed onto it, and trudged forward laboriously. The group trailed behind Eyelash in search of water. However, the vast desert proved to be exceedingly arduous, and even the moon frowned at the unforgiving landscape. Continuing on without water, they feared that not only would they fail to reach Yuba, but escaping this desert would be an insurmountable challenge. They had to devise a way to find water. "I can't go on anymore. I need to ride a camel." Just then, Luffy tossed aside the stick and dashed towards Eyelash, utterly spent. "Oh no! Luffy has gone mad from the heat," Chopper exclaimed, recognizing Luffy's dire condition at a glance. He hurriedly called out to everyone to stop him, lest Eyelash be endangered. "Has he truly lost it? This guy?" Zoro and the others hastily pursued him. Upon hearing Chopper's words and seeing Luffy sprint towards him, Eyelash wasted no time and bolted away. Racing against a camel in the desert was no trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, Luffy and Eyelash vanished from sight. Oh no, we're in the desert. If we lose track, we're done for. Usopp shouted in alarm. Quick, chase after them. Sanji exchanged glances with the others. And they all hurried off. The moon nodded, activating his observation Haki to search. Once scattered in this vast desert, reuniting would be more daunting than climbing to the heavens. Furthermore, with Nami and Vivi, two girls, if they encountered the desert lizard, it could spell trouble. The group quickly departed, leaving Ace, who stood astounded. Ace looked around in confusion. Where's everyone? Where did they go? Being fire, he felt no fear of heat. Observing the ruckus among his companions, who were always filled with laughter and joy, he felt a sense of comfort. What a wonderful group of friends. Yet just as he was savoring this feeling, he found himself alone. Where did everyone go? Chapter 107. The Desert Pirate Crew Luffy. Ace's voice echoed through the desert, but the only response was the howling wind and sand. At that moment, Luffy had taken off in pursuit of Eyelash, disappearing from view in an instant. The others rushed after him, but suddenly, bam! A dull thud emanated from the distant dunes, as if something had been knocked over, and the sand began to shift rapidly. To their astonishment, an umbrella-topped pirate ship emerged into view. A pirate ship? The group stared in disbelief. How could there be a pirate ship in this desert? Oh no, Vivi and Nami have been captured. Usopp raised his binoculars and immediately spotted Vivi and Nami tied to the mast, while Eyelash was also bound tightly. Seemingly prepared for a grim fate, Luffy dangled from the mast above, which appeared to have been broken by some force, likely the result of Luffy's antics. Captured? Vivi and the others? Where's Luffy? The group gasped in surprise and hurried towards the pirate ship. Yet, a figure was faster than them. The moon. The moon activated the Dragon Phantom, soaring above the desert with remarkable speed. How swift! The others exclaimed in awe. We are the Sand Pirate Barbara crew. And our motto is that in this desert, aside from humans, no living creature is off the menu. At this moment, a towering, robust man with sparse hair addressed Luffy. After speaking, he opened a small umbrella to shield his thinning crown. Is that so? I think so too. Is there any water? Bring me water quickly. Luffy nodded, already delirious from the heat and thirst. You're quite amusing. The man chuckled heartily upon hearing Luffy's words. In this vast desert, encountering someone who shares their mindset is truly fate. The other sand pirates joined in laughter, umbrellas unfurling above their heads. Nevertheless, they quickly prepared water for Luffy, who gradually returned to his senses after drinking. Spotting Vivi and Nami tied to the mast, he was taken aback. Huh, how did you end up here? And that lecherous camel? You absolute scoundrel. Is this when you finally noticed? Tears streamed down their faces. They had been tied behind Luffy. Did he truly not see them? Eyelash also shed regretful tears, lamenting why he befriended such a person. Weren't you here to rescue us? Nami rallied her spirits and asked promptly. No, I just came looking for water. If you want to eat it, then go ahead. Luffy nodded earnestly, then turned his gaze to the bound Eyelash. Vivi, Nami, Eyelash, Sand Pirates. Huh? So you're all here? Just then, a chilling voice rang out, and the moon was seen standing atop the ship's mast. His gaze icy as he surveyed all aboard. Instantly, the laughter of the sand pirates ceased, plunging the atmosphere into a deadly silence. They felt as though they were being watched by a fearsome beast from the desert, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Had they not survived in such a treacherous environment for years, they might have collapsed in fear. The large man, being their leader, managed to turn his body and was met with the indifferent gaze of the moon beneath the scorching sun. Though the heat was unbearable, he felt a chill wash over him. Especially when he met the moon's eyes, sharp as blades, his body trembled, and he involuntarily sank to the ground. Captain! Captain! The other sand pirates exclaimed in alarm, yet at that moment, they seemed frozen in place, unable to move, only able to gasp in astonishment. Moonlight, are you here to rescue us? Spotting the moon, Nami's face lit up, and she called out eagerly. Yes, they haven't been disrespectful to you, have they? And Eyelash too. The moonlight nodded gently, inquiring while casting a glance towards the tightly bound eyelashes. We are fine. Thank you, Moonlight. Nami exclaimed with a bright smile. Vivi also nodded in agreement. Eyelash couldn't help but shed grateful tears towards the moonlight, nodding fervently. Finally, someone remembers me. Uncle, what has happened to you all? Luffy asked, curiosity evident as he looked at the group of sand pirates. However, under the imposing presence of the moonlight, especially with his current level 3 Conqueror's Haki, even without deliberate exertion, every movement emanated a formidable psychological pressure. Luffy and his companions, accustomed to his presence, remained unfazed, but the sand pirates were not so fortunate. Upon hearing this, the burly man could only manage a bitter smile, unable to articulate a response. Moonlight, the uncles are not bad people. Luffy turned towards Moonlight, beginning to grasp the situation. Moonlight nodded, leaping gracefully into the air, severing the ropes binding Nami, Vivi, and Eyelash, while simultaneously retracting his formidable aura. Suddenly, it felt as though the immense weight pressing down on the sand pirates had vanished, and they all exhaled in relief. They promptly sat down, drenched in sweat, and upon looking up at Moonlight once more, fear unmistakably etched across their faces. This man is truly terrifying. Luffy, Moonlight, Nami, and Vivi. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji caught up with them. Initially, upon spotting the sand bandits, they all tensed up, bracing for a formidable confrontation. However, after Luffy provided an explanation, they collectively exhaled in relief. I had heard tales of sand bandits in the desert, but I never imagined there could be such marauders in the sands. Are they not akin to us pirates? Once the misunderstanding was resolved and they listened to the robust man's explanation, they couldn't help but stare in astonishment. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Yet, how do their ships navigate without ocean currents in the desert? The crowd was soon filled with curiosity. The sea possesses currents, while the desert has shifting sands. We are but sand thieves sailing upon the flowing sands. Look how immense this desert is, and how insignificant we are. To sail across it is to experience unparalleled freedom. At these words, the sand thieves gazed upon one another with longing. In this desert, we, the sand thieves, are the most free. The robust man laughed heartily. Most free in this desert? Upon hearing this, Luffy and his companions were moved. These sand thieves are indeed worthy of respect. The Moonlight, too, nodded in agreement. Their journey across the sands is merely a pursuit of the freedom to sail upon the seas, which belong to no one. However, with the main mast broken, our ship can no longer sail, and we are likely to perish here in the desert. The robust man pointed at the mast that Luffy had broken, his face filled with sorrow. Alas, we are doomed to die in this desert. The other sand thieves also wore expressions of deep distress. Luffy, Nami and the others turned their gazes toward Luffy, the instigator of this predicament. This fellow truly knows how to stir trouble. Haha, I can find you a piece of wood just like this one. Luffy exclaimed, utterly oblivious, laughing heartily. Chapter 108, The Desert Dung Beetle. Where on earth would you find such a large piece of wood in this vast desert? Nami and the others could not help but scold him. That can be arranged. If you need wood, the nearby Melia's Oasis has it. The robust man chuckled. Melia's Oasis? The crowd gasped, especially Luffy, who nodded excitedly. All right, I shall venture to Melia's Oasis and procure a piece of wood. With that, Luffy prepared to set off. Wait, Luffy, do you know the way? Moreover, in this vast desert, even if you reach Melia's Oasis, how do you plan to bring the wood back? Nami quickly grabbed Luffy, questioning him. No need to worry. Use this. The robust man grinned, then commanded others to lower 2 sand sleds. Wow, how impressive. Seeing this, Luffy leaped down, hopped onto a sled, and sped away in an instant. However, moments later, Luffy returned, panting and pushing the sled. He could hardly operate it. I'm so tired. Luffy panted, collapsing onto the ground. Luffy, do not waste your energy here. Usopp remarked. That's not how you use a sled. You need to pull the sand. The robust man laughed heartily, calling out to the ship. Suddenly, a woman in white descended gracefully from the ship, performing a somersault before landing elegantly in front of Vivi, her gaze sharp. An umbrella opened above her head. Let Lasha guide you. She is quite familiar with the area. The robust man introduced. Lasha, the other sand thieves exclaimed with excitement. Clearly, Lasha was quite popular among them. They are outsiders, so it's understandable they don't know how to use the sled. But you, judging by your appearance, ought to be local and should know how to operate it. However, Lasha paid no heed, instead casting a cool glance at Vivi, seemingly harboring a hint of animosity. She looked at Vivi, as if recognizing something. Oh, I can manage a little. Vivi's eyes flickered as she regarded Lasha, seemingly recalling something, then averted her gaze and nodded. Let us go. Lasha mounted the sled, addressing the sand thieves who had similarly climbed aboard. Understood. The sand thieves nodded, raising their sails. Yet Luffy and his group had already set off ahead. Leaving? Lasha frowned slightly, then hurried after them. Rest assured. Lasha is the most skilled on our ship and possesses the most experience with the desert. She has been to Melia's Oasis before, so there should be no issues. Noticing Nami's worried expression, the robust man laughed reassuringly. I'm not concerned about them. I'm just worried about Luffy. If it were anyone else, it would be fine. But letting Luffy go along, will that be alright? Usopp expressed his anxiety. He had no worries for the others. His only concern was for Luffy. With this fellow around, will things truly go smoothly? The others nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. Ha ha ha, you lot are quite amusing. I suppose you're all hungry. Let us celebrate by slaughtering a camel. The robust man laughed again, pointing at a nearby camel, suggesting. I agree. Sanji was the first to raise his hand in approval. I have no objections. Zoro chimed in, while Usopp nodded in agreement. Everyone except Nami and the Moonlight concurred. The camel immediately shed tears of despair. Nami shot a glare at the robust man. The robust man chuckled. I was merely joking. With that, he waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? I certainly do not believe you were joking. Nami thought to herself, while the camel instinctively moved closer to the Moonlight, feeling safest by her side. Suddenly, a sand thief leaped onto the lookout tower, peering into the distance with a telescope. After a moment, he shouted urgently. The crowd was startled. their gazes turning in unison. In the far-off, endless desert, at first, the air shimmered under the blazing sun, but soon, a sandstorm arose, and a group of sand bandits, galloping on camels, brandishing curved swords, charged toward them. Sand bandits. The robust man's expression turned grave. Sand bandits? The crowd gasped, and Nami and the others looked over. Although surprised to encounter sand bandits, it was not entirely unexpected. Encountering them in the desert was quite normal. Zoro, eager for action, had hardly drawn his new sword during their travels with the moonlight. Now, these small fry would serve as an excellent opportunity to test his blade. Sanji lit a cigarette, disdainfully eyeing the sand bandits. Mere sand bandits? He did not consider them a threat. Usopp trembled, hiding behind the moonlight. He was just an ordinary person and stood no chance against these bandits. Prepare for battle, everyone. The robust man commanded solemnly. Instantly, the sand thieves aboard the ship rallied, brandishing their swords and shouting, while cannons extended from the ship, their barrels aimed at the approaching sand bandits. As soon as they fell within range, they would fire without hesitation. The sand thieves and the sand bandits were mortal enemies. Such battles were certainly not a rarity. Ha ha, you wretched sand bandits. This time you shall learn that we, the sand thieves, are the true masters of this desert. A sand bandit leader, wielding a crescent moon sword, bellowed as he galloped on a magnificent white camel, its speed astonishing, leading the charge with overwhelming force toward the crowd. Indeed, bandits of the sands, retreat from the desert. Behind him, a throng of sand marauders echoed his command with fervent shouts. The group exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Impertinent scoundrels, you lack the authority to govern these sands. The desert belongs to no one. Come, let us demonstrate the might of the sand brigands. The burly man bellowed, issuing his decree. Yes, in an instant, all the sand brigands prepared to leap into action, ready to engage the marauders in a fierce battle. However, at that moment, a colossal, hardened black sphere, nearly the size of half a sand ship, suddenly rolled down from the distant dunes. As it traversed the terrain, it left profound impressions upon the sandy expanse, causing the ground itself to tremble. Sand tremor? Sensing the shift, a wave of trepidation swept over the gathered crowd. A sand tremor, akin to an earthquake in the desert, could drastically alter the landscape, burying countless souls beneath its relentless embrace. This is a calamity. Yet, a voice filled with terror shouted, pointing at the black sphere rolling down the hillside. It is not merely a sand tremor. It is the super dung of a colossal scarab. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was more astonished than if they had encountered a sand tremor, turning to behold an enormous black desert beetle, releasing its massive excrement from the sand dune. Like a descending boulder, it descended with great force, causing the sandy ground to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. The leader of the sand bandits, riding a camel and charging ahead, barely had time to react before both he and his camel were buried beneath the immense dung. Chapter 109. Waterwell Village. The super dung of a scarab? Is that not too enormous? Nami and her companions gazed, dumbfounded, at the gigantic black sphere tumbling down from the dune, finding it hard to believe. They were familiar with scarabs, but encountering one of such size rolling its immense excrement was an unprecedented experience. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Such a phenomenon could only be found in the Grand Line. Zoro felt a surge of excitement. The Grand Line is incomparably different from the East Blue, since venturing forth. His horizons, insights, and experiences have expanded significantly. Just as Mihawk said, open your eyes and truly behold the vastness of this world. You frog at the bottom of a well. It is truly astonishing, yet the more incredible it is, the more it validates the legend of all blue. Only in such a place could such a miracle emerge. Sanji inhaled a puff of smoke, murmuring. Although the scene before them was breathtaking, it was primarily a source of excitement and anticipation. Is this not worthy of the name Grand Line? Enough with the exclamations. Look, that enormous excrement seems to be rolling this way. This is bad. Although Nami felt exhilarated from their journey, having encountered countless miraculous landscapes, she had no time for such reflections now. She pointed frantically at the massive black sphere approaching them, her face paling instantly. While a gigantic dung beetle was somewhat acceptable, given the nature of the Grand Line, the sight of that colossal black mass could be tolerated as well. Despite its fearsome appearance, it posed no real threat to them. However, this was a mass of feces. Have you ever seen such a large pile of dung? The crucial point was that it was rolling directly towards them. The mere thought of it sent Nami into a frenzy. Captain, this is bad. The dung beetle's excrement is coming. Looks like it's going to hit us right on target. The pirates aboard the ship gasped in astonishment. They were not particularly alarmed, merely in awe of the black sphere's might. Wherever it rolled, it seemed to carry an unstoppable force, effortlessly crushing the sandy bandits beneath it without a hint of resistance. The enormous dung then rolled towards them with terrifying ferocity. If struck, they would surely face dire consequences. Indeed, in the desert, the dung of a beetle is a fearsome entity. Over the years, countless lives have been claimed beneath its weight. A robust man grinned at his companions, then leaped into action, exerting all his strength to halt the massive sphere. With a resounding crash, the man collided with the sphere, unleashing a tremendous force. Despite his utmost effort, he could not withstand its hardness and was ultimately flattened into the sand, much like the bandits. The excrement continued its relentless advance towards them. Oh no, we are going to be crushed. Not only them, but the ship too would likely be split in two. Even if the straw-hatted boy returned with wood, it would be of no use. Guests, flee quickly. The pirates aboard screamed in desperation, urging Zoro and the others to escape from the terrifying super dung. Three-sword style. At that moment, Zoro drew his sword and, facing the colossal black sphere, struck fiercely. With swift slashes, the massive sphere was shattered into countless fragments before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The pieces scattered towards them, while Sanji delivered swift kicks to deflect them. Though many still hurtled towards Nami and Usopp, however, the two remained calm. For Moonlight had drawn his sword. Boom! A robust crescent blade of energy surged forth, overwhelming in its might, shattering all fragments, which dissipated into the air. Furthermore, the blade of energy persisted, fiercely slicing into the distant sandy layer. The ground was cleaved in two. Was this the disparity in power? Zoro's pupils constricted. Just a simple swing of a sword could yield such ferocity. This man. Sanji's eyes narrowed. Increasingly awed by Moonlight, Nami and Usopp sighed in relief. Indeed, being near Moonlight was their safest refuge. At that moment, all the pirates stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. These fellows have astonishingly managed to shatter the dung of a dung beetle. Truly remarkable, especially under the moonlight. The very sands have been cleaved in twain. My sincerest apologies for the inconvenience, the burly man, pressed into the sands, expressed with a look of regret. After a concerted effort from the crowd, he was finally extricated. Meanwhile, the leader of the sand bandits, once freed from the sandy depths by his subordinates, waved dismissively and departed without a backward glance, his voice echoing with fervor. This time, I shall spare you. Next time, your life shall be forfeit. With that, the sand bandit vanished into the distance, as swiftly as a gust of wind. Observing this, the members of the sand thieves collectively exhaled in relief. The sand bandits had finally fled. Moments later, Luffy and his companions returned, waving from afar. Luffy, Vivi. The crowd could not suppress their joy. They approached on a sand sled, carrying an enormous timber. It appeared they had succeeded. Uncle, you can continue your voyage now. Luffy called out to the burly man. Indeed, I am immensely grateful to you, the man replied in thanks. We cannot thank you enough, the sand thieves echoed in unison. Luffy, in his usual manner, graciously dismissed their gratitude, suggesting that they simply treat him to some meat. Upon hearing this, Nami and the others exchanged glances, perplexed. Had these individuals forgotten that it was Luffy who had originally broken the ship's mast? Shouldn't it be a matter of course to replace it? Vivi smiled gently at everyone, and as she departed, she appeared contemplative. Upon her return, it seemed her heart had lightened considerably, her demeanor radiating newfound brightness. All right, let us set forth. After mending the ship's mast, the group prepared for departure. The burly man did not impede them. Instead, he pointed out a path and gifted them a sand sled for transportation. The group expressed their gratitude and proceeded toward Waterwell village. Their provisions and water had been pilfered by a giant bird, necessitating resupply, lest they fail to reach Yuba. Throughout the journey, Luffy remained unusually silent. Seated at the front of the sled, lost in thought, his companions were taken aback. It was the first time they had witnessed such a demeanor from him. Vivi seemed to comprehend something, her expression darkening momentarily, before she appeared to resolve herself, growing more resolute. With the guidance of the burly man and Vivi as their navigator, they soon arrived at Waterwell village. However, as they approached the village, countless villagers hastily closed the gates, standing atop the walls, shouting fervently, "Sand bandits, begone! Quickly summon Lord Camus of the rebel army. Sand bandits are attacking. Should he arrive, he will swiftly dispatch you wretched bandits. If you wish to live, depart immediately. This is no place for you." Their voices were filled with righteous indignation, as if Luffy and his companions were the most nefarious of villains. In contrast, the rebel army was hailed as the saviors. Chapter 110. Once the sword is drawn, one must stake their own life. How can this be? Nami and the others were taken aback, as they had planned to procure water and food from this village. It seemed that would be quite difficult. Vivi. Luffy suddenly turned to her, sensing an unusual tension between them on this journey, especially upon hearing the mention of the rebel army. Vivi nodded silently and stepped forward, ready to speak. Just then, the gates swung open, and 3 armed men burst forth. The foremost, with striking blonde hair and clad in a jacket, bellowed at the group. "I am Lord Camus, leader of the rebel army. You pitiful sand bandits should vacate immediately, or my 80,000 troops will emerge and ensure you regret your insolence." His demeanor was imposing and commanding. However, as soon as he uttered those words, a villager from the wall kindly interjected, "But Lord Camus, where are your 80,000 troops? There are only 3 of you rebels in our village." "Indeed, Lord Camus. It is time for you to showcase your true prowess," came the support from the crowd. "Go, Lord Camus, even with just 3 men, you can surely handle these sand bandits. Camus and his 2 subordinates exchanged glances. 80,000 troops? Nami couldn't help but scoff. I have 100,000 troops. Usopp chuckled derisively, realizing these 3 were attempting to deceive the very heavens. TCH. Sanji rolled his eyes, exhaling a plume of smoke. Zoro didn't even bother to look their way. Vivi, though taken aback, quickly saw through their ruse, while Luffy, upon hearing this, jumped up in shock. His eyes wide with disbelief. 80,000 troops. Clearly, he had fallen for it. Seeing his reaction, Camus and his crew were overjoyed, thinking they had found a fool to believe their lie. Yet, before Camus could utter another word, the villagers on the wall once more dismantled their facade. No, no, no. Lord Camus does not have 80,000 troops. It is merely the 3 of you. Indeed, even if there are only 3, they are still the revered rebels. Not mere sand bandits you can contend with. The villagers shouted, their voices rising in fervor. Meanwhile, Camus and his companions were left disheartened. Brother, could we not keep up the pretense? Do you not see there is already a fool who believes us? Why force us to resort to blades and guns when a mere word could suffice? In this day and age, is it truly easy to make a living? At that moment, Luffy suddenly comprehended the situation before him. It was yet another Usopp. He cast a sidelong glance at Usopp and said, "What are you looking at? I've long since abandoned this charade." Usopp, unable to contain his anger, retorted, "You are not the rebel army at all. You're merely masquerading as one to deceive us for food and drink." Luffy coldly responded. Upon witnessing their deception exposed, the trio of Camus was instantly drenched in sweat. Their panic palpable. The individuals before them appeared formidable, especially 2 of them wielding swords, which made them seem especially daunting. The one clad in black exuded a terrifying aura. A mere glance from him pierced through their hearts like 1,000 swords. Sensing this pressure, the 3 could no longer hold their ground, and Camus, trembling, was about to confess. However, at that moment, the villagers atop the city walls shouted angrily at Luffy, "You are the true deceiver, trying to swindle us. Lord Camus is our hero, who has driven away the sand bandits. Do not insult our hero. The sand bandits, you better leave this place immediately, or Lord Camus will not spare you. We are grateful for your protection, Lord Camus. Continue fighting for us, for we believe in you." Even a few children cheered for Camus and his companions. Overwhelmed with emotion, Camus felt tears welling up in his eyes, a surge of strength blossoming within his heart. When he looked back at Luffy and the others, his fear had diminished. Luffy was taken aback by this turn of events. Is that so? Although he usually seemed oblivious, he was acutely perceptive in critical moments. "Luffy, could you do me a favor?" Vivi whispered softly into his ear. Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded vigorously, cracking his knuckles and gazing coldly at the trio. Encouraged by the villagers, the 3 transformed entirely, and Camus, facing Luffy, even dared to draw his sword. "Is that so? Since you've drawn your sword, then stake your lives on it." Observing this, Luffy lowered the brim of his hat, his expression unusually grave. "If you intend to lay claim to this village, then you must first take my life." Camus' demeanor was resolute. His eyes filled with determination as he charged towards Luffy with his sword raised. However, the disparity in strength was too vast. The trio was swiftly knocked to the ground. Yet they steadfastly held their ground at the entrance, refusing to yield, even at the cost of their lives. "Is that so? Since you possess such determination, then we shall abandon our claim on this village." Luffy, visibly relieved, waved his hand and turned to Vivi, who nodded and smiled in response. Although these 3 were indeed deceivers posing as rebels, their willingness to fight for the villagers, even at the risk of their own lives, left her with nothing to contest. All she desired was for the people to live in happiness. "Let us depart." Luffy turned and led the group away. Everyone silently complied, leaving. Even Usopp having no objections at that moment. Regardless of the lack of water and food, what did it matter? They were companions, sailing together. Since the captain had spoken, as crew members, they were to trust him wholeheartedly, without regret, through thick and thin. Moreover, the current outcome was quite favorable. Luffy. Just as the group had barely exited the Waterwell village, Ace suddenly appeared from an unknown direction, laden with a bounty of water and food. "Ace!" Luffy exclaimed excitedly. "Ace!" The others echoed, their faces brightening. At long last, their party had reunited. "I was just in that village, Luffy. You've matured considerably," Ace remarked with a smile, having witnessed the earlier scene at the village entrance. "Ace, were you there too?" Luffy grinned. "Yes, and I brought some water and food." Ace gestured behind him, revealing a substantial stash of supplies. Upon seeing this, the group erupted in joyous cheers. "Ace, you're so reliable. This is wonderful. We have water and food now." Then, glancing at the 2 brothers, they sighed. "How can there be such a disparity between you?" Ace, where did you procure this? Did those 3 formidable individuals allow you inside?" Luffy inquired, his expression one of confusion. How had Ace managed to acquire food? Chapter 111. As a man, one must have grand aspirations. Is that so difficult? Ace chuckled. Unlike Luffy, who was often straightforward, Ace, being a notorious pirate, had his methods. Not difficult. Luffy questioned, bewildered as he looked at the others. They all shook their heads in exasperation. Such matters were indeed challenging for Luffy. Meanwhile, Chopper, pretending to be knowledgeable, discreetly turned to Moonlight with a bewildered expression. Moonlight, I don't quite understand. How did Ace manage to get water and food? Those villagers didn't seem very welcoming. Moonlight smiled, offering no explanation. Like Luffy, Chopper had fully believed Kemu's claim of having 80,000 subordinates. However, at that moment, Chopper had been standing behind Moonlight, and no one had noticed. This is a matter of character, one that he cannot elucidate. Subsequently, the group continued their journey towards Yuba. Across the vast expanse of the desert, they resumed their arduous trek. Despite the provisions of water and food, the challenges remained formidable. The scorching heat of the desert was unbearable, rapidly depleting both their physical strength and mental fortitude. Before long, they found solace beneath a rocky outcrop, seeking respite to rejuvenate and replenish their energy. To the northwest, behind a sand dune 300 meters away, two children lingered. On a rock 500 meters distant stood a middle-aged man accompanied by a bird, armed and emanating a palpable aura of menace. Ace, they are all heading in your direction. At that moment, the Moonlight suddenly awakened. Although traversing the desert presented its own difficulties, he had not interrupted his cultivation. Whether in motion or at rest, he continually exercised his observation haki, remaining acutely aware of the dangers surrounding him. Several times, he had anticipated quicksand and skillfully evaded it. Chopper, Nami, and Usopp consistently walked in proximity to him for their safety. Turning towards Ace, he inquired, two children? Nami was momentarily taken aback. Are they looking for you? Sanji and Zoro glanced at Ace. I will send him flying. Upon hearing this, Luffy charged ahead, racing towards the direction indicated by Moonlight. They're coming. Ace's expression sharpened, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Facing the group, he had nothing to conceal. Revealing the purpose of their expedition, he had come to Alabasta in pursuit of a man known as Blackbeard. This man, a crew member aboard his ship, has heinously slaughtered his comrades for the sake of the devil fruit. As the captain, he seeks vengeance against Blackbeard. In Yuba, it is said that there exists a man known as Scorpion, who has previously defeated Blackbeard and possesses knowledge of his whereabouts, which is why he accompanies the others on their journey. Blackbeard, the devil fruit, the murder of comrades, a man named Scorpion? The crowd turned their gaze towards Ace, who initially had a vague understanding of the situation. He was pursuing someone whose path fortuitously aligned with theirs. However, the details were only now becoming clear. Blackbeard. At the mention of this name, a glint of light flickered in Moonlight's eyes. Yet, observing Ace's resolute expression, he sighed. How could one alter the will of Firefist so easily? He and Luffy were kindred spirits. Once a decision was made, they would see it through to the end. To persuade such a person was utterly impossible. However, if he could not sway Ace's determination, he would have to alter Ace's fate instead. At that moment, Zoro approached from 300 meters away, bringing two children with him, one named Chibu and the other Dibu, who hailed from a village called Badlands. Their objective was indeed Ace. Yet, they offered Ace a promise of 1,000,000 berries to vanquish Scorpion. The crowd was taken aback. They had assumed the two children were allied with Scorpion. Suddenly, Moonlight spoke again, drawing his sword with a swift motion. A massive crescent-shaped sword energy sliced through the air towards the sky. In the heavens above, a gigantic fireball was hurtling towards them. The fireball flew with remarkable speed, arriving without any prior warning. Had Moonlight not acted in advance, the cannonball could have caused chaos, even if it did not inflict harm. Boom. The clash of sword energy and cannonball erupted in the air, resulting in a breathtaking display of flames, akin to a splendid firework blooming in the sky. The destructive force was formidable. If struck, the consequences would be dire. Usopp's face was a mask of terror. Let me handle this. They are here for me. Flames surged around Ace as he narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead. There. He spotted a man adorned with a hat and glasses, his face covered in a brown beard, riding a peculiar bird and charging towards him with a cannon slung over his shoulder, the very cannon that had just fired. Yet, Ace was momentarily speechless as he noticed Luffy sitting atop the creature, laughing heartily at the group from a distance, utterly oblivious to the danger. Hey, Luffy. That's the enemy. The crowd was left speechless, and Ace was taken aback. What was going on with Luffy? Why was he associating with the enemy? Appearing quite friendly at that? What are you doing here? At that moment, the bearded man caught sight of Chibu and Dibu, and his expression changed dramatically. Father. Upon seeing the bearded man, the two children suddenly lowered their heads and exclaimed, Father? At this moment, everyone, including Luffy, was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? The bearded man intends to kill Ace, while two children seek to hire Ace to defeat their father. Uncle, why do you wish to harm Ace? You do not appear to be a villain. Luffy gazed at the bearded man, bewildered. Alas, the situation is as follows. Upon noticing Dibu and Chibu, the bearded man suddenly sighed and began to narrate his tale. His name is Harabad Lusha, a bounty hunter from the treacherous lands ahead. Chibu and Dibu are his two sons. Life was relatively peaceful until the civil unrest in Alabasta erupted, with bandits roaming freely and rebels rising, leaving the people in despair, fleeing or abandoning their homes. Lusha, alone with his 2 children, faced immense hardships. As the boys grew, they believed their father to be ineffectual and began to stray onto the wrong path. In a bid to correct their wayward thoughts, Lusha resolved to challenge the renowned Firefist Ace to demonstrate that even an ordinary man, with determination, can aspire to confront the world's greatest hero. He aimed to instill in them the essence of true ambition, that a man must possess lofty aspirations, regardless of the struggles faced or the brutality of war. One must persist with a smile. Thus, he deliberately spread rumors of having defeated Blackbeard to lure Ace into battle, leading to the current scene. However, Chibu and Deebu believed their father was overreaching and attempted to intervene. Is it due to the Civil War? Vivi's expression darkened. Having witnessed too many similar tragedies along the way, whether it be the rebels or the bandits, all stemmed from this civil war, and she was determined to put an end to it. The others fell silent. Even Luffy furrowed his brow in concern. You offer me 100,000 berries to defeat your father, whom you deem unworthy and weak. At that moment, however, Ace suddenly spoke up. Deebu and Chibu were momentarily taken aback. They then observed Ace regarding Lusha with a grave expression. Then let it be, if you wish to defeat me. Come and try. Chapter 112. Let us wager our lives. Father. Seeing this, Deebu and Chibu hurriedly looked towards Lusha. Yet, Lusha maintained a solemn demeanor, aiming his powerful extinguishing gun at Ace. Deebu, Chibu, remember this. As long as you possess determination, even the world's strongest hero stands before you. You can challenge him. This is what it means to be a man. Lusha shouted at his sons, then fired. He wished to fight like a true man. The outcome was inevitable. Ace, having consumed the Mera Mera no Mi, was immune to flames and easily defeated his opponent. Your strength is impressive, but you still have a distance to cover, Ace remarked gravely, acknowledging Lusha's prowess with a nod. Although an ordinary man, to push him to this extent is indeed commendable. The acknowledgement from Firefist Ace of his father's strength left Deebu and Chibu gritting their teeth, realizing defeat would inevitably lead to death. Yet, they did not anticipate Ace's recognition of Lusha's abilities, their eyes widening in disbelief and joy as they looked at their father. Continue to strive, as a man. Do not abandon the pursuit of surpassing me, Ace calmly stated, then turned to bid farewell to Luffy and the others. His target was Blackbeard. Knowing this was merely a ruse, remaining here would be futile. After exchanging goodbyes with Luffy and the others, he departed gracefully, unnoticed, just as he had arrived, leaving no trace behind. Firefist Ace truly lived up to his name. Zoro nodded, a trace of admiration appearing on his face. Indeed, he is worthy of his reputation. Luffy, you have a remarkable brother. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke. Firefist Ace, a worthy adversary. Usopp waved his hand, his eyes sparkling. After witnessing a warrior like Dory, Ace was the second man to earn his respect. Farewell, Luffy stated decisively. He understood Ace. At this moment, Lusha and his sons reconciled, having learned a profound lesson from their father. They invited Luffy and his companions to visit their village ahead. Upon arriving at the so-called treacherous lands, they were taken aback by the destruction surrounding them. Once a thriving town, it now lay in ruins. It was unimaginable how Lusha and his sons had survived in such conditions. The village, once peaceful, had been devastated since the onset of civil war. Lusha explained with a bitter smile, his words trailing off as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them. After lingering for a while, they bid farewell and continued towards Yuba. However, upon reaching Yuba, they discovered it was deserted, a barren wasteland devoid of any rebels. Instead, amidst the ruins, an elderly man in a hat tirelessly dug into the ground with a shovel, attempting to unearth water. If only he could find water, he could transform Yuba's landscape. They approached to inquire, but as Vivi gazed upon the old man's face, her heart trembled. She stepped forward quickly. You are Uncle Dodo? You are Vivi, are you not? Did the king send you? I knew it. The king would never abandon us. Dodo, recognizing Vivi, was overcome with tears. They soon learned that Dodo was the father of Kusha, the leader of the rebels, and also Vivi's uncle whom she had met in the palace during her childhood. Yet, time had changed everything. Kusha had become the leader of the rebels, while his father clung to the belief that the king would not betray them. Persevering in his efforts to dig for water, he remained steadfast in his conviction that one day, when he finally found water, the king would arrive to rescue them, and Alabasta would be restored. Remembering how youthful and charming Dodo once was, Vivi could not help but weep at the sight of his now gray hair. All of this was the doing of Crocodile. Anger surged within her as she cried out, Crocodile, you scoundrel! Vivi, Kusha has already departed for Caterlia. You must stop him. Dodo urgently entrusted this to Vivi. If anyone could halt Kusha, it would surely be her. I will. Vivi declared with unwavering resolve, then turned to the others, who nodded in agreement as they hastily departed. As they were leaving, Dodo handed Luffy a jar of water, symbolizing his faith. Uncle, do not worry. Luffy accepted the jar, his heart heavy with emotion. As they journeyed onward towards Caterlia, Luffy suddenly stopped abruptly, sitting down on the ground. I will not go, he declared suddenly. Luffy. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. Even if they reached Cartlia and thwarted the rebellion, what difference would it make? Could they truly save this nation? Luffy looked at Vivi, his eyes ablaze with intensity. As they journeyed along this arduous path, whether through the desolate lands, the village of Waterwells, or encounters with sand thieves and the treacherous sands, he witnessed and endured much. Even if they could thwart the rebel army, could that truly alter the course of events or halt the civil war? The answer is no. I know this, yet I cannot bear to witness the loss of life. Is there anything wrong with that? Vivi trembled all over. But every human must face death. What can you do about it? Send them to their demise. Luffy scoffed derisively. You scoundrel. What are you saying? Vivi, in a fit of rage, struck Luffy with a punch. Even if I cannot stop it, these are my citizens. They are bleeding and fighting. How can I turn a blind eye? At this, Vivi's tears streamed down her face as she looked at Luffy, screaming in despair. I have nothing left to wager but this life. I am utterly destitute. Then let us stake our lives as well. Are we not comrades? Luffy shouted, pushing Vivi away forcefully. Ah! Vivi gasped, her body shuddering, covering her mouth in shock. Indeed, Vivi, we are partners navigating the vast seas together. Nami smiled gently. The root of all this turmoil lies with Crocodile. Luffy is correct. Even if we prevent the rebellion, what good will it do if we do not eliminate Crocodile? Instead of wasting time here, it is far better to confront him directly. Only then can your country be saved. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, speaking profoundly. Exactly. Usopp nodded in agreement. We all concur. Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Moonlight nodded, recognizing Luffy's unwavering resolve at this critical moment. Ace smiled approvingly, knowing his younger brother had finally matured. Chopper agreed, nodding earnestly. The group was moved by emotion, and Vivi broke into sobs. Vivi, lead the way quickly. I must confront Crocodile. Luffy declared loudly. Vivi nodded vigorously, producing a map. The location of Crocodile is known as Rainland, a place famed for its rain feasts. We will depart from here, traverse this desert, and soon reach our destination. We must hurry. Time is of the essence. There is something I must entrust to you. Currently, my father and the others are still in the dark due to Crocodile's schemes. Deliver this letter to my father with utmost speed. We must set off promptly to eliminate Crocodile before the rebels reach the capital. With that, Vivi handed a letter to the swift runner. The runner nodded, dashing off without hesitation, vanishing from sight in an instant. It is said that the swift runner is the fastest creature in Alabasta. Luffy and his companions pressed onward towards Rainland. However, the unpredictable nature of the desert loomed large. Its vastness rendered human efforts minuscule. After a gust of sand, the group became separated once more. Nevertheless, their goals remained aligned. As long as they reached Rainland, they would surely reunite. Moonlight gazed helplessly at the desolate expanse around him, speechless. He too had lost his way. Yet, there was only one path to Rainland. As long as they continued westward, they would inevitably arrive. Although the sandstorm had scattered them, it could not disperse their resolve. At this moment, in Rainland, the Spider Bar, an unexpected group of visitors arrived. I can't believe everyone is here, exclaimed the owner, Bora, her eyes wide with surprise as she tossed her waves of hair. Smiling at the 3 men and 1 woman before her, identifying each in turn. Mr. 1 Daz Bones, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, Mr. 4 Babu, and Miss Merry Christmas Dorify. It is indeed a rare occasion. You must be Miss Double Fingers. Although they were all high-ranking agents of Baroque works, this was their first meeting. You are far too noisy. Be careful lest I take your life. Miss Merry Christmas scowled, placing her wine glass down, casting a cold glare at Mr. 2. A flicker of murderous intent flashing across her plump face. Among the members of Baroque works, harmony was not the order of the day. If you kill him, he will simply become Mr. 2. Come on then, do you really think you can kill me? Mr. 2 scoffed, revealing his defiant nature. Just as the two were about to duel, Miss Double Fingers suddenly answered the phone bug. Chapter 113. Robin, I must have you. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The legendary Mr. Zero, the true master of the Baroque works, has called. Everyone is eager to witness the person they have served so faithfully. All right, Miss nods enthusiastically, then raises her gaze to the crowd. Let us all gather at the rain banquet. The boss wishes to see us. Finally, they would meet the fabled Mr. Zero. Mr. 2 is the first to express excitement, dancing with joy. Interesting that the meeting place is the rain banquet, Mr. 1 observes with a somber nod. Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas chuckle coldly, their faces alight with anticipation. They too are curious to see who this enigmatic figure, shrouded in layers of mist and legend, truly is. Thus, the 5 of them exited the Spider Tavern and made their way to the bustling casino, the rain banquet. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions finally traversed the vast desert and arrived at the Rainland. Before them stood a city that starkly contrasted the barren desert, a place of towering buildings, bustling crowds, and a cacophony of activity, especially from the raucous casino, a world apart from the desolate ruins they had encountered. The entire city, true to its name, was enveloped in a gentle veil of rain, resembling a city caught in a perpetual downpour, dreamlike and romantic. However, the group bore heavy hearts. For the infamous warlord and the mastermind behind Baroque works, Crocodile, lurked somewhere within this city. They had come with the intention of defeating him. Has Moonlight gotten lost? Luffy inquired. The desert's weather was notoriously unpredictable. Not long after their arrival, they were beset by a fierce sandstorm, more violent than before. Although Moonlight had sensed it in advance, none could evade its wrath. When the group opened their eyes, they found themselves scattered. Remembering Vivi's words, they pressed on, determined to reunite. At last, they gathered again in the Rainland, only to find Moonlight was missing. Despite their concern, they reassured themselves of Moonlight's formidable skills, believing he was merely delayed by unforeseen circumstances. After all, the desert was vast, and who could predict what would occur next? Their experiences in the desert had left a profound impact on them. The weather was truly terrifying. Even the mightiest could not conquer the desert. By the way, Chopper, you were closest to Moonlight. Did he say anything to you? Usopp asked, shaking his head, still shaken by the ordeal. Surviving the endless sands was nothing short of miraculous. And he turned to Chopper. Chopper, Nami, and he had been near Moonlight, but Chopper had transformed into his mini form and leapt onto Moonlight's back. When we got separated, he told me to keep moving forward to reach the Rainland, assuring me he would catch up quickly, Chopper recalled. Now, however, they had yet to see Moonlight's figure. Could it be that he had been swept away by the sandstorm? Worry not. That man is not of such fragile constitution. A mere sandstorm cannot hinder him, though it may require some effort, Zoro stated, his faith in Moonlight unwavering. Indeed. A man who can slice through a sandstorm would surely prevail. He is likely just lost, like someone else we know, Sanji remarked, taking a puff of his cigarette and glancing at Zoro. Zoro was notoriously directionally challenged, often forgetting his way. While Moonlight was somewhat better, he wasn't immune to such fate. Let us find a place to take cover until Moonlight arrives, Nami suggested. No need. Since it's Moonlight, there is nothing to worry about. I am going to defeat Crocodile, Luffy declared, shaking his head, eyes fixed on the city shrouded in rain. The memories of their journey, coupled with Crocodile's numerous misdeeds, ignited a fierce flame within him. He could no longer wait. He was determined to confront him directly. Hey Luffy, that S.A. warlord. The others exclaimed, alarmed. Their foe was a notorious warlord of the sea, and they were on his familiar territory. Was such a reckless charge wise? Yet, Luffy had already taken off, setting foot on the Rainland's ground. The others hurried to follow. However, shortly after entering the city, they encountered a menacing group of individuals lurking in the streets and hidden corners, their expressions hostile. Each bore photographs of them, their eyes cold and predatory. Some had even drawn weapons and charged forward. In mere moments, they found themselves surrounded. This is bad. These are the mid-level agents of Baroque works, the Million Elder. Damn Crocodile, we must have been put on a wanted list. Vivi realized immediately and shouted to the group, run. We cannot engage them here. With that, she took off. Let us go. The others followed suit, but just 3 minutes later, they stumbled upon the Navy in the streets of Rainland, led by Smoker and Tashigi. The two were momentarily taken aback before exchanging fierce glares. What are you doing here? Luffy asked, puzzled. Straw Hat, is that you? What a coincidence. Tashigi adjusted her glasses. Nodding. What are you standing around for? Arrest them. Smoker barked, his expression darkening. Run. Luffy bolted. Instantly, they were off again, caught between the pursuing agents of Baroque works and the Navy, beset on all sides. The Rain Banquet is the largest casino in this city, protected by Crocodile. The Million Elders of Baroque works wouldn't dare to cause trouble there, and the Navy wouldn't be able to act freely. Vivi suddenly remembered and pointed toward the grandest casino in the city's center. Let us go. Without hesitation, the group raced toward it, and indeed, upon entering, they found only Smoker pursuing them. The others held back at the entrance. Guided by the attendants, they rushed to the high-end VIP room. The next moment, they all fell into a trap. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber of the desert, Moonlight gazed in awe at the colossal stone carvings before him. This is one of the rare historical texts in existence that chronicles the truth of history, and it is also one of the two most elusive pieces among the 9 known specific locations. When Luffy and his companions fell, they paid little heed and departed. Subsequently, amidst the vast and ever-changing desert, the quest to rediscover it became an almost insurmountable challenge. To their surprise, they stumbled upon this place by sheer accident. This filled him with exhilaration. The moment he stepped into Alabasta, he was resolute in his intention to invest time in a thorough search. Based on his knowledge, a specific location lay somewhere in Yuba. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. This is a historical text, chronicling the veritable truths of history, truths that have been erased by the world government over the course of 100 years. What transpired during this span remains enshrined within these historical documents. The essence of world history is now unveiled, providing us with answers at last. However, he is unable to decipher it in today's world. Only Nico Robin possesses the ability to interpret such texts. Nevertheless, he has a plan. He retrieves a piece of paper specially prepared for rubbings, which he has always kept on hand, and now it proves to be of utmost utility. Under the moonlight, he diligently undertakes the rubbing process, consuming half a day as time to complete it. After meticulously verifying its accuracy, he swiftly leaps to the ground and dashes towards the rain. With the imprint of the text now in hand, only Robin remains. Robin, I must have you. Gazing ahead, the moonlight flickers resolutely in my eyes. Chapter 114, The Banana Crocodile, Rain Banquet. In the opulent basement of the Rainy Day Casino, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Miss Christmas, and Mr. 4 gather together. Their eyes all fixate on a man seated at the center of a long table, draped in a black fur coat and wearing an orange plaid long-sleeve shirt, leaving them in shock. He sports a slicked-back hairstyle, a prominent scar running across his face, an earring in his right ear, a glittering golden hook on his left hand, and a cigar held casually in his mouth as he observes the five with an air of leisure. Standing behind him is none other than Miss All Sunday. All commands from Mr. Zero are issued by her, so they are well aware of her presence. However, their astonishment does not stem from Miss All Sunday, but from the man before them. He is none other than Crocodile, known as Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. He is indeed the mastermind behind Baroque Works, Mr. Zero. The 5 cannot help but be taken aback. Even the usually lively Mr. 2 appears unusually solemn. Perhaps it is the fear instilled by the title of warlord, or the overwhelming aura emanating from Crocodile, that renders them silent for the first time. The room is suffocatingly quiet. Welcome, everyone. Let us commence our final plan, Crocodile states, sweeping his gaze over the 5. In response, the 5 nod, mindful of the gravity of the situation. Before this warlord, their usual rivalries seem trivial, and they behave obediently like kittens, unwilling to act recklessly. Mr. 2 is no exception. Soon, the plan is finalized. The 5 dare not hesitate and promptly begin their execution. Baroque Works operates with remarkable efficiency. The Straw Hat crew? These overreaching little pirates wish to thwart me? Robin, have the Million Elder eliminate them, having arranged everything. Crocodile smiles perfectly, akin to an artist completing a masterpiece. Stretching out his right hand, he seems to grasp the very kingdom of Alabasta within his palm. Yet suddenly, he recalls the Straw Hat crew, eliciting a cold chuckle. A mere insignificant pirate crew. How could they ever be of concern to him? They have already entered. At that moment, Robin puts down her din mushy, her expression peculiar. Upon hearing this, Crocodile is taken aback. Just then, the underground trap he set is unexpectedly triggered, and in an instant, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Chopper, Vivi, and Smoker descend like divine soldiers, landing within a cage made of sea prism stone. Is this the Straw Hat crew? And a Navy colonel as well? Crocodile's expression shifts, intrigued by the group. Indeed, Robin nods, yet her gaze sweeps across the crowd and finds the moonlight absent. A sense of unease flashes through her. Strange, where is that swordsman? She cannot forget the moment on the ship when the moonlight appeared behind her like a specter, instilling a formidable pressure as he pointed a sword at her, pulling her aboard. However, she is someone who has traversed the seas. She would not easily succumb to another's vessel. While slightly disappointed, she oddly feels a sense of relief. You are Crocodile? Come here, I will send you flying. Once Luffy and the others descend, they are instantly startled. Luffy leaps up, scanning the surroundings, and spots Crocodile and Robin. He immediately roars in fury, intending to charge out and strike Crocodile. However, just as his hand touches the cage, attempting to force it open, he suddenly feels as if he has plunged into the ocean, losing all strength, and collapses to the ground. What is happening? Luffy, seeing this, Zoro and the others are taken aback. Sea Prism Stone. Smoker exhales deeply, the smoke coalescing into a white mist as he surveys the cage around them, then sighs. Sea Prism Stone? What is that? Luffy asks weakly, while Zoro and the others look towards Smoker. It is a stone that emits energy akin to the sea. A cage made from this stone can strip the powers of those who possess them. Crocodile's cold, mocking voice rings out as he strolls closer, his gaze sweeping over Luffy and the others with a teasing expression, finally resting on Smoker, eliciting a sound reminiscent of a cat capturing a mouse. Who would have thought there's even a Navy colonel here? What a delightful surprise. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile. You are the hidden mastermind behind Baroque Works. Smoker, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, wears a grim expression. The Navy and the 7 warlords are of the same camp. Yet, seeing Crocodile's demeanor, it is clear he does not intend to spare him. And so what? Do you think a hypocritical Navy like you can capture me? Too bad you are now in no position to do so. Crocodile laughs mockingly, as if a great cat is toying with its prey. You are a Navy man. As a warlord, do you dare to kill Navy personnel? Vivi exclaims angrily. Princess Vivi, perhaps you should worry about yourself. The Navy is nothing but ants. Even if I were to slaughter all of you, who would know? Soon, I shall take complete control of the Alabasta kingdom, and you will be powerless to do anything but perish here with them. Crocodile says with a chilling smile directed at Vivi, his tone laced with cruelty. You devil. Vivi trembles, erupting in fury. You scoundrel, I will send you flying. Seeing this, Luffy, in a rage, reaches out to strike, but when his palm touches the cage, he immediately loses all strength and collapses once more. You truly are a reckless little brat. Crocodile sneers contemptuously, then shifts his gaze to Vivi. You are a devil. I shall not allow you to succeed. Vivi grits her silver teeth, launching a frenzied assault on the cage, determined to stop him even at the cost of her life. Give up the struggle. This nation has already, according to my plan, embarked on the path to destruction 10 minutes ago. Crocodile chuckles lightly, reclining comfortably in his chair as he exhales smoke. Your plan? What plan? Vivi's pupils constrict sharply. I might as well tell you. After all, you are about to die soon. Crocodile grins. My utopia plan. Gazing at Vivi and the others. Crocodile resembles a victor who has fought to the end and is now savoring his triumph. Facing these defeated foes, he no longer needs to conceal his trump cards. Plans and conspiracies are laid bare for all to see. In this manner, one can witness their grotesque spasms born of terror. How exhilarating it is. Luffy and his companions felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. Vivi incessantly shouted, You are not human. You are not human. In an hour, this place will be submerged by a deluge. It remains uncertain whether you, a few helpless ducks out of water, will survive. Even if fortune smiles upon you and you manage to endure, one must ponder whether you can withstand the onslaught of the banana crocodiles. Under my deliberate care, they have languished in hunger for 3 days and nights. At last, Crocodile let out a light chuckle, gesturing towards the pool below, where oversized yellow crocodiles, larger than even sea kings, were kept. The banana crocodile, a ferocious beast capable of preying on sea kings. Chapter 115. The inner turmoil of smoker banana crocodiles? They prey on sea kings too? Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone turned ashen, especially as they glimpsed through the bars at the colossal yellow creatures, their hair standing on end in terror. This formidable beast, in their dire predicament, has rendered the abilities of the empowered null and void. They are indeed at risk of being devoured. Ha! Observing the frantic expressions on their faces, Crocodile departed with a hearty laugh. The Utopian project has commenced, and now he shall personally oversee and witness the historic final moments. You scoundrel, halt this instant. I shall send you flying. Luffy bellowed once more. Yet, under the weight of sea prism stone, the empowered individual felt akin to one submerged in the ocean, utterly stripped of strength. Crocodile paid him no heed, striding forward with determination, leaving without a backward glance. Robin shook her head lightly, chuckling softly as she followed suit. The others could only grit their teeth in frustration, helplessly watching as the seawater continued to surge in. At that moment, the moonlight finally broke through the desert and reached the rainy zone. Strange, where is everyone? The moonlight pondered. They had agreed to gather in the rainy zone, yet upon arrival, no soul was in sight. Could it be that they encountered danger? A glimmer of light flashed in the moonlight's eyes. This is, after all, the territory of the 7 warlords, and for Luffy and his companions, trouble seems inevitable. Utilizing observation Haki, he activated his abilities, extending his senses outward in search of them. In an instant, waves of energy and life force surged into his mind, revealing the presence of Luffy and his crew. They were indeed trapped in a basement. The basement of the Rain Banquet, perhaps? Moonlight quickly pinpointed the location and made his way there. The Rain Banquet is the grandest casino in the entire Rain District, bustling with activity. Without a glance, Moonlight strode directly towards the VIP lounge. Strangely, the VIP area was completely devoid of anyone. Unperturbed, he continued to the end and came upon a fork in the path, where he unhesitatingly chose the first option. Suddenly, the floor beneath him cracked open, and he plummeted down. This is dire. The water is rising rapidly. If this continues, we may very well drown here. Meanwhile, within the confines of the sea prison, Nami gazed around with a grim expression, watching as seawater relentlessly seeped in, quickly reaching their knees. Luffy, Chopper, and Smoker, all of whom possessed powers, found themselves utterly helpless against the might of the ocean. If this continues, they fear they will truly meet their end. This cage is insufferably sturdy. I cannot inflict even a scratch upon it. Zoro's expression was grave as he relentlessly swung his sword, yet he could not damage it in the slightest. This material is far too resilient. Even the moonlight would find itself powerless here. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, murmuring to himself, regardless of the circumstances, I must escape from this place. My country, my people, my father, they are all waiting for me. Vivi's gaze was resolute, embodying an unwavering spirit. Chopper, feeling dizzy, began to lose consciousness. At that moment, the sea surged in once more, rising to their waists, rendering the ability users utterly powerless, prompting everyone to support one another. Yet, the situation worsened as a swarm of banana crocodiles leapt forth, encircling the cage with cold, predatory gazes, as if they were eyeing their next meal. While they could not bite through the cage, they were exceedingly clever, quietly waiting for the water to rise, anticipating the moment when their prey would drown, utilizing the buoyancy of the water to enter the enclosed space. Are we truly destined to perish like this? Usopp trembled, Moonlight, come quickly. As the water surged ever higher, Nami felt despair enveloping her. She exerted all her strength, shouting towards the outside. Moonlight, save us. Vivi, in a fit of desperation, let out a final cry. I apologize for my tardiness. As if responding to their anguished cries, a voice suddenly resonated from above. Then, like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, Moonlight landed within the cage, flashing a smile at them all. Moonlight. Nami rubbed her eyes, filled with disbelief. Is that really you? Vivi exclaimed with immense joy. Moonlight, no? How did you end up here too? Usopp's initial delight quickly turned to astonishment. This is indeed a cage forged from sea prism stone. Moonlight. This prison is more formidable than diamond. It is unlikely that you can sever it. Zoro said gravely. He was not mistaken. This sea prism stone cage is exceedingly robust. Sanji inhaled a puff of smoke and nodded. No matter. You all take good care of Luffy and Chopper. Moonlight chuckled softly. A sea prism stone cage, indeed, is incomparably strong. To destroy it, especially for those with abilities, is utterly impossible. However, those who possess Haki are a different matter. Particularly as his Haki has now reached the advanced level of armament Haki. Moreover, the sword in his hand, the Shusui, is an unparalleled artifact that surpasses all weapons in this world. Even the Supreme Great Blade, the 12th Supreme Grade, wielded by Mihawk, cannot compare. Moonlight raised the Shusui. Enveloped in level 5 armament Haki, and with a twist of his body, he unleashed a phantom sword dance, striking out fiercely. Boom. Instantly, the surrounding seawater surged violently as if swept by a whirlpool, and fierce, powerful crescent-like sword energies coalesced before him, remaining concentrated and not dispersing. The sword energy ultimately coalesced into a massive, extraordinary blade of power, parting the ocean with a formidable surge. The phantom sword dance. Moonlight roared. At that moment, he unleashed his full might, wielding his utmost strength. He yearned to ascertain whether, in his current state of power, he could sever the confines of this sea prison stone cage. Instantly, under the intense gaze of all present, the colossal sword energy, birthed from the phantom sword dance, cleaved a vast passage through the sea. The waters boiled, advancing relentlessly, and in an instant, pierced through the sea prison stone enclosure, shattering it entirely. Under the onslaught of the sword energy, the surrounding banana crocodiles were all vanquished, their blood staining the azure waters. Yet that was not all. The walls too were breached, allowing sunlight to filter through from the outside. It was severed. Witnessing this, everyone erupted in ecstatic cheers. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastened towards the exit. Particularly, Vivi took the lead. After learning of Crocodile's utopian ambitions, she was consumed with urgency, desperate to reach the capital and thwart it all. Nami and Sanji quickly dragged Luffy along, knowing that only by leaving this place could he regain his strength. Meanwhile, Zoro went to assist Smoker, ensuring this Navy colonel also escaped. Moonlight cradled Chopper, following closely behind the group. Outside, the rain fell. Once free from the ocean's grasp, everyone began to recover, especially the devil fruit users. Why did you save me? Smoker inquired, his expression a mixture of emotions as he gazed at Zoro. Don't mind it. It's the captain's order, Zoro shrugged, pointing towards Luffy. Smoker's expression grew even more complex as he turned his gaze towards Luffy. This band of pirates is unlike any he has encountered before. The actions of Luffy and his crew continuously challenge the sense of justice within him. Yet Luffy, at this moment, remains unfazed by everything around him. He simply clenches his fists, grits his teeth, and fixates intently on the path ahead. Everyone, let's go. We must stop Crocodile. We cannot allow him to destroy this country. Upon finishing his statement, Luffy's expression is imbued with an unprecedented determination. All right. The group immediately responds without hesitation and sets off at once. Hearing this, Smoker, who now has a reason to continue the pursuit, suddenly freezes in place. Justice? Pirates? Warlords of the sea? Alabasta? A fierce internal conflict ensues within him. Under Crocodile's vision of paradise, ultimately, everyone will congregate in the royal capital. If we can reach there, we can thwart their plans. Vivi, while sprinting, speaks to the others. Yes, the group nods in agreement, realizing that time is of the essence, and they hasten towards the royal capital. However, just then, a gust of yellow sand condenses into chains, swiftly ensnaring Vivi. Chapter 116. How can you disturb me right from the start? Ah, Vivi exclaims in shock. Vivi, the others gasp. Crocodile. Luffy's pupils constrict. At this moment, who else could it be but Crocodile? He has returned after sensing the commotion in the basement. Let her go. Luffy immediately retaliates, launching a rubber pistol attack that shatters Crocodile's grip on Vivi's arm, freeing her. Yet, he witnesses Crocodile's arm transforming into sand, quickly reforming. A devil fruit user. The group feels a chill. The Straw Hat crew, you truly are capable to have escaped from such a prison, but the show has only just begun. I cannot allow you to ruin it. Crocodile sneers upon seeing Luffy and his companions. Just then, Robin appears as well, her gaze falling on Moonlight, and she cannot help but narrow her eyes. Leave this to me. Crocodile then gathers sand and launches it towards the group once more, intending to trap them all here. Swish. At that moment, a figure suddenly leaps into the air, slicing through the sand. Under the sunlight, the sword Kaizoku gleams with a dazzling light. Moonlight stands poised with his sword, smiling gently. How can you disturb our captain right from the outset? Moonlight, this is your responsibility. The others shout in unison. Luffy nods. They cannot afford to waste time here. They must reach the royal capital as swiftly as possible to prevent this calamity. You are the swordsman Robin spoke of? Crocodile's eyes flash with cold light as he sizes up Moonlight with disdain. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Today, I shall ensure that the entire Straw Hat crew perishes. With that, he extends his right hand, which abruptly transforms into sand, coalescing into a massive sand blade that swings menacingly towards Moonlight and the others. Desert Sword. The blade's aura is fierce, splitting the desert earth and revealing a chasm several meters deep, the blade's energy slicing directly towards Moonlight and his companions. He aims to annihilate the entire Straw Hat crew along with Moonlight. However, Moonlight elevates Kaizoku. Slash. A crescent-shaped sword energy surges forward, striking the enormous sand blade with tremendous force. Boom. It explodes like gunpowder, the sword energy surging forth as the sand blade is cleaved in two. The residual force of the sword energy pierces through the sand rift, striking Crocodile directly. Bang! Crocodile's upper body is obliterated, scattering into a cloud of sand, which disperses in all directions. The roar of sword energy sends forth an invisible wave, sweeping across the surrounding desert, leaving behind trenches and pits, a sight to behold. Slash versus Desert Sword. Moonlight emerges victorious with overwhelming might. Yet at that moment, Crocodile's dismembered upper body suddenly reassembles, the sand swirling around him as he quickly restores himself to his former state. What a formidable strike. No wonder Robin holds you in such high regard. But you cannot harm me. Crocodile's expression darkens. Although it was merely a single blow, Moonlight's displayed strength proves to be exceedingly troublesome. It appears that Moonlight's prowess may even surpass his own. Moonlight, however, pays him no mind and turns to Robin, directly extending an invitation. Robin, what do you say? I promised we would meet again. Have you considered joining us? Unlike Luffy and the others, his primary aim is Robin. Now that he possesses the historical text, he is determined to bring Robin aboard at all costs. However, before Robin can respond, Crocodile erupts in laughter, extending his right hand as a small sandstorm coalesces from his palm. When he casts it, it rapidly expands into a colossal sandstorm, roaring and wreaking havoc upon the earth. To think you would try to steal my ally right before my eyes. There are limits to underestimating someone. Sandstorm. With that, the sandstorm hurtles towards them. A sandstorm? You can manipulate sand freely and your body can transform into sand. It seems you have consumed the devil fruit that grants you mastery over sand. Thus, you are a Logia-type sand user. Moonlight comprehends the situation immediately. Indeed, I have consumed the sand fruit and am a sand user. My body can transform into sand, so any attack against me will be futile. Ultimately, it is you who shall perish. Crocodile sneers at this. Robin, however, is intrigued. It is the first time she has witnessed someone face Crocodile head-on, especially when he had just issued her another invitation. Why does this man yearn for her so intensely? No matter the assault, it is ultimately futile. Crocodile, while you are indeed one of the 7 warlords of the sea, isn't it a tad arrogant to utter such words? The moonlight glimmered coldly as she smiled, her armed Haki suddenly coiling around the grass-killer's sword. And with a swift stroke, she drew her blade. The slash unleashed a crescent-shaped arc of sword energy that sliced through the air. The sword's aura surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, surpassing its previous speed by more than double. With a swift stroke of the sword, the speed was astonishing, leaving one hardly able to react. The sandstorm before him was swiftly severed, and Crocodile's body was cleaved in two. Although Crocodile quickly recuperated and reformed his body, blood began to flow from his form, clearly indicating he was injured. What? Robin gasped in astonishment. This was the first time she had witnessed Crocodile wounded. The moonlight had managed to harm him. He was a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit. Haki. Who would have thought you possessed such formidable Haki? Crocodile's pupils constricted. He understood what Haki was, yet he never anticipated that in such a place, someone could cultivate Haki with such remarkable power. There are many things you are unaware of in this vast ocean, Crocodile. Moonlight remarked, raising the grass-cutting sword once more. Enough of your grandstanding. Thinking Haki makes you invincible. Do you believe that this will defeat me? Don't be foolish. Observing this, Crocodile let out a cold chuckle, abruptly pressing his hand against the ground. Desert sunflower. Instantly, the sand beneath Moonlight's feet began to flow rapidly, sinking and forming a quicksand layer resembling a sunflower, spanning an area of 10 meters. The sand flowed at an alarming speed, ensnaring Moonlight, pulling him downwards. Yet in the next moment, the sand exploded, and a blade of sword energy sliced forth from the sandy layer. The quicksand was cleaved, creating a passage, and the sword energy surged through, striking towards Crocodile. Once more, Crocodile's body was severed by the sword, causing the sand flow to decelerate, providing Moonlight the opportunity to leap out. Each of Moonlight's attacks was so swift that evasion was impossible. The sword energy cut through the air with unparalleled speed. He was wounded yet again. Go. However, this time, upon recovering, he transformed into yellow sand, whisking Robin away swiftly. The man before him was truly formidable. He was utterly powerless against him. If this continued, he feared he would truly meet his end here. Truly, a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit is nearly impossible to kill, unless one could strike in an instant. That terrifying recuperative ability would restore him in the blink of an eye. Moonlight shook his head, but chose not to pursue. Chapter 117, Nami, follow behind me. A Logia-type devil fruit user can elementalize their body, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate them completely, at least with his current Haki and swordsmanship. He was incapable of achieving that. Subsequently, Moonlight made his way towards the royal capital. Luffy and the others had set off ahead, given their speed. They were likely nearing their destination. Moonlight then proceeded on his journey. Upon reaching the royal capital of Alabasta, he found the entire city engulfed in flames of war. Everywhere, people fought desperately, the sounds of battle reverberating through the air, corpses strewn about, a sea of blood surging, a scene of utter despair, resembling a hell on earth. Crocodile, you are the architect of all this chaos. Even in rebirth as a human, one understands that in such a world, within this vast ocean, human life is as worthless as grass. Yet, experiencing it firsthand, Moonlight's heart trembled violently. Before him lay the countless lives that had perished, vibrant souls extinguished. A surge of lethal intent roiled within his heart. Moonlight cried out for Luffy, Vivi, and Nami. Yet, the only response that echoed back was the thunderous cacophony of battle. In that moment, Moonlight unleashed his observation Haki, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Alabasta in a vast web centered around himself. Instantly, he beheld a multitude of scenes. Usopp and Chopper were locked in a fierce struggle. Nami teetered on the brink of despair. Zoro was engaged in a deadly duel with a formidable foe, while Sanji, despite facing peril, maintained a comfortable advantage. Luffy and Vivi fought for their lives against Crocodile atop the royal palace, overlooking the chaos below, while Robin led the king towards an uncertain destination. Thankfully, all were safe. Observing this, Moonlight exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly made his way towards Nami's position. Among them, Nami possessed the weakest strength. At this moment, she found herself cornered, wielding Usopp's crafted climatact in a desperate fight for survival against a formidable adversary. This is her weapon. Along the perilous journey, Nami began to contemplate a combat style that suited her. Even if she could not defeat her adversaries, she must not become a liability. Thus, after a discussion with Usopp, the climatact was born. However, the woman before her, with her blue wavy hair, was formidable, adorned with razor-sharp thorns. Her body bore numerous wounds, and she had reached her limit. This Miss Doublefinger, with her fingers poised, was undeniably powerful. Her body was covered in thorns as sharp as steel, and Nami felt woefully outmatched. Yet, regardless of the odds, this was to be her final strike. A resolute determination shone in her eyes. Suddenly a long, sharp thorn pierced through the wall, emerging from her chest. She was impaled. Useless. You are merely an ordinary person. How could you possibly stand against me? I am the Thorn Human, empowered by the Thorn fruit, capable of transforming my entire being into thorns as sharp and hard as steel. Miss Doublefinger gazed at Nami with a mocking expression. The chasm between a devil fruit user and an ordinary person was unfathomable, akin to the gulf between an elephant and an ant. To Miss Doublefinger, Nami was nothing more than an ant. She had toyed with her from the very beginning. Is that so? If you think that way, you are gravely mistaken. Despite the agonizing pain of being pierced, Nami managed a triumphant smile. The climatact in her hand suddenly began to dance. Above her, a dark cloud materialized silently, unbeknownst to anyone. Crackle. Within the cloud, flashes of lightning flickered ominously. What is that? Miss Doublefinger wondered curiously. At that moment, Nami forced her way free, and in the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting Miss Doublefinger squarely. Ah! She screamed, her body trembling as she fell to the ground. Seeing this, Nami exhaled in relief. She had given her all, and if she could not eliminate her opponent now, she would surely meet her demise. However, just then, Miss Doublefinger rose once more. Though the lightning had been fierce, it was merely a threat to ordinary beings. As a devil fruit user, she could withstand it. Nami's face fell into despair. She could not believe that this mere ant could endure so much, yet the gap between them was insurmountable. This ends now. The disparity between us is too great. There is no chance of a comeback. I shall send you on your way. After rising, Miss Doublefinger's expression twisted into a snarl, her frustration boiling over. She had nearly fallen victim to Nami's cunning. No more words would be exchanged. Her thorns bristled as she prepared to finish Nami off. It's over. Nami shut her eyes. Having exhausted all her strength, she could only await her fate. Buzz. Just then, a crescent-shaped sword energy surged through the air beside her. The blade cleaved through the air with ferocious speed, striking Miss Doublefinger's thorn-covered body in an instant. The incredibly sharp thorns that had caused her torment shattered like brittle glass. The sword energy continued its relentless onslaught, and Miss Doublefinger was subjected to an unending barrage of cuts, her body trembling violently. When the chaos subsided, she lay lifeless. A pitiful sight indeed. Yet the sword energy surged forth, sweeping across the landscape, cleaving the ground and walls as if ravaged by a tempest, leaving devastation in its wake. Moonlight. Upon witnessing that familiar sword energy, Nami felt a rush of elation. Who else could unleash such fierce swordplay but Moonlight? However, she had reached her limits, unable to muster even the slightest movement. Yet, a sense of relief washed over her, for Moonlight had arrived. I apologize for my tardiness, Moonlight exclaimed upon seeing Nami's battered form, dread gripping his heart. He had nearly lost her. It is not too late. Nami smiled softly, though she collapsed into Moonlight's embrace. Utterly drained of strength. Fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Moonlight's heart ached at the sight of Nami's injuries. Heaven help her. What kind of battle had she endured? Baroque works, crocodile, you shall pay for this. After tending to Nami's wounds, Moonlight rose, his gaze cold as ice. A fierce blaze of anger igniting within him. Throughout their journey, from the East Blue to the Grand Line, despite facing countless perils, even the onslaught of the Navy, he had never felt such wrath, for at least then, there had been a glimmer of hope. But now, this was war, not merely a skirmish among pirates. Bullets and blades whirled around them. Lives were lost every moment. Witnessing the lives extinguished before his eyes, Moonlight felt an inferno ignite within his chest. Moonlight, Nami called out. Concern etched on her face. Moonlight's expression was unlike anything she had seen before, and it frightened her. Nami, stay behind me. He chuckled softly, addressing her. All right. Nami nodded firmly. Let's go. Moonlight commanded coldly, striding forward. In his eyes, a brilliant light erupted, and a surge of cerulean energy radiated from him, sweeping outward. Buzz. In his wake, all those engaged in combat within a 500-meter radius paused, their bodies succumbing to weakness. Thud. One by one, they collapsed. Moonlight led Nami onward. And wherever he tread, all fell unconscious. None could withstand his presence. It's Moonlight. He has finally arrived. Usopp and Chopper, having exhausted themselves and barely triumphed over their foes, were filled with exhilaration at the sight. Has he finally come? Sanji and Zoro met up, relieved at the sudden turn of events. Though their enemies were formidable, they had given their all and prevailed. Meanwhile, atop the palace, Vivi and Luffy faced off against Crocodile, their battle reaching its climax. Despite their combined efforts, the gap between them and Crocodile was insurmountable. Vivi was launched off the wall in an instant. Vivi! Luffy cried out desperately, reaching to save her, but Crocodile swiftly interrupted, rendering him powerless. Weaklings like you are unworthy of saving your comrades. Just watch as I seize control of this entire nation. Ignoring Luffy's furious glare, Crocodile erupted in laughter. Do you think you can claim this nation? You are sorely mistaken. But before he could finish, a chilling voice rang out. Proctor's gaze sharpened as he looked over. At that moment, all the rebels and royal soldiers, engaged in fierce combat, seemed to have succumbed to some form of enchantment, collapsing to the ground. The cacophony of battle instantly ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that enveloped the entire city. The world was engulfed in stillness. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Nami, and Moonlight. The six of them stood at the foot of the city, with Vivi rescued by Chopper. At this moment, the six exchanged cold smiles while observing Proctor atop the city. Everyone. Luffy couldn't contain his elation. The Straw Hat Pirates had gathered in full force. Chapter 118. The only one you can truly trust is yourself. The Conqueror's Haki. Could it be that even the Conqueror's Haki is present? Upon seeing the six, particularly Moonlight, Proctor's expression darkened, but upon noticing the unconscious figures around him, his eyes widened in surprise. He clearly had not anticipated that Moonlight possessed the power reserved for the fabled Chosen One. It seems I underestimated you, Straw Hat crew. You are indeed formidable. However, it matters not, for my true objective is nearly within reach. Since you have all arrived, then you shall remain here to accompany everyone in their demise. With a sinister smirk, he transformed into sand and sped off in a certain direction. Don't let him escape, Luffy shouted, immediately pursuing him. Chopper, come with me. Everyone, I leave this to you. Moonlight also swiftly followed suit. It was likely Proctor's next destination. To be cautious, he brought Chopper along. Chopper nodded and leaped onto Moonlight's shoulder as they departed quickly. Is this the end? Zoro shrugged, gazing at the people sprawled on the ground, and remarked helplessly, I just don't know when they will awaken, but if they do, it might bring some trouble. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, asserting that everything was far from over. Suddenly, Nami spoke with a quiver in her voice, her expression grave. This is not over. Somewhere in this square, Proctor has left behind a bomb capable of obliterating the entire plaza. In 5 minutes, we will be bombarded. We must locate it quickly, or we shall all perish here. What? That vile Proctor has such a scheme in place. How insidious. Zoro and the others were taken aback. Who could have imagined that Proctor would resort to such measures? Bombarding the plaza to eliminate everyone was indeed treacherous. Time is of the essence. Let us split up. Nami urged. The group nodded in agreement and rapidly dispersed to search for the bomb that Clockter had concealed, one powerful enough to flatten the entire square. At this moment, in the tomb of the king of Alabasta, Robin was leading King Nefertari Cobra to the underground palace of the tomb. As Cobra guided the way, a strange expression crossed his face as he looked at Robin. Miko Robin, Clockter's target is Pluton. Why do you assist him? Do you wish to bring about the world's destruction? Upon finishing his statement, a profound apprehension flickered across his countenance. It seemed that he feared Robin more than he did Clockter. Bring about the world's destruction? That is an intriguing notion. However, I am not interested at this moment. I merely seek to uncover the truth of history, the lost century that the world government has eradicated. What truly transpired, and what is it that the world government dreads? Robin replied nonchalantly. Is your objective truly this? Having been hunted by the world government for 20 years, do you not fear for your life? Cobra trembled at the revelation. As a king, he had faced Clockter's threats without fear, solely for the sake of his people. Yet now, hearing Robin's words was akin to hearing the roar of a demon, causing him to shudder violently. For this was tantamount to opposing the world government. To be an enemy of the world government is to be an enemy of the world itself. As he gazed at Robin, who resembled a dark night elf, captivating yet cold, he perceived her as a demon intent on unveiling the truth of the world. What that truth was, he could not fathom. But he understood that once revealed, it could topple the entire world. Death? Since you are aware that I have been hunted for 20 years, you should comprehend that I have already cast aside my fear of death. The force that now sustains my existence is the historical texts. Very well, Cobra. We have arrived at the mortuary. Take me to the location of the historical texts, and do not attempt any tricks. Robin smiled gently, unfazed. Cobra fell silent, then seemed to reach a resolution, ceasing to speak further, and led Robin to the mortuary where the historical texts were stored. Upon seeing the historical texts, Robin rushed forward, her expression brimming with excitement as she began to read. Indeed, she had found them. Moreover, the contents astonished her. It turned out that ancient weapons truly existed, concealed in a location unknown to most, and that very location was inscribed upon these texts. Have you found it? Just then, Clockter entered. His face shadowed with menace as he regarded Robin. I have found it, but it only contains the history of Alabasta, with no mention of Pluton, Robin replied, a glint flashing in her eyes. Is that so? Read it to me, Clockter sneered. Alabasta, the first king. Robin nodded and began to recite segments of Alabasta's history, while Cobra's expression turned increasingly peculiar. Robin, why are you deceiving Clockter? Are not their objectives the same? However, at that moment, Robin's voice abruptly ceased as Clockter pierced her body with the hook in his hand. What? Cobra gasped in shock. Robin struggled to turn her head. She had anticipated that Clockter might turn against her. A man like him would trust no one but himself. The final phase of his idealistic plan was to eliminate all members of Baroque works, including her, and to cleanse himself of any wrongdoing. But why strike now? You foolish woman, did you truly believe I would take your words at face value? In this world, the only one you can truly trust is yourself. This text contains the information about the ancient weapon Pluton, does it not? You need not tell me. I will find it in due time. Once I have seized control of this nation. Clockter grinned wickedly as he gazed at Robin. From the very beginning, he had never placed his trust in her. A girl who had been hunted since the am I, a woman of my stature, unworthy of trust? Upon hearing these words, Robin's eyes dimmed with despair. Reflecting on her life's journey, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. Perhaps dying here would serve as a fitting release. Leaning against the historical texts, she managed a faint smile. Crocodile, how could you betray even your companions? Was she not a partner who had tirelessly labored for you? At that moment, Luffy arrived and was met with the sight of Robin, grievously wounded and barely clinging to life, igniting a fierce rage within him. He harbored no ill feelings towards Robin. On the contrary, she had aided him on 2 occasions. Once, on Cactus Island and Whiskey Peak, she had attempted to deliver the eternal pose to Alabasta, which he had declined. The second time, during the confrontation with Crocodile, Robin had chosen to let them go and even provided crucial information, including strategies to combat Crocodile. Witnessing her current plight incensed him. Companions? How naive. In this vast sea, the only being one can trust is oneself. Moreover, with a woman of her ilk, trusting her would eventually lead to one's demise, leaving one unaware of how it happened. In this world, as long as one does not deceive oneself, no one can deceive you. Upon hearing this, Crocodile merely scoffed. Chapter 119. I am so hungry, is there any meat? Deceit? I fail to comprehend why people resort to deception. I know only that in this ocean, the only trust lies with one's companions. What does it matter to you? Who so callously tramples on the lives of others? Luffy retorted angrily. Companions are a necessity only for the weak. The strong do not require them. Crocodile sneered at Luffy's words, dismissing them entirely. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and my ambition is to become the Pirate King. I may lack swordsmanship, navigational skills, culinary expertise, or even the art of boastfulness, yet Luffy lowered the brim of his hat, speaking in a deep, deliberate tone, before suddenly lifting his head with resolute determination. Locking eyes with Crocodile, However, before Luffy could finish, Crocodile interrupted him with a disdainful smile. But what? You truly are weak. Weakness itself is a sin. And dreams are a reality only the strong are entitled to discuss. Furthermore, individuals like you, who possess no skills and merely speak grandiloquently, are a dime a dozen on the Grand Line. Luffy, undeterred by Crocodile's mockery, fixed his gaze upon him with unwavering conviction. But I can defeat you. Defeat me? Just with you? Crocodile appeared to find Luffy's declaration laughable, a smirk crossing his face. Yet, in response to him, Luffy unleashed his fist. With Robin's guidance, he grasped how to counter Crocodile's Logia abilities. Being made of sand, he was vulnerable to water, and thus, the application of water could inflict damage upon him. By the time moonlight arrived, the battle had concluded. Luffy lay bloodied in a pool of crimson, poisoned, the toxins coursing through his veins. King Cobra was administering an antidote to save Luffy. Robin, pierced through, leaned against the historical texts, gasping for breath. Luffy. Upon witnessing this scene, Chopper dashed towards Luffy. I am the ship's doctor. Allow me to examine him, he promptly stated. Very well, thank you for your assistance, Doctor. Cobra quickly stepped aside as Chopper began to assess Luffy's injuries. Although you too have sustained wounds, your spirit appears more fatigued than your body. If I were to invite you once more, I fear you would still refuse. Moonlight approached Robin, inspecting her injuries. Though severe, they were not fatal. Yet, she exuded an aura of utter exhaustion, as if having relinquished all burdens, conveying a sense of seeking release from life itself. Indeed, Robin nodded, affirming in a tone of certainty, thank you for your repeated invitations, but ideals and reality are two entirely distinct entities. My dreams are beset by a multitude of adversaries. I have fled for 20 years, yet they relentlessly pursue me. I have grown weary on this path of life, so perishing here would be acceptable. Therefore, I apologize. But I find no motivation to continue living. With that, Robin cast an apologetic glance at Moonlight. At that moment, the great hall began to tremble violently. Colossal stones crashing down, pillars collapsing, and the entire structure seemed on the verge of collapse. When I first entered, I had triggered a mechanism, intending for us all to perish here. I simply did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this extent. Observing this, King Cobra could not help but smile wryly. You triggered it upon entrance? It seems your true desire was to eliminate me. Upon hearing this, Robin's expression darkened. Clearly, Cobra's apprehension of her surpassed that of Crocodile. Moonlight. We must depart swiftly. This place is about to collapse. Chopper urged. No need for concern. Moonlight shook his head, drawing forth the sword Shusui. With a swift motion, he channeled a crescent-shaped wave of energy, coalescing within the blade without dispersing, forming an increasingly large crescent blade of energy. Armed. Void Slash. Moonlight called out, and a dark aura enveloped the sword. He then swung the blade outward, releasing a powerful crescent wave. Buzz. Like a crescent moon descending to the earth. The energy expanded from Moonlight's center, radiating outward, enveloping hundreds of meters around, cleaving through the falling stones with relentless force. The immense stones, perpetually descending, were instantly shattered by the sword's aura, transforming into a cloud of dust. Subsequently, the sword's energy surged forth, wreaking havoc as it pierced through the walls of the subterranean palace. Sunlight streamed in from outside, illuminating every individual present. In an instant, the sword's roar reverberated, colliding with the void and erupting into a fierce tempest. All the scattered debris was swept away by the storm. The vast underground palace seemed as though it had been halved by divine intervention, leaving only a fragment behind. The onlookers gazed in awe at Moonlight, astonished by the sheer magnitude of his sword's might. Was it truly capable of such terror? Turning to Robin, Moonlight extended his left hand under the radiant sunlight, a brilliant smile gracing his face. I am unaware of the strength of your adversaries. If you feel weary and wish to rest, you are welcome aboard our ship. We have a group of companions who can protect you, acknowledge you, and share your ideals. Robin. Moonlight reiterated his invitation. Moonlight you. Robin stood frozen, gazing at him with wide eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Even the smallest of creatures strive for survival. How could she, so young, contemplate death? Everything had merely been a consequence of her dire circumstances. Now, with Moonlight's persistent offers of strength and sincerity, her heart began to stir. She had covertly investigated the Straw Hat crew and recognized the caliber of individuals they were. Seizing the moment, Moonlight produced the historical texts he had unearthed from beneath the desert, pressing his advantage. I wish to join you on the ship. At the very least, our objectives align. I discovered this in a certain location in Yuba. This is a historical text. Upon seeing it, Robin's body trembled, her eyes igniting with a glimmer of hope, akin to a soul once resigned to despair finding a reason to live, as she eagerly accepted it. Indeed, let us explore the truths of history together. You shall interpret, and I will seek out the texts and protect you. Moonlight beamed, extending his palm once more. All right. At this moment, Robin could no longer refuse. Their hands intertwined instantly. The moonlight cast its glow. I am quite famished. Is there any meat available? At that moment, Luffy, under Chopper's care, regained consciousness. Upon awakening and catching sight of the moonlight, his first utterance was a simple yet earnest declaration of hunger, inquiring if there was any meat available. Observing this, Moonlight shrugged and cast a helpless glance at Robin. Robin, with a subtle smile playing on her lips, mused to herself that this was indeed the future captain, and found him rather easy to get along with. Chapter 120. The tumultuous heart of Dashki. Just then, Zoro and the others came rushing towards them, and upon spotting Luffy from a distance, they waved and called out, "Has everyone arrived?" Luffy inquired with a grin. "If everyone is here, then it signifies that the war has concluded, right?" Moonlight asked. "Indeed, it has come to an end, but it was not we who brought about this conclusion. It was the Navy." Vivi nodded, her gaze drifting towards King Cobra, her voice thick with emotion. "Father, Bell? He ascended into the clouds with the bomb to save everyone. Did he sacrifice himself?" Cobra's body trembled at the weight of her words. "For these past years, it has been Bell who has steadfastly aided him in the protection of the nation. Although we successfully located the bomb, Crocodile proved to be exceedingly cunning, harboring a profound distrust of everyone. Surrounding the bomb were not only the elite agents of Baroque Works, Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day, but it was also on a timer. In the final moments, the guardian deity of Alabasta, Bell, soared into the clouds with the bomb, rescuing everyone. Subsequently, the Navy arrived, bringing an end to the chaos, Nami explained. As for Bell, he truly deserves the title of guardian deity. However, it is indeed the Navy that possesses the power to halt such turmoil. On these seas, no individual can rival the might of the Navy. Moonlight nodded in agreement. The war had escalated to an unbearable intensity. Even he, though he had momentarily incapacitated all with his Conqueror's Haki, could not prevent the continuation of the conflict once they awakened. Neither King Cobra nor Vivi could intervene. No one could. Only the Navy could quell this unrest. Well then, since the Navy has arrived, we must take our leave. We are pirates, and the Navy is our sworn enemy. Vivi, we bid you farewell, Moonlight said, casting a glance at Vivi. Yet, everyone, Vivi hesitated. Fear not. We shall not depart so easily. There remain unfinished matters to attend to, Nami replied with a gentle smile. And thus the group departed without hesitation. Cobra nodded, watching the departing figures, and smiled at Vivi. They are truly remarkable companions. Indeed, they are trustworthy allies. Vivi replied with a smile. Afterwards, the two set about managing the situation. With the turmoil subsided, all that remained was for the king to soothe the people and rebuild their homeland. Luffy and his companions circumvented the Navy, seeking a place to rest within the city. However, the entirety of Alabasta was swarming with Navy forces. As if fate had conspired, they unexpectedly encountered Daz Bones. At that moment, Daz was leading the Navy in efforts to quell the unrest. To their surprise, she refrained from attacking, standing still and gazing at them in a daze, allowing them to pass without a word. What is justice, after all? As she witnessed their departure, Daz found herself embroiled in an internal conflict. The final group arrived at the palace, collapsing onto beds, utterly exhausted and soon drifting into slumber. The recent battle has drained the energy of all involved, leaving everyone to succumb to slumber. Only the Moonlight quietly perched on the balcony, casting its gaze over the entirety of Alabasta. With the Navy's arrival, their subsequent departure seems fraught with immense difficulty. The Navy traversing the Grand Line is far more formidable than those previously encountered. Breaching their blockade will undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. As dawn broke, the weary souls awakened to find King Cobra having quelled the turmoil, demonstrating the means befitting his royal stature in Alabasta. In gratitude to Luffy and his companions, he hosted a lavish banquet, and the long-suffering guests wasted no time in indulging in the feast. Luffy, upon sighting the food, devoured it with abandon, much to the astonishment of the servants bringing the dishes. Following this, Chopper provided simple medical care and remedies, while Sanji and Usopp ventured into the city to procure supplies. The group remained in Alabasta for a full week, replenishing their spirits before preparing to depart. All good gatherings must eventually conclude. Their journey must continue. At this moment, the Navy had sealed all exits of the island, encasing it like an iron cage. Not a single soul could escape. Not even a bird could take flight without being intercepted by the Navy. Simultaneously, a bounty notice arrived quietly, featuring the latest bounties for the Straw Hat crew. Following the conclusion of the Alabasta conflict, their rewards had been updated. Luffy's bounty surged from an initial 30 million berries to an astonishing 100 million berries. Zoro's bounty increased from 15 million to 60 million. Moonlight's bounty was even more staggering, leaping from 50 million to 200 million berries. However, he is indeed worth that price. Sanji remained without a bounty, while Nami and Usopp's could be disregarded, and Chopper, having just boarded, was not listed either. Everyone, we have a situation. At this moment, Vivi held the bounty notice, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at everyone. However, they were already aware of the situation. A bounty exceeding 100 million signifies that the world government has categorized them as individuals of extreme danger. Should they encounter the Navy again, it would be a terrifying ordeal. Luffy, Moonlight, and Zoro observed Vivi's worried demeanor. Yet, Luffy raised the bounty notice in his hand, his face alight with excitement. This is fantastic. I have a bounty of 100 million berries. Zoro nodded in satisfaction. 60 million, is it? Not bad. Moonlight, however, merely shook his head, seemingly indifferent. Sanji, feeling dejected as he puffed on his cigarette, lamented why he had no bounty while everyone else did. Chopper gazed at everyone with immense envy, thinking to himself, how I wish to have a bounty someday. Usopp and Nami exchanged glances, tears streaming down their faces. Everyone's bounty has increased, but ours remains unchanged. Their bounties were negligible in comparison. Particularly, Usopp looked at Moonlight with envy, jealously remarking, Moonlight, you truly are impressive. Combined, our bounties don't even match yours. Hearing this, everyone turned to Moonlight with expressions of deep admiration. Indeed, Moonlight possessed such formidable strength. The sight left Vivi momentarily stunned. Were they not at all concerned about their bounties? Why did they instead appear so jubilant? As pirates, the amount of their bounties reflects their strength. As aspiring pirate king, they naturally did not wish to be underestimated by the world. Nami provided the explanation. Upon hearing this, Vivi smiled, realizing the truth of it. All right, everything has come to an end. Vivi, I believe we must take our leave. Will you join us on the seas? Finally, everyone turned their gaze towards Vivi. It was time to bid farewell. Vivi was momentarily taken aback. She longed to set sail with them. Throughout their journey, she had experienced and gained so much. However, she was still the princess of Alabasta. The nation needed her, the people required her. She looked at Luffy and the others. Words on the tip of her tongue, yet she could not voice them. Chapter 121. Navy Colonel Hanai. At that moment, the transponder snail suddenly rang. Nami answered, only to hear Mr. 2's voice. The message revealed that he had stolen their ship and demanded they come to the Santora River if they wish to reclaim it. Mr. 2? How infuriating. I had completely forgotten about him. Everyone, we must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group turned grave. After defeating Crocodile, they had indeed forgotten about the agents of Baroque Works. These individuals are far from ordinary, especially Mr. 2, who has made them endure quite a bit on their journey. Now they find themselves first besieged by the Navy, and now stripped of their ship, truly a series of unfortunate events. Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette, his expression darkening. Vivi, the choice to stay or leave is yours. It is now precisely midnight. We will wait for you at the East Port for 5 minutes at this time tomorrow. If you come, we shall set sail together. If you do not, we will always remember you, for we are comrades. Nami glanced at Vivi, and then the group swiftly made their way toward the Sandora River. Although the Navy had surrounded the entire city, this was Alabasta. With the aid of the king, and Luffy and his crew easily broke through the encirclement. Arriving at the Sandora River, there they found Mr. 2 seated aboard the Going Merry, with a ship bearing Mr. 2's emblem docked alongside. A vessel manned by several operatives from Baroque Works. Upon seeing them, Mr. 2 excitedly greeted, everyone, you've arrived. The group was momentarily taken aback. The phone call had sounded rather dire. What was going on? They soon realized that after Crocodile's defeat, Baroque Works had disbanded, leaving Mr. 2 homeless and preparing to set sail when the Navy discovered their ship and sought to seize it. It was Mr. 2 who had assisted them in protecting the vessel. I am no longer a member of Baroque Works, so let us remain friends, Mr. 2 said with a smile directed at Luffy. Indeed, we are still friends. Luffy and Usopp nodded in agreement. The three of them then began to dance with excitement, prompting Chopper to join in as well. Do they know each other? Moonlight pondered, perplexed. Yes, back at Logtown, Luffy and Usopp caught this fellow while fishing with their speed, and they became quite the group thereafter. The reason Baroque Works had our pictures was because of him, Sanji remarked, exhaling smoke irritably. Nami suddenly realized, as she and Moonlight had been unaware of this incident while on Winter Island. However, regarding Chopper, she turned her gaze toward him. Moonlight chuckled helplessly, since boarding the ship. Chopper had gradually been led astray by Usopp and Luffy. Perhaps it was his nature, as he quickly integrated into the camaraderie of former foes. Just then, Moonlight abruptly turned, drawing his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy towards the distant sea. What's wrong, Moonlight? The others gasped in surprise. At that moment, dozens of black spears suddenly pierced the air from afar, hurtling towards their ship with ferocity. Fortunately, Moonlight acted swiftly, severing the spears with his sword energy. Soon, a naval warship and 10 other Navy vessels approached rapidly from the sea. Standing atop the warship was a woman clad in a naval justice cloak. With pale pink split hair, wearing purple-tinted sunglasses, and dressed in a striped dress and shoes, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, she was the one who had just attacked Navy Colonel Hanai. Upon seeing her, Mr. 2 exclaimed in alarm, as if she were a terrifying entity. A Navy colonel commanding a warship. How intriguing, Zoro remarked, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor. The woman, without uttering a single word, struck swiftly, which greatly displeased him. Wow, what a stunning lady. On the contrary, Sanji, upon catching sight of Nami, was instantly captivated, his body seemingly devoid of bones as he floated in a daze. Usopp exclaimed, this is bad. It's her. Her black gun formation is renowned as an invincible battle array at sea. Meanwhile, Mr. 2 wore a grave expression, warning everyone of her terrifying presence. Black gun formation? The others looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend its significance. At that moment, Renai gazed at the moonlight, exhaling a delicate wisp of smoke, and remarked with keen interest, "Indeed, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries has managed to withstand my black spear formation. However, it is futile. You have already been encircled, Straw Hat Crew. If you wish to avoid sinking into the depths of the sea, surrender obediently. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." In response, Moonlight smiled faintly, his sword aura soaring as he unleashed a tremendous wave of sword energy, cleaving through the air with ferocity. The colossal sword energy tore through the ocean, hurtling towards the naval warship. Truly, action spoke louder than words. Observing this, Renai shook her head as her hands transformed into sleek, ebony spears, piercing towards the oncoming sword energy. The black spear formation. It was the same technique that had earlier assaulted the Mary. Yet, the sword energy surged forth, relentless and unwavering, effortlessly severing the piercing black spears as if they were mere parchment. The sword energy continued its onslaught, crashing down upon the naval ship. Buzz, the once invincible naval ship, dominating the seas, was suddenly cleaved in two. The cries of the Marines echoed as they plummeted into the sea. Boom. The sword energy roared on, inciting a tempest of devastation that ravaged the surrounding waters, leaving chaos in its wake. I had already warned you, Renai. You cannot handle him alone. At that moment, Smoker arrived aboard the naval vessel, flanked by dozens of warships, encircling Luffy and the others. He ordered the retrieval of Renai, stating coolly, "I was careless, indeed. A pirate with a bounty of 200 million is formidable." Breathless, Renai nodded, her expression tinged with apprehension as she regarded Moonlight. "Luffy, Zoro, you go ahead. I will hold them off." Witnessing this, Moonlight leapt into the sea, summoning a tempest of wind and storm around him as he addressed Luffy and the others. "Go on. I have this under control." "All right, Moonlight, we trust you," Luffy replied, nodding, as the crew hastily set sail before the Navy could tighten their encirclement. To Moonlight's surprise, Mr. 2, moved by his solitary stand against the Navy, chose to stay and assist. Truly, a man of great spirit. No wonder he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Luffy. Luffy had never erred in his judgment of character. Moonlight nodded discreetly, noting the increasing number of naval ships, their cannons aimed squarely at him, accompanied by 2 devil fruit users. This situation was far more daunting than any he had faced against Admiral Nelson in the East Blue. Even he would find it challenging to contend with such overwhelming force. With Mr. 2 diverting some of the firepower, the battle would undoubtedly become more manageable. Chapter 122, Extreme Demon Swordsmanship, Tempest Style. Mr. 2, Bon Clay? Excellent, let us fight side by side. Moonlight acknowledged, giving Bon Clay a thumbs up. Woohoo. The Moonlight of the Straw Hat Crew, this is fantastic. We fight together. Bon Clay exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he turned to face the Navy. Come on. Navy, if you wish to thwart the Straw Hat Crew, you must first contend with me. How foolishly underestimated you are. I know you are strong. But do you truly believe you can stand against so many naval vessels alone? Smoker, with smoke swirling around him, glared at Moonlight with a grim expression. You are gravely mistaken. Allow me to demonstrate our Navy's might. Renai clenched her teeth, acknowledging Moonlight's formidable prowess, which surpassed any pirate she had encountered. Particularly this swordsmanship reminiscent of Hawkeye. Yet, to think one man could thwart the entire Navy was indeed an underestimation. All ships, lock onto these 2 and fire at will. Renai commanded, and at once, dozens of warships and at least 100 cannons trained their sights on Moonlight and Bon Clay, unleashing a barrage. In an instant, the sea was filled with 100 cannonballs slicing through the air, the thunderous roars enveloping Moonlight and Bon Clay, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds as the ocean erupted in towering waves, surrounding them. Moonlight, meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry. Chopper anxiously observed the tumultuous waves erupting in Moonlight's vicinity. Do not worry, Chopper, it is Moonlight, Sanji declared, taking a deep puff from his cigarette, exuding confidence. For that man, this is mere child's play. Zoro shrugged nonchalantly, noting the transformation he had undergone after breaking through his limits, now viewing the world with newfound reverence for Moonlight's prowess. Indeed, while the Navy may appear formidable, Moonlight is with us, so there is nothing to fear, Usopp concurred. Moonlight is our first mate, Chopper. You have witnessed his strength firsthand. Nami smiled brightly, then glanced at their course. This is it, the Eastport. We shall wait for Vivi here. At that moment, in the Alabasta Kingdom, under the king's guidance, peace had finally arrived. The morning dawned bright and clear, with a jubilant crowd gathering before the royal palace. Princess Vivi, hailed as the savior who quelled the war, was set to deliver a speech. Everyone knew that it was Princess Vivi, through her trials and with the Straw Hat Crew's assistance, who had ultimately restored tranquility to the land. Vivi was a hero of the nation. Kosh, Rasha, Dato, and all who knew Vivi, including Gaka, the king, and all the ministers, even the fortunate Belle, focused intently on the resolute and beautiful figure standing at the pinnacle, eagerly anticipating her speech. However, when she lifted her head, everyone was astonished to see Ikelam, who was supposed to be dead. What was happening? Was he not deceased? Where was Vivi? Confusion spread among the crowd. At that moment, A melodious voice rang out from the opposite end of the kingdom. It was Vivi, and that place was indeed Alabasta's East Port. I once embarked on a brief adventure, traversing a dark ocean in search of despair. Vivi's voice resonated across the East Port, echoing throughout Alabasta, crystal clear to all ears. Vivi. Luffy and the others immediately spotted the stunning blue-haired figure standing at the East Port. Who else could it be but Vivi? Beside her, a creature dashed forward, flapping its wings. Despite lacking any, "Have you arrived?" Upon hearing this, Moonlight smiled faintly, his sword energy cleaving through cannon after cannon. The ocean roared, waves crashing fiercely, yet he remained unscathed. Only after departing the kingdom did I comprehend the vastness of the ocean, filled with incredible but vibrant islands, home to unseen creatures and unexpected landscapes. The music of the waves sometimes flows gently, as if harboring lingering worries, while at other times it rises fiercely, as though to tear apart fragile thoughts with laughter. Vivi's voice seemed to transcend time and space, ethereal and beautiful, conjuring visions of the ocean's boundless expanse in the minds of all who listened. Before the king's palace, all was enveloped in silence as everyone listened intently to that voice. That foolish girl. Nami and the others couldn't help but chuckle softly. Aha.